Volume 3. Chapter 201. Chapter 201 Resolve. That one single sentence made everyone fall silent. After a while, Tang Fan's roar once again pierced through the air. What did you do to Tangjin? Ling Xiao laughed and slowly said, Nothing, I just killed him, that's all. His strength was probably like Tang Fan's, an imperial martial artist, but it was just to that man. Those words are too arrogant, but everyone knew that arrogance had its standing. Tang Fan angrily stared. You actually dared to kill Tangjin. Pay back with your life. Before the last word even came out, Tang Fan's figure already disappeared where it stood. His whole body was covered in killing aura. He gathered all of his spiritual energy and attacked Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with blood from anger as he directly ignored the gap in strength between him and Ling Xiao. Just when he was about to come close, Ling Xiao finally took action. Even XiaoMo under his arm moved a bit. The distance was only one step away, and this time Ling Xiao still made him slip. Tang Fan's pupils instantly shrank. He was unable to believe his speed has reached the maximum, as he had also undergone soul training techniques specified for speed. Even if the other party is higher than him by 1 or 2 stars, it would still be impossible to easily escape his attack. His mind couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. He remembered Ling Xiao had entered the paradise realm. His train of thought had reached its destination yet, and Ling Xiao's indifferent, slightly disdainful voice was already ringing next to his ears as he faintly laughed. Tang Fan, I admit that you are a very talented genius. You reached the imperial level in less than 1,000 years. Such talent is indeed 100 years hard to come by, but unfortunately, you have done too much sin. Fate is not standing by your side anymore. Your fate this life is destined to have a miserable ending. The Wani forest behind the mountain of the Tian Xian sect is where Tang Fan's misdeed took place. Millions of human skeletons, the grieving emotions had long overfilled the sky. Today is the day Tang Fan must pay his debt. Ending the sentence, Ling Xiao applied an unable to dodge palm force toward Tang Fan. 2 flames of purple and red appeared along his hand as they flew toward his palm direction into Tang Fan's body. Those scorching flames burned all of his vital energy channels and flesh with high intensity. The flame was so powerful, even Tang Fan, who was known to be a strong martial artist, couldn't help but scream desperately. The voice was extremely miserable. Even the crowd felt their scalp going numb just by hearing it. Everyone stood horrified watching as soulless-like Tang Fan dropping down from the sky, a bang sound and he heavily hit the ground. The fate of a sect grandmaster resulted in such a horrible ending, really a retribution. Grandmaster! Tang Fan's henchmen shouted. These people were obviously not afraid of death, but there were some people too scared to say a word. Ling Xiao looked toward to the voice's direction. There were a few anxious faces, and there were some that tried to blend into the crowd. Unfortunately, there were some familiar that had some grudge against him before. The teacher-student Xiaolong bunch, when they saw Ling Xiao look at them, they couldn't help but curse those who shouted for Tang Fan earlier. When people thought the war had come to an end, a wind-slashing sound suddenly flew over the square. When the person reached the destination, some people who recognized the appearance behind that sound couldn't help but let out an eek. That person was Zhao Peng, who was imprisoned previously. Zhao Peng ignored people's gaze as he threw someone toward Tang Fan direction. Since Tang Fan had yet to die at this point, when he tried to look over to see who is it, his eyes couldn't help but constrict. It was no other than Tangjin, his younger brother. From the appearance everyone could tell there were similar features between them, but his eyeballs looked like they had almost fallen out of their sockets, like he had seen a living hell, but his breathing had already long stopped. Tang Fan's throat uttered a bizarre giggle-like sound. After a while he finally spit out a sentence. That thing has been completed. All of you cannot escape. I want all of you to be buried one by one. As soon as he finished the sentence, his breathing also completely vanished. The Grandmaster of the Tian Xian sect, Tang Fan, leading such a prestige life, was now dead just like that. Everyone looked at each other. They couldn't understand what his last words meant. They couldn't help but look up to the sky at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew clearly what Tang Fan meant. He furrowed his eyebrows and turned over to Zhao Peng. Before you came, how much had that thing advanced? Originally Ling Xiao wanted to completely destroy that thing before coming here, but XiaoMo was in danger unexpectedly. He had no choice but to abandon it and directly come here to save him. Zhao Ping said, "The situation is not good right now," that old guy said. "That thing will enter the world in no longer than an hour, but so there is still an hour left. It shouldn't be." The two final words, "a problem," haven't come out of his mouth yet, when Ling Zhao's expression suddenly changed. He sharply looked at the back of Tianxan Mountain. XiaoMo under his arm also noticed his change in expression. He followed along his line of sight, at nothing at all. XiaoMo hurriedly asked, "What happened?" Ling Xiao said, "That thing is coming." XiaoMo whispered, "What thing?" Ling Xiao lowered his head and laughed, "You guess?" XiaoMo. When he stopped speaking, the ground suddenly vibrated and started buzzing like an earthquake, but it was more intense than a normal one. A sound of breathing could be heard under their feet. All the practitioners' expressions at the square suddenly changed. Obviously they also noticed something was under there, and like a train wreck they quickly flew up into the sky, and then looked down to the ground. After a moment, something seemed to hit the thick ground of the square, thump thump, as if it hit directly to everyone's hearts. The whole area was so silent and only the sound was left. After some time, that thing finally quieted down, but the crowd couldn't keep their calm. Instead it became even more nerve-wracking. A few seconds later, a big bang loudly escaped. A huge wave of fire crazily poured out from underground. Those fire waves looked like a big fire pillar. It was even bigger than Ling Zhao's earlier. That fire wave kept ragingly pouring out. The whole square didn't expect such movement would cause such a loud impact. Those who couldn't dodge in time were hit by a wave of fire. Stronger ones only spit out some blood and then quickly ran away. The weaker ones were directly swallowed inside the fire. In a short period of time, the sound of agony kept appearing one after another. Ling Xiao was flying near the border of the square. He should have been out of the target zone, but that thing seemed to target only him. Under his feet was the center of that fire wave. That fire once again raged up. In a blink it submerged both Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, who was under his arm. In front of Ling Xiao, who was born with fire within him, this kind of fire obviously couldn't do anything to him. It couldn't even burn a single strand of hair of him, and XiaoMo, who was wrapped inside his arm, was even more secure. Ling Xiao stroked XiaoMo's head, and then gave him a kiss to the forehead. By that time XiaoMo was so surprised by his action he looked up. He immediately sent XiaoMo into his space without his consent. If not, he was afraid XiaoMo would inconvenience him. After sending XiaoMo away, Ling Xiao looked down to the fire pit, faintly squinting his eyes. At the bottom of the pit was a monster whose body was made from massively thick blood, refined from over thousands of people's blood and bones. This monster couldn't be called a demon beast, because it didn't even have a face, and yet its negative emotion is extremely strong. This kind of monster is attracted to the strong. The more powerful you are, the more it is attracted. It was probably aware that he is the strongest one among them all. That is why it continued pursuing him. Ling Xiao thought, it arrived at about the right time, saving him the effort of trying to find it himself. Ling Xiao paused a little, and then his body, immediately like a sharp arrow, flew straight into the fire wave. At the same time, that fire seemed to be constantly rushing into his body, then it continuously was being refined into a tiny energy, and soon, that big fire wave was reduced by half. That monster seemed to feel the threat coming out of Ling Xiao. It let out a sound as if it was scared. It immediately turned back inside the ground, but would Ling Xiao let it escape? The answer is not. Almost in a blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had caught up to it. The thick blood smell was constantly being emitted out of its body. Everywhere it passed, it left a scenery like hell. Ling Xiao also saw this scene and he couldn't keep the smile on his face anymore. Whether if he was really angry or being hypocritical, now there was only a chill, all the way down the bone, on his expressionless face. Ling Xiao looked at the monster. He slowly lifted up his right hand and there on his palm was a black round mark. Sometimes, even when someone is not a hunter, they can still be one. As time passed, even hunters can become prey. The monster's food is martial artists, but if the position was reversed, it will also become the prey of a martial artist. The vibrations of the ground soon quieted down. Everyone only saw that the churning fire finally came back to where it was born. It immediately vanished into thin air, just like the whole scene earlier was just an illusion. The only thing left on the ground was a big black pit. But those with sharp eyes quickly noticed Ling Xiao had disappeared. When they thought something must have happened to him, suddenly something was slowly appearing inside the pit, one tall, one short. Wait, it seemed like the tall guy's expression was a little strange. On his cheek there was faint mark, it resembled teeth. Those two were Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. Ling Xiao, after he had finished that monster, he took XiaoMo out of his space. XiaoMo didn't say any words as he bared his teeth toward him and bit him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202. Chapter 202, The End of the Show. The Tian-Xin sect and the Qingcheng sect's war, because of Ling Xiao intervention, was finally put to an end. The biggest loss was on the Tian-Xin sect's side. The Qingcheng sect's side barely had any casualties. At the most, there were only some with light injuries. Even so, Luo Changyuan still took his people back home. The one whose strength was even higher than the master of the Paradise Realm, he couldn't find any reason to advance anymore. On the surface, Ling Xiao may not be a disciple of the Tian-Xin sect, but the one he protected was, well, barely. As he is unsure about the man's standpoint right now, Luo Changyuan didn't dare rush into action, otherwise his corpse might lay next to Tang Fan's. When the Qingcheng group finally left, the crowd also dispersed as there was nothing left to see. In less than 2 hours, the square had almost emptied. The rest were the Tian-Xin sect's disciples. They didn't dare to leave as they looked up to the sky toward Ling Xiao with respect and fear. XiaoMo hesitated a little, but he still came forward. Looking at Ling Xiao, he said, "From now on I will call you Lin Xiao. Today Tang Fan has been killed by you. Since you also found the one you were looking for, there shouldn't be any grudges left between you and the Tian-Xin sect, right?" Which literally implied, can you overlook the Tian-Xin sect? With his age and status, to say these words is not easy. Ling Xiao, toward this great elder, held a bit of appreciation. For the Tian-Xin sect's future, XiaoMo even disregarded his self-esteem. If you can hold it, then you can discard it. Ling Xiao had no intentions toward the Tian-Xin sect in the first place. Even if he wanted to, XiaoMo wouldn't let him either, or else. Ling Xiao touched the teeth marks on his cheek. He had a feeling XiaoMo was going to bite him to death. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao said, "Great elder, rest assured, I won't do anything to the Tian-Xin sect, but as you said, Tang Fan is dead, the Grandmaster seat is now empty, I expect there shall not be a second Tang Fan appearing." XiaoMo was startled, immediately, tentatively asking, "What do you mean?" Ling Xiao's finger pointed toward Zhou Peng standing not far away. Zhou Shidi is young and can be considered a talented person compared to his peers. It would be fitting to let him take on the head seat. XiaoMo didn't expect he would nominated Zhou Peng. He knew Zhou Peng's personality. Although he is not the most suitable one for the Grandmaster title, it was not like letting him on was not okay, only his level is not enough for people to submit to. Ling Xiao already guessed he would say so and he calmly said, "What if he has a contract with a level 9 demon beast, then how about it?" XiaoMo's heart moved a little. Seriously? Ling Xiao nodded, "Sure." Before, when he told Tang Fan Tangjin was murdered by him, that was a lie. At best he only heavily injured Tangjin. The one who really killed him was Zhou Peng and his demon beast. Previously, when Ling Xiao said he wanted to give Zhou Peng a big gift, he meant this level 9 beast. This was when he pretended to be elderly. He found some excuse to leave for a while. It was in order to capture this one. XiaoMo immediately expressed he would support Zhou Peng for the Grandmaster seat. He was worried that when Tang Fan died, the Tian-Xin sect would have one less imperial-level martial artist and that the Qingcheng sect would take advantage of it. But if Zhou Peng became the Grandmaster, then it should be enough to make up for the loss from Tang Fan's death. And the most important thing is, he saw Ling Xiao seem to be interested in promoting Zhou Peng. If he can get Ling Xiao to stand on Tian-Xin sect's side, then there was no need to be worried about if the Tian-Xin sect could grow strong or not. This is what he had long intended. Of course, it was not like he had never thought of Ling Xiao putting Zhou Peng on the seat so that he could turn the Tian-Xin sect into his possession. But such a strong person like himself, not to mention he also said he only came here to find someone, so that possibility is relatively low. Following Tang Fan's death, it marked the day the Tian Xin sect would undergo a big purge. Those parties once led by Tang Fan, with Yuan Mo's underhanded method, gradually disintegrated. And replacing them were those parties that had a long time ago been against Tang Fan's party. It was the bunch of people that Zhao Dazhou had told you XiaoMo about before. Even though some of them still opposed Zhou Peng becoming the head, they were all suppressed by Yuan Mo. With Yuan Mo's method, even if they were unwilling, they still had to obey. Nominally, he is the only imperial-level martial artist of the sect, but if in the first 100 years, he could support Tang Fan onto the seat, then 100 years later, he can still support Zhou Peng. With pressure here and there, those who wanted to stand up already stood up. Tian Xin sect's atmosphere grew into a new color. Some people were sad, but naturally some people were content with it. After this big wash was over, the most notable change is Earth Peak. Most of the cheer is also from there. XiaoMo, although he was kicked out by Tang Fan, his disciple position was restored by Yuan Mo. When he came back to the Earth Peak, he was immediately blocked by 3 people as he went to enter his room. 3 different angry faces stared at him. XiaoMo shallowly laughed. Ling Xiao was dragged away by Yuan Mo to help Zhou Peng take the seat, so he was not here to help him. My 3 Xiang, we should calmly discuss this matter. XiaoMo secretly glanced at the door, trying to find any figures of those from the Xiqiu bunch. Your master is in big trouble now. Where the hell are you? Xiqiu, just like the others, thought, solve it yourself. Zhao Dazhou was the one who lost his patience first. He fiercely stared at him. XiaoMo, you did so well hiding this fact from us. Now look how glorious you are. To think we were touched from your kindness earlier, you have already contracted with a level 9 beast. Of course, this is not the reason for his anger. What he is angry about is that XiaoMo didn't tell him anything at all, which clearly indicates he didn't trust him. XiaoMo could only smile obsequiously. He didn't mean it though. Fang Chenlu, seeing his grievous little face, sighed and said, Xiaoshidi, I understand your idea. I cannot blame you completely, but you should be honest with me. The one who saved me at the Paradise Realm, was he also Lin Xiao? XiaoMo nodded. Since it had come to this, he didn't have to hide anymore. Fang Chenlu's heart finally calmed down. I should have guessed this sooner. Then so the dead soul demon beast is also Lin Xiao's masterpiece? Remembering the dead soul beast's strange behavior and speech, they were full of doubt before, but if this was Lin Xiao's doing, then things started to make sense. Although they knew if it was not for XiaoMo, Lin Xiao wouldn't bother helping them. Xiaoshidi, you treat us too well. Zhao Dazhou grouchily said to hide his shyness. XiaoMo touched his nose, and laughed, it's because you are also good to me, ah. Fang Chenlu couldn't help but pat his head. This Xiaoshidi's personality, he knew. If other people repaid him with double kindness, he would repay back 10 times better. In fact, the lucky ones were them. That's right. XiaoMo suddenly slapped his head. He took out from his magic bag a thin book and handed it to them. This is for you guys, good stuff ah. Fu Zilin took the book. He didn't show any expression but directly opened it to see. When he swiftly looked over it, his eyes instantly opened wide into 2 big dots. This is only the second expression people had ever seen on his face. Zhao Dazhou was tickled by the sentence. He came over to take a look, and his reaction was the same as Fu Zilin. The only difference is that his expression looked more stupid. Fang Chenlu also got curious. When he looked at it, he couldn't take a breath, not for a while. He finally reacted and said, Xiaoshidi, this book is not our sex soul training, right? Although the writing was awful, that didn't stop them from reading the book. Compared to the Tian Xin sex soul training book, this heavenly soul scripture is no doubt a higher level. But they did not expect XiaoMo would give this to them. This is way too kind to imagine. Of course, they didn't know XiaoMo was feeling guilty. That was why he thought of giving this scripture to the 3 of them for them to practice it. After all, he was the one who killed their Shifu, Kongwen, although he never treated him right, but them, he didn't treat them badly. Moreover, Ling Xiao didn't say he could not give it to others in the first place, and the worst of it, he never told him that he stole it. After some explanation, the trio finally knew this soul training scripture was given by Ling Xiao. All kinds of envy and jealousy arose, but after all, they had all lived longer than XiaoMo by a few years. Their thoughts were much more subtle. Fang Qinluo, as the representative, firmly warned him not to casually take out a soul training book like that. Even in the future, if someone is nice to him, he shouldn't feel touched out of nowhere and then take it out, or else it will bring unexpected trouble. XiaoMo was gently taught a lesson from top to bottom. He even nearly swore to not to take it out ever again. But right now, he didn't expect that this soul training scripture would later bring him major trouble. After talking about the main business, Fang Qinluo suddenly remembered one thing. He hesitated before asking, Xiao, if that business with the Tianxi insect is over, are you and Lin Xiao going to leave here? XiaoMo was petrified. He never thought about it. I don't know, I want to know his intentions first. As he finished the sentence, he couldn't help but shed a tear. Why did he have such an abnormal thought? Ling Xiao go where he goes? Why does it sound like the idiom married to chicken, follow the chicken, married to dog, follow the dog? T/N, a woman should follow whatever her husband orders. Fang Qinluo sighed. Why did he have a feeling his little shitty was sent off to his husband's house? In fact, even Zhao Dazhou and Fu Zilin also felt that way. Between their brotherhood, it turned out the youngest one was the first to be married. Wait, this logic seems to be a bit off. Fang Qinluo no longer forced him. He patted XiaoMo's miserable face and said, Xiao, in the future wherever you go, remember not to forget us, and we will always remember you. XiaoMo immediately said, Xian, rest assured, I can forget Ling Xiao, but I certainly will never forget you guys. Fang Qinluo and Fu Zilin. Zhao Dazhou weakly inserted a word, 7th shitty, next time, before you say those words, remember to check behind your back first. XiaoMo. Behind him was standing a shadow, and that one was Ling Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203. Chapter 203, A Fulfill the Promise. When they spotted Ling Xiao, Fang Qinluo and the others voluntarily started to leave. XiaoMo stood up, wanting to follow them and leave, but Ling Xiao grabbed his collar and dragged him back. Not waiting for him to say goodbye to Fang Qinluo and the others, Ling Xiao immediately threw him off with a *Hong* sound. When the two-leaf door closed, the three of them almost bumped into it. They looked at each other, and then left. We hope that we still can see you tomorrow, Xiao. Xiao, this is your own room, where are you going? Ling Xiao asked, while leaning on the wall. XiaoMo shrank his neck. I'm not going anywhere, I just want to send off my 3 seniors. And to slowly slip away. Ling Xiao glances at him, they have their legs to walk, they don't need you to send them off. XiaoMo cried inside his heart, he didn't mean it that way. Crying face. Ling Xiao took advantage of this moment when he was not aware, lifted him up, and walked while carrying him behind the screen. XiaoMo got scared. What are you doing? Ling Xiao turned his head, showing his pearly white teeth, laughing airily. Doing you. XiaoMo, this lecherous guy. This isn't a big-sized bed, but Ling Xiao just threw him like a sandbag, resulting in a very loud sound. Luckily, there was nobody outside the room during this hour, or else people would have gathered. Just by imagining how embarrassing it would be if people saw them, was enough to make him want to puke. XiaoMo immediately shrunk into a ball, his expression was slightly distorted. Ling Xiao poked his butt, are you playing dead? XiaoMo, shouldn't you poke my face instead? As if he heard his inner thoughts, Ling Xiao put his palm on top of his butt and stroked it a few times. You have more meat on your butt. XiaoMo. Go die. Ling Xiao took off his shoes and climbed up onto the bed, and pressed his body on top of him while pulling his clothes off. Xiao Shidi, do you still remember your promise when we were at the Paradise Realm? Don't tell me you want to break your promise. The corners of Yu Xiaomo's mouth twitched. As expected, Ling Xiao came here to collect his reward. He shouldn't have promised him anything, something must have possessed him at that time. As if he could hear Yu Xiaomo's inner thoughts, Ling Xiao leaned down, bit his lower lip, and nibbled it gently using his teeth. He immediately felt numb, as if he was being electrified at the place where their bodies touched each other. His whole body was trembling. After enduring for a long time, he didn't have any patience to play anymore. He had longed for this juicy lump of meat called XiaoMo for a long time. Today, no matter what happened, he was gonna eat him from inside out. So he took the most straightforward way, and that was to directly kiss him until he forgot everything else. Ling Xiao slowly moved his hands downward, pulling his belt and throwing it to the floor, and he did the same with his outer clothes. When the only thing that remained was the thin inner robe, he didn't try to take it off hurriedly. Instead, he put his hands into the lower garment, and gently pulled his pants. Seeing his half-naked state made his blood boil. Yu Xiaomo's body was steaming with heat, just like if it was being boiled all over. When Ling Xiao took off his clothes, he didn't resist at all. His cheeks became bright red as if he was in ecstasy. The blood inside his body was overflowing joyously, and his body couldn't help but stick close to him. Ling Xiao really loved his reaction, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Every time he kissed him, this little guy's reaction was always so straightforward. Ling Xiao lowered his head and kissed his lips. Using the tip of his tongue, he tried to open his clammed-up teeth that were tightly closed, and then he forced his way into his mouth. When XiaoMo felt the tip of his tongue, he tried to shrink up only to be entangled quickly. When their tongues pushed against each other, it felt as if he was electrified, and he couldn't help but let out a moan. XiaoMo was unable to endure this kind of intense pleasure and tried to retreat by putting his two soft hands against his chest, but he was too weak to move him up. His chest was already exposed, and his fair skin was dyed in a pinkish color from the burning lust, making him look more delicious than usual. Ling Xiao couldn't stop his hand from gently caressing and stroking him. His sly finger slightly touched the trembling little bulge on his chest. He even fondled it a few times with his fingertips. These movements made XiaoMo gasp. His eyes opened up like round bronze bells. The sudden stimulation made him lose his reasoning little by little, but he quickly became shocked again. Ling Xiao bent over to his chest, sticking out the tip of his tongue, and licked his pink nipples lewdly while sucking it a few times. This made Yu Xiaomo's chest lighten up a bit, while the sucked areas became red and swollen. After that, he caressed it again and kissed it. Yu Xiaomo cried, constantly letting out nggshish. Ah, sounds. The pleasure was sending out electricity all over his body. It was putting him into disarray and bringing him into incomparable and non-stop excitement. This kind of torment was more unbearable than ever. His body arched unconsciously, as if searching for something. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to grab his waist. His hand moved toward his butt, and pulled down the rest of the pants that were halfway down, revealing his well-rounded butt. From behind the thin undergarment that was covering up his upper body, he could faintly see his member. This sight really was enticing. Yu Xiaomo tried to clamp both of his legs together, but Ling Xiao was already in between his legs. It was the first time he felt such a strong desire, and the desire was running rampant, as if wanting to gather up in one place and go down, eagerly trying to find a way out. Ling Xiao's face stiffened. His fervent eyes were gazing at Yu Xiaomo's confused face. Knowing that he couldn't stand it anymore, he moved his hand towards the bottom, and he reached into the clothes that covered the body slightly. Then he gripped the thing that had been swollen and wet since a long time ago. Yu Xiaomo suddenly opened his eyes widely. His body leaned powerlessly against his shoulder. His body quivered with each of his strokes. As the panting grew heavier, his throat sent out uncontrollable moans. Ling Xiao grabbed his waist tightly, his forehead soaked with a thin layer of sweat, while his eyes became darker than usual with a hint of a glimmer, just like a deep night sky full of twinkling stars, yet with aggressiveness, like a ferocious beast, completely different than his usual self. Sensing that he was going to come, Ling Xiao's hand moved faster. When XiaoMo opened his mouth and moaned, he kissed his lips, continuously moving his tongue to tease his sensitive spot. XiaoMo came immediately, stimulated from both places. When he let it out, Ling Xiao's hand and the clothes on his upper body were sprayed with hot, wet liquid. But it wasn't clearly noticeable because he wore white clothes. Ling Xiao didn't get rid of the hot liquid on his right hand. He first used his other hand to half support XiaoMo, who passed out from the intense pleasure, and then used the fingers from his right hand, that was covered with the hot liquid, to thrust into the hole of his lower part. He slowly squeezed in one finger. After making sure that he didn't feel uncomfortable, he squeezed in another finger. XiaoMo was shocked and his eyes widened. He clearly felt that there were two fingers entering his body, and in such an embarrassing place. Although he already guessed that it would become like this, but when it actually happened, of course he panicked. At this time, Ling Xiao said near his ear with suppressed laughter, "Xiaoshidi, do you feel comfortable?" XiaoMo's face reddened, both of his hands were on his shoulders, but they looked powerless. He could only say, "Take your fingers out." Ling Xiao threw off his own clothes. His neat appearance and XiaoMo's messed up clothes formed a strong contrast, but the thing below that was bulging out from the clothes could be seen clearly. He didn't know when it happened, but it looked like it was going to tear off his pants. XiaoMo sat exactly on top of it, his butt was poked with the hot and stiff thing that was restless. His body automatically turned around, wanting to flee. But little did he know, the more he tried to move, the more Ling Xiao became excited. His lower part became harder and hotter. Ling Xiao was panting heavily while grabbing XiaoMo's slender waist. When XiaoMo was about to climax, Ling Xiao quickly pulled off his pants, and while XiaoMo was dozing off, he thrust into him all at once. The moment XiaoMo felt it come in, he gasped. The painful feeling of getting torn from below cleared his mind. He grasped Ling Xiao's hand tightly. His fingernails looked as if they were going to sink into his flesh, which of course, was impossible. Although Ling Xiao had stretched him before, but for men, that place was small to begin with, it wasn't made to accept another man. Besides, Ling Xiao's thing is bigger than a normal man's, so when he shoved it in all in one go, of course it would hurt so much he almost died. Ling Xiao didn't want him to feel too much pain, but his endurance had already reached its limit, so after he waited for him to adapt a little bit, he started to move slowly. Feeling that his lower part was already torn, XiaoMo felt it thrust in repeatedly. His torn, slender body felt like a small boat swaying up on top of water. If Ling Xiao hadn't grabbed his waist, he would have fallen on top of the bed already. Fortunately, Ling Xiao didn't only enjoy himself, he sometimes took care of his lower part. So after a while, XiaoMo started to feel pleasure. The pain slowly started to subside, and soon he enjoyed the feeling of lovemaking. When Ling Xiao realized his change, he started to speed up. Whether it was because of his strength or movement, XiaoMo's body started to shake violently, going up and down, each time with intense movement. Soon, XiaoMo became exhausted and surrendered again. But Ling Xiao's endurance was much stronger than his. He didn't show any sign of stopping. Instead, his movements became more and more intense, not stopping until he climaxed. Ling Xiao hugged XiaoMo tightly, supporting his body that couldn't stop shaking, both of them drenched in sweat and sticking close together. He then grabbed his head, and simultaneously kissed his lips while he intertwined their tongues together. It muffled XiaoMo's moan completely, until he was out of breath, and then he put him on top of the bed. After that, he put both of XiaoMo's legs on top of his shoulders, positioning them so their bodies were sticking close to each other, and then he started moving for a new round. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204. Chapter 204, The Past. The next day, Fang Chenlu was unable to see XiaoMo. Although he didn't know what happened, but he could imagine XiaoMo yesterday must have been punished very miserably, thus, they were very considerate and didn't go and find XiaoMo. When the sun started setting down, the punished XiaoMo finally opened his eyes. In front of his eyes was the familiar room's decoration. Even though the sun had just set, the sunshine was still kind of harsh. He had just opened his eyes, but decided to close them again. He roughly guessed he must have been sleeping a whole day. XiaoMo opened his mouth. His throat felt so dry as if it was being burnt, and no sound could come out of it. He didn't even remember what time they ended last night, because someone yesterday, being quite good for nothing, had passed out in the middle. But seriously, who can stay awake after being done non-stop for 4 to 6 hours? If he found someone who could, he'd give his admiration to that one. He only moved a little, but XiaoMo immediately felt like his whole skeleton was being torn apart. He could only hear the groaning sound coming out of it. The pain was so agonizing that he wanted to pass out again, but the most painful part of his body was the private part down there. Half of the pain was coming from here. He could still feel the sensation of being stretched out. In addition, it seemed like he couldn't close his legs. The soreness came from them and it felt like he had run a marathon. When he thought of the image yesterday, being eaten inside out until complete exhaustion, XiaoMo silently cursed Ling Xiao, that fucking worse than a beast man. Good or bad, it was still his first time, and he even laid his hands on him. The door suddenly creaked out a sound as it opened. XiaoMo glanced at the man, continuing to curse him. What a meanie. The one who came in was none other than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao walked over to the screen. He saw XiaoMo had finally woken up. He chuckled and then walked to the table, pouring out a cup of tea before giving it to him. Xiao, your mouth must be really dry. Here, have a drink first. XiaoMo glanced at him, opening his mouth, like he would treat himself badly when his mouth is so dry. Ling Xiao immediately brought the cup to his mouth. He drank like a thirsty animal, gulping down the tea. Then Ling Xiao refilled the cup again, and XiaoMo silently accepted it. When he had his third cup, Ling Xiao asked, "Still want more?" XiaoMo shook his head, "Nah." Ling Xiao put down the cup, then walked to his side and helped him by massaging the soreness away. XiaoMo stared at him. Did he think that being nice to him would lessen his anger? But he still comfortably accepted Ling Xiao's service. Ling Xiao's massaging skills surprised him a little. It felt so nice he nearly let out a moan. The soreness was reduced a lot. Who could think that Ling Xiao also had this type of skill? Ling Xiao lowered his head. He blowed air into XiaoMo's ear. "Xiao, feeling good?" XiaoMo subconsciously wanted to nod, but suddenly he remembered he was still angry, so he let out a fake cough and said, "Fairly okay." Ling Xiao looked at his awkward expression. He almost laughed out loud, but he didn't expose him. His hands rubbed down XiaoMo's shoulders, then his waist, then his butt. "What are you doing?" XiaoMo angrily turned around. Ling Xiao was supposed to help him massage, and yet some pig leg was nearly placing his hands on his butt. Anyone would know from his expression, he definitely has some evil intention. T/N, the pig is believed to be very perverted. Pig leg equals pervert hand. Anyone who has read Journey to the West can notice Xu Beige is a half-pig man and a very pervert one. Ling Xiao laughed. "I'm helping you massage, ah." His two hands were still placed on his butt. XiaoMo strongly yelled at him, "I don't need it." Ling Xiao said, "How can I let it be? My job right now is to make you comfortable." XiaoMo's mouth twitched. "Just don't hurt me anymore then. This is good enough, and for the comfortable part, like he would believe this guy would be this kind. I said I don't need it, . He wanted to slap Ling Xiao's hand away, but when he moved his back, he immediately cried out in pain, his expression distorted. "See, you cannot move right now. Behave a little and let me help by massaging you." Ling Xiao used half of his body to press XiaoMo down, making him unable to resist. XiaoMo wanted to fight back, but he couldn't, but he was afraid that someone would do something out of place again. He gave it a quick thought and changed the subject. "About that, what is the deal with Tang Fan and Tang Jin anyway? And what the hell was that monster that suddenly appeared yesterday? Did you destroy it?" Encountering XiaoMo's long series of questions, Ling Xiao's eyebrows did not even move a little. He knew that XiaoMo wanted to change the topic, although it was so funny, he still answered. This matter should go back a few hundred years ago, when Tang Fan was still not the Tian Xian Sex Grandmaster. Hundreds of years ago, when Grandmaster Yu was still leading the Tian Xin sect, the Grandmaster wanted to be on his seat for the shortest amount of time possible. Grandmaster Yu was a very stunning figure. After he made his name known for 200 years, he still hadn't taken any disciples. At that time, many people thought that he may not taken any disciples for another long period of time, and then out of nowhere, he took in, not one, but 2 disciples, and those 2 were the 2 brothers, Tang Fan and Tang Jin. Grandmaster Yu, toward those 2, held a very high hope. Not only did he pass all the best soul training techniques to them, he even never forgot to give them any magic pills. Those with sharp eyes could clearly see that Grandmaster Yu was grooming them for the next Grandmaster title, but the title was only for one, while there were 2 of them. Even though the word was like that, Grandmaster Yu only stayed on his seat for only 200 years, lots of people knew that he was a very ambitious person. He certainly wouldn't abdicate that easily. That's why the next head election wouldn't happen for a very long time, maybe another 200 years, or 500 years, or maybe another 1,000 years was possible. But then came the situation. Something happened to Grandmaster Yu. That was the incident Yang Yi had told you XiaoMo before. That was when the Tian Xin sect and other forces were discussing about the upcoming tournament. When he was invited to attend the meeting, on the way back to the sect, he and some other disciples who had followed him were sneakily attacked by demons. It seemed like those demons only targeted Grandmaster Yu, especially the demons with strong levels. After that Grandmaster Yu died, the Tian Xin sect was in chaos for a long period of time. Some people said that the reason the demons could pull a sneak attack on Grandmaster Yu was because someone leaked out the information to them, because not many people knew about that meeting's time and place. But then some people thought that it was probably just a coincidence, because other forces had also been attacked by the demons. Although they were more fortunate, the casualties weren't that bad. Since there had been no evidence, this matter still remained unsolved. Later, in order to stabilize the Tian Xin sect, XiaoMo came out to help Tang Fan, but there were still some people that thought Grandmaster Yu's death seemed fishy. Then the actual truth was revealed. The real one who was working together with demons were the 2 brothers, Tang Fan and Tang Jin. They were the ones who had leaked Grandmaster Yu's whereabouts. The reason, because they hated Grandmaster Yu, and also it was for their burning ambition. Grandmaster Yu indeed saw through their ability and talent. That was why he had taken them in, but he wanted those 2 to murder each other, the winner getting the Grandmaster position. This was a very tempting condition, but unfortunately, Tang Fan and Tang Jin were not like average brothers. Their parents had both died when they were young, so the 2 brothers had lived dependent on each other for more than 10 years. Their affection towards each other was deeper than normal. That is why Tang Jin gave up on the Grandmaster seat, so that his brother could smoothly take over it. Precisely because of this, those 2 had conspired a plan to murder Grandmaster Yu. Probably because they had suffered a lot of hardships and witnessed countless forms of distorted nature from humans, soon their mentalities twisted as well. Then they abused their authority and used the Tian Xin sect prison to lock away criminals into a type of purgatory. Every day there were dozens of prisoners that died in that purgatory as their flesh and blood was used to make a peerless monster. This monster was a superb one that could help them achieve their ambition to take over the long Tian continent. In a full 200 years, both brothers collaborated from inside to outside. The older was in the light while the younger was in the dark. Since then, no one had ever found out. But this secret of Tang Fan and Tang Jin is no longer a secret after their deaths. All the truths has been dug out by Ling Xiao and then relayed to XiaoMo. As to how they were to deal with Tang Fan's cronies, that was XiaoMo's problem. That monster, how it disappeared in the end, Ling Xiao didn't say anything about that to XiaoMo. He only said 2 or 3 sentences to bypass the matter. XiaoMo didn't care about that much. He only thought Ling Xiao must have killed it. The next day, XiaoMo finally got out of bed. During that period, many people had come over to visit him, but most of them he was not familiar with. As to why they were visiting, the answer was obvious. A few days later, the news about Kong Wen's disappearance finally spread. At first, all the elders in Xixian thought that he must have had to go somewhere, but then after a few days, they still hadn't seen him come back. Without a single bit of information, people started feeling something was wrong. so they sent people out to search for him, but the result of course was nothing was found. XiaoMo heard that his seniors these past few days had been looking for Kongwon. Because he was afraid people would find out, XiaoMo hid inside his room and refused to take a single step outside. Ling Xiao wanted to take him outside several times, but XiaoMo was dead set on staying in bed, refusing to leave. Ling Xiao couldn't forcefully carry him out, or else he would cry like a wolfhound, and so Ling Xiao moved into his room on that same day. The bed was small, so Zhou Peng suggested getting them a bigger one, but Ling Xiao refused. Compared to a big bed, he liked the smaller one more, because then XiaoMo would have no place to hide. At night, he would automatically roll into his arms. The next day, their small house welcomed in uninvited guests. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205. Chapter 205, Dao Xian Academy. That uninvited guest was Yi Han. It was unbelievable that he could leave Yunshui Peak to run to Earth Peak to see them. When XiaoMo heard about it, he was shocked to death. His relationship with Yishirshu was not that deep, he only met him a few times some months ago. After that he never went back to Yunshui Peak again, and Yishirshu was merely a name he occasionally heard over from Di Shixiang. But the most important thing was that he didn't come here for Ling Xiao, he came here to find him. XiaoMo had yet to have any reaction, and Yishirshu had already gotten straight to the point. His sentence nearly made him piss himself. Yi Han said, "I know Feng Qinle took some of the mid-level seeds for you." XiaoMo's legs started trembling. He had known, but what had delayed exposing them? Yi Han saw through his nervous expression. He suddenly laughed. "Don't be nervous, I didn't come here to accuse you. Even if I had any intention to, I'm afraid I don't have the ability to do so." When he spoke those words, he glanced at Ling Xiao, who was pretending to pick up the book behind XiaoMo's back. The story about this man not being the Lin Xiao they knew, after that event, the truth was confirmed. But out of fear of stronger people, no one dared to deny Ling Xiao. In the past, people would always amicably call him two words, Di Shixiang. But now, every Tian Xian sect disciple, whenever they saw him, they always avoided him in fear. Even the elders didn't dare to approach him. Yi Han is a level 7 mage, his power is only so-so, but since he had a good impression of Ling Xiao, compared to the others, he was quite calm. XiaoMo knew who Yishirshu referred to, he could only let out an awkward smile. Yi Han looked at him from head to toe, then laughed. "At first, I already saw you were really special, and it seems like my eyes are not bad at judging at all." Even though those words were a little narcissistic, it also meant that he was praising XiaoMo's good natural endowments. If this was in the past, XiaoMo would have felt embarrassed from the compliment, but after what had happened with Kongwon, he became a little oversensitive. The reason Kongwon started doubting him was all because of what used to be his natural ability and that his level didn't match. That is why he felt a little conscious about Yi Han. "Yishirshu, what do you need me for?" XiaoMo tested him. Yi Han suddenly paused, as if it was something difficult for him to say. "Do you have an emperor blood herb?" XiaoMo surprised for a moment. "How do you know?" Hearing his counter-question, Yi Han's expression was a little bit relieved. He saw XiaoMo staring at him, so he embarrassingly said, "Nine-winged unity serpent is a Yin attribute beast, so he should be rather sensitive toward Yin attribute herbs, and an emperor blood herb just happens to be one of them, so, well, that was just my guess. T/N, Yin and Yang, Yin is the dark side while Yang is the white side." XiaoMo had nothing to say. Turns out it was him who spilled the beans. Ling Xiao came forward as he placed one hand on XiaoMo's shoulder. He smiled, yet he didn't seem like he was smiling. He looked at Yi Han. "You want his herb?" Yi Han knew he couldn't fool them, so he got straight to the point. "I'm collecting herbs for a recipe, and the emperor blood herb is one of them, but this magic herb is extremely rare. I have been searching for it for a long time now, but I still can't find any. That is why I came here to ask for your herb. In return, I'm willing to exchange something of the same value with you." Both XiaoMo and Ling Xiao knew which recipe he was talking about. It was probably the noble pill recipe that was stolen before. Who would have thought Yihan had prepared the ingredients for the recipe, and it seemed like he had been preparing for a long time now. If it was other people asking, he would certainly refuse right away. Had XiaoMo not owned a dimension, then that Emperor Blood Herb would definitely be a one-of-a-kind treasure. Even if others promised him more benefits, he would never take it out. But who can't say Yihan was very lucky, because XiaoMo had used the lake water to ripen the herb before, he even got 2 extra seeds in return. However, XiaoMo didn't want to take it out that simply. But Yihan, after all, was an elder, to ask for some sort of payment seemed a little too. Seeing him stammering, Ling Xiao calmly talked in his stead. Exchange is not impossible, but what thing are you going to use to exchange that can attract our interest? Yihan saw they were willing to accept the exchange. He could not help but feel delighted. He thought up some words and said, I have a level 7 recipe in my possession. I can give it to you, but it still isn't enough. I will also give you information that I believe you will need. The 3rd floor of the library only had recipes from level 4 to level 6. XiaoMo until now did not own a single level 7 recipe. What recipe might that be? Ling Xiao asked in XiaoMo's stead. Soul recovery pills. Yihan said. When he heard those words, XiaoMo immediately revealed a very obvious happy face. He had heard about the soul recovery pills. Soul recovery pill is a level 7 pill, mainly used to recover the damaged soul. As long as the soul still existed, if you had this pill, no matter how injured you are, your body can still recover. Although it cannot compare to a level 8 and 9 pill, the herbs to refine this pill were much harder to find. Many people had not even heard about their existence. But XiaoMo had the exact herb that was used for that recipe, the vitality herb. Ling Xiao glanced at the excited XiaoMo, continuing by asking, then about the information you mentioned? Yihan asked, are you going to leave the Tian Xin sect? XiaoMo was startled, and he looked at Ling Xiao. This is what he wanted to ask Ling Xiao about. Ling Xiao said with no hesitation, of course. Yihan had guessed, with Ling Xiao's power, it was impossible for him to say in the Tian Xin sect. Besides, he had already told everyone that he had only come here to find a person, and since that one was already found, of course he would want to leave. Yihan said, I wonder, have you ever heard of the Dao Xin Academy? XiaoMo was clueless, obviously he had never heard about it. Ling Xiao lifted his eyebrows, I have heard about it, seems like it is the most powerful academy on the long Tian continent. Yihan nodded, yes, and Dao Xin Academy recruits students every 3 years with no restrictions on origin. As long as you pass the test, you can enroll in. I have received the information. 2 months from now will be Dao Xin's 3-year enrollment time. I think you Shitzi should go and register there. If you can enter the Dao Xin Academy, it will be a good development for his future. Toward the Dao Xin Academy, Ling Xiao only had some impression about its reputation, but he didn't know that much about it. Tell me what you know. The Tian Xin sect, even though it's the biggest sect in the south, it also has its limitations. If you want to become a genuine mage, you should leave the south. What is your point? Ling Xiao asked, while XiaoMo silently raised up his ear. Yihan slowly said, some people think that a mage can only refine pills and can't do anything else. In the reality, a true mage, besides refining pills, is one that can also initiate fighting. What a mage lacks is skill training for their soul. XiaoMo rolled his eyes. He remembered the time when Xiao killed Kongwon. At that time around his body there seemed to have appeared a layer similar to an armor. A genuine mage is not as weak as some people think. The reason why practitioners think mages are weak is because most mages only use soul training to increase the capacity of their soul. Simply said, they use it just to level up. But in reality, if one can learn to properly wield their soul, one could be very strong. Like Kongwon had done in order to defend himself when he made a soul armor. That technique is also one of them, although what he practiced is a defensive style of soul training, not the skill training. A skill training and a soul training are not the same. A soul training is equivalent to practicing the inner power, while the skill training is to practice attacking techniques like learning martial art movements, but it teaches a mage to use their soul to attack. But even a big sect like the Tian Xian sect only owns a low-level soul training book, let alone an actual skill training technique. When you view the whole long Tian continent, the place that has the most soul training and skill training techniques is the Dao Xian Academy. One can only learn the techniques that everyone yearns for after they are able to enter the academy. In addition, Dao Xian Academy also has special instructors to teach students, which is much better than researching on your own. Yihan has long heard about how Kongwen ignored XiaoMo, and how he managed his recent achievements on his own 2 feet. But a mage is a broad and profound job. If anyone wanted to thoroughly master it by themselves, it would be impossible. Yihan was not sure if Ling Xiao would bring XiaoMo there, but he believed XiaoMo would find some way on his own. He remembered his young self who used to yearn for the Dao Xian Academy, but at that time the conditions had been rather poor, and his talent was not particularly high. In the end, he had to give up the academy. That was still the biggest regret in Yihan's heart. Although he was unable to enroll in the Dao Xian Academy, he has high hopes that XiaoMo would go. After all, this was a chance no one should miss. Or else they would have to wait for another 3 years. Besides leveling up, every mage also wants to be as powerful as a practitioner. That way they don't have to rely on another in order to survive. XiaoMo was truly fascinated by that information, but a skill training technique was just one of the things he was aiming for. Why, you asked? Well, because previously when he was stuck in the bottleneck it made him aware of his lack of understanding at this mage job. So after he listened to Yi Shishu's words, he suddenly had a new aim in life, to enter the Dao Xian Academy. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of expectation. Ling Xiao thought a little. This information is worth the price, I accept. Yihan let out a sigh of relief, while showing a happy smile. He had been really worried that they would refuse. After the exchange was finished, Yihan immediately left Earth Peak with XiaoMo's Emperor Herb. As to how to refine noble pills after one finishes collecting all the herbs? Well, that is his business. T/N, a little explanation to soul training and skill training. Soul training, to train your soul's capability, quality, and quantity. Skill training, to train how to wield the soul power. Equals both of them train your soul, but the goal is different. Soul training increases the power of your soul, but a skill training will teach you how to use your soul power to fight. Rara note, dropping a quick rant here. For those who keep posting complaints about Addis editing being terrible, sorry son, it was me who did the terrible translation, okay? I'm not a native English speaker, nor was I born in an English-speaking country, and between Chinese and English, there is a big valley of cultural differences. Grammar, vocabulary, idioms, and everything. There is a lot of stuff that makes sense in Chinese but means shit in English, vice versa. And I don't have a vast knowledge in English like a true native. So, if you find my translation too terrible to read, oh well, please proceed to the ROS, or find us a new translator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206. Chapter 206, Addressing. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave Earth Peak. He already promised Yuan Mo to help Zhou Peng stabilize his new position within the Tian Xian sect. Even though Yuan Mo's position was the highest apart from the Grandmaster, Ling Xiao was still much more fearsome to other people. The party that used to oppose Tang Fan before, after his death, they started to come out like spring bamboo after rain. Zhou Peng didn't immediately suppress them. Instead, he gave to those who were willing to serve him the seats once occupied by Tang Fan's men. Like the Xiaolong's party, before when Tang Fan was still alive, Xiaolong's party was the closest to him. Zhou Peng already hated them before, but he didn't choose to kill them. Instead, he found an excuse to exile them to a poor resource mountain, where their hands could not reach the Wushuang mountain, nor could they plan a coup d'etat. Seeing how Tang Fan was like an ant for Ling Xiao, Xiaolong and Lei Ju were both scared to death, and so they didn't dare to object to anything. The biggest change was the warrior division. because the Mage Division didn't have much to do with the internal war of the Tian Xin sect, so there weren't many changes in the Mage Division, although the atmosphere had slightly changed. Of the 3 peaks of the Mage Division, Sky Peak was the one which had the most connections with Tang Fan. After his death, they couldn't find any advantages to stand above, plus now Earth Peak had XiaoMo backing it up. Even though Kongwen is dead, Earth Peak's status was still unaffected. Zhou Pang knew that Ling Xiao was very fond of XiaoMo, and XiaoMo was fond of his seniors. After he took over the seat, the first thing he decreed was that there would be no unfair distribution of resources between the 3 peaks and no special treatment. Following this new rule, whether it was Earth Peak or Flying Peak, people all voted for it, except for Heaven Peak, as they remained silent. Even if they were dissatisfied, no one dared to raise an objection. When things got sorted out and Zhou Peng's position was finally settled, Ling Xiao was finally ready to leave the Tian Xin sect. Zhou Peng knew Ling Xiao would leave sooner or later, so he didn't deliberately persuade him to stay. Zhou Peng only said that, regardless of who Ling Xiao is, he will always remain his Dishixiang. After that, Ling Xiao scolded him, well, surely, and then Zhou Peng gloomily ran away. On the other side, XiaoMo wanted to say farewell to his seniors by giving a heartfelt goodbye, but that idea was rejected by Ling Xiao. The result of the bargain, XiaoMo didn't even get a chance to even see their faces. Moreover, Feng Chenlo and Fu Zilin just happened to be not on the peak. If he wanted to say goodbye to them, he would need to find them. In the end, XiaoMo had no choice but to tearfully write a letter to them, and then later he was dragged away like a little chick from the Tian Xin sect. Looking at how the Tian Xin sect was getting smaller and smaller with distance, XiaoMo couldn't help but let out 2 drops of crocodile tears. He suddenly remembered something he forgot to do. How could he have forgotten to swipe that flame flower herb? Such miscalculation. Ling Xixiang, where are we going next? XiaoMo sniffled, quickly took back that teardrop that had yet to fall down, so fast that it made it look like a fake tear. Ling Xing leaned his head over, funnily looking at him. Still calling me Ling Xixiang? XiaoMo had gone dumb. That's right, they had left the Tian Xin sect, and he didn't know if he would be able to come back here in the future, and Ling Xiao is not the Tian Xin sect's eldest disciple anymore. Of course he is not his Xixiang. What should I call you? Ling Xiao touched his chin, suddenly proposed, how about you call me Xiao? Denied. XiaoMo said without hesitation, quickly objecting to that idea. That was too cheesy. Maybe I should just call you Lingdage. T/N, Dage equals big brother, eldest brother, but this term usually on friendship level, or family, or to someone you respect, not for romantic relationship. Rejected. Now Ling Xiao objected it. XiaoMo asked, why not? Ling Xiao hugged his thin waist so tightly that their bodies stuck together. He extended his forefinger and lifted up his chin like he was flirting with a well-bred woman. He smirked, will Dage kiss you? Will Dage have sex with you? Will Dage treat you like how I do? XiaoMo's body had gone stiff. He could feel the sleeping monster down there, even though it was still in hibernation right now, but he could still feel its shape under the clothes clearly. What happened that night really left a big shadow on him. XiaoMo blushed, let me go first. Ling Xiao acted naughty, you call me Xiao and I will let you go. XiaoMo's lip shivered, he had an impulse to bite him to death, and then he really did it. He immediately lunged toward Ling Xiao's arm, opened his mouth and mercilessly bit him. He bit as he chomped on it. Ling Xiao couldn't hold his laughter, pulling his arm, stop. XiaoMo violently shook his head, a one-stop. T/N, I won't stop. Ling Xiao was the first to surrender, not because it was painful, he actually didn't even feel any tickle or pain. Fine, I won't force you, how about both of us take a step back, you can directly call me Ling Xiao, okay? XiaoMo thought a little, then gave a nod. He loosened his mouth, actually his mouth kinda felt a little sore now. Ling Xiao lifted up his arm, he squinted his eyes, although there were no teeth marks left behind, and his clothes were the high-quality ones, but there was a lot of saliva on it. Sparkling sparkle, if not for his clothes being waterproof, or else it would have seeped through the fabric. XiaoMo rubbed his sore mouth and carefully watched Ling Xiao's expression. He saw him squint his eyes. XiaoMo quickly shifted back into the carriage's corner. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, his smile gentle like a spring breeze. Like a flower blooming in March, he softly spoke his name, XiaoMo. Here XiaoMo weakly raised his hand, too scared. This was the first time Ling Xiao called his name. Ling Xiao moved next to him, looked at his yet-to-wipe saliva face. He wickedly licked his lips. XiaoMo, you have a lot of saliva. Seems like you need someone to help you swallow it all. XiaoMo gave a ha sound, and then Ling Xiao's face magnified in front of him. While XiaoMo's mouth was still open, Ling Xiao quickly picked up those lips. He very precisely bit his lip so hard that it made him scream in pain. Ling Xiao held his head tightly, as his tongue easily infiltrated into XiaoMo's mouth with an undeniable strength, but it was not a rough movement. He locked his tongue onto XiaoMo's and kissed him passionately. He said he can and he will, as if all of XiaoMo's saliva was being sucked away. XiaoMo quickly waved a white flag. Ling Xiao finally released him, as his body was paralyzed inside his arms and he was left gasping for breath. He had been taken advantage of again. The Daoxian Academy is located in the north of the Long Tian continent, as the distance between the Tianxian and the Daoxian is far like that between heaven and hell. To some people, even if they have any intention to enroll in the Daoan Academy, they would be powerless because the Long Tian continent is really big. The Long Tian continent is a very vast and wide land. The Tianxian sect might be the one who had taken over the south, but in the end the south is still only a little part of Long Tian. If you wanted to fly from the south to the north, it would likely take several decades to reach the destination, and who would have enough energy to fly for a decade? Besides, the north is still a little uncivilized, even the traffic system is not that convenient. Of course, to get from the south to north, this is not the only route. In fact, there were two more convenient routes to get from the south to the north. First, there is the transport circle, but to cast a transport circle to transport to the south is too costly. Not many people can afford this method. The second one is even much more impossible, and that is the transport space. This type of method needs more than 5 Imperial level warriors to make it, and throughout the south there are only 3 Imperial levels. With the limited conditions, although the south is a very suitable place for other forces to develop, but because of the high fee, most of the south is still unenlightened. It is said that the transport circle is not even open more than 100 times in 1 year. Sometimes it is only open 1 time per month. That was why even when the southern forces were busy fighting each other to death, they didn't worry much that outsiders might take advantage of the situation. Everything had its cause. Ling Xiao, why is it that it is so expensive to cast a transport circle? XiaoMo wrinkled his eyebrows at his first attempt to say Ling Xiao's name. It felt so awkward. Ling Xiao said, that is because the farther you are, the more energy is consumed. Since the spirit stones needed to cast the circle are not available anywhere, if you can save on the cost you should, and the south and the north span almost the whole Long Tian continent. So it would obviously set the cost high. XiaoMo nodded, then where should we go? Ling Xiao said, Ne City, the only city that has a transport circle to the north. Ne City is the biggest city in the south. Its development is more prosperous than the big city of Qingcheng is because there are several transport circles inside this city. Those circles can help one get out of the south to reach other places. Although transport circles used to a more faraway place are fewer, the short-distance ones are plentiful. Every year Ne City earns a large sum of money thanks to this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207. Chapter 207 Transport Circle. 2 days later, their carriage finally reached the outside of Ne City. Ne City is located on a high slope, famous for its beautiful scenery. Up above the high slope was the transport circle. It is said that every night, the sky here would be covered in twinkling stars, sparkling and glowing all over the dark night with a variety of colors, extremely beautiful, as if it covered all of Ne City. Rumors were that many lovers and couples would come to Ne City every year just for this. And if your love was witnessed beneath those stars, your love would be blessed for all eternity. Regardless of whether or not this rumor was true, this stunning scenery is real. By the time XiaoMo and Ling Xiao reached Nei City, the sun had casted down its fiery red rays upon the clouds. Half of its body had sunk down to the horizon line, as the sun rays casted onto the Nei City's gate, making it a bright red. Although the sun was about to go down, the flow of people going in and out the city was strong and continuous. After they got off the carriage, Ling Xiao shooed away the raging inferno horse and then took XiaoMo into the city. Nei City, even though it was established on a high slope, all that surrounds it is famous spots. Up on the north side of the city is the endless Great Desert. The Great Desert is a vast and very dangerous area, because this is the home of many low-level beasts. You can always meet a pack at any time. You can't take precautions against it, since they are always hidden under the sand. To the south are vast plains also filled with low-level demon beasts, but because their strength is not that great and they are less likely to stay in a group, this area is not as dangerous. As long as you gather a group of a dozen people, then you can safely pass through the plains. The west area is a sea, with lots of marine-type low-level demon beasts. Last but not least is to the east, a mountainous terrain with a very rugged topography. The area is divided by a big mountain range, making this the largest canyon of the Long Tian continent. The canyon is so wide, and above it is white mist floating all year round. Some said that this fog can affect practitioners very heavily, so no one has ever dared to fly above the canyon. That is why a lot of people choose to leave via transport circle and not by flying on their own. XiaoMo gave the gate guard 10 gold coins before entering the city. After he had gotten behind the gate, XiaoMo was a little unhappy. He made a hump sound and said, "Nei City really knows how to steal money off. 5 gold coins per person as an entering fee, even more expensive than Hunji City's 3 gold coins." Listening to his complaints, Ling Xiao laughed. Nei City is, after all, the only city that has the biggest transport circle. If the city gave up on taking such an opportunity to make a big gold pocket, then that would be too dumb. XiaoMo shrugged his shoulders. Fine, if he was the city lord, he would probably do the same, since there are countless practitioners wanting to leave the south through this transport circle. Why is it that he felt like this relationship was between an abuser and the abused? Next, where should we go? XiaoMo ran toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao touched his chin. Let's go to where the transport system is placed first to determine the time to leave, then we will plan something later. XiaoMo gave it a quick thought, then nodded. Suddenly an old man appeared. He had been concerned about them for a while now, his face full of wrinkles as he showed a nice smile. "Hey son, it seems that you want to go the transportation zone." XiaoMo surprisingly looked at him. The one who spoke to them was an old man wearing clothes made from linen. He looked rather clean and his age seemed older, but his step is quite agile. XiaoMo asked, "How do you know?" The little old man saw he didn't get annoyed and immediately said, "I have lived in Nei City for almost 50 years, and I see your 2 faces are unfamiliar. Outsiders either come here for the starry sky or for the transport circle. Since you 2 are not a couple, then it's certainly for the latter." Hearing that couple word, XiaoMo secretly looked at Ling Xiao, which reminded him, their relationship could be considered as a lover in some ways. After all, what needed to done had been done. Ling Xiao was aware of his glance. He turned his head and blinked at him, which made someone startle and quickly take back his line of sight. Ling Xiao smiled and asked, "Do you know about the transport circle?" The old man felt happy. He patted his chest confidently, saying, "Of course, this little old man can guarantee. Nei City, except the watchman at the transportation zone, no one is more knowledgeable about the transport circle situation than me. If you want to know something, just ask, I will answer what I know. A transport circle's job is to transport, that is all, there is really nothing more to know about it. But the transport circles in Nei City are different. If you don't understand the situation here, you could easily be tricked by the transport circle watchman. Because all the transport circles in Nei City are based on the distance to charge the fee. If you don't learn the data of the circle you use, then the watchman will trick you into using a longer distance route. For example, they won't tell you the transport circle can go straight to the place you want to go. They will tell you to take the one that reaches another place, then from that place you transfer to another circle to transport to your destination. This way they can charge a higher cost, and thus a new type of job was derived, and that is what this old man does. They will watch out at the gate and observe who is a first-timer, whether here for the transportation zone or not, then they will introduce and guide you for a certain fee. Although he is not completely clear on the Nei City situation, Ling Xiao looked at the old man's positive attitude. He could roughly guess what would happen. Immediately, he said, "Then tell us something, how many circles are there in the transportation zone?" The little old man said, "There are currently 10 circles open in the transportation zone right now, 3 of them for the South Territory. Except for some specific places, those can lead you to anywhere. The others lead to the western border of Jixian Valley. If you want to reach other destinations in the west, you need to first transport to Jixian, then you can transfer at a line there, and the last destination is the Black Swamp of the north." Ling Xiao asked, "How is the situation of the Black Swamp transport?" Seeing him specifically mention this one, the old man knew this was their destination. He quickly answered, "Son, you have asked the right man. This transport circle was open 5 days ago. Because there aren't enough people, that's why it hasn't departed yet. It needs 3 more people. If by sunset before today they still haven't enough, then the rest of the passengers will have to split the fee and pay for the missing 3 so that can close the circle. If you two want to go there, you better register now. Then we should hurry up, the sun looks like it about to set soon." XiaoMo alerted him. Ling Xiao nodded, "Then let's go." Before going, XiaoMo took out from his magic bag 2 gold coins and gave it the old man. After those 2 left, the little old man was petrified as he held the 2 gold coins with a surprised and happy face. This was the first time he met someone who gave him this much. Before, at best, he could get a dozen of silver coins, and occasionally there would be some generous people. But still they only gave him 1 gold coin. With these 2 gold coins, his family could live for more than a month. The people standing nearby couldn't help but envy him as they had been slower than this old man. Their expressions were full of regret. The transportation zone is not very far from the city gate. They quickly arrived at the place. The zone was crowded with people, many were waiting on the side, they were mostly practitioners. There were also some mages. Some people were busy discussing, some people were waiting anxiously for someone. A lot of people came, very few people left. Everywhere was packed with people and their constant whispering. At this moment, an uproar suddenly started among the crowd. By the time XiaoMo and Ling Xiao arrived, someone was sent flying, and with a bang the person fell right before their feet. If they hadn't taken a slower step, they might have been caught in that fall. They hadn't reacted to what happened yet, and the one who had kicked that guy came out from the crowd. It was a big bearded man, with a tiger back and mature body. His aura sent out a tough and aggressive feeling. That man was a 3-star celestial level martial artist, and the young man who was kicked, his level was much lower. He was only at the 4-star moon level. No wonder he was thrown out like a little chicken. T/N, tiger back and mature body equals tiger back is very muscular and strong equals the man is muscle build. The young man got up from the ground with an angry face. He furiously fixated on that bulky guy. Even though his power was much lower, he didn't seem to be afraid at all. And then, between the people came out a group. Their clothes were the same as that young man. One of the white-bearded old men of that group immediately went to the young man's side, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" The young man fiercely said, "Uncle Lin, I want him to die." He had never been this disgraced since birth. More and more onlookers gathered. XiaoMo raised his ear to hear everyone's whispers, so that he could promptly guess the story. Originally these people wanted to use the same circle to leave this place, but because there weren't enough people all the passengers had to share the missing cost, but because of an uneven distribution, they quarreled. There are a total of 15 people, a group of 6, a group of 3 and a group of 2, and 4 others individuals. Since this young man's group was the largest in total, they didn't want to pay the split fee because it would take them 6 times more than others. So they suggested splitting the cost evenly between all the people. Of course there were some that agreed with his proposal, but that bulky man and some other practitioners felt that they covered the loss more, so they disagreed, which led to a breakout. Even though the man's party had more people, that bulky guy's strength was higher, that's why he had the upper hand. Just when they started to fight, a middle-aged man came over. That middle-aged man gloomily shouted, "If you still continue to be noisy, then this transport circle doesn't need to be opened." The young man's group and the bulky man's expression changed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208. Chapter 208, The Starry Sky of Nay City. This type of situation would occur every few days at the transportation zone, so there was nothing to be surprised about anymore. No one hated that a fight broke out at the scene, people all got excited, even some rowdily jeered. Ling Xiao looked at the scene once and then ignored it. He pulled XiaoMo to the registration section. The old man earlier had explained to them all the details. The registration section had a total of 10 registration points, each represented one of the 10 transport circles. What they wanted to find was the last registration point. Compared to the other 9 points, the 10th one was undoubtedly the most deserted. There were no people around, only a few practitioners whispering in quiet. The staff was a bored-looking young man. When he saw the shadow suddenly appear in front of him, he looked up and saw Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. He was stunned for a moment, then immediately became overjoyed. "Hello, do you guys want to register for this transport circle?" Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right. When will this transport circle open? And how much is the fee for 2 people?" The man seemed to be too happy. He tossed away Ling Xiao's question as he stood up and excitedly waved at the group of people. "Young Dui, there are 2 more people here to register." Young Dui was the middle-aged man that just yelled at the bulky guy and the young man earlier. When they heard him, both of the parties had been stunned, and then they immediately walked over. "You 2 want to go to the north?" Young Dui walked forwards, looking at them from top to bottom. Ling Xiao reluctantly also glanced at them. "Any problems?" Young Dui wanted to shake his head, but then suddenly he remembered something. "There is a small problem. The transport circle to the north needs a total of 18 people, plus you 2 means we are still missing 1. It seems like there won't be any more registrants soon, unless we all split the cost, then this transport circle can't be open." Ling Xiao nodded. "Okay." Seeing it being accepted so easily, young Dui face got a little better. He liked to deal with straightforward people. Next, he turned around to the other bunch. He talked with a not allowed to refuse tone. "According to the number of people, then each one of you should pay an extra 5,882 gold coins, no objection?" When he said this, his eyes clearly pointed toward that young man's group, with a hint of warning. If young Dui had said it, if they continued to oppose, then it would be too ignorant. The old man said, "We accept." The bearded bulky man looked at them pleasingly. This whole matter was their fault, and the results were expected. Since everything had come to terms, young Dui finally left. XiaoMo counted 211,000 gold coins and gave it to the staff. After the staff accepted the money, he gave each of them a badge. Such an expensive fee, no wonder that young man's group didn't want to shoulder it. Because their destination was too far, they would have to pay the amount of 100k gold coins more for the shared fee. To an average person, this is indeed not a small number. For some people, even a few years saving wouldn't be enough. No wonder this transport circle, even though it had been open for 5 days now, there were only 17 people who would register. That was just because Lady Luck was on their side. Most of the time to reach the 10 people mark was also a problem. After paying the fee, the transport circle didn't immediately start. Because it needs some rearrangement, the opening time was set to tomorrow morning at snake time. T/N, in ancient Chinese, the time system is a dual-hour system, which means there were 12 milestones per day, each milestone's length equal 2 hours. Using the earthly branches system, or zodiac as you all know it, to name the time. Start from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. is the rat time, then 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. is ox time, and so on. So snake time is about 9 to 11 a.m. When people knew the exact time it started, they began to scatter. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao also left the transportation zone, since they had a whole night to spare. At this point, the sun had finally set, as the sky gradually darkened. They randomly found some tavern near the transport site to stay for one night. When they walked up the stairs, XiaoMo recognized the man who just walked into the tavern. It happened to be that bulky man that was in the dispute earlier, but more of a coincidence was that the bearded guy's room happened to be right next to them. When they walked into their room, XiaoMo directly rushed to the big bed. Even though he had gotten accustomed to the carriage, he had sat in there for so many days, his bones had all gone soft and mushy, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep. When Ling Xiao walked inside the bedroom, he saw XiaoMo had already faded off to dreamland. He went to the bedside and sat down. Ling Xiao took off his boots for him, and covered him with the blanket. He gave him a kiss on the forehead before leaving the room. After an hour, XiaoMo was woken up by hunger. His stomach was growling non-stop, so loud that he couldn't continue sleeping. With a chicken nest head, XiaoMo walked out of the inner room like a ghost, and the first thing he saw was a table full of delicious dishes. Food really brightened his mood. His eyes lit up as he rushed to the table, but when he had yet to touch his favorite chicken feet, Ling Xiao lifted him up halfway through. Ling Xiao funnily said, "I have asked the servant for a basin of water. Go wash your face and hands." XiaoMo gloomily looked at him. Fine, he is a good kid who has good hygiene. He looked much cleaner after washing his face. His chicken nest hair had also been flattened. Then Ling Xiao finally agreed to let him sit down at the table. All the dishes on the table were XiaoMo's favorites. A fragrant braised chicken feet dish seemed like a local specialty, as well as braised pork. The meat was from a low-level demon beast, delicious and juicy. This was also one of the local specialties. XiaoMo ate until his stomach went round. Half of the food on the table was now inside his stomach. Ling Xiao came over, teasingly touched his belly, evilly laughed. "Xiaomomo, your belly is so round. Are you pregnant?" XiaoMo's face was instantly --. He didn't even flinch when Ling Xiao called him Xiaomomo. He just directly used his elbow and violently whacked toward Ling Xiao. "Get lost, you are the one who is pregnant. Your whole family is pregnant. I'm a man, how can I get pregnant?" Ling Xiao was amused by XiaoMo's action. He laughed out loud. "Why not? As long as you are determined enough, you can get pregnant anytime." XiaoMo turned frightened. It couldn't be. Can men really get pregnant? Ling Xiao ambiguously said as he stood up. Probably. XiaoMo grabbed his clothes. Don't fool me, is it possible? Ling Xiao lazily glanced at him and vaguely laughed. Why do you seem so concerned about it? Are you interested in having a baby? Well, seems like I will have to work harder. XiaoMo immediately let go of his clothes and blushed. I don't want one. This expression tickled Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Long after that, XiaoMo finally realized he had been played. He angrily glared at him, but this stare into Ling Xiao's eyes made he feel like XiaoMo was tempting him, and that quickly made his blood boil over. Ling Xiao seized his waist. He whispered into XiaoMo's ear, "Your stomach is probably too full. How about going for a walk, and we can also go take a look at the starry sky of Nei City?" XiaoMo touched his belly. It really was bloated, so he agreed. After a while, they left the tavern and headed to the busiest street of Nei City. Under the dark night sky, the street lights were still as bright as daytime, as the sky was also gradually decorated with sparkling stars, twinkling beautifully. Walking under such a night sky, your mind and soul felt so calm. Those dreamy-like stars were exceptionally beautiful. No wonder couples would come here just to see them, to spend a night under such magnificent scenery with your sweetheart, so romantic. XiaoMo didn't expect Ling Xiao to take him out to see the starry sky. His cute face couldn't cover his surprised expression. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. He pulled his hand and went to pay the viewing fee. Nei City's starry sky is very famous. Every year many couples come here for it. That is why the city lord thought of a good idea to make money, and that was to take viewing fee at some of the most beautiful spots. Each person would have to pay 2 gold coins in order to enter. Compared to the city entrance fee, these 2 gold coins were nothing. This price is in an acceptable range. Moreover, even if the price was set higher, there probably would still be an endless stream of couples. By the time XiaoMo tried to pay the fee, he saw Ling Xiao take 4 gold coins out of nowhere and give it to the guard. He was super surprised. Since when did this person have money? He always thought that Ling Xiao was penniless. The slope is the best spot to view the starry sky of Nei City. When they walked inside, some of the corners were filled with several couples. Aside from couples, there were also plenty of people who came here alone, as they were simply here just to appreciate the stars. They laid down on the grass at a well-covered spot. Ling Xiao leaned his body on his side and looked at XiaoMo beside him. His one hand supported his head. He laughed. So, how about it, XiaoMo? XiaoMo noticed he called him by that name again, but he was too lazy to bother with it, because he knew even if he made a fuss about it, Ling Xiao would certainly not listen. He only acted according to what he liked, so it a waste of saliva to nag him. XiaoMo looked up to the brightly lit sky, as if the stars were in front of his sight. He nodded, satisfied. He said, "So intriguing, this is the first time I have ever seen such beautiful night sky after coming to this world." The sentence didn't seem unusual, but Ling Xiao still felt a bit strange from that sentence. What did he mean by come to this word? But he didn't ask, he just leaned over and gave XiaoMo a kiss on the lips. XiaoMo was shocked, panicky. He looked around. When he was assured that no one had seen this, he let out a relieved sigh. He was about to criticize Ling Xiao, but when he looked up and saw his eyes were filled with content, he couldn't help feel the thump of his heartbeat. His hands touched Ling Xiao's face. "Ling Xiao, when will you reveal your true appearance?" Even until now XiaoMo hasn't seen his real face, not even once. His head was already filled with curiosity. T/N, in the original version, Jiulu, was used, which means a restaurant. In ancient China, some restaurants would offer rooms for travelers to stay, but their main focus was still serving food, so the room cost was usually much lower than a hotel. Of course, the room quality cannot compare to a true hotel. Jiulu usually only offer rooms for a short period of time, and the price will be more expensive if you extend your stay. But since Western culture has more types of establishments such as tavern / pub / etc., and it has a clear definition of a restaurant, no bed inside, just food, we will change this term to suit the context, and if there is no available term that fits correctly, we will use restaurant. Rara, one of my notes for different establishments. In 70% sleep plus 30% food - price cheap to mid. Tavern, 40% drink, 40% food, and 20% sleep - cheap to mid. Hotel, 80% room, 20% food - mid to high. Resort, have everything - expensive. Pub, 90% alcohol plus 10% snack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209. Chapter 209, Ling Xiao's real face. Ling Xiao lazily looked at him as his eyes lingered on XiaoMo's curious eyes. He then suddenly gave an ambiguous smile. He moved next to XiaoMo, making the distance between them closer, so close that their eyelashes met each other. XiaoMo could feel Ling Xiao's breath on his face. He began to blush. Fortunately, it was nighttime. Even if his face was red, no one would see. Seeing Ling Xiao looking at him without saying anything, XiaoMo placed his hand on Ling Xiao's chest and pushed. "You haven't answered my question." Ling Xiao placed his hair over his ear. "Haha," he laughed. "It's not that I can't show you my true face, but what will you do in exchange?" After hearing those words, XiaoMo had an urge to swear. Why did he have to pay just to see his face? Like he would believe Ling Xiao would use Ling Xiao's face every day after, but he was super curious. He really wanted to know what his original look was like. XiaoMo hesitated for a long time, then cautiously asked, "What do you want, that?" Hearing his reluctant words, Ling Xiao withheld his laughter, as he pointed to his lips and said, "If you take the initiative to kiss me, I will let you see." XiaoMo bit his lower lip, his eyes flashed as he seemed to think about the pros and cons. Ling Xiao didn't urge him, he lay on the grass waiting for his decision. Seeing his "it doesn't matter what your answer is" attitude, XiaoMo clenched his teeth. He checked around first, and then when he's sure no one was looking, he sat up, crawled toward Ling Xiao and gave his lips a peck. This was the first time he took the initiative in kissing. When he thought the kiss was long enough, he didn't think that by the time he wanted to move away, Ling Xiao's hand was already on the back of his head, and suddenly those lips that had just left were now touching again. Ling Xiao directly pried open his teeth, as his tongue flexibly occupied inside, turning that peck into a deep kiss. His tongue licked every corner inside XiaoMo's mouth. Only when his face started going red did Ling Xiao let him go. "Xiaomomo, this is what you call kissing." Ling Xiao licked his lips and laughed. XiaoMo heavily breathed in and out while wiping the saliva at the corner of his mouth. This kiss nearly made his heart beat out of his chest. "Can you now let me see your real face?" Ling Xiao lowered his voice as he laughed. "Oh, you really want to see it that much?" "Of course I." XiaoMo raised his head, and when he saw Ling Xiao's face, he became speechless. His eyes went blank as if his soul had left his body, and it took a while before that glazed look left. This man, no wonder even when his identity was revealed, he still didn't bring his true face to light. Turned out it was too bewitching. His appearance was exceedingly outstanding and handsome, so enchanting and sexy, but it didn't lose the masculinity. Like a god descending to the mundane world. His gentle smile was dazzling and warm like the sun, even though sparkling stars could not compete with him. Of course, this was before he opened his mouth. If he had this look, he would need a mask every day. But unfortunately, he didn't have one to show off. Ling Xiao saw his foolish expression. He couldn't help but give an elegant smile. His slender finger lifted up XiaoMo's head, his lazy eyes filled with passion as they stared at XiaoMo. "Xiaomomo, are you being enchanted by me?" XiaoMo finally got back his soul. He covered his mouth with a guilty conscience as he turned away. "I am not." "No?" Ling Xiao moved closer as he smiled. "But I see your face is red like a ripe apple." "Your eyes must be wrong then." XiaoMo cast aside his hand. He turned his back around to stop looking at Ling Xiao. Of course, how could Ling Xiao let XiaoMo escape? The more he resisted, the more he couldn't hide. Ling Xiao simply embraced his whole body under his arms. They both rolled over as Ling Xiao put him under his body. He rubbed his face on XiaoMo's hot cheek, very maliciously saying, "Still saying no? Your cheek is so hot, obviously someone was enchanted." XiaoMo rolled his eyes as he stared at that handsome face. He couldn't control his heart from rampaging. It went thump 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 violently. He was so done now, he really had feelings for him. In his past life, he had never gone through anything called love, but it was not like he couldn't understand the feeling. He knew what this unnatural heartbeat meant, but because he knew what it was, he felt that he might get sick. Ling Xiao is a man. To make matters worse, not only had he kissed this man every day, but also not long ago, he had sex with him. Wouldn't that make him homosexual? This conclusion made XiaoMo stop thinking. He had lived for nearly 20 years, but he never thought he would like a man. Of course, it was not that he looked down on homosexuals, but he still felt a little strange. Ling Xiao looked at Twisted Face and he could roughly guess at what was running inside XiaoMo's head. He tightly hugged XiaoMo's waist. "Xiaomomo, how do you feel about how I usually treat you?" XiaoMo lifted up his head, thought a little, then seriously said, "Bad." Ling Xiao, straight face, he chopped XiaoMo's head. "I'm not playing around, answer seriously." XiaoMo felt aggrieved. That was his sincere answer after some serious thought. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was indeed a very bad character, not to mention he spun him around every single time. Teasing him was his pastime. Obviously his happiness was built on his suffering. Well, those words absolutely were something that he must never tell Ling Xiao. He thought a little, and he unwillingly forced out a fake answer. "You are very nice to me." Hearing the answer, Ling Xiao gave a satisfactory smile, then he asked, "Did you like what I did to you last time?" XiaoMo burst into shame. He was not sure if his face was still red from before, or if those words made him red again. He frowned and didn't answer his question. Ling Xiao pinched his ass. "Talk, or else we are doing it here tonight." XiaoMo stared at him. Could he treat this as a threat? Ling Xiao smiled as he winked at him, the hand placed on his but didn't move an inch. He was even daring enough to shift down to XiaoMo's thigh. XiaoMo was so scared, he quickly clenched his butt cheeks together and surrendered. I will talk, okay? Take your hand off. Ling Xiao showed a regretful look. Actually, he had hoped that XiaoMo would persist a little longer. How could XiaoMo not see the ambition of a wild wolf? T/N, ill intention, vicious thought. He flew into a rage out of humiliation as he glared at Ling Xiao. But then shamefully lowered down his head and whispered, XiaoMo dragged out the sentence. How could Ling Xiao not see through his motive? He pinched and then rubbed XiaoMo's sensitive spot. I liked it. XiaoMo was stimulated and immediately yelled. And then everyone all turned around to see them, although they couldn't see their faces, but people noticed it was two men. Then the whispering started. If anyone came here, then it must be to view the stars. If you came as a pair, then you must be lovers. Even if it wasn't, it was unlikely to see two men who came here together. Some couldn't help but doubt their relationship. XiaoMo's face turned red. He admitted that he liked to play around and kiss Ling Xiao. He certainly liked to be together with him, and he had almost accepted the fact that he was in love with Ling Xiao, but to publicly confess it, he was not that brave. Even though Ling Xiao said that two men can be together, he is not dumb. In this world, straight couples were the thing, not gay couples. After he pushed Ling Xiao away, XiaoMo crawled up and ran away. Ling Xiao stood up, dusted away all the grass blades off his clothes, and immediately pursued the lost lamb. He was caught right away, and Ling Xiao's strong arms surrounded his constantly struggling body. Okay, not playing with you anymore. The sky is already seen, let's go back to the tavern. XiaoMo raised his head. When he was about to speak, a line of gasping continuously broke out. Only now did XiaoMo realize Ling Xiao didn't change back to Ling Xiao's face. No wonder he attracted so much attention. Seeing more and more onlookers stare with lusty eyes toward Ling Xiao, he immediately grabbed Ling Xiao's hand and pulled him back to the tavern. When they got back to their room, after closing the door, XiaoMo straightforwardly pointed at the lack of interest Ling Xiao had and criticized, "Why don't you change back your face?" Ling Xiao took a sip of tea. He leaned his head to the side, indifferently saying, "Why should I change back?" XiaoMo came over, stole away his cup and drank it empty without hesitation. He went quiet for a few minutes, then pushed back the cup into Ling Xiao's hand, unwillingly saying, "A man's beauty is a sin." T/N, the original idiom means a woman beauty is the root of all trouble, with the char, pink, a metaphor for woman, but in here, XiaoMo changed to blue, indicated male's role. XD clever XiaoMo. Ling Xiao found it so funny, he then picked up the teapot again and poured another cup, then he drank right at the spot XiaoMo just put his lip, and then ambiguously looked at him. He said, "Rest assured, I only love to sin with you." XiaoMo blushed again. He made a TSK sound to cover the thump-thump of his heartbeat. He would never admit that hearing that sentence made him super happy. From next door came the sound of a heavy object landing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210. Chapter 210 Heian Village. Remembering that in the next room was the bearded guy, this sound surprised XiaoMo. If it was like any other day, XiaoMo would have definitely ignored the sound, but that bearded man was in the next room over and he was also on the same transport circle with them. Ling Xiao lifted his eyebrows. Someone wants to kill him. Just when XiaoMo was about to ask who wanted to kill that guy, the fighting sound from next door also stopped. After a while, when everything was still completely silent, he hurriedly asked Ling Xiao, "Did they stop fighting? How is the result?" Ling Xiao glanced at him. "Why are you so concerned about that man?" XiaoMo shook his head. "Nah, I was just curious. After all, that man is also leaving here with us." This explanation was acceptable enough. He didn't die, all he has is some slight injuries. Also, the one who ambushed him is more or less the same level as him. They were probably sent by that brat who he had that fight with earlier. Such a petty man. XiaoMo sighed. It was that lad's fault at first. XiaoMo didn't expect that just because that guy had a little dirt on the face, he would immediately want to kill people. It looked like that lad was not anything like a good guy. XiaoMo thought of Tang Yunqi, his enemy, the same arrogant and bossy type, who had been spoiled too much. Ling Xiao walked forward, directly hugging XiaoMo and leading him into the bedroom. Don't mind others' business. Let's just go to sleep. From inside the bedroom came out XiaoMo's protest, don't take off my clothes, I will do it myself. And then Ling Xiao's laugh echoed throughout the room, if you still want to be able to leave this bed tomorrow, then you better behave and be obedient. That threat completely lit his rage. The next morning, when XiaoMo got up, he found out that the bearded guy had left, and it seemed like he had been gone for a while. XiaoMo hastily ate his breakfast and then left the tavern with Ling Xiao. When they arrived at the transportation zone, there were a lot of people gathered. It was even more crowded than the previous afternoon. It looked like all the transport circles would open today. XiaoMo found the register point from yesterday where the attendant was already waiting for them. Seeing the two come over, the attendant first expressed a happy face, then he became petrified as he saw the man beside XiaoMo, Ling Xiao. Not until they stood in front of him did the young attendant finally recover with a surprised expression. This, you too. If it was not for him vaguely remembering XiaoMo's appearance, and the clothes they wore, he almost didn't recognize them. XiaoMo didn't explain, he just directly gave the two badges to him. The young attendant received them, taking a look. There was no doubt that these were the two badges he gave them yesterday. After all, everyone had a secret more or less, and strictly speaking, they were allowed to only check badges. When he made sure everyone had arrived, the young attendant led them to the transport circle. XiaoMo took a peek at the bearded man. It seemed like there wasn't anything abnormal and it looked like he didn't get injured yesterday. He also looked at the lads group. Their faces didn't show any sign of happiness, especially that spoiled lad. He looked at the bearded man with ruthless eyes like he wanted to devour him. XiaoMo was disappointed. It seemed like he came a step too late and had missed a good show. That lad seemed to sense his glance, he suddenly turned and looked at him. He ferociously growled, "What are you looking at, Dot?" XiaoMo averted his eyes, such a hot-headed temper. But that lad didn't intend to let him go, as he needed to vent his anger. But when he was about to go and trouble XiaoMo, the old man next to him suddenly pulled him back. The lad unhappily said, "Elder Fan, what are you doing?" Elder Fan lowered his voice, "Don't cause trouble. We are not here to play." The lad followed Elder Fan's line of sight and he saw a handsome and bewitching man with an exquisite, magnificent appearance with an arm on that boy's shoulder. They seemed to be in the middle of a conversation. He didn't know what they were talking about, but whatever it was made the boy blush red all the way to his ears. The man seemed to be aware he was being watched and he reluctantly looked in the lad's direction. Those two indifferent eyes, so cold like the frosty 12th lunar month, directly aimed at him, exerted so much pressure on him it made him unable to breathe. The lad was surprised and he quickly averted his gaze. He didn't dare to look at them anymore, even one look could give off such pressure. This man's strength was definitely not low at all. Knowing that he had almost provoked big trouble, the lad stopped. XiaoMo, of course, didn't know Ling Xiao had solved some big trouble for him. People followed the young attendant to the transport circle location. The ground they were standing on was a huge square. The square was as big as 100 basketball courts and in the central point was a beautiful round stone platform. The stone platform was about 10 meters wide and was engraved with complex ancient patterns. It was also surrounded with fist-sized spirit stones which contain an enormous amount of energy. This was the transport circle they were about to use. The young attendant called them up one at a time to step into the circle. Since their destination was quite far, the transport time would be longer, they would need 2 whole days to complete the trip. To let the energy focus, the young attendant let them all stand inside the circle. The lad rushed to the center in order to steal the center spot, then he ignorantly looked at XiaoMo and the bearded guy, clearly intending to show off. This kind of childish action made it so XiaoMo couldn't help but smirk. He did no effort to care about the lad. The bearded guy was even more extreme. From the beginning, he had already ignored the brat and didn't pay any attention to him. That reaction was noticed by the lad, but he remembered what Elder Fan had said, so the only thing he could do was only breathe in and out to tolerate it. When the ancient pattern under their feet began to dance like musical notes, XiaoMo could feel a different kind of energy rising up. This majestic energy was coming from the circle under their feet. It started to flow out, quickly covering everyone. 2 days' time was not long, but it was not short either. XiaoMo's 5 senses had fallen to a numb state. If you didn't have a certain mental strength, then you wouldn't be able to handle it. That is also the reason why people don't want to use long-distance transport circles. Although this was the first time he was sitting in the transport circle, and for such a long time on that, XiaoMo did not panic the slightest. Because he could feel Ling Xiao by his side, since he had now confronted his true feelings, he felt rather calm now. Together with a man? Then so be it, as long as his feelings are true, screw what other people think. The most important thing is to follow your heart. He could feel that he couldn't separate from Ling Xiao anymore. 2 days later, that weightless feeling dispersed and their feet finally landed on the hard ground. XiaoMo opened his eyes, a warm atmosphere immediately blew at his face, and the bustling crowd instantly shocked him. This is a region surrounded by a black lake. The size is several times larger than an average city, but it cannot be called one, because it has a rare name, that is, Heiyin Village. T/N, Hei equals black, In equals mark, seal, stamp. The Heiyin village's architecture was all built using black stone. This stone is said to possess a strange ability that could make demon beasts stay away. The Black Lake is a major feature of the north border, famous for having many demon beasts, ranging from low to high. If your strength is SOSO, then you shouldn't be crossing the Black Lake alone. The Black Lake is covered in dark and muddy black fog, excluding demon beasts. This type of fog could erode away a practitioner's spiritual defenses. The Heiyin village is located right next to the lake. Every practitioner who wants to enter the north would have to pass here. Due to the potential dangers of the Black Lake, most people normally wouldn't be able to leave here right away. Moreover, the Black Lake is also quite large. It is said that even a 5-star spiritual level warrior in full force would still need 3 days to pass through, adding in the danger. The difficulty is even higher. On the contrary, Ling Xiao could take XiaoMo out of here and not even need half a day. But this would make people suspicious of them, and they don't want to be in the spotlight. The most important thing was that the two of them are not familiar with the north. Even if he could fly out of there, he still needed to find a way to Dao Xian Academy. Fortunately, Heiyin village has continued to develop till the present day, and has long since found multiple ways to leave here. Since the registration time for the Dao Xian Academy was still months away, they didn't have to rush. After reaching this decision, the first thing XiaoMo and Ling Xiao wanted to do was to find a place to rest. After 2 days of continuous transportation, XiaoMo needed some time to find his land feet. However, this was their first time here. They didn't know the situation of the Heiyin village. That was why after they got out of the transportation zone, some people could see they were rookies here, and soon they began to keep an eye on them. To be able to pay for the transport fee, your body must have some gold coins on it. Heiyin village is not a peaceful area. Because it's an independent village, there is no so-called governor, and the cost of living here is particularly high. Money here comes and go every day. To have a few gold coins inside your pocket would make anyone shameless enough to resort to anything. That was why there were dozens of robberies and bandit incidents that took place here every day. T/N, the 12th lunar month is the coldest month, usually falls somewhere between late Dec, February. Since the lunar calendar based on the moon phase, when converted into Gregorian calendar, there is no fixed day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211. Chapter 211 Gigantic Firebird. As soon as they stepped out of the transportation zone, a bunch of malicious-looking people blocked their way. Yo, you two don't appear to be too bad looking. There must be plenty of money inside of your pockets, right? An evil-eyed midget looked at them with ignoble intentions while his hand held a dagger. How about giving some to us to show respect? No objections, okay? XiaoMo heard them tsk endlessly. This was clearly a midday robbery. Was the situation in Heiyin village really that chaotic? He looked around, not a single onlooker had any intention to help them. XiaoMo realized that this was not something that only occurred in Mo Phone Town where the Langya gang once tyrannized over. It seemed like robbery was everywhere. But XiaoMo wasn't interested in dealing with these guys. He leaned his head on Ling Xiao's shoulder because he still felt a little nauseous from the transporting aftereffects. Seeing him so exhausted, Ling Xiao very obviously held him up as he drifted off to sleep. The midget gang froze for a moment, and then they roared with ambiguous laughter. So those two were in that kind of relationship, they really had not been able to tell. But they did not find this surprising because there were always people who had that kind of interest. When they realized that Ling Xiao was walking forward but disregarding them, the midget leaped in front of them again, pointing the dagger and maliciously said, "Are you deaf? If you want to leave, give your uncle money." Ling Xiao inclined his head to one side, he slightly smiled. "What if I said no?" The midget swung his dagger through the air, viciously saying, "If you want to die, then I shall grant your wish." Since it had come to this, Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything, he just ignored them and began to leave. If the midget let them walk past here without doing anything, then he would become a laughingstock. Seeing Ling Xiao refuse a toast only to be forced to drink his forfeit, T/N, to reject something until something much worse stuff is forced onto you, he immediately commanded his underlings, "My brothers in arms, come forth and kill them." A bunch of people with falchion, E/N, this looks like the modern-day machete, in their hands crazily moved forward and attacked Ling Xiao. Such bloodthirsty murderous intent seeped from them. Apparently they had killed a lot of other people. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and then his figure vanished from where it had been. People only saw a blurry shadow passing the gang. With not even the slightest pause, Ling Xiao quickly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes before he was suddenly in the middle of the crowd. All the eyes were on Ling Xiao's path, and then suddenly a sizzle sound came to their ears. Everyone quickly looked back and they couldn't help but scream as they took a few steps back. A group of a dozen living people were now reduced to piles of ash. Who is this beautiful man? People asked themselves while they stared, terrified, in Ling Xiao's direction. Ling Xiao had no interest in other people's impression, he randomly picked an inn and walked in. Even though it was a normal inn, not low quality or high quality, and yet one room cost 10 gold coins. What a ripoff, . But Ling Xiao never had any concept of money. He threw 10 gold coins straight at the concierge. The man happily led them to a room. After they arrived inside the room, Ling Xiao shooed away the concierge and laid the sleeping XiaoMo on the bed. Such an easygoing attitude, 10 gold coins and he didn't even flinch. This immediately caught the eye of all the people in the lounge. Many began to secretly watch them. However, after they heard how Ling Xiao easily killed a dozen moon-level practitioners, they all took back their greedy intentions. This man would be easily provoked after showing such a brutal method of attack. XiaoMo slept blissfully the entire night. Afterwards his mood was much better. He only woke up the next day when the sun had risen, but Ling Xiao had been awake much longer than him. XiaoMo put on his boots and walked out of the room at the exact same time Ling Xiao returned with a servant who was holding a basin of warm water behind him. Ling Xiao was not surprised to see XiaoMo standing there. He pulled XiaoMo toward him and tenderly whispered, "How are you feeling today? Still feeling sick, no?" XiaoMo shook his head, "I'm all right now." Ling Xiao stroked his head, "Good. Rinse your face, we will go out later." XiaoMo nodded before he washed his face and rinsed out his mouth. He then changed his clothes. All of this took less than 15 minutes. The two of them left the inn. XiaoMo had no memory of yesterday's incident and he also didn't know what Ling Xiao was up to now. Seeing Ling Xiao easily leading him toward a direction, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" Ling Xiao tilted his head, we are finding a way to leave Heiyin village to go to Dao Xian Academy. XiaoMo turned sullen. We have to use a transport circle again? Before, when they used the transport circle at the Paradise Realm, the transport time was short, the loss of the five senses only occurred for a short moment, that was why he had not felt very much. But this time was different. 2 days of transport equaled 2 days of numbness, which was a very difficult sensation to swallow. This left him traumatized and he now felt a little rejection toward the idea of using transport circles. Ling Xiao also didn't want him to feel uncomfortable, that's why last night, while XiaoMo was sleeping, he had gone out to acquire some information. Between Heiyin village and the city where Dao Xian Academy was located, there were no transport circles. The only one in the area was in the next town over, but since the northern area was several times bigger than the south, even if they used the transport circle available, it would take half a day. He had no problem with it, but considering XiaoMo, he gave up on this method. Luckily there were also other choices. Ling Xiao comforted him, "Don't worry, I found another way." Besides the transport circle within the Heiyin village, there is also another means of transportation. Even though it is not as quick as a transport circle, it only takes a month to reach our destination. To XiaoMo, a month was long enough. After all, he cannot be considered a real practitioner, he didn't have the endless boring years to spend. But overusing the transport circle, he would rather waste a month. Since the registration time was still a few months away, he quickly asked, "What is it?" "The gigantic firebird. It's a type of bird whose speed is way faster than any level 7 beast. It is a common mean of transportation in the north. An adult firebird can be up to 100 meters long. 328 feet, Ling Xiao answered. "We should go there and check it out." But XiaoMo also stopped asking from west to south. He thought it might be the same as the winged bird back in the Tian Xian. However, by the time he saw the real thing, he realized how much of a gap there was between imagination and reality. The location was in the northeast, right next to the second transportation zone. By the time they reached the square where the gigantic firebirds were at, the square was flooded with a surge of humans. This crowd was even larger than the one at the transportation zone in Nei City by several folds. Within the square, everyone was head to head, shoulder to shoulder with not a single spot to step in. XiaoMo looked over the crowd, thinking about how he could manage to squeeze inside. Right before he was about to come up with something, Ling Xiao grabbed him and moved inside the crowd. A path for two was easily opened because with Ling Xiao's pace, all those blocking their path were pushed away to the side by an invisible force. Those who were pushed to the side became angry, but when they turned around and saw the situation, their anger died. And soon the two reached the front. There was a reason why there were so many people at the gigantic Firebird Square. Because there weren't a lot of the birds, combined with their rest time, the birds were only dispatched every 3 days. On every third day, 5 birds were dispatched, able to carry approximately 100 people each. But then, there were nearly 1,000 people who wanted to go in and out of Heiyin village. Half of them were trying to leave, even though the transport circle was much faster, but the cost was too high so not many could afford it. That was why many people would choose to use the gigantic Firebird, it was much cheaper. In the end, there were many people waiting for a ride. People would bash others or get beaten up for the 500 seats available. Some practitioners would join in the fight just for 1 seat. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao came right on time because today was the 3rd day. However, the booking time had already opened up 3 days ago, so most of the seats had already been sold. There is nothing absolute in these numbers. The people behind this gigantic Flamebird Square were downright profiteers who knew how to make money. Usually they'd leave 15 seats available for sale on the last day. According to the different positions and comfort level, the price was different for these last 15 seats. This was all that Ling Xiao had learned while XiaoMo was sleeping yesterday. There were 3 types of seats, graded from high, mid to low class. The high class was a boxroom type, costing 30,000 gold coins. The mid class was only seat, requiring 10,000 gold coins, and the low-class seat only required 5,000 gold coins. Even though the high-class room was a price that didn't even compare to the transport circle fee, the price was still ridiculously high. Even so, every day there were still a lot of people competing for it. At this point, there were 5 high-class box rooms left waiting to be bid on. Since the 2 had arrived a little late, 10 of the 15 seats had been taken. This meant that only 5 spots remained and there were still a lot of people. Ridiculously, the price had risen to 45,000 for just one room. T/N, asking from west to south, asking a lot of questions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212. Chapter 212, A Bunch of Prodigals. Translated by Tracy. By the time they managed to squeeze past the crowd, the auction for seats were selling like hotcakes. Due to the price climbing higher and higher, out of most people's budgets, all those left were a few patrons with thicker purses, still competing for the prize. XiaoMo glanced at the group of people participating in the auction. Some people's faces were gaining a purple hue, while others spoke calmly as if the price was nowhere near their limit. Of the latter category, there was an extravagantly dressed young master holding a fan, with an expression of contempt indicating his absolute certainty at winning the auction. The young master raised the hand in which his fan was held, and said with a haughty tone, "I bid 50,000 for all 5 rooms." Finished, he cast a smug look at his competitors. Even adding in his followers, there were still only 3 people in total. The young master obviously had no use for buying all 5 rooms. The move's sole purpose was to be provocative, with a generous dose of arrogance to boot. Traces of anger appeared on his competitors' expressions. One of them, the strongest-looking man, walked over with an air of silk hiding steel. "You brat, impatient for death, are you? Don't think you're so much better just because you have some gold coins." The young master didn't show a trace of panic, seemingly completely unaffected by the man's imposing aura, and instead replied with more vigor than before, "Humph, this young master just has more gold coins and just is so much better than you. What are you going to do about it?" A flash of fury passed over the man's face before he dropped all pretenses and released his aura. The young master's strength looked no more than a moon-level 6 star. If he were to clash directly with the man's aura, then he'd only be eating dust. However, the man didn't have the chance to confront the young master head-on. Behind him, a follower lashed out, exuding a more powerful and overbearing aura. A series of bangs sounded as the 2 auras clashed. The man backed away a few steps with an expression of horror. "A spiritual level warrior?" As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the surrounding people whipped around to look at the young master and his followers in shock. A spiritual level warrior as a mere follower? This young master must be an important figure, most likely a disciple of some esteemed family out to gain life experience. With this realization, the man, along with all the others, immediately showed fear on their faces as they regarded the young master. The Heian village has always had plenty of outsiders who pass through, but the Haymarsh nearby was by far its most famous aspect. With its air pungent with poison gas and an abundance of monsters, the marsh had a danger level of above average, making it the perfect place for disciples to train. This is why, occasionally, one might see some fancily dressed noble with a string of followers constantly on their heels. Regarding people like this, most wandering practitioners with neither background nor support from a powerful family chose to avoid them altogether. The man could only leave, bitterly spitting curses as he went. The young master didn't command his followers to pursue the retreating figure, instead choosing to stand in place, scoffing, "Overconfident fool. I bid 60,000 for one room." At this, the young master immediately turned around. The only person who could have spoken was a boy that looked to be, at most, 17 or 18 years old, standing in front of his master. The one who spoke was XiaoMo, and he especially made sure to cut in before Ling Xiao could do so. Ling Xiao tended to not hold back with his spending. Although there was still at least 10 million gold coins in his storage bag, there was no way of knowing how much of that they'd need in the future. In order to save some money, XiaoMo decided to take charge of their budget. In saying that, XiaoMo also spoke up because he wasn't impressed with the young master's arrogance. Each room had more than 2 seats though, so he only needed one. The young master sneered, huffing, "I bid 100,000. This sent the crowd that had accumulated around them into an uproar, as expected of a disciple of a powerful family, blowing money on such a petty matter so freely. A lot of people shook their heads, but still cast expectant looks at XiaoMo in hopes of someone who could knock the young master down a few pegs. "You motherfucker," XiaoMo swore inwardly. He just wanted a room. Was there a point to this skyrocketing price? The idea of waiting another 3 days didn't appeal him. Time is money, after all, and who knows what unforeseen event might occur between now and then. Besides, this person is really asking for it with that attitude of his. 150,000, XiaoMo said, living up to the crowd's expectations. The young master's face darkened. 200,000. If there's one thing I have, it's money. I dare you to keep bidding. With this, his 2 followers stood up, arms crossed, opening the floodgates to their auras. XiaoMo pushed up his sleeves at once and jumped behind Ling Xiao, pointing at the perpetrators and furiously saying, "Ling Xiao, you're up." But Ling Xiao was terribly amused with XiaoMo's antics. He had thought that XiaoMo was going to release Xiao or Mao on them, but occasionally playing the role of bodyguard wasn't bad. To be honest, everyone had already noticed Ling Xiao's presence and assumed the young man to be his servant or something of the kind. However, they soon realized that this was not the case because what kind of servant calls his master by his name? Ling Xiao lightly glanced at the young master, stating bluntly, 2,100,000, bid more if you dare. The young master was furious, but before he could retort, his follower pulled him back and spoke softly into one ear, "Young master, this person is a force to be reckoned with, but some strong people dislike portraying themselves as being too overbearing, so most will keep a tight hold on their auras." It was still possible, however, to detect, so despite Ling Xiao's overall presentation, the 2 followers could still recognize his power. Furthermore, only the truly strong ones would dare to provoke them, knowing full well that they were spiritual-level warriors. The young master's complexion turned cold as he stared at Ling Xiao in surprise. There were as many experts in Long Xiao Dalu as there were clouds in the sky, and it was thus not impossible for them to run into someone stronger than them. However, he had never thought that he'd have run into a wall here, and this, coupled with the fact that he was rather prideful, made it hard for him to back down. The followers knew that their young master was too proud to do anything, and decided to take matters into their own hands. One of them stepped forwards, fist clasped, "Apologies, our young master is too stubborn, please forgive us." XiaoMo peeked his head out from behind Ling Xiao, his gaze darting around. "We'll forgive you, seeing as you're so sincere. But you're not going to try and take our one room away, are you?" Hearing his emphasis on the word one, the follower quickly replied, "We won't, you have our gratitude." XiaoMo let out a relieved sigh. As expected, it feels good to stop throwing money away. He turned to Ling Xiao and said bitterly, "I'd have thrown you out in front from the start if I knew it'd be so effective. Then we wouldn't have spent $100,000 on nothing. Weren't you complaining that I don't hold back with my spending?" Ling Xiao replied, smiling. XiaoMo looked at him in disgust. "You spend too much anyway, what a barbaric world. Evidently, fists rule over civility here." He thought for a moment, then continued, "Next time something like this happens, you can stand at the front and I'll talk." The young master and his 2 followers all had on expressions of indignation at how the 2 of them talked as if they were alone. Seeing that the flurry of activity at his auction has been brought to a close, the organizer immediately scrambled for someone to take XiaoMo and Ling Xiao to their room. Soon, an enormous firebird rose before them. Just like Ling Xiao said, a grown firebird could reach heights of up to hundreds of meters, like a huge wall of flesh. On its back was a building not unlike an airplane cabin, a fantasy version of an airplane, in fact. Due to the quickly approaching departure time, crowds of ticket holders started to board the Firebird. There were 2 aisles to this process. As ticket holders of box rooms, they alone could enjoy one of the aisles. Compared to the other more supported one, this aisle was clearly more spacious. Walking through the door that was wide open, XiaoMo could see the interior design of the cabin. Perhaps, in consideration of the Firebird's limits, the cabin was solely built out of light redwood. Various pretty trinkets and expensive jewelry were hung about the room, single-handedly transforming the space into an alluring one. The big cabin was split into 2 parts, and the first-class box rooms were situated beneath the Firebird's neck. There were 10 box rooms available. The mid to lower class rooms were spread out from the middle to tail of the Firebird, lower prices owing to the less ideal view. 15 minutes later, the time to depart had finally come. XiaoMo, who was sitting inside his room, felt tremors in the floor beneath his feet. Looking out of the window, the Firebird had already spread out its 2 wings, which almost seemed longer than its body. Soon after, the ground was assaulted by a strong gust of wind, the Firebird propelling itself towards the clouds with breathtaking speed. It was a wonder how none of the occupants had felt so much as a bump. Gazing away from the window, XiaoMo looked back to find Ling Xiao lying on the bed with his eyes closed in peaceful rest, and opted to not disturb him. He sat down on a vacant spot on the ground and took out his enlightened golden cauldron from the dimension after a short break. He may be situated within the bottleneck, but that can't stop him from doing alchemy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213. Chapter 213, Yen City. Translated by Tracy. It's been a while since he last practiced alchemy, the effects of which were made painfully clear to XiaoMo. At the moment, he was stuck at the cusp of progressing to level 4, but occasionally practicing some alchemy might remedy that. The most pressing concern at the moment, however, was that his supply of magic pills in the dimension was running rather low from Ling Xiao's repeated usage. If there came a time where pills were required, all he would be able to do is pray for a miracle. Speaking of level 4 magic pills, he hadn't made any after progressing. Thankfully, his pre-progression habit of collecting magic herbs had finally come in handy. Inside the dimension, there were over 10 shelves full of different magic herbs that were standing tall and healthy from being carefully looked after. The main difference between level 4 and the lower level magic pills was that to create level 4 pills, one needed a larger variety of magic herbs. Another reason was that level 4 magic pills tended to undergo qualitative changes, so each step would need to be more precise and handled carefully. Without the recipe, creating pills is impossible regardless of the amount of herbs at one's disposal. XiaoMo gathered his thoughts and tried to recall the level 4 pill recipes that he had copied from the library. Going through them leisurely, he settled on a magic pill named the Yuanyang pill. T/N Yuanyang, lit. Origin Sun. The Yuanyang pill was of average difficulty within all level 4 pills and wasn't extremely demanding to make. Upon consumption, the user's inner powers are stimulated to strengthen. This pill would be best saved for an emergency. XiaoMo had originally wanted to make some more stinky magic pills, but decided not to due to the fact that both the pill and its component herb exuded strong odors that would have nowhere to go in a closed cabin like this. The Yuanyang pill required 8 types of magic herbs in total, 5 were major components, and 3 were there to aid in the process. There was generally slack cut for assistant herbs, as sometimes it was possible to use another similar herb in its place. Some pill masters choose to use level 2 or 3 herbs in order to save time and cut down on costs. The output would still undoubtedly be one of level 4, but the effects are sometimes lacking in comparison to a complete magic pill. XiaoMo, however, had plenty of herbs at his disposal and had no need to replace any ingredients. Outside of the 5 major component herbs, he decided to use level 4 herbs for the 3 assistant components as well. Only the best pills would fetch the best price, he decided, and their money might go down a lot faster than previously predicted. After going through the motions of creating a Yuanyang pill in his mind, XiaoMo got down to work. Just as he threw some herbs into the cauldron, Ling Xiao opened his eyes from the bed. The originally blank gaze was now directed on the person hard at work on the ground, eyes crinkling at the corners. Not even letting a second go to waste, is he? To be honest though, a full month's worth of time spent airborne could get kind of dull, and XiaoMo didn't look like the type of person to sit around and take it easy. Ling Xiao's body was splayed out horizontally across the bed, smiling eyes giving off an air of laziness. These sluggish gestures after returning to his normal appearance, especially with the light smile that graced his lips every now and again, made Ling Xiao seem more captivating than ever. His entire presence was radiant like the sun, too bright for people to stare at. XiaoMo absent-mindedly raised his head and was instantly captured by the sight before him. Soon after, a tittering sound came from the cauldron, followed by the disappearance of the pill inside. But he hadn't noticed this, still dazedly staring at the sight of Ling Xiao, lazily lying on the bed. His dark, enchanting eyes, coupled with the long, silky black hair flowing down his slender body like water made his figure more seductive tenfold. Even on a bed his air of an elegant noble didn't change, in fact, one could almost say that it only increased. Under Ling Xiao's amused gaze, XiaoMo felt something warm dripping down from his nose, distractedly wiping at it. He looked down and it was a nosebleed. To say that XiaoMo was shocked by this would be an understatement. Who knew he'd one day get a nosebleed from staring at a man? Evidently, not only had his view on the world changed since arriving here but also his tastes. Ling Xiao finally couldn't hold back anymore and let out a chuckle. XiaoMo just silently wiped the blood away. Oh God, this was by far the most embarrassing thing he'd done yet. He had no doubt that Ling Xiao was going to hold it against him for the rest of his life. After that short intermission, XiaoMo decided that it'd be best if he faced away from the perpetrator behind him from now on. He didn't want to accidentally catch a glance and have a repeat of the previous incident. He might have a lot of herbs, but that's no reason to be wasteful. Ling Xiao propped his head up with one hand, disappointedly staring at figure facing away from him. This kid was as amusing as ever. Steadfastly ignoring Ling Xiao, XiaoMo finally succeeded in creating his first pill. The cost was a bit higher than he'd previously thought though. Mid-level pills were a lot more complicated than low-level pills as the ingredient herbs used have stronger medicinal effects, which are therefore harder to temper and also require a longer time to make due to the detailed steps one has to follow. It's little wonder that the finished products contain greater amounts of spiritual energy. Satisfied with his first level 4 pill, XiaoMo went on to create his second. By the time day 2 rolled around, he had already made a total of 6 yuanyang pills. This speed was quite impressive for a beginner who had just progressed, and his success rate so far was 100%, that one time with Ling Xiao doesn't count. XiaoMo gleefully stood up, showing off his 6 pills to Ling Xiao. Hey, Ling Xiao, don't these magic pills look pretty good? Ling Xiao took a big breath. They smell good. XiaoMo waved the pills in front of his face teasingly, knowing that Ling Xiao was insatiable when it came to eating these. Just as he was going to take it back, however, the bottle in his hand was suddenly thrown into the air. It took him a while to realize what had transpired, and by then Ling Xiao already had the bottle in hand, smiling, and downed all 6 pills in one go. They taste good too, he said, chewing. XiaoMo. He walked back to his cauldron, defeated. Patting his chest in an attempt at reassurance, he told himself, only a day in this month had passed, he still has 29 days. And so, in the following days, XiaoMo threw himself into fervorous pill creation, with periodic breaks in between as Ling Xiao tugs him onto the bed with actions that allow no room for protest. In the end, he managed to make enough to distribute reserve pills for emergencies. A row of jade bottles were laid out, not only containing yuanyang pills and the like but also some stinky pills that he had made. But perhaps because the smell was really, truly terrible, its odor seeped outside of their cabin and into others, causing many annoyed patrons to start swearing in the hallway. The perpetrator was never found, however, so all they could do was to stomp back to their rooms. XiaoMo was prepared for this, and put up lots of trinkets that helped to ward off the odor, throwing irritated pursuers off their trail. A month passed by in a flash, and the Firebird finally touched down on the destination. Yen City, an immensely large city that stood in the north. It was not just a normal city, because its surface area was 5% of the northern region. This 5% was not to be underestimated, however, as the entire southern region was only at most 10% of the northern region, so a mere city dominating 5% of the north was both impressive and unheard of. In order to reach Xiaoxian Academy, one must pass through Yen City. Yen City was the northern region's central force, and at the same time the largest city in the entirety of Longxiao. Due to its size, there were constantly many complicated power struggles occurring in the city at any given time. It may not be the central hub of Longxiao, but Yen City undoubtedly has many high-leveled fighters, and there were also many accomplished fighters who hail from Yen City as their birthplace. The Firebird's landing place was especially made for its duty. Other than them, there were also many other people from all over the world arriving on the back of a Firebird as well, lightly touching down on flat ground. But their landing place was not inside Yen City, but on the outskirts of the city. Strictly speaking, it'd take a couple of hours for them to walk to it. Inhaling air that was somehow different to that of the south, XiaoMo turned around to see a series of enormous structures, Yen City. The silhouette of Yen City towered over them like a beast that had recently awakened from a 1,000-year slumber, ready to unleash its wrath at any moment, yet brilliant and breathtaking at the same time. The people for whom this was their first contact with the city all found themselves unable to react to such sight. XiaoMo let out a shocked breath. If it already seemed so big from where they were standing, how big would it actually be once they went inside the city? Ling Xiao waved his hand in front of XiaoMo's face. "Little Momo, it's time to come back to Earth." XiaoMo startled and shot Ling Xiao a look of exasperation. All he got in response was a grin, followed by a tug on his arm towards the flow of the crowd. "Almost everyone who sets foot in this place is here to enter the city. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 214. Chapter 214, Helenos of Troy. Translated by Tracy. Yen City had 4 gates into the city, with one in each cardinal direction. Each of its 4 gates are said to be made of a special jade and able to withstand blows from a spiritual level warrior without so much as a scratch. In the past, there had been one such warrior who wanted to test if the gates were truly as sturdy as the legend goes. He was taken down by guards at the gate not long after the start of his barrage, and as for the gate itself, it was completely unscathed. Yen City was the poster child of the north, symbolizing the authority of certain forces in the territory. Due to this fact, air travel in the area immediately above the city was forbidden and any trespassers would be immediately shot down by patrol upon discovery. Worst-case scenario would result in the perpetrator being exiled and barred from entry for the rest of their life. The punishments were usually quite cruel. Because there have been people made an example of in the past, all travelers looking to pass through the city were aware of this particular law of Yen City. In fact, it could be considered a prerequisite to entrance, despite being by no means broadcasted. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. And thus, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao followed the crowd of people onto the road and began their hike. Despite all appearances, Yen City was actually quite a distance away from their landing area. It only looked rather close due to its abnormally large silhouette. For hours of walking later, XiaoMo began to feel the effects of this extreme exercise. He looked forlornly at the seemingly close city and wilted in despair. He had thought that Yen City was rather close, but obviously that wasn't the case. Apparently they had only covered half the ground in these 4 hours, which would mean that there'd be another 4 hours of walking until they could reach the city. Ling Xiao, who was walking ahead, noticed that XiaoMo had fallen behind. "What's wrong?" he asked. XiaoMo was half crouching and replied with a pained expression, "My feet hurt." He could feel the beginnings of a blister forming on 2 of his toes, making the very action of walking painful. "So fragile," Ling Xiao said, approaching him. XiaoMo scowled at Ling Xiao. Please, he never liked going out in his last life to begin with, opting to stay inside as much as possible. And this life wasn't much better as a scrawny pill maker who did nothing but make pills and practice self-cultivation. Who'd have time to strengthen the body? Walking for 4 hours straight was already quite an accomplishment. Ling Xiao was not at all affected by XiaoMo's hostility, continuing after a chuckle, I'll give you 2 options. 1 is being carried in my arms, and 2 is being carried on my back. Which would you prefer? XiaoMo was about to retort that there was no difference between the two, but after a period of careful consideration realized that there was, in fact, quite a big difference. No matter how he thought about it, the image of a man like him being carried in someone else's arms made him feel kind of embarrassed. Therefore, XiaoMo opted for the latter. Little did he know, both options were equally embarrassing for him. Feet getting tired after a mere 4 hours of walking, he seemed even more delicate than a woman. And so, a breathtakingly handsome young man who gave off an air of nobility appeared on the road to the southern gate, carrying a dainty-looking boy on his back. This scene made many an exquisitely-looking male coveting ladies turn their heads at Ling Xiao's demeanor, immensely jealous of the boy on his back. With such a magnificent man, they couldn't even cherish him, let alone make him carry out tasks. Not only did that boy not cherish the man, but also dared to make the man carry him. What a despicable, ungrateful brat. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, directing their hateful gazes right at XiaoMo. XiaoMo at this time did not yet detect that he was public enemy number 1 and was half napping on Ling Xiao's back when he suddenly felt someone's gaze on his back. Raising his head from Ling Xiao's nape, he caught many women hurriedly looking away, adding to his confusion. That confusion didn't last long, however, as he realized that their stare jumped to Ling Xiao's face every once in a while. XiaoMo feels like he's found the answer after more or less guessing the thought going through everyone's minds. A man's beauty is a sin, indeed. Ling Xiao used less than 2 hours to cover the remaining distance, following the flow of people, and finally they were directly outside the southern gates. The towering gates were painted a dull red color, reached to at least 50 meters in height, 60 meters in width, and was like nothing XiaoMo had ever seen. But for convenience's sake, there were 3 smaller doors within the gates. Right now, there were long lines of people hailing from a plethora of different backgrounds and professions, travelers, merchants, pill makers, and even Yen City locals alike sensibly formed neat lines with no trace of line cutting. Ling Xiao looked over the scene and walked over to the shortest line. In saying that, even the shortest line had over 200 people. Thankfully, the guards were quite efficient and within 15 minutes, 20 to 30 people had already passed through. Feeling the pressure of being looked at strangely, XiaoMo caved. My feet feel much better, you can let me down now, he said to Ling Xiao. Really? Ling Xiao asked, turning his head. Really, XiaoMo nodded, kicking at the air a few times to prove it. At this display of confidence, Ling Xiao put him down. XiaoMo's feet were still slightly sore as they touched down on the ground, but it was tolerable. He's definitely going to start working on strengthening his body after this whole academy business settles down. The remaining time was grueling, but with Ling Xiao's face it couldn't be grueling even if they wanted it to be. It wasn't even 10 minutes after XiaoMo stood on his own again when a guard clad in scarlet armor approached them. To be more specific, he walked towards Ling Xiao. The guard raised his clasped fist. Excuse me, sir, my lady is also looking to enter the city and wishes to ask for your company. Polite words aside, anyone with half a brain would be able to tell that this lady he speaks of is only after Ling Xiao's good looks. Why else would she have chosen them out of all the people here? XiaoMo suspects that even he himself was simply an add-on. Ling Xiao looked towards the first door, which had a line of people longer than theirs, all waiting to pass through. The lady that the guard speaks of seems to be of an important identity, however, and is able to enter Yen City freely. At this very moment, she was sitting in an elegant horse-drawn carriage, peeking through the window with sharp eyes. Ling Xiao looked towards XiaoMo for approval and let out a few chuckles at the sight of his moodiness. What do you think, Momo? XiaoMo considered it for a moment. His original plan was to just brave the lines, but upon seeing hundreds of people still before him, he wasn't entirely sure. The sun was about to set, and this was an opportunity presented to them on a silver platter. Having made up his mind, XiaoMo nodded in agreement. Only idiots would let this chance pass by. Ling Xiao turned to the guard. "Then please excuse our intrusion." The guard was slightly taken aback at how Ling Xiao had asked for the opinion of the boy, hurriedly snapping back to reality with an "It's our pleasure" in leading them to the carriage. One would normally express their gratitude by personally speaking to the owner, but Ling Xiao and XiaoMo were not normal people. One never did things by the book and the other was wrapped up in petty matters, so in the end they turned down the guard's suggestion and instead asked him to deliver their thanks. Without even waiting for the guard's response, the two of them left. The guard could do nothing but follow their orders. After a while, the convoy of carriages entered the city. Despite not catching the exact conversation between the guard and his lady, XiaoMo could faintly make out some high-pitched swearing, confirming once and for all that the woman's intent from the very start was to seduce Ling Xiao. But as soon as they made it past the city walls, XiaoMo ordered a guard behind him to pass on a message to his lady and made a run for it before she could personally come over. Seducing Ling Xiao right in front of him? No way! XiaoMo smugly tugged Ling Xiao away from the fleet, and very soon the lady's carriage was too far away to be seen. Ling Xiao had to utilize his cast-iron self-control to hold back laughter as he watched XiaoMo go about his petty actions. What intense jealousy! Although he knew for sure that XiaoMo held him dearly in his heart, it was still a surprise to see him react so strongly. XiaoMo knew nothing about the internal struggle taking place behind him as he stopped dead in his tracks, whipping around. All traces of amusement on Ling Xiao's face instantly vaporized, leaving behind only innocent confusion. "What's wrong?" "I was thinking, and I think it might be best if you covered your face up after all." In the short time span of barely half a day, Ling Xiao's uncovered face had already attracted a person. Who knew how many others it would attract in the following days? XiaoMo didn't want to spend all day driving away annoyances. At XiaoMo's use of the word cover, Ling Xiao stroked his chin. "All right. I have no objections." XiaoMo rolled his eyes so hard it must have hurt. All objections would have been rejected anyway. Having made a goal, the two of them set out to find a stall that sold masks. Due to the fact that it was the first time that either of them had been in this place, it took them nearly an hour to find a store with exquisitely detailed masks for sale, named Emerald Court. True to its name, Emerald Court occupied an unusually large surface area, about twice the size of normal stores. The exterior was equally as grand with not a trace of tastelessness. This so-called Emerald Court was a rather famous place in its surrounding area. It welcomes an endless flow of customers every day, most of whom were women. Translator's note: Helenos of Troy. Once again, we have the saying of Lan Yan Huishui, lit. A man's beauty is sin. See the T/N in chapter 209 if you are a fellow victim of memory loss. The original phrase, with woman instead of man, has a direct translation of Helen of Troy, who caused many a misfortune with her exquisite looks. More info on her here, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Helen_of_Troy. To represent XiaoMo's changing of this saying, from female to male, the name Helen was replaced with its masculine counterpart, Helenos. Apparently it's not an actual name anymore, but there was, at one point, a few dudes in ancient history who were named Helenos, and who are we to judge the poor naming choices of ancient parents? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215. Chapter 215, Deadly Face. Translated by Rara. As he stepped inside the Emerald Court, XiaoMo looked around to check everything out. The decoration inside the store was even more of an exquisite luxury than the outside, and it was very spacious also. It had only one floor, so the inside was divided into smaller blocks. Each block displayed many beautiful fine jewelries. Since they wanted to buy a mask, they went over to the third block on the right. Various types of exquisite masks were hanging on the shelves. Under the light, they were magnificently lit up and very dreamlike. The two hadn't yet stepped inside and they already saw how glorious they were. Seeing two people walk by, the sales lady in purple clothes came over to welcome them. But as her eyes saw Ling Xiao, she immediately became stunned, and then her cheeks suddenly flushed with pink. Even the basic etiquette was forgotten. XiaoMo twitched. He became more determined to make Ling Xiao wear a mask, or else under this situation, he would wind up with more love rivals in the future. He totally disliked the idea of spending every day driving away rivals. XiaoMo ignored that silly girl as he picked up a mask off the shelf. This was a purple mask that was made from some unknown materials, very flashy, probably would attract more attention if worn. This one only covered the eyes, it couldn't meet his requirements. When XiaoMo put down that mask, that purple clothes lady finally gained back her soul. With an embarrassed look on her face, the lady carefully asked, "Guest, what type of mask would you like to buy?" XiaoMo glanced at her, he pointed at the snow-white mask on the top shelf. "Take that one down and let me have a look." The lady followed the direction of his finger, and seeing him randomly pick the most expensive mask of all, she was surprised for a moment. Then she immediately was filled with joy before quickly taking down that mask. As XiaoMo received the mask, he was also surprised. That mask was actually very thin like a cicada's wing, and the texture was very soft, smooth and soothing, but it didn't feel ice cold. It was a very delicate but well-made mask. The most important thing was that this one also covered half the face, only showing the lips and chin. "What do you think about this one?" The more he looked, the more he loved it. He quickly showed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao checked out the mask, he felt the texture of the mask, and directly wore it on his face. The quality was certainly not bad. He felt like he was wearing nothing at all. XiaoMo widely opened his eyes as he stared at Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but feel utterly defeated. Ling Xiao obviously wore a mask and yet he was still too attractive. Even though half of that handsome face was covered by the mask, because he himself preferred white clothing, it corresponds with that white mask, making it as if he was covered in a layer of sparkling white, even more dazzling than usual, like he was a god descended to this mundane world. Fuck, his eyes burned. XiaoMo got an urge to blind his eyes, as he was afraid he couldn't hold back his nosebleed. His reaction was still in check, but that lady in purple was immediately dumbfounded like a statue. "How is it?" Ling Xiao grinned and looked at XiaoMo. XiaoMo avoided his eyes, coughing, "Looks pretty." Ling Xiao smiled, "Then buy this one, I also like it." XiaoMo internally screamed, "Huna, please don't smile, dot." After he finished screaming inside, beside his ear came a bam sound, like something heavy dropped to the floor. XiaoMo turned over and what he saw somehow had comforted him in a way. Looks like he had more resistance against Ling Xiao attraction, around several times more than ordinary people. Look, that purple clothes lady they ignored before had now fainted on the ground with her nose bleeding a flood non-stop. Someone's face is surely a deadly weapon. Fortunately XiaoMo never passed out like that, or else he would die in shame. After that, Emerald Court men quickly carried the lady away, and then sent out another staff person. This time it was a serious-looking man. He seemed like he was one of the upper management, because people beside him were very respectful toward him. Seeing the mask on Ling Xiao's face, the man lowered his voice saying, "This mask was made from 100-year-old ice silk, that is why the price is quite high. It costs 5,000 crystal coins." Crystal coin? XiaoMo dazed, how could he have not heard about this currency before? Ling Xiao suddenly remembered he forgot to tell XiaoMo about this. He lowered his head to XiaoMo's ear and whispered, "Crystal coins is a currency worth more than gold coins, 1,000 gold equals 1 crystal. Yen City is the most prosperous area in the Long Tian continent, so the basic currency unit here is crystal coins, but..." After hearing those words, XiaoMo suddenly felt his heart pumping hard. 1,000 gold coins only equals 1 crystal coin, then wasn't 5,000 crystal coins equal to 5 million gold coins? Seeing his pocket deflating by half, XiaoMo could feel his skin tingling in pain, but that mask was so suitable to Ling Xiao. He bit his lips. Big deal. He will find a chance to find more money. In the end, he bought the mask. Good lord, at first he thought about wandering around to see if there was anything nice, but looking at this situation it seemed like he would have to throw away this idea. Such an expensive thing, with the rest of his money, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to buy any other good items. Fortunately, in order to prepare for any unexpected circumstances, XiaoMo had specifically refined some level 4 pills beforehand, but he didn't expect it would come in handy this fast. And in addition, if selling magic pills couldn't bring in enough money, he may need to take some risk and sell some magic herbs. After paying the money, XiaoMo felt he couldn't stay here any longer. He quickly turned around and couldn't wait to leave. He didn't think that when he had just taken 2 steps that he would be dragged back by Ling Xiao. Unable to believe this, he asked, "What?" Ling Xiao pointed at the clothing shop next to it. This was also one of the establishments of Emerald Court. Since Emerald Court was a large mall-like building, there were lots of shops inside of it. All the basic daily necessities can be found here. Ling Xiao didn't want to buy clothes for himself. He knew that XiaoMo only wore 3 to 4 sets back and forth, not to mention the quality was lacking. XiaoMo thought that Ling Xiao wanted to buy some for himself. He didn't wait for any words to come out, immediately refusing. "We can't, those clothes might be too expensive. We need to save the rest of the gold in case of emergencies." They had yet to find any information about the academy at this point. Ling Xiao, of course, only needed a glimpse to know what he was thinking and he couldn't help but laugh. "What are you thinking? An expensive mask doesn't mean clothes will also be expensive. I have looked, those clothes aren't made from any special materials, so the price won't be any higher than this mask. You will still have at least 1 million left to use." "Is it true?" XiaoMo asked. "Yeah." Ling Xiao again guaranteed. Ice silkworm is a LV7 demon beast. It is normal for 100-year-old ice silk to be expensive. XiaoMo decided to temporarily believe him, and followed him inside the shop. He asked for the price, and it seemed like they were not too expensive. A clothing set cost about 5 crystal coins, and the quality was not bad. "Fine, you should hurry up and pick 2. 10 crystal coins was still affordable." Ling Xiao could guess XiaoMo had misunderstood. He didn't bother to explain, simply pulling him over before picking up a set of clothes that would more or less fit XiaoMo's size. "This doesn't seem bad. Want to try it on?" XiaoMo finally realized he wanted to buy for him, and he silently cursed his dumbness. How could Ling Xiao replace his water and fireproof clothes? Even knives couldn't penetrate, for some ordinary clothes with no defense. If those clothes were burned in fire and he would have to change clothes every day, then the one who would suffer would be his pocket. Ling Xiao, on the contrary, wanted to give XiaoMo invulnerable clothing, but his clothes were too big for XiaoMo. Such place didn't have anyone that could tailor his clothing that was made from the silk of a 9-hell beast to fit XiaoMo. In fact, XiaoMo still thought that 5 crystal coins was expensive enough, and he himself already had clothes to wear, and so he immediately pushed it away. "I don't need it, I still have some clothes." Of course, how could Ling Xiao let XiaoMo refuse? He directly picked out a good set and gave it to him. "Your clothes are too shabby. Are you sure that when we walk side by side others won't see you as my servant? Stop whining. Go and try some on." XiaoMo was sullen. Fine, those words certainly had convinced him. This was also one of the thorns inside his heart. No way he wanted to be treated as a servant. He had no choice but to obediently take the clothes into the dressing room. Ling Xiao picked out a set of white clothes with blue patterns on the rim. A refined and delicate-looking one. When XiaoMo wore it, his whole body radiated with a clean and bright aura, compared to those hemp fabrics he usually wore. Right now there was no doubt he was more dazzling. Not like XiaoMo's looks were inferior, but he just didn't know how to dress. Seeing XiaoMo come out of the dressing room, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. After changing into new clothes, XiaoMo's aura seemed to slightly change. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking XiaoMo from before was this boy? Ling Xiao gave himself praise for having such good eyes, but those eyes looked at XiaoMo, revealing a little bit of a lustful look. Although the original idea was to let XiaoMo wear better quality clothes, Ling Xiao really insisted on choosing the color. If they both wore the same color white, people would stop seeing XiaoMo as his servant, and maybe people would think they were a couple. XiaoMo didn't know Ling Xiao's thoughts. This was the first time he wore such quality clothes, and it really gave him a nice sensation. It was a very soft texture and even the size was right. In the end, they bought 4 sets before leaving the Emerald Court. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216. Chapter 216. You Help Me Wash. Translated by Rue. When they left Emerald Court, the sky was already beginning to darken. Although they still had things to do, for now, they had to find a place to stay first. But what was troublesome was that they weren't familiar with Yen City, and so they didn't know the location of any tavern or inn. If they really were to continue looking, they'd probably need to look for another 1 to 2 hours. Ling Xiao says, "Why don't I go and kill someone, then absorb their memories and have a look?" XiaoMo quickly rejects the idea, no. Even though he thinks that it's very troublesome without a map, but to kill an innocent person over such a small matter, it's best if such sins are committed as little as possible. Who knows if there'll be any retribution in the future? Ling Xiao already knew what XiaoMo's answer would be. "Okay, then what do you say we do?" XiaoMo looks towards the streets that are becoming more and more deserted and suddenly sees the back of a stooped figure that's standing with their back facing them in a corner. His eyes sparkle and immediately he walks over to ask, "This old lady, do you know the locations of the closest taverns or inns?" The old lady slowly turns around, a face suffused with black suddenly appears in front of XiaoMo. When she sees him, she grins and starts to laugh, revealing 2 rows of teeth that are so black they look like they haven't been cleaned for a few hundred years. She stares at XiaoMo with austere gloominess and chuckles, "Hey young boy, my house has rooms to stay in. Do you want to go back home with Granny?" XiaoMo becomes petrified in an instant. Ling Xiao suppresses his laughter and walks over, facing the old person who clearly has a problem. He softly spits out one word, "Scram." The old granny is startled and without needing Ling Xiao to say a second word, she immediately disappears out of sight. XiaoMo, who's just taken a blow, is feeling blue and lets Ling Xiao hold him. After a quarter of an hour, they find a tavern that can't be considered to be upscale but isn't simple and crude either. Due to the fact that there are many people who seek lodging, all the fairly good rooms have already been booked. There's only a low-class single room left, however the price is still not cheap. It actually costs 10 gold coins, the same price as a top-class room in Nanyi City. Ling Xiao simply pays the gold coins, he can still afford to dish out 10 coins. The room is small, as expected. It also only has a fairly small bed, but compared to XiaoMo's room back in the peak, it's not that much smaller. Ling Xiao, who's already used to squishing on a bed with XiaoMo, doesn't mind. As soon as XiaoMo recovers from his petrification, he's dragged by Ling Xiao to take a bath. The tavern doesn't have a hot spring. If one wants to take a shower, only the lad can heat the water. The lad is quite hardworking and fills up an entire large bucket of hot water in no time. Taking the single gold coin given by Ling Xiao, the lad has a huge smile on his face when he leaves. Ling Xiao just moves toward XiaoMo and wants to help him take off his clothes. XiaoMo immediately takes a few steps back, using his hand to prevent the other from walking over and quickly says, "I'll do it myself." Ling Xiao shrugs his shoulders like he doesn't really care and the other person turns around right away. Just as he's in the middle of undressing, XiaoMo suddenly hears a ruffling sound coming from behind him. He turns around to see Ling Xiao already halfway through taking off his clothes. Startled, he asks, "What are you doing taking off your clothes?" "Taking a bath, ah." Ling Xiao says as if it's an obvious answer. XiaoMo immediately ties up the clothes he's just untied halfway. Why don't you wash first, ba? Ling Xiao takes off the last piece of clothing on his upper body, revealing a naked and sturdy chest, and grins at him. I'll give you two options. One is you wash together with me, two is I help you wash. Feeling that the second option is fairly safe, however, XiaoMo doesn't believe Ling Xiao is so kind. There's definitely a meaning behind it that he doesn't know about, and so, he weakly asks, is there a third option? There is. Ling Xiao laughs and gently says, we can go and engage in an exchange on the bed first, then wash up. Just as he lets out a sigh of relief, XiaoMo is frightened by the last sentence. The third option is fudging, too, more ferocious than the first and second one. He doesn't believe that he'll still be able to get off the bed after the exchange. After making a comprehensive consideration, XiaoMo still chooses the second option. At least it sounds more normal than the first one. Then, at worst, he'll consider himself a small child who still doesn't know how to take a bath. After hearing his answer, Ling Xiao's expression floated. That's right, it floated. Eyes expressing a lovingly pink emotion floated on his body here and there, before changing into a glimmer of a prevailing smile. Feeling that he's just made a terrible decision, XiaoMo sees Ling Xiao bend his back and start to take off his pants. Fudge, 3, why are you taking off your pants? XiaoMo almost bit his own tongue. To take a bath, ah. Ling Xiao gives an obvious answer. You, weren't you going to help me wash up? Why are you taking off your own pants? After he finishes speaking, he really wants to just bite off his own tongue. Isn't this telling the other to take off his pants? Luckily, Ling Xiao doesn't follow through with his words but rather smiles and looks at him very treacherously. I think you misunderstood. What I meant when I said I'd help you wash was for us to wash together first before I'd then help you wash up. XiaoMo is at a loss for words. Has he just been tricked? He really is the number one biggest idiot in the world. He just knew that there's no way Ling Xiao is so kind-hearted to let him off the hook. Just as expected, the other dug a hole and was just waiting for him to jump down himself, and yet he's actually still taking chances. God, bring forth a strike of lightning to strike him to death. XiaoMo jumps up in rebellion but is still suppressed by force. Ling Xiao especially asked the lad to get the largest bathtub the tavern has, so there's definitely no problem with its capacity to fit 2 people. Not long after, XiaoMo is completely unclothed. He sits on Ling Xiao's thigh in his naked glory, their skin touching. 2 red-blooded males taking something like a bath together is really intolerable. XiaoMo quickly discovers that there's a thick thing against his thigh and he immediately becomes stiff all over. There's a ball of fire burning in his heart. XiaoMo can't help but think of the last time. At that time, although he looked like he had lost his mind, he actually still has memories of it, and they're very profound too. So profound that it left a deep impression, and so, he instinctively wanted to shrink back. But after experiencing that kind of wonderful taste of overwhelming ecstasy, as an overly vigorous and not very normal man, Ling Xiao thinks that no matter what, he won't let XiaoMo off the hook today. Plus, since last time, he hasn't touched XiaoMo for more than a month already. Ling Xiao pulls his face over and immediately lowers down, kissing his lips. The other person's first reaction is to shrink his neck. His face is all red from suffocation. Ling Xiao becomes aware of his movements. Not only does he not let go of his mouth, he in fact tightly hooks his hands around his waistline. One hand pinches at his sensitive hip. Taking the opportunity of him being in pain, Ling Xiao's tongue strongly plunges inside, catches his tongue and begins to suck. The taste of kissing is actually quite wonderful, and before long, XiaoMo's tongue, that was shrinking away, starts to cooperate. The 2 tongues hook onto each other until he finally can't breathe anymore and the 2 lips separate. The corner of the lips, wet from saliva, pulls out a string of clear silver thread. XiaoMo is weak and panting in Ling Xiao's embrace, feeling the wetness on his lips. His face uncontrollably reddens almost as if blood is going to drip from it. Ling Xiao presses him against his body. XiaoMo's head rests on his slender shoulder. Looking down, he sees the 2 erect small red beans trembling on the chest. It's seductive and cute, as if it's waiting for him to take pity on it. One of Ling Zhao's hands drags XiaoMo's buttocks up to pick him up and flip his body over so the two people are face to face. XiaoMo has no choice but to open his two legs and sit on Ling Zhao's body in a straddling position. It's okay if he doesn't look, but as soon as he does, his nose feels itchy in an instant, as if there's something that wants to come out. With his naked body immersed in water, Ling Xiao is so seductive he could be the death of people. Ling Xiao laughs quietly, bends over and envelopes one of the red beans in front of his chest into his mouth, sucking, licking and kissing. The smacking sounds of lips accompany the gasps and moans, resounding in the small, narrow room. XiaoMo only feels that his limbs and bones, plus all his internal organs, are burning a raging blaze. The heat is scurrying everywhere inside him, just like that day. It almost feels like a turbulent tide is surging inside his body, from the top of his head to the tips of his toes. In the end, his entire body is weak, so he can only let Ling Xiao do as he pleases. The instant he is entered, XiaoMo's body tightens without his control. Although it's not so painful that he wants to die like last time, it's still uncomfortable. He can't control himself for a moment and opens his mouth and bites down onto Ling Zhao's broad shoulder. He doesn't go easy and directly bites until deep teeth marks appear. Ling Xiao does not feel any pain at all, and instead, all the blood in his body starts to boil and he becomes more excited. The most direct reaction is that the object buried inside XiaoMo's body swells in size. The strength of his thrusts become more ferocious, like he's been possessed by the devil. XiaoMo is constantly gasping for air from being thrusted into and holds onto Ling Zhao's neck, not even knowing which side the sun rises up from. The dense hot steam of the water tub changes from thick to thin before disappearing in the end. A good tub of water becomes cold, but the person who's still fighting inside the tub doesn't have the slightest hint of stopping. The next day, XiaoMo lies on the bed miserably on his stomach and can't get up. Now he finally knows the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words of helping to take a bath. It's using his tongue to lick his entire body everywhere. Woo, for taking a bath is so brutal. T/N. 1. So essentially the lad's name is Ha, which is the SFX for laughing. 2. Timmy, slang way to say tama, indirectly as they sound similar. So in English it's like using the word fudge when you want to say fuck. 3. This is also a slang for the actual swear word f*ck. The word originally is pronounced chow, so one slang is meaning grass, ramaji, chow, but pronounced differently. Ramaji, CIAO, is another variation on the actual swear word, so once again, in English it's like saying fudge instead of f*ck. 4. Crying SFX. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 217. Chapter 217, The Truth About Soul Training Book. Translated by Yuan Yulin. To be indulged in carnal desires won't do you any good. XiaoMo finally understood, because that sentence clearly was from people who had suffered the same misery as he is. As for eating and drinking, all were done by the fresh-looking Ling Xiao, who's been accompanying him in their room all morning, while being stared at by XiaoMo's grudging eyes. He massaged him nonchalantly, and then served him tea. At noon, XiaoMo was finally able to move from bed. His ability to recover was clearly much faster than last time. Apart from his back, which still hurt a little, he didn't feel pain anymore. Looking at the lively XiaoMo, Ling Xiao sighed. It seems like if we do it again a few more times, you'll get used to it. XiaoMo imperiously spit out these two words, fuck you. Of course Ling Xiao couldn't hear his F word. He gave him the new clothes that were hanging on top of the screen. At first, he was going to help XiaoMo change, but unfortunately, he was rejected mercilessly. After finishing washing their faces and rinsing out their mouths, they changed clothes, and then went downstairs. There were so many guests in the tavern. When they stepped out from their room, all kinds of voices were mixing and the waves ran high into their ears. T/N, extremely noisy. Many people were talking so loudly, their saliva sprayed everywhere at the same time. Although Ling Xiao already put on mask, because both of them wore white clothes, they became quite eye-catching. Some people even stole a glance at them secretly. The waiters at this tavern were very attentive, even with so many guests inside. The moment both of them sat down, the waiter who served them yesterday was already walking towards them with a business smile plastered on his face. Hearing the waiter's greeting, XiaoMo nonchalantly chose some cheap dishes, while inside his heart, he angrily labeled the waiter as a profiteer. Even though those were just some ordinary dishes, they cost 3 gold coins. Even if you were a robber, you wouldn't be able to make money as fast as this tavern. Deep inside his heart, XiaoMo thought that he must think of a plan to make more money. Before he came here, he didn't think that Yen City's living expenses would be so high, several times higher than the south. Counting from the expenses so far, he believed that the 5 million gold coins in his purse would soon be spent. XiaoMo put some vegetables into his mouth, while looking at Ling Xiao, who ate the food gracefully, and was warming the heart and delighting the eyes. T/N, pleasant to the eyes. Where are we going to go? Ling Xiao said, according to the information, there's still half a month before Xian Academy comes to Yen City for student enrollment. Because we still don't know the exact place and time, we should look for the information as soon as possible, to avoid clasping the Buddha's feet when danger arises. T/N, making a hasty last-minute effort. Where are we going to look for the information? XiaoMo asked. Before Ling Xiao could answer him, the waiter came carrying a teapot and heard XiaoMo's question, so he asked, "Are both sirs going to gather some information?" Hearing him speak initiatively, XiaoMo simply asked, "Do you know any information about Xian Academy's student recruitment?" The waiter laughed. "Is this the first time both sirs have come to the Yen City?" XiaoMo lifted his eyebrow. "You could tell just from that." The waiter said, "Sir might not know, but the place for Xian Academy student enrollment is not fixed, sometimes at Yen City, sometimes at other northern region. But you two are very fortunate. Xian Academy will hold the student recruitment at Yen City this year. Even though they still haven't announced where they will hold the enrollment, they will inform everyone in 10 days. If sirs want to know as soon as possible, you can go to the Xianjilu." XiaoMo was taken aback. What kind of place is Xianjilu? The waiter became more certain that this was their first time in Yen City. Xianjilu is a place specialized in selling information. It has one particular division that specializes in looking for information upon request. For major events like the Xian Academy student enrollment, I'm sure Xianjilu will have the information. It sounded like a good plan, but XiaoMo still had a question. He asked, "If the enrollment announcement is within 10 days, doesn't it mean I don't really have to spend gold coins to buy information?" The waiter explained, "Sir does not know, even though they will announce the news in 10 days, there is a time limit for Xian Academy's enrollment. If you cannot get it in time, wouldn't it mean that you missed this opportunity?" XiaoMo still had one question that he didn't understand. Doesn't this Xian Academy have a reputation that no matter what the student's origin is, as long as we meet their requirements, they will accept them? Why don't they give the location announcement at an earlier date? The waiter answered patiently, "Because Xian Academy is very famous, there will be countless people signing up for the enrollment every time, but the people who are really able to pass are fewer than 1%. So, in order to not increase the burden for the teachers, who still have to choose students who have a true potential. It's been 3 years since Xian Academy started to plan this system. This year is the second time they will implement it. So their luck was bad, because they didn't come ahead of time." Because he got the information that he wanted, XiaoMo gave the waiter 1 gold coin as a tip. After the waiter walked away, XiaoMo suddenly frowned. His hunch yesterday was indeed right. It hasn't even passed a day, he already had to spend some money. Ling Xiao rubbed the creases between XiaoMo's eyebrow. "Don't think too much. After we spend money, we should just earn it again. Just eat. After that, we will go to Xianjilu to take a look. The enrollment isn't top secret, so it must be not that pricey." XiaoMo relaxed a little. What he said was true. After they finished eating, both of them asked the direction to Xianjilu, and then headed there. Xianjilu is located at the southeast corner of Yen City. It was a little far from their current location. If they took the gigantic flamebird, it would take them 3 days to arrive, while transport circles would only take a moment. Although Yen City doesn't permit people to fly above, people are allowed to use the gigantic flame bird. After they discussed it over, XiaoMo finally consented to use a transport circle. Although he already had a hunch that this decision would hurt him for a moment, after really being ripped off, his heart couldn't stop aching nonetheless. Since the spirit stone used for transport circle is very precious, and the spirit stone here is better than the one used at Nei City, so the price became very expensive. But the speed was indeed very fast. In just a moment, the people were already looking at an unfamiliar place. They didn't even have to ask people where Xianjilu was, because they could see it already. Looking at the center where the people were flowing from, there stand a huge, magnificent dome, as if it came from under the ground. This building was none other than Xianjilu, which covers a huge area. If you compared it with the Earth's Forbidden City, it approximately wouldn't reach 1/10 of it. Ling Xiaohan chopped XiaoMo's head, who was still in a daze. You look stupid. Let's go inside and take a look at that. When XiaoMo had just barely recovered from his surprise, Ling Xiao had already dragged him to enter Xianjilu and saw two pieces of huge screens that were very eye-catching. One of them already had a lot of information that had already been published, so everyone should know it. If the news was already put on top of the screen, it means you couldn't buy the information anymore. Another special thing about this place is that it's not commendatory for a shop assistant to serve the customers. On top of the screen, there was a bounty section, arranged based on the offered reward money, from high to low. When XiaoMo took a glance, he was amazed. Ling Xiao, who was beside him, noticed his unusual behavior, and tried to follow his line of sight. Coincidentally, he spotted a bounty with the highest reward, so he couldn't help but showing a nasty smile. 2 level 9 magic pills. No wonder this bounty was placed on the first position. Apparently the Qiu Ran mage really would go as far as giving up his treasure for the heavenly soul scripture. XiaoMo looked at the exact same information, but what took his attention wasn't the 2 level 9 magic pills. Instead, it was the bounty item that they have to retrieve. It clearly mentioned the 3 words heavenly soul scripture. He believed that the Long Xiang continent would not have other soul training book called Heavenly Soul Scripture. No wonder at that time, Ling Xiao could give him a soul training book easily. It was actually a stolen thing. XiaoMo immediately grabbed Ling Xiao's clothes, and stared at him with eyes that looked like lasers. You, please confess sincerely, that, don't tell me. Ling Xiao's corner of the mouth suddenly curved up and became radiant, and gave him the answer easily. Exactly. XiaoMo looked at him silently for a long time, and suddenly said, You said you didn't steal it. Ling Xiao recalled back, Did I say that? XiaoMo nodded with certainty, You did. Even if he didn't, XiaoMo would still have said he did. Ling Xiao said beamingly, Well, even if I did say something like that, I really didn't say it wrong. XiaoMo stared at him with wide eyes. The information is already out. You still say that you didn't? Of course. Ling Xiao laughed happily, because I didn't steal it, I just took it. XiaoMo, was there any difference? Ling Xiao touched his back, and then said to him pleasantly, Even if you struggle over this now, it's no use. It's already been a long time, and nobody knows that I was the one who did it. You can learn using that soul training book with peace. Of course he understood. But XiaoMo remembered that a few months ago, he foolishly gave away the heavenly soul scripture to his 3 seniors. Had he known earlier that it was a stolen thing, a taken thing, he wouldn't have simply gave it to them. The only thing that he could be glad about was that his seniors knew that that soul training book is very precious, so they certainly would keep it as a secret. T/N Forbidden City, Chinese imperial palace from the Ming dynasty to the end of the Qing dynasty, the years 1420 to 1912. It is in the center of Beijing, China, and now houses the Palace Museum. It served as the home of emperors and their households as well as the ceremonial and political center of Chinese government for almost 500 years. Constructed from 1406 to 1420, the complex consists of 980 buildings and covers over 180 acres. Yuan Yulin fangirling mode, OMG boss FDW. I couldn't stop laughing. Boss didn't feel any regret nor panic whatsoever, he even proud of it. As expected of a boss XDD. Quote of the day, I didn't steal it. I took it. Boss. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218. Chapter 218 Deception. XiaoMo, who was blown away, quickly recovered. Anyway, it was just like what Ling Xiao said. Nobody knew that the heavenly soul scripture was in their hands, so he could just train with ease. If people found out about it in the future, he would just keep on insisting that the heavenly soul scripture was his. That way, nobody would ever think of taking it from his hand. After he decided on the ownership of the heavenly soul scripture, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao started looking for the information that they wanted. Xianji Lu wouldn't put up all the information that they sell on the board. They would first explain what kind of information it was with the price enclosed. If you think you could afford it, and it was the type of information that you wanted, you could just go to the window selling information inside the building. XiaoMo looked at the news that was on top of the small screen, and found information that he had never even heard of. Such as, a certain two forces were in conflict, or the progress and results of the Great War from some famous powerhouses, and other information. But of course, the most eye-catching one was the information about Dao Xian Academy. XiaoMo found the section about Dao Xian Academy data and the inside information for student enrollment on the top 5 list. But when he saw the additional charge right beside the news, his jaw dropped. Even though it was just forthcoming information, they charged 1,000 crystal coins. It really is expensive beyond limits. Moreover, he found that the prices for many items at Yin City mainly used crystal coins. 1,000 coins, that means he had to spend about 1/5 of his total savings. Ling Xiao touched his chin and pondered for a moment. This price still makes sense. If there's no better price, you can buy it. XiaoMo leered at him. From what point of view does this make you think that this price is good? Ling Xiao knew he was struggling with the price, and laughed. Look carefully at the description above. The information that Xianji Lu gives is not only about student admission, they also have information about Dao Xian Academy, and we happen to need to ask about that one too. For the people who already know the information about Dao Xian Academy, this price is indeed really expensive, but for us, this information is exactly what we need the most. Well, although for this kind of information, we can just ask around a little bit, and we'll know about it. XiaoMo rolled his eyes. If Ling Xiao didn't say it, he might feel a little bit comforted, but because he added that last sentence, it just made him feel worse. He might as well have not said anything from the beginning. That being said, XiaoMo still reluctantly bought a Jade drive. This so-called Jade drive is an item that records various information and pictures. It is extremely convenient. The amount of information that can be stored inside a Jade drive is very large. But this kind of thing is not particularly common in the South, because in the South, people usually use paper books or scrolls that are made from special materials, so they don't have to worry that it would be damaged. But the Jade drives are more commonly used in the North, and Xianji Lu stored all of their information inside Jade drives. After XiaoMo looked at it roughly, he handed over the Jade drive to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was faster than him. He already absorbed all the information in the Jade drive by the time he glanced upon it. Unexpectedly, the information inside is quite complete. The information about Dao Xian Academy for the last 18 generations was all inside. XiaoMo was sorting out the information that he just absorbed, and the data really is complete. The Dao Xian Academy will hold the student enrollment at Yin City, Lei Tian Tai District. It will begin at 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Since there is a huge public square that can hold hundreds of thousands of people, a registration is needed in order to go to that place. One can already imagine how spectacular the scenery would be when they arrived. Then again, this was not important. All it said was how the Dao Xian Academy is the most famous institution in this Longxiang continent, thus the enrollment requirement is very high. The data in the Jade drive showed, for example, For a mage, the first requirement is to reach level 4 within 25 years of age. If their level is below level 4, or they are over 25-year-old, then one couldn't pass. However, the most surprising one was that this actually was only the first requirement. Passing the first requirement doesn't mean one is qualified to enroll into the Dao Xian Academy. There were still 2 other exams, and they were alchemy and refining magic pills. Only after passing these 2 tests could one truly become a Dao Xian Academy student. But aside from these things, XiaoMo found more surprising news. The Dao Xian Academy student enrollment is not only for mages, but also practitioners. The student enrollment for practitioners is also very high, but easier than a mage. They only have one requirement, that is to reach sun level before 25 years of age. XiaoMo asked Ling Xiao at once, "Have you reached 25 and sun level?" Ling Xiao gave a faint smile while glancing at him, and jokingly said, "Even before I was born, I had already passed sun level." XiaoMo didn't believe him, and looked into his eyes as if wanting to say, "You bragger." Ling Xiao just laughed and didn't explain anything to him. When XiaoMo saw his reaction that looked like bragging, he believed that Ling Xiao was bragging at him, and said this to him anyway. "The Dao Xian Academy also has open student enrollment for practitioners. Do you want to try and sign up?" Ling Xiao rubbed his chin. This is a good idea. His original plan was to hide at Dao Xian Academy after XiaoMo had enrolled, but it was a troublesome idea. Besides, Dao Xian Academy has many experts, so it was difficult to ensure that he wouldn't be found. Although he has the confidence that he wouldn't be found out, he still couldn't rule out the possibility of when an accident happens. If he enrolls as a student at Dao Xian Academy, he could be with XiaoMo openly. But there is one more troublesome thing, and that is the Soul Stone test. A Soul Stone is designed specially to detect spiritual traces from practitioners and mages, and it could determine a person's age by reading the fluctuation in one's soul. But only a few people use it, unless there was a large-scale enrollment, like the Dao Xian Academy, since they had age requirement. Even though Ling Zhao's skill is high, it's impossible for him to change his own soul fluctuations, so he'd be rejected because of the first requirement, unless. XiaoMo obviously thought about it, too. Ling Xiao is very skillful, there's no way that he is only 25 years old. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao, who was deep in thought, and asked, "Have you found a way?" After pondering for a moment, Ling Xiao nodded his head. "There's a way, but..." XiaoMo became happy, and asked him quickly, "What would you do?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and talked with a slightly bloody tone, "Find a body that has similar build as I do, let him register in my stead, and then kill him to prevent him letting the cat out of the bag." XiaoMo, couldn't you just use gold coins to bribe him? Ling Xiao laughed lightly, "Only a dead person can keep a secret." XiaoMo wrinkled up his facial expression, "Is there no other method?" Even though he really wanted Ling Xiao to go to Dao Xian Academy with him, but to kill a person just for this small matter is just too cruel. He wanted to protest against an injustice in that person's stead. If it were him, he too would feel extremely vexed. Ling Xiao let out a pfftt laughing sound. XiaoMo instantly made all kinds of facial expression and leered at him. He had a feeling that he was being played again. Ling Zhao's shoulder was trembling from laughing, and could only stop after a long time. In fact, there's another way. You just have to erase his memories after that. He could absorb other people's memories, so of course he could also erase them too. But there's one little problem: when he erased a person's memories, it would be extremely painful, and it would be unbearable to ordinary people. XiaoMo didn't know about this, so his expression lit up again. "I'm fine with this method." Ling Xiao laughed. "If you think this one is good, then let's use this method." XiaoMo nodded immediately, but when he had just barely nodded, he suddenly remembered the biggest problem. But where could we find a practitioner of sun level, with the age under 25? If that person meets the requirements, don't you think he also wants to enter Dao Xian Academy, BA? What if after you erased his memories, he knew about this information, and also wanted to sign up? What would you do if that happens? He thought about the series of problems waiting ahead. Ling Xiao said, "You don't have to worry, I already thought of these problems. If we can't find a suitable one, I still can make one. As for whether he will register after that, as long as we erase his memories after he registers for us, then there'll be no problems." XiaoMo's brain capacity had reached its limit. "What do you mean by make one?" Ling Xiao explained, "Aren't you a level 4 mage? You usually refine a magic pill without a problem. Are you still afraid that you couldn't make a pill to turn a sky-level practitioner into a sun-level one using it?" That's right, XiaoMo just realized, he is already a level 4 mage. If they couldn't find a practitioner that matched the condition, they just have to put up with it and look for a sky-level practitioner. By that time, he could just refine 3 magic pills and give it to that person to raise his level. After that, both of them left Xianjilu. After discussing with each other, they decided to not look for a person that meet the requirement, because that person was certainly is going to register. Even if they found him, that person may not be willing to do it. So, rather than wasting time, might as well look for people below 25 years old, with sky level 5-star or more. But even though they lowered their requirements, it was also difficult to find this kind of person, because they still had to look for the one with a similar figure to Ling Xiao. As a result, they spent 7 to 8 days already searching for one. T/N. Literally a paper pamphlet thingy made of jade. It's like a scroll, default shape, that can make information flow inside your head as you open it/take it. Jade tablet is used more often in wuxia, but because of the certain properties, i.e. its ability to act like a magical thumb drive, we decided to name it a jade drive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 219. Chapter 219, Life and Death Street, Luyu. There is a narrow street at Yin City, sandwiched in between 2 big influential families, but doesn't belong to either side. The street's name is called Life and Death Street, and the people who gathered at that place are all extremely violent and wicked. Most of them are fugitives who fled from outside to that place or people who don't belong to any forces. But it doesn't mean that all people there are people who kill other people like flies. Some of them are only lone practitioners who don't want to join major forces at Yin City. Due to the mutual agreement between forces at Yin City, the Life and Death Street becomes a place that is not controlled by anybody. Because of that, the Life and Death Street's condition has become very chaotic. All kinds of people who have unusual strength, kidnap people and steal treasures find themselves here. It's very chaotic, and it couldn't become any more chaotic than that. On a bright sunny day, a robbery occurred on Life and Death Street. A person who didn't look that old, looked just like a passerby. The youth, whose strength looked to be only at the sky level, robbed a bald, burly star-level guy. Probably because he knew that his own strength was below the other person, the youth ran after he robbed the guy's magic bag. The bald guy got angry, and called his companions to chase after the youth. The youth glanced back in a hurry, and his pupils became small in an instant. Apparently, he didn't think that the robbed bald guy had a group of thug companions, and each of their strengths were not below him. The youth ran in a rush, and carelessly ran into a dead end. When the youth turned his head, the bald guy and his gang had already reached the entrance of the dead end. "You son of a bitch, do you think you can still run? Dare to rob this great uncle's magic bag, don't you know who this great uncle is?" The bald man made a vicious face while cracking his own 10 fingers in front of the cornered youth. The bald guy didn't want to catch the youth in a hurry. Since the youth dared to challenge the bald guy, they wouldn't let go of him easily. The youth's face became pale, there was a glimpse of despair in his eyes. If it were only the bald guy, he still could risk his life and try to run, but the bald guy had 5 people following behind him, the gap was too big, he had no way out. The people who live in the Life and Death Street were all vicious and merciless. For them, it's easier to kill people than eating a dish. When the youth turned desperate, he heard a surprised and bewildered sound from on top of his head. This person's figure is really similar to yours, eh? But he's a little bit dirty." The youth looked up abruptly. He didn't realize there were two unfamiliar men on top the wall above his head. One was small, while the other was big. The small one who just talked looked younger with a delicate and pretty face, and his eyes looked very bright, completely without impurities nor hostility. This man surely wasn't a person from the Life and Death Street, while the big one was gorgeously dressed and looked just like the aristocrat with high nobility. But somehow this man gave off a rather complicated impression. After hearing the boy's words, he revealed a faint smile on his lips. Then let's choose him, but... The youth's intuition told him that these two people were very interested in him, and perhaps they could save him. The key was these two people. The youth had no other choice, so he shouted at both of them hastily, "If both of you are willing to help me, I promise I will fulfill whatever you want me to do." Nothing is more important than life. He didn't mind even if he has to work like an ox. As long as he could survive, he would do anything. The teenager immediately showed a joyful expression. "Are you really willing to do anything?" The youth nodded without hesitation. "I'm willing to do anything, as long as both of you save my life." The teenager quickly said, "Then you must not take your words back, oh." The youth nodded. "I will never take back my words, but..." Seeing the youth made an unfathomable mystery, T/N, unable to make head or tail of it, agreement with the two men right in front of his eyes, the bald man suddenly became furious. He glared at XiaoMo who was on top of the wall. "Want to save him? That also depends whether you have the skill to do that or not. You guys try me." When he heard this, the youth immediately looked towards XiaoMo's side, to Ling Xiao. You can't blame him for that, because XiaoMo really didn't look like a practitioner. Although a mage also has abilities, but since he looked young, no matter how you look at it, there's no way he could win over a group of moon-level and star-level practitioners. When XiaoMo looked at the youth's action, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and quickly let out one of the Cho team. Suddenly, a fiery red object appeared out of nowhere in front of the youth. The youth stared at it with big eyes, and couldn't help but rub his own eyes. It unexpectedly was a fiery red demon fox. The fox looked like it's already matured. Its pair of rare, fiery red eyes were flickering brightly and looked at him with ice-cold eyes, then turned to look at the bald guy in his group with an ice-cold and bloodthirsty expression from its eyes. The bald guy and his men were suddenly frightened. They stopped hastily, stared at the seven-tailed demon fox frightenedly. 7 tails, so that means this one is a level 7 demon fox. Not waiting for them to react and run away, Mao Cho turned its figure into fiery red and ran towards them. Its speed was very fast. Before the bald guy and his men were able to react or hide, each of them were immediately burned by its flame. Suddenly there was an agonizing scream, followed by other shrills. Because the bald guy was the last one, he should be able to run, but seeing that he was already scared and limp on the ground, if the 7-level demon fox were to kill him, he was already unable to run away, not to mention that the other party was already suppressing him using its power. Those facts have proved that he already couldn't escape. Mao Cho simply didn't give him any chance to. After it killed his companions, Mao Cho gracefully walked towards him and opened its ferocious mouth in front of its prey, and ate the bald man's upper body in one bite. Before the bald man could even make a miserable cry, Mao Cho had already swallowed him completely. As Xiao He said before, inside the bodies of strong practitioners and mages flow a lot of energy through the meridian system. Eating their corpse would help them level up. This was the first time XiaoMo saw this oppressive sight, so he was terrified. Ling Xiao intentionally let him look at it, so he didn't cover XiaoMo's eyes. The youth's expression was calm. There were more brutal things that had happened at Life and Death Street. If he couldn't adapt even to this small thing, it would be impossible for him to survive on Life and Death Street. 2 minutes later, the three of them appeared at the inn on Life and Death Street. The inn was a tourist trap. The price was unusually high, and if they found out that the other party's strength was lower than themselves, they would just rob and kill them. Nevertheless, for the people who couldn't find a place to stay, they would still choose this inn and just be careful not to reveal their valuables. XiaoMo put Mao Cho back into the space, and then got comforted by Ling Xiao. He already accepted the fact that demon beasts eat people. No matter what, it was part of the natural selection, the survival of the fittest. If he couldn't fit, he would just get eliminated, just like what he learned from his biology class. The youth was surprised on how both Ling Xiao and XiaoMo got along with each other. His instinct told him they weren't just friends, instead, they were more like lovers. The youth was frightened by his own imagination. But he wasn't surprised for too long. There are actually some men who get together with another man in this world, and because it was harder for women practitioners to practice compared to men practitioners in this long Xian continent, so there were far less women practitioners compared to men. My name is Luyu. I give my thanks to both of you for saving me. I'm wondering, what can I do to help you, when both of you found me? Luyu got rid of his distracting thoughts, cupping his hands towards both of them. After he witnessed the teenager's contract beast, there's no way he would dare to think of doing any funny business. XiaoMo asked, have you reached 25? Luyu blankly stared, not yet, I will reach 25 next year. XiaoMo was somewhat surprised. He hasn't reached 25 years old, but he was already so tall. What did he eat to grow up to be that tall? Hey, you! Before he could finish talking, he was already interrupted by Ling Xiao. XiaoMo, let's just get to the point. But XiaoMo's ears became red. He rubbed his nose and said, do you know about the student enrollment at Xian Academy? We'd like you to register for one of us. After you finish this task, we will reward you accordingly. Luyu's sight fell on Ling Xiao. He finally understood what they meant at the dead end before. It was actually because of this. It's nothing difficult, I can help you with that, but my strength isn't enough. Xian Academy's requirement for student enrollment is Sun level or above. Student admission for Xian Academy was extremely sensational, and he lived at Life and Death Street. There'd be no way he hadn't heard about it. XiaoMo laughed, you don't have to worry, I am a mage, I can just give you magic pills to help you level up into Sun level. It won't be a problem anymore. Luyu's eyes became bigger, and then asked excitedly, is what you said really true? XiaoMo immediately took out a bottle of level 3 magic pills on top of the table. Luyu couldn't help but rub his hand. He stared at the transparent jade bottle filled with the magic pills passionately. The color and luster of these level 3 magic pills were actually much darker than the low-grade magic pills that he got before, so these were actually high-level magic pills? This thing, you will really give it to me? Luyu asked him hesitantly. He still hardly believed there would be such a good thing. Of course, but just for insurance. After that we will erase your memory about this matter. If you agree with this term, this bottle is yours. When things are done, I will give you 5 level 4 magic pills. How about it? XiaoMo asked. This was clearly where meats fell from the sky. If he were to reject it, he would become the biggest fool in the world. When he saw that he nodded, XiaoMo became secretly relieved. Were he to refuse, he couldn't guarantee he would be able to find another person whose figure was similar to Ling Xiao's. When Luyu was about to take the jade bottle, suddenly there was a hand that came over, and the index finger was on top of the bottle's neck. When he looked up, he saw that the owner of the hand was a masked man. Ling Xiao said, I have to tell you beforehand. When I erase your memories, it will be extremely painful to the point that you may not wish to live, but Luyu quickly responded, and said this firmly, in order to become stronger, I can endure all kinds of hardships. Ling Xiao raised up his eyebrow, and moved his hand. Since it had already been 8 days before they finally found Luyu, plus, they had to make Luyu level up, as well as making his body qualities similar to Ling Xiao, it took another couple of days before they could finalize all the details. Finally, they sat on top of the gigantic flame bird, and quickly went to the student enrollment place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220. Chapter 220. Go get a doctor if you are sick. The enrollment of Xian Academy was a grand occasion. Thanks to it, compared to the usual day, the flow of people that came in and out of Yin City was doubled. This brought lots of prosperity to the city. Even though this year the information about the location was restricted, there were still endless amounts of people who had heard the news. Like today, all the roads leading to the Lei Tian platform were extremely packed and busy with endless streams of carriages and passengers coming in. In order to save time, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao used the transportation circle, which only took a blink to reach the big street near the Lei Tian platform. Located in the center of Yan City, the Lei Tian platform was a dueling arena with a very long history attached. This place, since long ago, had seen the rise and fall of countless individuals. However, the center area was still a hectic and busy place overflowing with people. Yan City had a rule that didn't allow people to fly above. That was why XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had to walk on foot. Originally XiaoMo wanted to use a carriage, but there were too many of them on the road, but none willing to stop for them. Most of the carriages either already had an owner or were loaded with guests, and almost all of them went toward the Lei Tian platform's direction. Even though it was something XiaoMo had expected, he would never have thought it would be this many of registrants. Suddenly he came into realization why Dao Xian Academy did it. They already restricted the info and yet so many came. If they hadn't done it, then wouldn't the amount have doubled? Ling Xiao patted XiaoMo's head. Let us go forward, and also, let Liu adapt a little. Until now Liu had never seen such a majestic scene. This made him feel a little unadaptable. Not only that, he also had to learn Ling Xiao's every movement and behavior. His face was so tightly tensed and he couldn't relax for a moment. XiaoMo looked at Liu, who was wearing clothes that closely resembled Ling Xiao's style, except the mask. Mainly because that old mask was too dazzling, XiaoMo had to buy a new one and also a new set of clothes for Liu, in order to mix the spurious within the genuine. Under the mask was the same face as Ling Xiao. Of course, this was also Ling Xiao's brilliant work. As for Ling Xiao, he changed into Liu's appearance, an ordinary-looking face, the type that people wouldn't pay attention to. Ling Xiao was uneasy leaving XiaoMo by himself, so he also came with them. Fortunately, the distance between the Lei Tian platform and the transport circle was not too far. After walking for nearly 2 hours, the trio finally reached the square next to the Lei Tian platform. It was a very large square that seemed to have no border, drowning in a sea of people, so loud and noisy like thunder striking next to one's ear. The rumored square that could contain hundreds of thousands of people, now looked just like a street market. Such a large amount of people, this unbelievable scene shocked XiaoMo from inside out. He really underestimated the influence of the 3 words, Dao Xian Academy. Right now, in front of them, was a huge ground that was almost half full. Although not everyone here came for enrollment, some of them were only here to accompany their children, but the fact that those waiting in line was so long that XiaoMo couldn't even see the mentor that was sent here for the administration job. XiaoMo jumped up a little. This many people, when would this line end? Ling Xiao pressed down on XiaoMo's shoulder. Choose a line that doesn't have too many people. The first registration day is only to test age and level, so the speed should be much faster. If you still hesitate, the lines will only become longer. XiaoMo knew his words made sense, so he said, okay, I will go line up. Meanwhile you should go with Liu and give him some instruction, so that he can avoid mistakes. Liu hurriedly said, I don't need it. I don't need it, I will be careful on my own. Liu didn't dare to let this big man accompany him. Not mentioning the pressure he felt when standing by Ling Xiao, after a few days of observing, he knew this big man was very concerned about his companion. Even though it felt nice to have such a practitioner protecting him, but to ask for this big man's protection, he didn't have the guts. Ling Xiao said, I will accompany you first, after that I will help him later. XiaoMo saw them both reject his suggestion, so he didn't insist anymore. Although there were a lot of registrants, compared to the practitioner's side, the mage side was already significantly less, not even half. Moreover, Dao Xian had set up 10 register points, so each line was not particularly too long. So they picked the shortest one between all the lines, but there was still more than 500 people in front of them. XiaoMo stood on his tiptoes to see. He could vaguely see an elderly man who was taking students' registration. His speed was not slow, each person only needed less than a minute. Ling Xiao noticed XiaoMo couldn't stay put since coming, and he once again pressed down on XiaoMo's shoulder. Calm down, that mentor is not going to run away. XiaoMo explained, I'm not worried about him running away, I'm just a little excited. I can't guess what will happen after I enroll into Dao Xian. In his previous life, it was not like he had never gone to school before, but the meaning was not the same. Ling Xiao had actually never gone to an academy before, so he was also clueless, but according to the information the Jade Drive had mentioned, it seemed like it would not bad at all. So he smiled and said, rest assured, it shouldn't let you down, not. Some people really live in a fantasy, they haven't even passed the examination yet and are already imagining the academy life. What a shameless bunch that thinks themselves like the geniuses of the 4 major clans of Yin City. Right after Ling Xiao ended his sentence, a satire and disdaining voice suddenly came to their ears, and then was followed by some ear-piercing laughter full of contempt. Ling Xiao's expression went grim, and he turned to the side and looked at the person, his eyes revealing a trace of killing intent. XiaoMo quickly pulled his arm and hugged it to calm him down, and then looked at the guy, who was a young man in his 20s. He didn't stand in the same line as them, but coincidentally was standing in the line next to them. The youth lifted the corner of his eyebrow and gave out a very irritating feeling. Seeing them look at him, he coldly made a heh sound. His expression filled with disdain. What are you looking at, did I say it wrong? XiaoMo's eyes trembled, the hand that hugged Ling Xiao squeezed tighter. Ling Xiao originally was filled with anger, but XiaoMo's action really amused him and made him laugh. He thought XiaoMo would tolerate it. The youth saw them still able to laugh. He couldn't help but feel like he was being ignored. His face suddenly became salty. This year's registrants are nothing more than a pile of junk. Even the type that think they are good enough came to register. He sneered, just wait until people take you down and let's see how long you can stay satisfied. XiaoMo took in a deep breath. He faced those sneering eyes, said, you are right, even junk come here to register, look at your puny appearance. I totally can see you won't be able to satisfy for long either. What did you just say? Do you dare to repeat again? The youth's face changed into every color very splendidly, his eyes filled with raging flame as he stared at XiaoMo as if he wanted to say, if you repeat it again she'll chop you into pieces. XiaoMo glanced at him, I'm not your servant. Why should I listen to you? Who are you anyway? The angry XiaoMo was never polite to anyone. This image was very conflicting to his usual obedient image. This was the first time Ling Xiao heard him argue back, not to mention very cleverly and eloquently. The XiaoMo right now gave Ling Xiao a very fresh feeling and was extremely fascinating, thus Ling Xiao did not interrupt. The youth's face turned from green to purple. This was the first time he was talked to like that. Anger is the influence. He didn't even spare a moment to choose an appropriate word. I want to challenge you, if you have enough guts, fight me on the Lei Tian platform. XiaoMo knew Lei Tian platform's purpose, but he spared a least concern for it. He said with a ridiculous imply, why should I fight you? Is there a reason I should obey every one of your words? I am embarrassing you, ah. Not only did the youth roll his eyes, even the people standing nearby couldn't believe it and stared at him. In the heart of most people, dueling on Lei Tian platform held a sacred meaning. Usually if someone challenged you, rarely would anyone reject it. Unless it was a challenge sent by one of a higher level to the lower, but this type of situation was generally rare. The youth, seeing that XiaoMo seemed young, he thought XiaoMo just an ordinary level 4 mage, because this was one of the simplest requirements to register. Since he was a mid-level 4 mage, that was why he dared to challenge XiaoMo. But he never imagined XiaoMo would refuse him so bluntly. So you are too afraid to fight me then? That is why you didn't dare to accept. The youth maliciously sneered, as long as you kowtow an apology to me 3 times, I won't calculate what happened earlier. XiaoMo surprisingly looked at him. You want me to apologize for the fact that you are going to be weep soon? Is your brain sick? I suggest you find some doctor to check your brain, so that you can avoid infecting the people around you. The youth was so angry his finger trembled while pointing at him, not a single word came out. At this moment, outside the crowd came a loud laugh. This fellow here is right, you should go get a doctor if you are sick. T/N, note for mage system. From level 4 and beyond, since the distance between each level gets wider and harder to reach a new level, within a level is now divided into 3 smaller parts, low, mid, high. This refers to the progress within a level. And between each level, there is also a stage called peak. If you nearly reach a new level and breakthrough, then you are at the peak. Example, level 4 mage that has a progress halfway to a new level equals mid-level 4. Level 4 mage that have progress 2/3 to the new level equals high level 4. Level 4 mage that have progress 2 out of 3 to the new level and almost breakthrough to new level equals peak level 4. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221. Chap 221. Get in through the back door. The one who let out a laughing sound came out from the crowd. Then person was a man who carried a huge blade on his back. He has a bright and cheerful face with a strongly defined facial contour, a very handsome man. He emitted a bright, elegant and unconventional aura. You can tell just from a glance that he is a firm and manly man. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that Xiao? Why does he come here? You fool, why shouldn't Xiao comes here? Don't forget that he is the disciple of Dao Xian Academy's vice chairman. I heard that Dao Xian Academy sent outstanding students to maintain the order and safety of this student enrollment. I never imagined they would send out Xiao. He really is very incredible, ah. When they saw him, the people were all pleasantly surprised. Not only surprised, they also couldn't help but make a gasping sound. All of them have heard about Xiao's popularity, but have not been able to see his graceful bearing. Many people found it rather regrettable because they never expected that they would be able to look at him this close, so they missed him already, while some hardcore fans immediately began fawning over him in happiness. The youth who dared to mock XiaoMo earlier face already turned pale. He never imagined that Xiao would unexpectedly hear their conversation and help XiaoMo. If he were to be reported to the teachers at Dao Xian Academy, he probably wouldn't be able to enter Dao Xian Academy for the rest of his life. He is now 25 years old. 3 years later, his age would exceed the admission limit. XiaoMo was looking at the man who spoke up for him with surprise. This person was called Lam. Judging from his imposing manner, and how others treat him respectfully, this Lam must be not an ordinary person. The disciple of vice chairman, the rumored second generation, this identity alone was imposing enough. T/N, second generation in China means that you're a child from someone powerful, like official/tycoon, thus enables you to easily achieve any position without much effort. Just right when he was being entranced, suddenly a hand was waving in front of his face. Coming back to his senses, XiaoMo saw Ling Xiao leering at him, and obviously, his expression was absolutely irritated. This time, he was too embarrassed to say anything because they were in public, so he had to pull back Ling Xiao's hand instead. Yao Yang actually didn't expect to see him making this kind of scene. At first, he just came to do a normal routine inspection, but then he overheard the teenager and youth's conversation. There's no denying that the teenager's words were really full of confidence, but being confident about oneself is a good thing, so he felt that the teenager was right. He thought the teenager was a very gentle person. Gao Yang felt poorly for him and wanted to speak up for him. But he didn't expect the teenager to be so quick-witted, and even refused the duel invitation like it was the most natural thing to do. He looked like he didn't really understand the significance of dueling at Lei Tian platform. Little brother, you really are an eloquent speaker, I really admire you. Gao Yang was laughing while cupping both of his hands in front of his chest towards XiaoMo. XiaoMo laughed awkwardly. This level of speech couldn't regard him as an eloquent speaker. He felt that it was just at a tolerable level. Not at all, you are too polite. But somehow he felt that this Gao Yang was kinda similar to Zhou Pang, at least, their characters seemed to be the same, a very generous person. Gao Yang said, "My name is Gao Yang, I wonder how should I call little brother? XiaoMo said, I'm called XiaoMo. At first, he was going to introduce Ling Xiao, but then Ling Xiao would enter the school using a different face, so he dismissed the idea. Since Gao Yang was the vice chairman's disciple, they might meet again later. Gao Yang was interested in him, so he said, little brother I think your queue is still very long. I know a teacher, she currently doesn't have anything to do, if you don't mind, I can ask her to test you. XiaoMo became delighted, and nodded in an instant, I don't mind. I'll be troubling you to show me the way. This is the so-called getting in through the back door. He unexpectedly had the fortune to do it in this lifetime. And then, the not-so-polite XiaoMo pulled Ling Xiao to follow Gao Yang and went through the back door. The onlookers were all shocked and gaping their mouths. Gao Yangasha would unexpectedly open a back door for a person that he just met less than half an hour ago. That was rather scary. When will they be able to walk through the back door? Some people immediately got jealous at XiaoMo. As for the incident between XiaoMo and the youth, many people had already forgotten about that. Led by Gao Yang, they smoothly entered Dao Xian Academy's hall. The hall was a place for teachers to rest for a while, except for the ones who have special statuses. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. The hall where the teachers could rest looked very simple from the outside. There was only a simple board on the door, but the inside didn't look simple at all. The decorations and furniture was all from the finest materials, they all looked so luxurious and valuable. Apart from the teachers, there was a group that looked like students in the hall, followed by some attendants or bodyguards behind them. To be followed by bodyguards, looked like they were someone from the influential families. As soon as they entered, the people looked at them. Some people greeted Gao Yang naturally, but XiaoMo could feel it, there were many pairs of eyes that were lurking on him. Ning Gingdaosher, I brought you someone. After he greeted the others, Gao Yang brought them to a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s, but still maintained her graceful bearing. This woman was the one he called Ning Gingdaosher, and just like her name, she made you feel comfortable and peaceful just by looking at her. T/N, her name means peaceful, tranquility. The woman wore aqua blue clothes, and pasted a gentle smile on her beautiful face. Her sparkling beautiful eyes were looking at them just like a quite clear spring. When she heard Gao Yang's words, the woman's line of sight naturally fell onto XiaoMo who was behind him, and warmly asked, Are you the one who brought this little friend? Gao Yang, since when did you start to help people go through the back door? This remark has a hint of teasing in it, but it wasn't meant to criticize him. Every time Dao Xian Academy held a student enrollment, there were many people who got in through the back door. But what surprised Ning Jing the most was that Gao Yang would actually bring people to go through the back door. From her impression, Gao Yang would never do such thing, so she really got curious. What kind of person could make Gao Yang make an exception like this? Upon hearing it, Gao Yang called XiaoMo to go to her. Ning Jingdaosher, this person is XiaoMo. I feel like we've been friends for a long time even though it was our first meeting. When I saw him sunbathing outside with the glaring sun, and knowing that you have nothing to do, I helped him to look for you. XiaoMo talked as formal as possible. Nice to meet you, teacher, but... Ning Jing looked at him for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Since Gao Yang has brought you all the way here, then please come with me. Please wait a minute. Just when they're about to turn around, the students who also went through the back door suddenly shouted at them. Ning Jing's beautiful eyebrow made a little frown. The one who called out to them was a man in his 20s. When they looked at him, he was already walking towards them, and happily said, Ning Jiangdaosher, since you will help him to take the test, you shouldn't have any problems helping us take the test too. The young man stared at Ning Jingdaosher with a hint of passion in his eyes, filled with obvious adoration towards her. XiaoMo was surprised by this fact, so he glanced at Ning Jing secretly. This Ning Jingdaosher should be over 30 years old, while the young man was only in his 20s. The age gap between them should at least around 10 years old. But Ning Jingdaosher was indeed a really beautiful woman. This kind of gentle and beautiful woman really fit his image of a gentle sister, only that she was a little bit older. Ning Jing actually didn't want to pay attention to them, but since he already said it, she couldn't refuse them. She lazily said, "Then you all can come with me." And she turned around after she said that. The man's smiling face turned cold all of a sudden. His venomous, cold stare fell on XiaoMo. Not only did Ning Jingdaoshi not smile at him, she didn't even bother to say more than one word to him, but towards this person, she was soft and gentle, just like dripping water. XiaoMo felt like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He suddenly shuddered from head to toe. He noticed the man was looking at him, but he didn't understand. He didn't seem to have said anything or did something. Why did it look like he had offended him? XiaoMo didn't realize it, but for Ling Xiao, who always took notice of his surroundings, it was crystal clear. Ling Xiao slowly narrowed his deep eyes. His ordinary face suddenly became unfathomable. Compared to the man whose gaze was cold like a venomous snake, his was more like a sleeping lion. Although they could be tested personally by Ning Jingdaoshi, for people who had statuses like them, they actually had to rely on an unimportant person whose name they didn't even know to get this opportunity. The atmosphere suddenly became very delicate. Apparently everyone already became a little hostile towards XiaoMo. Ning Jingdaoshi walked toward the seat that was specially put on the hall and sat down. A male staff immediately brought a scroll and a brush and put it in front of her. This Ning Jing's destructive power, indeed, is really powerful. XiaoMo couldn't help but sigh. After she paused a little, Ning Jingdaoshi talked to them with a warm voice. "Well then, let's start the test. Come here one by one, don't cut in line. First tell me your name, age, and lastly, your rank. Who wants to go first?" The young man practically stood up immediately. "I will go first. T/N. Guxia equals Your Excellency, the Honorable, Your Lordship. A honorable title, kinda similar to Sama in Japanese. It was commonly used during ancient times. On modern times, people use it for letters, especially business-related letters, and during diplomatic occasions. Naming problem: Gao Yang is written with a common chara to write someone's name, but Momo, with his low IQ, as boss always said, mistook it for which mean lamb. Well, you can't really blame him since it's spelled the same. Gao Yang XDD. Daoshi equals teacher/tutor/academic advisor. The means to lead, guide, conduct. While that is the normal character for a teacher/master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222. Chapter 222: The Genius's Unexpected Mistake. After saying that, the young man also took a glance at XiaoMo with a very obvious provocation. XiaoMo really couldn't understand. Was there anything to boast about? To him, being the first or last person is practically the same. Well, not like he had high hopes for other people to have the same idea as him. Ning Jingdaoshi casually replied, as if she had, more or less, heard about this guy's word and deeds. The young man said, "My name is Chai Jun, third son to the Chai family. I'm 24 this year and a level 4 mage." The middle phrase "third son" was totally unnecessary, but he seemed to have said it purposely in order to show off. The way he deliberately adding more pitch to indicated his superiority, even an outsider would sense he was boasting. Ning Jingdaoshi's calm face didn't change in the slightest. She told him to stand in front of the staff, who was holding the soul stone next to her, to get his age tested. With a serious demeanor and calm attitude, as her eyebrow drooped while she began writing down the information, she gave out a very mature and dignified aura. In front of her, Chai Jun was stunned. His mind was too occupied to think, his eyes filled with an overwhelming admiration. After Chai Jun's turn, his squad started pushing each other to be the next one in line. Because Ning Jingdaoshi was a mage, so obviously she only accepted registration from other mage. That was why other practitioners who also used this back door could only stand by and watch. XiaoMo carefully listened to people announcing their age and level. He realized most of these people were from 22 to 25, all at level 4. Meanwhile, a level 5 mage, which was considered to be a genius level, hadn't appeared yet. But he had to admit, the north really was where the talented gathered. Back in Tian Xin sect, his 2 seniors' qualification was seen as genius. However, here at the Dao Xian Academy enrollment test, that kind of qualification was only regarded as average. This really opened his eyes. This was the first time he was deeply aware of how small the South was. Their situation was nowhere near the level of the North. Ling Xiao, who was standing beside XiaoMo, seeing his expression as if he was lost in thought, couldn't help but ask, "Something wrong?" XiaoMo shook his head, said, "Nothing, I'm just thinking they are indeed very talented." Ling Xiao lifted the corner of his mouth, knowing XiaoMo probably was thinking about Feng Qianlu and Fu Zulin, so he smiled. "There is nothing for you to envy. For them to be able to reach level 4 at this age, it all thanks to their family support. Moreover, most of them already started practicing in their childhood, at least more than 17 to 18 years, the longest maybe even 20 years. That is how long all of them have spent on practicing." Ling Xiao specifically looked at Chai Jun while ending his sentence. XiaoMo followed his line of sight that fell down on Chai Jun, blinked. They began practicing since they were only 4 years old? Weren't people supposed to learn how to walk and speak at the age of 4? E/N, wrong, children usually do that around 8 months to 2 years old. Ling Xiao said, all the disciples of the big family have to start practicing early. To begin at 4 is nothing to be surprised about. There are some that even start sooner. XiaoMo couldn't stop staring. The hell were these big families? They surely were sadistic enough. Ling Xiao suddenly whispered in XiaoMo's ear, softly teasing, "XiaoMo, you shouldn't be the one to speak. Comparing them to you, they can't even match your toe. It barely has been a year since you started and you have become a level 4 mage. This kind of talent, if you overlook the whole Long Tian continent, absolutely no genius can compare to you." XiaoMo was silenced, but after a while, the corner of his mouth started curving up. Hearing Ling Xiao say that, he faintly remembered, there was this matter. The more he thought about it, the more his cheeks became redder, more and more like a ripe peach. Ling Xiao had an urge to chomp down on those flushing cheeks. But he knew the limit right now. Although everyone's attention was on that Ning Gingdasher, he couldn't guarantee people wouldn't look at their way. If people saw them, XiaoMo would definitely get angry at him. While Ling Xiao was thinking about it, Gao Yang, who's standing in front of them, suddenly turned his head around. Gao Yang meant to call XiaoMo up to test, but seeing his face become so red, he couldn't help but freeze a little. Not for a moment Gao Yang's reaction worked again, as he asked, "Fellow you, are you okay? Did you catch any illnesses?" Ling Xiao didn't wait for XiaoMo's answer, he indifferently said, "He's fine." Gao Yang looked at him. This man always gave him a weird feeling, but he couldn't figure out how and why. After hearing his answer, and seeing XiaoMo's blush had slightly faded, so he stopped asking. "Fellow you are next in line." XiaoMo listened to him, and went to the front. Since he didn't compete with the others to test first, he was the last one. The crowd that was all lively earlier now suddenly quieted down and stared at each other. Then they restored the laughing at others' pained face. They wanted to see what was so good about the person that Gao Yang personally brought here. Ning Gingdasher looked at XiaoMo with a faint smile. Her impression of this little youngster was not bad, because unlike other people with arrogant attitudes, XiaoMo had a modest and polite manner with a somewhat shy personality. The most important thing was that he looked at her with the respect for an elder. Ning Gingdasher faintly smiled, "Little one, give me your information." XiaoMo scratched the back of his head, timidly saying, "I am called XiaoMo. I think this year I should be 19 years old. I'm also a level 4 mage." He said should be because he was not too sure about his age. After all, he reincarnated halfway here, and he also forgot to ask it first. After he ended his sentence, the hall went quiet. A level 4 mage at 19, this kind of talent could definitely stand on the same ground as the geniuses of Dao Xian Academy. Every pair of eyes fell on XiaoMo, full of surprise. Chai Jun, who was waiting for XiaoMo to embarrass himself, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This natural endowment was not much difference apart from that guy. A level 4 mage at 19, not like the North had not seen one before, but the number was definitely no more than 50 people. Although Dao Xian recruited new students every 3 years, but the 20 to 25 range usually made up the majority. Anyone less than 20 years old was very rare. This type of person literally could be seen as genius. This difference had a great connection with the first test. To reach level 4 was not something you could do only by dreaming. Some people, even though it began training since childhood, the practice path did not go as smoothly as some people thought it would. As such, this was a very rocky road. Most people would be 20 by the time they reached level 4. Those with good luck, they obtained level 4 at 20 exactly at the time Dao Xian opened for admission. While those with bad luck, even if they met the level requirements, they still had to wait for another admission year. That was why, even though 19 years old was not the best of the best for natural endowment, it definitely was the best out of everybody here. Ning Jingdashi looked at the youngster with astonishment in her eyes. This little one really gave her a big surprise. Ning Jingdashi was a level 7 mage. Even though she was an outstanding beauty, but because her level was not particularly high, she never got a chance to have one of her real geniuses under her palm. Most of them usually would prefer a better Daosher. This was one of the things she regretted so much. To personally teach a genius would definitely improve her position and status inside the Dao Xian Academy a lot. Originally she didn't have much hope in this time's admission. Ning Jingdashi finally got back to herself and quickly asked the staff next to her, "Give me the soul stone." Those words made everyone shocked. Ning Jingdashi wanted to personally test his age. However, when they thought about XiaoMo's qualification, they soon became discouraged. Even if today standing here was someone else beside Ning Jingdashi, they would have done the same. XiaoMo didn't have any reaction toward the uproar he had caused. His attention had fixed on the soul stone in Ning Jingdashi's hand. This was the first time he saw a soul stone that could test age. Even the 21st century Earth with a well-developed high technology wasn't able to make such a thing. The soul stone size was slightly larger than a fist, with an appearance resembling a black crystal, even though the structure was clearly visible but the surface was glossy like mirror. This thing really can test a person's true age? XiaoMo never had any experience with it, so he had a little doubt toward it. Ning Jingdashi held the stone in front of XiaoMo, smiled and said to him, "Put your hand on it." XiaoMo listened to her and put his hand on it. Well, he thought it would be more complicated. When he removed his hand and looked at it, he could see some golden digits slowly appeared on the stone, and when it completely emerged, XiaoMo was suddenly embarrassed. Originally all the people had been long waiting for the result. After seeing the number on the stone, every one of them was petrified while their eyes were wide open, as if they had seen some unbelievable thing. The silence inside the hall was broken by XiaoMo's guilty voice. "Sorry, I remembered wrong." Above the stone there was no sign of 19, but rather a clear 18 number. This joke was way too much to handle. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223. Chap 223 Conflicts Rise. Translated by Rara. Whose child was this? Someone cut him off, please. The number shown on the soul stone was impossible to fake. However, since the founding day of Dao Xian Academy, it was not as if an age fabrication incident had ever occurred. Every admission year there would be several cases like this to appear, but absolutely all of them were to deduct from a higher age. XiaoMo was the first one to break the academy record. Even though it was just 1 year difference, to many other people, that 1 year was 1,000 miles apart. Especially to those geniuses, the younger they were, the greater the potential. Between 19 and 18, both were considered geniuses, but the former only seen as rare. It was not that much exaggeration that it would make every Daosher fight over them, but 18 was a different case. Throughout the history of the Dao Xian Academy, those that had been able to reach level 4 mage before the age of 18 was less than a few. They all ended up becoming the Long Tian continent's first-rate mages. One example of it was the mage Xiao Ran. He also enrolled in Dao Xian Academy when he was young. Ra's reminder, Xiao Ran is the guy whom Ling Xiao stole, took the heavenly scripture from. Ning Gingdasher was astonished not only once, but twice. This little youngster continued getting more and more powerful, which nearly scared her heart. She would never imagine this kiddo could give her such marvelous surprises. Gao Yang, who was standing beside him, also was shocked. He was just randomly helping out a fellow, who right now turned out to be a genius. What kind of luck is this? Among this many people, he had the chance to meet this little guy. What genius! I think he is clearly trying to attract everyone's attention just to stand out. Chai Jun bit his teeth and gloomily smiled as he broke the silence with his voice. His tone was not only filled with satire, but there was hidden hints of jealousy and resentment. Gao Yang's expression went cold. He unhappily looked toward Chai Jun. Chai Jun, please mind your wording. Even if you are jealous of his talent, you don't have to speak out loud about it. You are, after all, the son of a big family. You don't even know how to be polite? Even though Chai Jun had some fear and respect toward Gao Yang, it didn't reach to the point he needed to lower his head in front of him. The Chai family had several outstanding individuals that were highly regarded inside Dao Xian Academy, whose statuses were equal to Gao Yang. Which was why after hearing Gao Yang scold him, Chai Jun not only didn't take a step back, he also became more inflamed. Did I say it wrong? Is there anyone that can misremember their own age? Knowing that the Soul Stone can accurately read the true age and he still intentionally told a fake age, won't that prove he just wanted to make himself famous? Isn't this behavior very despicable? Through his explanation, all the people suddenly exposed it came to the realization expression. Chai Jun probably said it out of jealousy, but his words somehow make sense. No matter how stupid a person can be, it is impossible to forget your age, unless it was intentional out of craving fame. But in XiaoMo's case, it was the opposite. OMG, he hasn't been accepted yet and he is already scheming things. Who knew that this guy could be this calculative? Just because he thinks himself a genius that can perk up and wag his tail, he really thinks he is better than anyone else, huh? Since those people were Chai Jun's same breath and branches, T/N, gang, in order to humiliate XiaoMo, they continued criticizing him one sentence after another with very disdainful expressions on their faces. They wanted to teach him, no matter how high your talent was, inside Dao Xian Academy it was packed with talents, and in their eyes, he was simply nothing but air. XiaoMo knew those guys didn't like him, but he didn't expect they would use this to humiliate him. Unfortunately he couldn't exactly explain why he remembered wrong. Ning Gingdasher saw him lower his head and not mutter a word. She thought he was sad, so she quickly comforted him. XiaoMo, don't take their words to heart. You have a gifted talent, your natural endowment is a real thing. Those people are just jealous of you, don't let such a small thing bother you. She didn't believe XiaoMo would do this for fame, since her eye for people was not too bad. If he really had such an intention in mind, how could he act so calm previously? XiaoMo was surprised by this and he raised his head. Ning Gingdasher, I'm not sad. Although it was true that his mental strength was a little weak, he was not that feeble to be heavy-hearted over such trivial things. If he was then back in the Tian Xian sect, he would have been crying to death when Kongwen ignored him. So, Ning Gingdasher looked at him, seemed like he was not that sad after all. XiaoMo saw through her doubts and honestly smiled. I just got absent-minded a little. Ning Gingdasher was suddenly speechless. Fine, every genius had their own weird strings. She had lived long enough to have knowledge and experience about this. XiaoMo continued asking, Ning Gingdasher, when is the next test? Ning Gingdasher finally assured him, gently smiling, tomorrow morning will be the refining magic herb and pill test, remember not to come too late. Thanks you Ning Gingdasher for your reminder. XiaoMo replied. XiaoMo and Ning Jing directly ignored those provocative people to the side and continued talking to each other. But this action toward Chai Jun and those people who had been waiting for the fun, this was definitely an unacceptable thing. Seeing XiaoMo about to leave, Jun didn't have any intention of letting him off the hook. In an urgent moment, he quickly blocked XiaoMo's path, loudly saying, "You want to run? Don't you have the guts to let people admire your nasty scheming?" XiaoMo silently looked at Jun. But then when he was about to speak up, he saw Ling Xiao standing outside, ready to come over, so XiaoMo had to quickly give a gesture that implied he was okay. Not until he finally calmed down Ling Xiao did he look at Jun again. He helplessly sighed. Whether he was a no-name or gained himself some fame, he was still a target of jealousy. This kind of life was so hard to live. XiaoMo said, "Hey, young master of the Chai family, I remember you are not a deaf person, nor an uncultured one." Jun fiercely looked at him with vicious eyes. XiaoMo continued talking, "When I introduced my age, I said should be. This word clearly emphasized my uncertainty. In other words, I was also not too sure whether I was 19 or not. I have already given you the hint, and yet you don't understand human language. If so, then there is nothing I can do, I only speak human." These words quickly stunned everyone at the scene, even Gao Yang and Ning Jingdashi were the same. Not until Jun and his underlings' brains started working again did all the people standing by laugh out loud. That last sentence was too hilarious. Only speak human, didn't that sentence give irony that implied Jun was not human? But what he said was not wrong, he really did add should be. Not only that, he also added in I think before, showing double the uncertainty. So the truth was clear, he really couldn't remember his age. Moreover, a true talented genius didn't need to play such scheme for fame, because with his talent he would become famous sooner or later. Jun's face turned green. This person was clearly implying he is not human. XiaoMo didn't want to deal with him, the type of person that deliberately found faults in people. The more you react, the more arrogant he would become. When XiaoMo tried to walk past them, Jun's eyes flashed as he suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed him. XiaoMo, you dare to humiliate me? Jun coldly said. Seeing this scene, Gao Yang immediately shouted at him, "Jun, don't you dare!" But Jun hadn't reached XiaoMo's shoulder yet and a silhouette suddenly appeared next to XiaoMo. A single hand grabbed Jun's wrist and squeezed it without hesitation, leaving only a cracking sound, accompanied with a sad and shrill screaming along with a sagging, powerless hand. My hand broke. Jun's expression had gone pale as he squatted on the ground, his left hand was holding the broken right hand. Other people were scared by this scene, dumbfounded as they looked at the man who had suddenly appeared next to XiaoMo. Because this man's appearance was too plain, even his clothes were very common, that was why no one had paid attention to him. Seeing him take action very brutally, people realized this person's strength couldn't be overlooked. It seemed like he was probably XiaoMo's bodyguard. The man looked down at Jun, he spoke with a hoarse voice, "The next time you dare to lay hand on my young master, I will eradicate you." No one noticed XiaoMo's embarrassed expression after hearing Ling Xiao's sentence. Ling Xiao called him young master, even though he knew Ling Xiao was acting as Luyu, but he had lived 2 lives and this was the first time someone called him young master. "Third young master, are you okay?" Jun's gang of scoundrels immediately rushed over, worriedly looking at Jun's scarily white face. One person even glared at Ling Xiao, "Do you know who third young master is? You dare to lay hand on him, the Chai family will never forgive you." But XiaoMo came out from behind Ling Xiao's back, unhappily saying, "He is the one who made the first move. My attendant just used legitimate defense. And why should I stay still just because he is in a bad mood and wanted to vent on me?" The person almost couldn't retort back, hastily saying, "Even so, your underling shouldn't be that ruthless, not to mention young master had not even touched you yet." Enough! Ning Jingdashi finally flipped out. Her beautiful face was covered in frost. She walked toward Jun's gang and said, "If you want to be disqualified, you can continue making a scene." One sentence and she had managed to silence them one by one. To be disqualified from Dao Xian Academy was not a joke. If their families knew about this, they would be finished. Seeing her threat worked, Ning Jingdaoshi turned around to XiaoMo and said, "If you have other business to attend to, then go. I will handle the situation here." "Sorry for troubling you, Daoshi." XiaoMo sighed with relief. He immediately dragged Ling Xiao out of the hall. He was worried that if they stayed any longer, Ling Xiao's identity might be exposed. XiaoMo, who had just left, didn't know that Ning Jingdaoshi was standing behind them looking at Ling Xiao's figure while thinking something. Not only her but also Gao Yang, whose expression was also slightly surprised. He didn't expect that his companion's strength would be this high. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 224. Chap 224 Young Master. Translated by Yuan Yulin/Rara. After they left the hall, Ling Xiao's facial expression had already shifted, not showing the cold expression anymore. On the contrary, he looked very delighted instead. When XiaoMo turned his head, he saw him laughing, so he couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing about?" Ling Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly, "Young master, your imposing manner today is good. I've known you for so long, I didn't know that you had such a sharp tongue." XiaoMo, don't call me young master. The heck is a young master, too much pressure. Ling Xiao smilingly said, "Young master, are you blushing? You really have gotten addicted to toying with me." XiaoMo glanced at him, and then turned back to the registration point at the square. Ling Xiao followed behind him, while teasing him with young master every now and then. He really got addicted to toying around with him. XiaoMo was harassed continuously, and finally decided to ignore him. He had already gotten into 2 fights today. He didn't have much energy left. He had to rest to recharge his energy. Because they went through the back door, they finished much earlier than other people. When they returned to the square, not only had the number of people not decreased, they were spreading out like fire instead. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao found Lu Yu, who didn't have to wait in the long queue. Because practitioners only needed to determine their age and strength, the speed was much faster. There were 1,000 people in that line before, now it was only around 700 or 800 people. When he saw them came over, Lu Yu was surprised. How come they had finished the registration so fast? XiaoMo realized his puzzled expression, and said, "We accidentally got through the back door, so we have already finished registering my name." Lu Yu became speechless. To be able to accidentally go through the back door, they really were too tough. XiaoMo actually wanted to bring Lu Yu through the back door too, but when he thought that he was currently registering in Ling Xiao's stead, it would be troublesome if they were found out, because it would be different than being rejected at the registration in the square. Since there were too many people, the Daoshi couldn't be bothered to remember each person who came and went in detail. Their observation would be much lower, so it would be advantageous for Lu Yu. As soon as he passed, both of them could return to their own identities. The ordinary face that Ling Xiao currently was using was Lu Yu's face. "Sir, this line would take an hour. Would you like to look for a place to rest, and then come back here after an hour?" Lu Yu suggested. XiaoMo shook his head, "Don't need to. I will wait with you." He didn't have anything to do anyway, and the most important thing was that he was afraid that Lu Yu would make a mistake, and then Ling Xiao couldn't join Dao Xian Academy with him. He would cry to death. Lu Yu, who didn't know XiaoMo's thoughts, was suddenly moved. He became more certain that these two were his knights in shining armor. He was always alone, even when he was a child. He didn't know who his parents were and had been rolling, touching, and crawling on every dirty place, and he already saw many ugly things. Everyone around him got close to each other only to rob the other person. In order to survive and become stronger, he had already done many things like that against his will. He always thought that his fate was bad. Now that he had met them in this life, he decided to use this opportunity as much as possible. They calculated that their line would take an hour before they could register. XiaoMo actually wanted to look for a shorter line, but other people had the same idea as him. So when he just found one, other people immediately lined up there, so he had to go back to their place. Ling Xiao rubbed his head and said, "I already told you before, and you didn't believe me." XiaoMo glanced at him silently thinking, "Okay, I'm just looking for trouble myself." Happy? Before an hour was up, the long line in the front of them was gone. When it was Lu Yu's turn, the Daosher tested his age and strength. The overall process went smoothly, but because he wore a mask, the Daosher looked at him more intently. Luckily, they were not the only ones who registered while wearing a mask. After that, they left the plaza and had to look for an inn to stay for a few nights. But the better rooms at taverns and inns were already full, so they could only look for lower quality ones. At this time, both of them still didn't know, because of the incident at the hall, XiaoMo became famous in just a few hours. As for whether it was in a good way or bad way, everyone reacted differently. Some favored XiaoMo, such as Gao Yang and Ning Jing, while some had nothing to do with him. They were just gossiping around with other people that with this year's recruiting students there was someone whose skill was very high, and that person could be considered as a genius. In the past, Dao Xian Academy would take great importance with these geniuses. The genius who were taken care of with such importance would of course have a bright future, no matter whether they were from an aristocratic family or not. But some people held resentment toward XiaoMo, and would spread bad words about him to others. Like how this year, there is a new student called XiaoMo who is very arrogant. Not only had he dared to say his age wrong to gain some fame, he even let his bodyguard injure the third son of the Chai family. He cared for nobody, was extremely arrogant, and so on. You can't say that their efforts didn't bear any fruit. At least some people who had yet to meet XiaoMo already had a deep impression about him, and some obscure and arrogant mentors even stated that they wouldn't accept such a student. But for people who already knew what kind of person Chai Jun is, only 1% believed their words. Having said that, XiaoMo has indeed become the hottest topic of this year's student enrollment. Originally he wanted to keep low profile, so he didn't expect he would end up becoming high profile instead. When XiaoMo found out about this, he would most likely start vomiting blood. Inside the inn, Lu Yu and Ling Xiao had already turned back into their original forms. The former was already aware of Ling Xiao's face and identity, and he already learned his every act and movement. The pressure was especially big. The latter disliked the coarse clothes, so he wanted to turn back as soon as possible. After he turned back into himself, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and secretly glanced at Ling Xiao who had already turned back to his self. Surely enough, he couldn't learn anything from this master who was very talented. When he thought about that, he couldn't help but remember the decision that he made before he registered. XiaoMo was just taking out Ling Xiao's mask from his magic bag, when suddenly heard a thump sound. When he turned around to look, it was actually Lu Yu who suddenly knelt down in front of them. Since he used quite enough strength, he bet Lu Yu's knees must be hurts. "What are you doing?" XiaoMo asked at once. Lu Yu faced his head onto the floor, and begged, "Sirs, I will follow you. I ask you to accept me. I will do anything for you." XiaoMo didn't expect him to do this, so he became speechless. On the other hand, Ling Xiao didn't get surprised at all, and looked like he had already expected him to do this. XiaoMo asked, "You, don't tell me it's because you don't want to get your memory erased?" Actually, his impression towards Lu Yu is not bad. Lu Yu immediately shook his head. "No, I really want to follow, sir. I want to become stronger." He felt that only by following both of them would he have the chance to become stronger. When XiaoMo heard his last sentence, he couldn't help but feel moved. But he holds so many secrets. If he added another person to his side, the probability of his secret becoming exposed would increase, so he didn't want to take a risk. But he also understood Lu Yu's persistence, so he was in a dilemma. "I can give you a chance," Ling Xiao said unhurriedly. Lu Yu brightened up. "What kind of chance?" Ling Xiao said, "You should take the chance while the enrollment hasn't ended yet and register yourself in, but use your original face. In addition, I won't erase your memory, but I want you to swear, never speak a word about this matter." Lu Yu was actually very interested in Dao Xian Academy. He knew if he could enroll in Dao Xian Academy and learn every kind of soul and skill training there, he would have a better future than struggling on his own. But he also knew he was blessed by these two's grace. If they didn't agree, then surely he would never have a chance to register. But he didn't expect that this great man would actually agree. He was so happy he was almost speechless. Lu Yu excitedly raised his hand and said, "I swear, I will never tell a soul about your situation. If I go against my word, thunder shall strike upon me and I will die an awful way. I am willing to follow you, sirs, forever. I don't need you to follow me. Like I have said, I have only given you a chance, but that doesn't mean I have agreed for you to follow us. It is all on you whether you are able to grasp this chance or not." Ling Xiao interrupted his words. Lu Yu felt a little disappointed when they rejected his following, but this result was blissful enough. They him few days ago would never even dream about such places like Dao Xian Academy. And so Lu Yu hurriedly left the inn to register. Even though he had already registered once, that was when he was under another identity. Besides, the soul stone could only check the age. As long as he avoided the same Daosher and the registration point he had registered at before, then he was safe. After Lu Yu left, XiaoMo finally had a chance to ask his question: "Why did you let him enroll in the academy? Aren't you worried about him revealing our secret?" Until now he never thought Ling Xiao was the type that would happily help people. Ling Xiao laughed. "Rest assured, Lu Yu is a perceptive man, he knows what he should and shouldn't do. The reason I helped him was because people have already seen this Lu Yu at the hall. If he one day went missing, then someone would surely investigate, which will increase the possibility of being exposed." But XiaoMo nodded. He was right. Toward unexpected situations, even they wouldn't be able to act in time. Around the closing time of the registration, when night started to fall down, Lu Yu also came back. He was very careful, so no one had discovered him. That night, many people went to bed early. Many people were busy preparing their mental state for the next day's test. Meanwhile, for XiaoMo, he took his time and went into the space while Ling Xiao was taking a bath. All the fieldwork had been done by the Qiao team, and they were in their human forms and sat by the lake and practiced. There were also those two dipper stink bugs. Since the dipper herb supply was fully stocked, every day for them was eat until full then sleep, sleep until full then eat. The results was that a few days ago they successfully stepped into their first transformation state. XiaoMo went and checked them out and found that they were still inactive, so he left the space. The next morning, the three once again went to the square for the upcoming test. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 225. Chapter 225, Assessment. Translated by Rue. Compared to yesterday's grand occasion, it's obvious that the number of people at the square today is much less than yesterday. Because only XiaoMo would be participating in the assessment, Ling Xiao and Lu Yu both accompanied him there. Even though they went through the back door yesterday, they're still not on very familiar terms with Gao Yang, so XiaoMo didn't plan to find Gao Yang to go through the back door again today. However, he doesn't know he's already famous. Just as he arrives at the mage assessment area, someone walks over. XiaoMo fixes his eyes upon the other and discovers that it's Gao Yang. Judging from his looks, it seems like he's been waiting for quite a while. One can't help but feel surprised. Gao Yang is very happy to see him. He doesn't discover there's now an extra male wearing a mask by his side until he walks over. The male's clothes are luxurious. He doesn't seem like a normal person, but Gao Yang has another objective today, so he didn't pay much attention and shifts his gaze to XiaoMo and happily says, "Fellow Yu, elder brother has already waited for you for quite a while. Ningjing Daosher wants me to bring you over to see her." XiaoMo raises his eyebrows. "Wants me to go over?" Gao Yang explains, "Aren't you here to participate in the assessment today? It just so happens that Ningjing Daosher also needs to assess a group of people. She wants me to take you over there quickly. This is clearly better than you having to line up in the queue for a long time." XiaoMo looks towards Ling Xiao and the other nods his head at him. "Then I'll have to inconvenience Gao Dage to show us the way." Seeing that he went to seek the masked man's opinion, Gao Yang stares at him blankly before quickly snapping out of it. Going through the back door the second time, XiaoMo no longer feels superior. He can pretty much guess who the group of people Gao Yang referred to are. He was already in the limelight yesterday, he's dead set on not standing under the limelight again today. 3 people follow Gao Yang and arrive at the destination after walking for 10 minutes. This time it's no longer at the guild hall he went to yesterday, instead it's a building that's located behind the guild hall that looks very grand. The outer appearance of the building is particularly appealing. XiaoMo discovers that it's pretty similar to the mage hall he previously took an assessment in. They all look like a cauldron, it's just that this cauldron is a dark red. The plaque above his head has 4 vigorous and forceful words on it, Mage Association. E/N, original Chinese characters are 4. The Mage Association is the biggest and only association in Yen City. It doesn't belong to any powerhouse and was established a few years ago by a few high-level mages of Yen City in collaboration. The association aims to solicit all mages from all over the land. As long as the mage meets the association's conditions, they will be accepted. Its difference compared to Dao Xian Academy in that it doesn't have an age restriction. This year, Dao Xian Academy's student recruitment assessment is still held at the Mage Association, but it's only limited to the children of the city Yan's 4 big families and those from a few powerhouses. There are also a few other mages who don't have a wealthy background or patron but have huge potential and talent. When Gao Yang took them inside, there was already a group of people gathered at the association's assessment hall. They didn't really arrive late, yet there had already been a dense crowd here hours ago. Luckily, the assessment hall is very grand and spacious, so it's not too congested. Everyone who was able to come here to be assessed are all privileged upper echelons, thus they attract attention from others as soon as they arrive. Multiple judging gazes shoot towards them and land on XiaoMo's group of 3. Their strong curiosity can't be covered up, some people even start to chat softly. How come Gao Yangesha brought 3 people here? Which one is XiaoMo? Idiot, of course it's the youth that looks the smallest and weakest. 18-year-old young genius XiaoMo, so he really did come here. There's much to look forward to. What is there to look forward to? Do you think there won't be a lot of other geniuses from Yen City's 4 big families? It's not like a level 4 mage who's younger than him doesn't exist. Thinking back to those days, Teng Ziyigasha became a level 4 mage when he was only 16 years old, now he's only 21 and is already a mid-level 5 mage. Tang Yigesha was an existence that couldn't be surpassed back in those days. Hearing whispering sounds around him, some which are in admiration, some in envy and others in jealousy, a hint of surprise flashes in XiaoMo's eyes. He had thought that the assessment would be the same as yesterday with only between 10 to 20 people participating. He didn't imagine there'd actually be so many people, and judging from their looks, they don't seem like normal students. Gao Yang turns around and tells him, "Fellow you, these are all the juniors from the 4 big families, there's no need to pay attention to their words, they're all just people who say the grapes are sour because they can't eat the grapes." 1. XiaoMo almost laughed out loud. He didn't think that last sentence was actually commonly used in this world as well. Gao Dage, you don't need to worry about me, I understand. Jealousy is common to all men, but it hasn't been too long since he arrived at Yen City. He doesn't really understand anything to do with the so-called 4 big families, so he definitely won't take it to heart. Under the gazes of many, Gao Yang takes XiaoMo's group of 3 through the crowd to Ning Jingdaoshi's place. Ning Jingdaoshi had been waiting for them for a long time. Seeing that they arrived, her beautiful eyes look around in a charming manner with hints of joy surging around like rays of dazzling light. All onlookers can't take their eyes off her. Although she's not young anymore, she's still the unrequited love of many students. You brat, you made Daoshi wait a long time. Ning Jingdaoshi looks at XiaoMo and says in a teasing manner. Sorry. XiaoMo rubs his nose and apologizes with a slightly red face. Compared to other people in the hall, he really did come quite late, but he didn't even think he'd come here to take the assessment in the first place. Ning Jingdaoshi can't hold it in any longer and goes pfft in laughter. I'm joking with you, brat. There's no need to take it seriously, it was me who forgot to tell you to come here for the assessment yesterday. It's not your fault, there's no need for you to apologize to me. XiaoMo laughs and doesn't reply. Of course he knows that Ning Jingdaosher is joking with him, but if he doesn't apologize, then is he somehow supposed to refute her words? If he said that, he'd probably be poked to a hornet's nest by all the gazes around him. Even though Ning Jing hasn't known him for a long time, she knows that his personality is a bit shy, so she won't tease him anymore. Her line of sight lands on Ling Xiao, who's standing behind him with a snow-white mask on, and she raises her brows up in surprise. Although the male is wearing a mask, his noble temperament can't be concealed no matter what. Luxurious snow-white clothing outlines the man's tall and slender figure. The temperament he gives off carries a slight unrestrained and gentle vibe, unsurpassable beauty, yet also has a sort of delicate attractiveness. Without a doubt, this is an elegant and noble man. Many people have taken notice of his existence. Quite a lot of people are softly chatting about him. Ning Jing is somewhat curious. She didn't see this man yesterday. XiaoMo observes Ning Jingdaosher's line of sight and follows it to discover that she's looking at Ling Xiao, and then goes to explain, "Daosher, this is my friend, he's called Ling Xiao. He went to participate in the warrior enrollment assessment yesterday." Ning Jing instantly reveals a gentle smile and nods at him. "Student Ling, I welcome you to join Dao Xian Academy." Ling Xiao slightly lifts the corners of his lips and opens his mouth to say, "Thank you." XiaoMo was suppressing his laughter so much that he could almost get an internal injury from it. "Student Ling, huh? It's so funny he could laugh to death." Ling Xiao stealthily shoots him a look. His eyes are filled with traces of an unfathomable smile, almost like he's saying, "You're dead meat." XiaoMo coughs and hurriedly averts his gaze. "Oh yeah, Daosher, hasn't the assessment started?" Ning Jing smiles. "There's still a few people who haven't arrived. We'll wait a bit longer, but..." XiaoMo was just about to ask who these big shots were. They actually made so many people wait for them. Even Daosher is waiting for him. When noisy chatters resound from the direction of the entrance, he looks over and sees a group of people walk in. The people who were crowding the entrance all willingly make way for them. Their attitudes really are respectful and modest. There's also hints of ingratiation and fear. One only sees a tall silhouette walk through the open doors first. It's a male who's quite handsome in appearance. He looks to be around 20 years old. His forehead radiates touches of gentleness. A gorgeous blue robe makes him seem extremely honorable. The jade belt on his hip sways in the air as he walks, magnificently beautiful yet also chic and elegant. Gao Yang to the side takes notice of XiaoMo doing the elevators and explains, "This is Tong Yuesu from the Tong family and is one of the best geniuses of the Tong family. Although he's 20 years old today, he was already a level 4 mage 3 years. There were a few reasons as to why he didn't enter Dao Xian Academy, but this person's talent at making pills is extremely high. He counts as one of the best here in Yen City. Apparently, he's already got half a foot in the level 5 field already." XiaoMo doesn't fully understand and shifts his gaze from Tong Yuesu to the youth behind him. The youth looks younger than Tong Yuesu with delicate facial features. His looks carry a lively and delicate beauty. When the other smiles, he has a pair of deep dimples on his face and looks very sweet. XiaoMo asks, "Who's the youth behind him?" Gao Yang says, "The youngest son of the Bailey family, Bailey Xiao. He's 18 just like you. He became a level 4 mage 7 months ago. He's not the most outstanding one amongst the younger generation of the Bailey family, but his talent is still one of the best there." XiaoMo listens and is astonished. The big families are definitely worthy of their name. They really do have talented people one after the other. As soon as Gao Yang finishes speaking, the entire assessment hall suddenly quiets down, but it's only for a few seconds. Very quickly there's another loud and noisy commotion. Quite a lot of people, especially males, look towards the entrance with sparkling eyes. XiaoMo whips his head around to have a look. He just so happens to get a quick glimpse of the enchanting figure that just walked in. T/N 1 used to describe when someone's bitter that someone else has something but they don't have it, and so to try make themselves feel better they just go and say that the thing's bad. The children's story behind this saying is that one day there was a fox who found a vine of grapes hanging up high and couldn't reach it no matter how hard he tried. Then a bird comes flying over and takes a grape. The fox sees this and feels bitter, so he just walks away while telling himself, "I don't want to eat the grapes anyways, they're definitely sour." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226. Chapter 226, Tang Xin. Translated by Tracy. The master of that alluring figure was a stunning young woman whose beauty could give Ning Jingdaoshi a run for her money. Her stance was one of confidence, with her head held high and chest puffed out, exposing her immaculate face for everybody to see. It's just that her gaze was cold and exuded an unapproachable aura. They say that an individual's personality can be deduced from the way they walk. She'd be the perfect example of this. The woman wore a light purple veiled dress that almost touched the ground. The wide sleeves were adorned with circling embroidery. A soft cotton belt wrapped around her waist that looked slim enough to snap with a touch. Sweeping down her shoulders and back were fine strands of glossed silk, further enhancing her powderless yet delicate-skinned visage and giving off an impeccable air of nobility. The lady was not in the least bit fazed by the attention of almost everybody in the room, rather calmly making her way through the crowd with light and elegant steps. Her enchanting stance did nothing to combat her cold aura, however, causing many people to simply lose themselves in admiring her image as if time itself had stopped. Gao Yang had always been taken aback by the young woman's beauty no matter how many times they meet. He took a deep breath to compose himself before explaining, "She is the Tang family's Tang Xin, the 20-year-old sister of Tang Zi. She is a mid-level 5 mage already, the same level as her brother, in fact, and a rare genius that comes around once every 1,000 years or so. Reached level 4 at the age of 16, but reached level 5 earlier than her brother. The only reason she didn't enroll in Dao Xin Academy then was because she went traveling with her level 10 Shifu." XiaoMo gulped. Looks like sky's the limit when it came to talent. He had thought that these geniuses would have been at most around level 4, but what does he know? There's a level 5 in the mix with them, and not even 20 yet to boot. Before he could continue on that depressing train of thought, XiaoMo felt a chilling gaze on his back and turned around to see the young man who had entered last. It was none other than Chai Jun, the person who had come to cause trouble not a day prior. Seeing his curious gaze, Chai Jun's face of hostility twisted into a sinister smirk, followed by a throat-slitting gesture. XiaoMo noticed that his right hand was completely fine after being broken by Ling Xiao yesterday. Mulling over it a bit though, it made sense that as a big family in Yan City the Chase would have many powerful mages at their disposal. Getting a pill that healed hand wounds was probably very simple. He ignored Chai Jun, turning away at the gesture. Gao Yang had evidently also noticed the youth, muttering with a scowl, "You've met Chai Jun already. He doesn't have much talent, but his twin brother Chai Zhang is a level 5 student at Dao Xin Academy. They're both people who take eye for an eye a bit too seriously. Make sure you be careful around them." XiaoMo nodded. "Okay, thank you Gaudage. No problem, you're going to be my underclassman in a few days. Looking out for you is my duty," Gao Yang chuckled. The group split up as they entered the big hall, walking towards to their own quarters. The other disciples of their respective families had all been waiting in the hall for quite a while and, upon their arrival, immediately approached and surrounded the new additions to the room with a hubbub of activity. XiaoMo withdrew his gaze. Today sure was an eye-opener. Had it not been for Gao Yang, he'd never have known about the sheer amount of talent in Yan City, and all high-leveled at that. A flare of giddy anticipation lit up within XiaoMo at the prospect of studying at Dao Xin Academy. "You look very excited, Momo," Ling Xiao murmured next to his ear. "Of course," XiaoMo answered without hesitation, rubbing his hands together. "Are you not excited? I'm excited whenever you're around," came the grinning reply. XiaoMo shot the perpetrator a scowl, blushing. Why was it that Ling Xiao became so much cheesier after establishing their relationship? He remained blissfully ignorant of the judgmental gazes from several people he had judged before. An 18-year-old level 4 mage? Bailey Xiaoyu has some competition coming his way. Despite his rather obvious lack of background, he was a student of Dao Xin Academy all the same, in other words, competition. Besides, not every one of the Academy's recruitment conventions see the appearance of talent outside of the 4 big families. Looking over at the two figures, Tong Yuexiu happened to catch the sight of a flushed XiaoMo sputtering at something Ling Xiao had said. A youth who blushed unabashedly, ha! Needless to say, his first impression of this XiaoMo character was not bad. He couldn't help but turn to his companions, musing, "Is that the XiaoMo you were talking about?" "You were right, I'm looking forward to whatever he has to offer." Taking in Tong Yuexiu's positive reactions, the disciples of the Tong family sent each other hesitant looks. If they were completely honest, though, this was very much expected from a warm, gentle person like Tong Yuexiu. Bailey Xiao, who was standing nearby, peeked at XiaoMo likewise. The pair of sharp eyes darting around brought an amused smile to many in the crowds. Anyone originally planning to put down XiaoMo and praise Bailey Xiao unanimously decided to halt that endeavor at the sight of his enthusiasm. Despite this, Bailey Xiao brought up the elephant in the room by himself. "Hey, who do you reckon is stronger, him or me?" he pondered, turning back to his clan members. Young people always tend to get a little competitive, especially as he had finally come across someone who was the same age and level as him. A clan member stepped out, stating without a shred of doubt, "Of course Xiao would be stronger. You may be a low level 4, but victory lies within sturdy foundations." "How do you know he's not a mid or high level 4? questioned Bailey Xiao. The reassurer paused. How should he know? It was all bullshit he had come up with on the spot. Bailey Xiao stared at him with ire. "I knew it, you were just trying to humor me," he huffed. "He's a mid-level 4, isn't he?" "There's no need to explain yourself, I promise I won't blame you for letting me know the harsh truth." "Promise." The clan member contemplated committing ritual suicide as he sweated profusely. All the other spectators quietly giggled to themselves at his expense, sucking up to Xiao like that. He totally had it coming. They were, however, all incorrect. XiaoMo was in fact neither a high or low level 4, and least of all mid-level. He was at the very peak of his level and would have progressed to level 5 ages ago had he not encountered the bottleneck. On the other side, the rare genius Teng Xin had no interest whatsoever in XiaoMo, keeping her calm composure and leading the other family disciples through the crowds and across the hall. As for Chai Jun, he had lost all shreds of his dignity after the events yesterday, especially after getting scolded by the elders for bringing shame to their family name. He could only plot his revenge in silence. With the few important figures present in the hall, basically all of the participants of this exam were in attendance. The mage of the Mage Association who was in charge of this particular exam emerged not long after. A particularly spirited member with a head full of white hair stepped forward, announcing with a clear voice, "I am the person in charge of today's exam, you may call me Guan Yong. I am currently a level 8 mage. I hereby declare the exam underway and invite all those taking part to come to the front." Waves of disciples had already made their way to the front as he spoke the last word. XiaoMo felt a little anxious, suddenly remembering an important question he had for Ling Xiao. "Hey, Ling Xiao, do you think I should hold back a bit this time or give it my all?" he murmured. "That's up to you. But I'd think that a person deemed as having more potential by the academy would get more bias from them and be granted more privileges, not." XiaoMo was about to reply when he was cut short by Gao Yang, who had suddenly turned back to speak to him. "The exam's about to start, fellow you, what are you doing?" With a start, XiaoMo realized that most people had already left and hastily bid Ling Xiao goodbye before rushing over. Thankfully, he wasn't the last one. That honor was reserved for the few even more nervous than him, tripping over their own feet and drawing the crowd's attention. There were a lot of people in the big hall, but the majority was there simply to support someone taking the exam and some for shits and giggles. Thus, there was less than 100 people who had emerged from the crowds in total, and less than 10 of those were true talents. Watching over the row of examinees, Guan Yang's gaze lingered on Tong Xian for a second before finally making its way to XiaoMo, who had shuffled in slowly. Standing next to Tong Xian, XiaoMo admittedly paled in comparison slightly. Tong Xian had already reached low level 5 by the time she turned 18, and so Guanyang was almost subconsciously comparing XiaoMo with her. To be honest, Guanyang couldn't really be blamed for this because Tong Xian was simply that outstanding. The appearance of any new talent would immediately be compared to Tong Xian. Translator's notes. Shifu. Shifu, lit. Master/teacher. You know, like Master Shifu from Kung Fu Panda, you must have heard the term before. Dage. Daga, lit. Big brother. This term literally means eldest brother on a sibling/familial, as in cousins, level, but can be used for someone you respect or in this case, an upperclassman as well. It's not romantic. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 227. Chapter 227 To Win Over the Heart. Translated by Rara. There was one thing that people probably had forgotten about, but didn't mean to, and that was the soul color test. Usually to some other forces, when they recruited new disciples, they would use the testing stone to examine the disciple's soul color to determine the potential. But Dao Xian Academy was an exception. The Academy's first requirement was to become a level 4 mage before 25, and to be able to accomplish this achievement at this age, the soul capability would be undoubtedly huge. Besides, there were some people who could also achieve this requirement despite the inferior potential. That was why Dao Xian Academy never examined students' soul color. What makes a great mage, in addition to the raw potential, was the ability to control the soul power and have a keen intuition. This point had no connection to potential since raw potential was just a foundation. It was not something that can bring you food, T/N, important. Since there were too many contestants, Elder Guanyang didn't have the time to personally test each individual. But then, a very impressive image occurred. The ground suddenly rumbled as numerous platforms rose above ground. Each platform was 1 meter apart from the others, and there were about 40 to 50 platforms. With Elder Guanyang standing in front of them, he looked among the crowd and said, "Today's assessment will have 2 parts, I believe everyone must have heard about it. The first part of this assessment is herb distillation, and as everyone already knows, this is the basic fundamentals of refining magic pills. It has a very heavy influence toward pill quality. Not only that, this can also point out your soul's control power ability. Those of us from the Mage Association shall provide everyone with a low-grade level 4 magic herb, and set 4 times distillation as a benchmark. If it is less than this value, you will automatically be disqualified and not allowed to participate in the next part. Those who distill the most, they shall be this part of the assessment's winner. I hope everyone will try their best and don't force yourself to hide your talent. Everyone can have the chance to become a Dao Xian student. I believe everyone knows the school system. The higher the potential you have, the more opportunity you get, and vice versa. Don't waste your big change over a small thing. The gains do not make up for the losses." Elder Guanyang's line of sight fell on those with the highest potential. Even XiaoMo was in there, and then he continued, "If there are no complaints, then I shall start this first test. Everyone, please step up. Reacting to Elder Guanyang's announcement, people started moving toward the platforms, except XiaoMo, who was observing the crowd. He could tell all the geniuses of the Big Four families had no intention to participate just yet. But then when his eyes fell on Bailey Xiao, the man himself suddenly turned around and looked at XiaoMo with a very bright smile. XiaoMo could see this one was a very energetic Bishaman. Since he had been seen, XiaoMo felt he shouldn't ignore him, so he returned back with a smile, and then he saw Bailey Xiao's eyes sparkle as he raised his hand and waved back at XiaoMo. XiaoMo, __ quickly averted his eyes. What a hyper lad. But then when he thought back about Elder Guanyang's words, he felt a little surprised. The words Elder had said were not that much different to what Ling Xiao had told him before. Originally he was hesitant at first, but now he had no choice but to face this matter. Being humble is a good thing, but like both of them had said, too humble would cause him losing valuable opportunities and contribute no help to his path. That past year at Tian Xin sect was the best example. Did he really want to replicate that life again? XiaoMo immediately denied the idea. He wanted to have more opportunity, and that means he should try to win over the Daosher heart. Since he had reached a conclusion, he clenched his fist and finally became determined. Standing behind him was Ling Xiao, who hadn't took his eyes off XiaoMo since. Seeing XiaoMo's fist clenched with sparkling eyes like he had reached some sort of determination, Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. Seemed like someone was about to blow people's mind, which is a good thing. His man should be someone standing above people, so that everyone could only look up to him with envy and admiration. XiaoMo earnestly stared at those 40 contestants. Know yourself, know your enemy. XiaoMo felt he must first understand others' situations so that he could make adjustments according to the situation. Ever since the day he came out of the Paradise Realm, with another 2 months at Earth Peak, most of the time XiaoMo had spent finding out Ling Zhao's situation, but he also had some time to refine some level 4 pills. But because he never announced his true level, he never went to the Magic Herbs Hall to receive his level 4 portion once. That was why XiaoMo never had a chance to try and distill a low-grade level 4 magic herb. Usually he would use his high-grade magic herbs to practice, and he could distill them 4 times as maximum. As people know, high-grade magic herbs have less impurity than the low-grade ones. Distilling to a 4th time was the maximum he could do, not because his soul power was not enough, but more like this was the limit of the herb. Even if he tried once more, he wouldn't be able to take any more impurities out. But XiaoMo had yet to try those low-grade ones, so he couldn't predict how many times he could distill them. As time passed, the first turn's contestants seemed to have finished their test. Their faces were slightly pale, which obviously indicated their soul power was severely reduced, but almost all the faces show a satisfactory expression, only a few showed a dull face as if they had failed. 4 times was not too few or too much, but to a level 4 mages, if you couldn't even distill a low-grade magic herb 4 times, then your talent is only for show. No need to pity these people. Because some people, their actual level had not reached level 4 yet, they merely relied on some secret methods to force leveling. Since their foundation was unstable, through this distillation test their true level was shown. When the time nearly ended, almost all the people had finished their part. Elder Guanyon looked at them and said, "The time has ended, everyone please line up here for examining." Placed on the podium on the right-hand side of Elder Guanyon was a beautifully designed measurement device. This device not only could measure the purity of the distilled herb, but also could accurately measure the number of distillations, a very suitable item for this test. This device was precisely made by an unknown blacksmith. Although it was widely used nowadays, no one knew the name of that blacksmith. People started stepping up after being told, 5 people at a time. So it didn't take too much time to finish examining all. Most people can distill 4 times, only a few could distill 5 or 6 times, which was a very good result. But there also someone tried to fish in troubled water, T/N, to take advantage of the situation for personal gain. They obviously only done 3 times and thought that they could fool the Daosher, but the device still accurately pointed out the true result. Those who failed left the assessment hall with a depressed expression, since staying here only made them lose more face. There were also some who chose to stay back to observe, because the geniuses of the Big 4 family still hadn't taken the test yet. The second turn will start now. The rest of you who haven't taken the test, please come up. Elder Guanyong said. There were only less than 90 contestants, and half of them had already took the first turn, so this would be last turn for the rest of the contestant. When he said this, Elder Guanyong also intentionally looked at the genius of the Big 4 family. He had a high expectations of them. 3 years ago their older siblings had magnificently shined through all the other people. He couldn't wait to see how this year's potential students would do, since those people were the future pillars of the city. XiaoMo took a deep breath. Finally his turn had come. He randomly picked a platform nearby, but then suddenly a blue shadow appeared next to him. This shadow directly picked the platform on his left side. When XiaoMo turned around to see, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was Bailey Xiao again. This guy ignored all the other spots and directly ran here to this remote corner. Seeing XiaoMo look at him, Bailey Xiao grinned back, revealing a row of bright white teeth. XiaoMo averted his eyes to avoid turning blind by those sparkling teeth. It was obvious that Bailey Xiao came for him, since Bailey Xiao didn't look like the type to prefer to take the test in the corner. Moreover, that guy kept smiling at him so brightly, XiaoMo couldn't figure out what this guy wanted. Bailey Xiao's action had attracted a lot of attention their way. But the person who came next was even more shocking. That person was Tong Yuesu. His tender-like water temperament had always given him lots of supporters, more than anyone else. Whispers started breaking out when people saw him walking toward XiaoMo's direction. But Tong Yuesu seemed to ignore them. He stood in front of the surprised XiaoMo and gave a nod, then gently smiled. "My name is Tong Yuesu. I'm sorry for Xiao troubling you." For someone to deliberately choose this corner spot, clearly indicated the person didn't want to stand out. XiaoMo embarrassedly said, "I'm XiaoMo, to know you. I'm very happy. Actually, you also gave me huge issue." Bailey Xiao didn't want to be left behind. He ignored Tong Yuesu's words and rapidly pointed at himself as his eyes shined. "My name is Bailey Xiao." XiaoMo couldn't think of any words to say to this guy. "Yeah, I know you." Standing diagonally opposite to them was Chai Jun, who was looking at them talking and laughing with a grim face. Tong Yuesu and Bailey Xiao initiated talking to XiaoMo. This shocked him a big time. But then when Chai Jun looked at Tang Xian standing not far from here, he felt fortunate that Tang Xian gave no intention to dally with XiaoMo, or else in the future when he wanted to take revenge on XiaoMo, he would also need to aware of Tang Xian. After everyone had settled down, Elder Guanyong finally raised his hand and announced, "Everyone on their podium, the exam starts now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 228. Chap 228. The Test. Translated by Yuan Yulin. Hearing Elder Guanyang's voice, XiaoMo breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't intend to be too low profile this time, he also didn't want to get involved with the people from the Big Four families. After he composed himself, XiaoMo focused his attention to the low-grade magic herb on his platform. It was a level 4 copper leaf herb. Copper leaf herb belongs to the level 4 medium-grade magic herb, so it won't take too much soul power to distill it. Nonetheless, it wasn't too easy either. Copper leaf herb's characteristics were rather stiff, so it was a little difficult to be distilled. But to give a magic herb that's too easy to distill wouldn't test the true potential of someone. So giving out a copper leaf herb as a test worked just fine. XiaoMo himself wasn't particularly interested in the copper leaf herb. He has a field of this herb that he rarely used inside his space, but because he already distilled it a few times, so it came in handy for him. Aside from the copper leaf herb, there was a cauldron on top of the platform. Its color is black, a medium-level cauldron. To be able to took at hundreds in one go, the Mage Association title is not just for show. XiaoMo first released his energy, then put the magic herb into the cauldron. When the copper leaf herb fell into the cauldron, he immediately controlled his soul power and wrapped it around the copper leaf herb. Every time XiaoMo does refining or distilling magic herb, he only pays attention to it alone, so he didn't realize that many people were looking at him, but after a while, everybody began to do theirs as well. The entire hall became quiet again. Occasionally, there was an eliciting sound coming out from inside the cauldron. The huge hourglass that was in front of the platform slowly dwindled down while everyone was concentrating. When the hourglass had dropped to only a third left, XiaoMo looked at the magic herb inside the cauldron that had been distilled into a powdery form, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The powder then became very small. Because he had already distilled it 6 times, the impurities in the magic herb had been reduced a lot, but he could still tell that there was still impurities left inside the powder, and estimatedly, he still could distill it 2 more times. However, increasing the number of distillation mean that the difficulty and time needed would increase, and the soul power consumed also enormous. Not only that, if he couldn't finish it in the remaining third of the time limit, and stopped halfway, the magic herb would become useless. XiaoMo didn't hesitate for too long. He still has a lot of soul power left, and all that was left was to give it a try to know whether he could do it or not. But he was a little bit surprised. He didn't expect that he could distill a 4-level magic herb for so many times. From his past experiences distilling magic herbs, he could never distill it for so many times. Perhaps it was related to his own high level, because after he became a level 4 mage, he rarely refined a level 3 pills, and he basically always used a high-grade magic herb. He never really used the low-level magic herbs inside his space, and when he refined magic pills sometimes, he never really paid attention to the distillation of magic herb. When the time an hourglass only has 1/5 left, people were starting to finish theirs one after another. The people who already handed over their distilled magic herbs left the venue and waited on the sideline. Because they were afraid that they would disturb the people who were still distilling the magic herb, the examination would begin after the hourglass had finished leaking out all the sand. Bailey Xiao, who was always smiling and cheerful, couldn't help but make a tense face during this delicate moment. His forehead began sweating, and his clansmen who saw him like this couldn't help but feeling nervous. After a while, Bailey Xiao finally drew back his soul force from the cauldron while wiping his sweat on the forehead. Right now, the hourglass showed that the time was only about a quarter an hour left. After Bailey Xiao, Tong Yuesu also stopped distilling. A gentle smile hung on his face. His condition was clearly much better than Bailey Xiao. After all, he was already 20 years old, and had been promoted into level 4 mage long ago. His experiences from these past 2 years were much higher than Bailey Xiao, so it came in handy for this distillation assignment. Yuesu Ge, how many times did you distill it? Bailey Xiao, who was beside him, asked eagerly. Tong Yuesu smiled gently and said, barely 7 times, how about you? If he had more time, he actually could do it one more time. Bailey Xiao's face suddenly became down, and sadly said, I only did it 6 times. Tong Yuesu patted his head. Copper leaf herb is a level 4 mid-grade magic herb. You're currently only a low level 4 mage. To be able to distill it 6 times is already very good. Although other people could do the same 6 times as you, their grades are higher than you, so you still have the upper hand. Bailey Xiao found this argument was just, so he brightened up in an instant. What Yuesu Ji said was true, I'm much better than them, but... Tong Yuesu laughed. Xiao was this kind of person, if you say good words to him, he will immediately forget all the bad things. While he thought about this, he couldn't help but look towards XiaoMo's direction. When he saw that he hasn't finished yet, he couldn't help but wrinkling his eyebrows. Not only him, other people also realized this fact. Now the time had almost come to an end, yet there were still 2 people who haven't finished distilling. They didn't get surprised about Teng Xin, but what they didn't expect is, the other person actually wasn't Tong Yuesu, but rather the dark horse of this examination, XiaoMo. Some people saw that his face was still bright and rosy, while others didn't think so. Numerous speculations came one after another, like perhaps his distilling speed wasn't fast enough, so he lagged behind. Almost at the same time, he and Teng Xin finally finished. A murmur of voices suddenly broke out from the crowd, although they felt that XiaoMo's distilling wouldn't beat Teng Xin's, but they were still curious about how many times he had distilled the magic herb. Teng Xin obviously also noticed this situation. She couldn't help but be surprised that this youth called XiaoMo would actually finish at the same time as her. She didn't really pay attention to XiaoMo before. Just like everyone else, she also thought that there would be no way that XiaoMo would be able to distill many times. Elder Guanyon looked at the time on the hourglass that had finished, stepped forward and announced, the examination time is over. All examinee please come to the front. Just like before, please come in a group of 5, bring your distilled magic herb and put it inside the measuring device. Let's begin. When he finished his speech, some mages began to rush forward while bringing their distilled magic herbs and put it in. Many of them were rather confident. XiaoMo just stood on the outside and watched. When the 5 mages put their magic herbs inside, the device began to shine, and then a green flame twinkled from the quartz glossy part on the device. The green flame has a tinge of autumn color in it, from light ones to deep ones, and then 4 to 5 seconds later, a number appeared on the quartz part. The deeper the color, the higher the number would become. The highest one on the first batch was 5 times, and all 5 of them passed. When they went down, other batches went up. The opening batch's numbers weren't high, and up until later, the frequencies were just between 5 to 6 times. There wasn't anyone yet who did it 7 times. Out of his habit, XiaoMo actually wanted to wait until the very last so he won't draw any attention, but he didn't expect that Bailey Xiao and others have yet to move too, so by the time the person in front of him had finished, the only 5 people left were them. So it attracted even more attention. When 5 geniuses stood together, nope, for geniuses stood together, he felt really special. Chai Jun wasn't counted, he was already 24 years old, but still a level 4 middle grade mage. He wasn't even as good as his 2 seniors. Come here, the 5 of you. Elder Guan Yong's line of sight fell onto the last 5 people, his voice was calm yet filled with anticipation. The first man who walked up was Chai Jun. He looked at XiaoMo with challenging eyes, and then walked to the measuring device and put his magic herb inside. After 4 seconds, the device suddenly appeared with the number 6 on top of it. Elder Guan Yong took a look, and then plainly announced, Chai Jun, passed. Chai Jun's talent was only average, compared to his twin brother, their differences were far, and if you compared both of them, Chai Jun appeared to be insignificant. However, Chai Jun himself never thought anything about it. On the contrary, he was so proud of his brother Chai Zhang. If something happened, he would say his brother's name Chai Zhang, like how you would for a proud ancestor. After the test, Chai Jun arrogantly lifted up his chin, and glanced at XiaoMo with disdain and ridicule. XiaoMo looked away. This guy really is a typical idiot. He only did it 6 times, there wasn't anything to show off. He suddenly felt his decision was really right, he should beat down this kind of idiot. As he thought about this, he took out the jade bottle filled with the powdered magic herb out from his robe. When he walked up, more than 90% of people's gazes all fell upon him. The sudden appearance of the black horse. Finally, it was time for him to prove his own strength. They were waiting to see what kind of surprise he could give them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229. Chapter 229 Abnormal. Translated by Rue. XiaoMo wasn't the only one who took action. Tong Yuesu, Bailey Xiao, and Tang Xian also walked out. They were going to take the test together anyways. In order to seek the limelight, Chai Jun took the test by himself first. If they also took the test one after the other, then they would seem too self-righteous. Although Tang Xian is conceited, she isn't proud to the point of being supercilious. 4 people arrived before the testing instrument. Bailey Xiao put his in first with an expression full of anticipation. In order to look at his purity and number of distillations, other people paused for a moment, and just as he said before, it really is 6 times, and the purity of this 6 times is quite high. Clearly his foundations are very strong. Although Chai Jun's is also 6 times, it's obvious that Bailey Xiao is better than him. A few people instantly whisper words of praise softly. Chai Jun's complexion is very ugly, but Bailey Xiao isn't someone he can touch. Let's not mention that the Chai family is the weakest out of the 4 big families. Above Bailey Xiao there are still a few brothers and sisters who are stronger. With them both being the youngest son of the family, the level of doting Bailey Xiao gets is higher than his. He can't express any jealousy in front of Bailey Xiao. Chai Jun then shifts his vicious gaze onto XiaoMo and very much looks forward to XiaoMo possibly embarrassing himself in front of everyone. XiaoMo's group of 3 actually aren't surprised by this number. Being able to become a level 4 mage at this age, how could one possibly not have a bit of capabilities? And just like what Tong Yuesu said, with his current level, being able to distill magic herbs 6 times is already extremely outstanding. Elder Guanyong, who had constantly been standing on the side with an indifferent expression, finally reveals a hint of a smile and nods his head in satisfaction before saying, "Bailey Xiao, pass." Tong Yuesu was next. His distillation of 7 times heightens the atmosphere in the hall. But everyone's expectations for him were very high in the first place, so this number isn't out of people's expectations. Tong Yuesu doesn't say anything extra. He retreats back to Bailey Xiao's side and stands together with him. He then looks towards XiaoMo and Tang Zixian, the last two who haven't been tested yet. XiaoMo looks at the association member who's standing next to the testing instrument but never helped him undergo the test and is at a slight loss of whether to laugh or cry. His magic herb powder has already been put inside for a long time, but for some unknown reason, this person actually never pressed it down for him. It's like as if he's purposely waiting until the others finish testing. He wants to say, although he doesn't plan to keep a low profile this time, "Don't be so painstaking." But no matter how much he looks at the other person and stares with an X-ray-like gaze, the other person is just completely aloof and indifferent. It isn't until Tong Yuesu finishes his test that this man finally starts to move, but at the same time he moves, Elder Guanyong standing to his side also takes action. It's unknown whether it's just a coincidence or if it's something else. The two people almost press the button on the testing instrument at the same time. Following their movements, 2 rays of dark green light that are almost on par with each other instantly erupt. The flickering light causes the faces of the surrounding people to be full of astonishment in a split second. Green rays of light that are almost on par with each other. What does this represent? This represents that XiaoMo's number of distillations has a 99% chance of being the same as Tang Zixian. The entire hall suddenly becomes quiet. The original lively atmosphere becomes dead silent in an instant. One can only see that on the front of the 2 testing instruments lies 2 numbers emanating green rays of light 8 times. This is the highest value that has appeared from the beginning to the end of this assessment. Everyone in the hall could have guessed that Tang Zixian would definitely have the highest number this time. The truth shows that everyone's predictions weren't wrong, but in their hearts, Tang Zixian's number should be the only one of its kind. In the end, this XiaoMo actually gave them such a big surprise. The number of distillations of magic herbs done by a level 4 mage is actually the same as Tang Zixian, someone who's a level 5 mage. Does this mean XiaoMo's strength can already rival that of a level 5 mage? Every single person thinks of this point in horror. If this is true, then one can only fear that this XiaoMo's potential is higher than Tang Zixian's. Tang Zixian looks at the number on the instrument with a stunned expression. This number 8 deeply and painfully stabs at her 2 eyes. She actually barked up the wrong tree. Who would have thought? The XiaoMo whom she didn't pay attention to just a moment ago is actually standing on the same level as her at this very moment. Although she reserved a bit of her strength appropriately this time, but the difference between a level 4 mage and a level 5 mage isn't small. Tang Zixian quickly omits the shocked expression on her face and looks at XiaoMo, who's standing to her side with a gaze showing he's absorbed in his thoughts. Even though the Tang family isn't lacking geniuses with high potentials, but if they can draw a genius like this to their side, it's still beneficial for the Tang family. Amidst the crowd, Chai Jun's eyes are wide open and looks at this scene in disbelief. He only snaps out of it after a very long time. His expression becomes temperamental in a split second and his gaze gradually reveals a hint of hate. This person whom he's always looked down upon, always waited to be embarrassed, actually already stands at the high altitude he still hasn't reached. This makes his complacent from just a while ago directly turn into great mockery. This strike isn't small. This result also leaves Elder Guanyong in great surprise, to the point where his eyes uncontrollably reveal his clear emotions. Back then when he saw XiaoMo and Tang Zixian finish at the same time, although he didn't know the other's number of distillations, but the feeling this youth gave him was quite special. That's why he purposely planned for the 2 people to be tested at the same time. He didn't think that the surprise would be so big, but other than Elder Guanyong, a few of Daoxian Academy's Daoshers' gazes towards XiaoMo also become unusually fiery. The one who's the most excited is Ningjing Daosher. Her beautiful face is even slightly flushing. This XiaoMo makes me so surprised, Ningjing Daosher says as she pouts her lips. Hearing that her voice is like she's talking to herself, Gao Yang also nods his head. It's not only a surprise, I'm almost going to stop breathing. It's very likely that he'll become a level 5 mage before the age of 19. Back then, Tang Xian also rose a level at this age. Ning Jingdashi is pleasantly surprised. Gao Yang, you really have found a good student for me, but she tested XiaoMo herself, so strictly speaking, she is qualified to have the priority of being his doubter, but XiaoMo also has to agree with this. Gao Yang smiles, it's you who has good luck. Behind these two people, Ling Xiao folds his arms and looks at XiaoMo, who's feared, admired, and envied by everyone. The corner of his lips reveal a smile with a hint of pride. Although he also likes the XiaoMo from before, the XiaoMo who's now the cream of the crop attracts him even more. His heart beats frenziedly and his blood boils. After a long time, those people who accidentally went into stagnation finally take a deep breath in. The sounds of people whispering under their breaths become louder and louder. The gazes that look at XiaoMo now aren't belittling like before, because with this level of strength, his achievements in the future might not be less than Tang Xian. Elder Guanyong adjusts his mentality. He looks towards XiaoMo full of satisfaction and nods his head a few times in a row before smiling. Pretty good, pretty good. I announced that both XiaoMo and Tang Xian pass, but even though he willingly wanted to have such a high profile, XiaoMo is still very excited. He doesn't pay any attention to the fiery looks other people are giving him. Instead, he runs over to Ling Xiao without consulting anyone and can't help but say, Ling Xiao, I'm number 1. Ling Xiao is very happy that the other ran over to tell him first. Hints of pampering are revealed in those eyes beneath the mask. Congratulations to you. Continue to work hard. I believe you can do even better. XiaoMo is excited and horrified. This is Ling Xiao's first time using this kind of tone to speak. He's not really used to it. XiaoMo shivers. What about you congratulate me in a different way? Ling Xiao is angered that he laughs. He lifts his hand and knocks at the other's head. Okay, what about this way? XiaoMo clutches his head and tears stream down his face. He really is looking for cruelty. Because of XiaoMo, Ling Xiao, who was originally mingled quietly within the crowd, now also catches everyone's attention. Seeing their intimate actions together, a few people start to predict his background. A man with such a temperament, maybe he comes from some powerful aristocratic family, but they haven't heard of such a person before. Thinking of this, some people can't help but also become suspicious of XiaoMo's background. A young genius with such strength could probably only be trained with the power of a big family. Just as they're thinking of random thoughts impetuously, Ning Jingdashi asks exactly what they've all been dying to know. XiaoMo, my question might be a bit bold, but I don't know whether or not you have a shifu and who your shifu is. Can you tell me? Being capable of mentoring such a pupil, his master's reputation is definitely not small. Ning Jingdashi instantly goes through those high-level mages who have been famous for a long period of time in her mind. XiaoMo is taken back and suddenly thinks of Kongwon. Although Kongwon is his shifu by name, but he's never taught him. This kind of person can't be considered to be his master. He also doesn't want people to investigate into people from Tianxian sect. But before he can open his mouth, Ling Xiao answers on his behalf. He doesn't have a shifu. Ning Jingdashi astonishingly says, how could he not have a shifu? Then he. Ling Xiao answers, he is able to achieve what he can today purely from his own hard work. Ning Jingdashi instantly becomes silent. Those who had their ears perked up and were secretly listening on are stunned by XiaoMo once again. Their bodies sway and they clean out their ears with all their might. They didn't hear incorrectly, right? This genius who has a very high chance of being able to compete with Tang Xian is actually self-taught? Holy shit, he is clearly just a fudging abnormal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230. Chapter 230 Second Assessment. Translated by Yuan Yulin. XiaoMo tied at first place with Tang Xian in the first assessment. This event soon spread among the Mage Association. If the previous thing that happened at the hall made XiaoMo's name spread, then today's event really made his name become famous. The tutors who were astonished at XiaoMo, the genius 18-year-old before, and were even threatened that they wouldn't accept such person as their student, were running to come to the second assessment, even before it started. They wanted to know what kind of person is he, to even be able to compete with Teng Xin. There were two parts of the assessment. The second one would begin an hour later, so everyone could do anything they wanted during this free hour. But they had to be back to continue the assessment in an hour. If they were late, they would be deemed as giving up the assessment on their own. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao didn't leave the main hall. Instead, they looked for a place to sit and rest there. The main hall is chairs for people to sit down and rest, but not that many. After the end of the first assessment, many people ran to sit at that place. Since XiaoMo and Ling Xiao have gained Ning Gingao's favor, she got 2 seats for them. Although some mages passed the first round assessment, since distillation consumed a lot of their soul power, if they immediately began the second assessment, they might not be able to carry on the burden. So this 1-hour rest was for them to restore their soul power. Of course, not everyone needed a break, for example the genius Teng Xin. The distillation round didn't take much of her soul power. XiaoMo didn't pay attention to the curious glances that were thrown at him. The assessment time could be said to be neither long nor short, and it was almost noon now, so it's time for him to eat. He took a few spirit fruits that were famous for being sweet and tasty. He bought spirit fruits when he went out before. At that time he thought that they were tasty, so he bought a stockpile of it, so when he was hungry but too inconvenient to go out and eat, he could just eat the spirit fruits. Under the gazes of many eyes, he handed over the spirit fruit to Ling Xiao. It wasn't the first time Ling Xiao took XiaoMo's thing, so he took it calmly. Gao Yang came over, surprised and asked, "Brother, you came to take the exams, yet still could bring spirit fruit?" Spirit fruit wasn't a precious or rare thing, you could buy it at many places, but it was his first time looking at a person who came to take exams and still prepare for lunch. Usually, people would be too nervous that they lost their appetite. He looked too relaxed to be able to do that. When XiaoMo took a bite from the spirit fruit, he heard his sentence and explained, "It's not like that, I bought these a few months ago and I still haven't finished eating them yet." "Ah, Gaodage, do you want to eat it too?" As he spoke, he took it from inside the magic bag. Actually, he took the spirit fruit from his space and then handed it to him. Gao Yang lowered his head and looked at the spirit fruit that he held. It smelled really sweet. He originally wanted to refuse, but he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and take it. XiaoMo became happy, and took another for Ning Jingdao. Ning Jing was quite surprised that the spirit fruits didn't lose its moisture even when he put it inside the magic bag for that long, but she didn't think too much about it. She just guessed that he might put it inside of some kind of jade box, and took it while saying her thanks. XiaoMo said, "Don't need to thank him." Both of them helped him, so it was how it ought to be. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang from behind, "Wah, I want to eat spirit fruit too." XiaoMo turned his head, and saw Bailey Xiao was looking at his half-eaten spirit fruit drooling, with a helpless Tong Yuesu on his side. Tong Yuesu pulled Bailey Xiao, who became gluttonous while looking at XiaoMo and his group eating spirit fruit. With his status, he could obviously eat so many delicious things, but the problem is, Bailey Xiao was a glutton, so when he saw other people eating, he could easily be bought off to eat the same thing. Tong Yuesu looked at XiaoMo and cupped his own hand in front of his chest, and modestly said, "I'm sorry to disturb you guys." XiaoMo twitched up one corner of his mouth and said, "You're not disturbing us." He just stared at Bailey Xiao. This guy was really rude, but he never met one like him before, such a straightforward person, and looked so pure. And then he took out 2 spirit fruits. Bailey Xiao didn't wait anymore and took it, and then gave the other to Tong Yuesu. "Yuesu-ji, he is a good person, you should eat it too." After he said that, he immediately took a bite of his own and made a munching sound. Tong Yuesu was dumbfounded, and finally became helpless, and said apologetically to XiaoMo, "Xiao is this kind of person, I hope brother you could forgive him." XiaoMo waved his hand repeatedly, "Don't worry, he's fine like this." Tong Yuesu smiled and said, "That's right, I haven't congratulate brother you on winning the first place in the first round assessment." XiaoMo became embarrassed. He never got a first place in his previous life. When he heard their conversation, Xiao also joined, and said happily, getting first place, and this time you have to beat Ting Xin. She'll lose her face. You don't like her? When he heard this, XiaoMo asked curiously. Don't like. Xiao shook his head without hesitation like a rattle drum. She's so annoying, and she looked down on me. Yang Yuasu shook his head and explained, 3 months ago, Ting Xin came back with her master from a journey, and when she ran into Xiao, she said that she had been holding a grudge for 10 years now, but actually both of them have been hating each other for a long time now. So it was like that, but... XiaoMo looked at Ting Xin's direction. Actually, he didn't like her either, although he hasn't spoken with her yet. She gave off a bad feeling, even though he couldn't explain it very well. XiaoMo, can I call you XiaoMo? You can call me Xiao too. Xiao suddenly came in front of XiaoMo, and asked with sparkling eyes. XiaoMo was lost in thought and taken aback, but quickly composed himself again and said, You can... Xiao immediately grinned, made a very happy face, and shouted twice, XiaoMo, XiaoMo, from now on we are friends. Just when XiaoMo was about to reply, he heard Ling Zhao's voice ring out in his ear. XiaoMo, both of you are a little bit similar. His voice was neither too loud nor too quiet, so a few people near them heard this, and looked at their side. XiaoMo looked at Xiao's eyes that looked so pure, and asked him in a low voice, Where do we look similar? Ling Xiao tried to hold back his laugh. When laughing, you guys look silly. He already lived for so long that he could see Xiao's true nature, that's why he didn't stop them from becoming friends. XiaoMo. Xiao. When he saw that both of them making the same reaction, Tong Yuasu had to suppress his laughter so hard. Xiao pulled XiaoMo's clothes. XiaoMo, who is this person? XiaoMo put his hand on him. You can just pretend that he doesn't exist. Xiao said, but I can't pretend that he doesn't exist. XiaoMo asked, why? Xiao said seriously, he just said that I looked as silly as you when I laughed. I'm not a fool at all, and other people always say that I'm cute, so how can I look like you? XiaoMo. You don't have to be that sarcastic. The people who watch the scene almost want to laugh out loud. These guys are so funny. Time flew quickly when they were joking around. Along with a clear bell sound, Elder Guanyang, who was gone, had come back and announced that the second assessment is about to begin, so the examinees have to gather in front. The second round assessment has less people than the first one, so in order to not waste any time, they put dozens of platforms for refining pills at once so that the examinees could take the test together. Because he could choose whichever platform that he wanted, after XiaoMo and Ling Xiao heard the announcement, he chose the usual spot, the corner. But not long after he chose his spot, a purple figure immediately picked the platform next to him. XiaoMo was startled when he found out that the person was unexpectedly Tang Xin. When she saw him looking at her, Tang Xin looked at him nonchalantly, removing the hair on her cheek with her 2 fingers, and smiling softly with a hint of interest. XiaoMo, show me your strength. Even if you want to know my strength, you don't have to purposely move to my side, you know? XiaoMo thought, without saying a word while he moved his gaze from her. Not far away from his place, Xiao actually wanted to pick a platform beside XiaoMo, but he didn't expect that Tang Xin would beat him to do that. She really made his teeth itch. T/N. It's used when you really hate a certain person that it makes you want to bite them. Tong Yuasu had to comfort him, and let him choose the platform in front of XiaoMo. The magic herbs used for the assessment were provided by the association. Because they have to refine a level 4 magic pill to pass, the association wouldn't provide different magic herbs to suit each people. Therefore, even though Tang Xin is currently a level 5 mage, she still got the same test material as other people. So for her, this round's assessment was as easy as drinking water. T/N. Dage equals big brother, eldest brother. But we could use it to call someone that we respect or on friendship level. Not for romantic relationship. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231. Chapter 231, Assessment Final. Translated by Rara. XiaoMo looked at the magic herbs placed on the platform. There were only 2 portions. In other words, each examinee would only have 2 opportunities. If you ran out of herbs and still couldn't refine a single pill, then that meant you have failed the assessment. XiaoMo looked at the magic herbs and the recipe next to them. It was the potion for a magic pill called Golden Sand. Golden Sand pill is a low-rank level 4 magic pill that was used for consolidating practitioner's level after leveling up. To XiaoMo, he had no trouble refining a mid-rank pills, but the fact was that he had never refined this Golden Sand pill before. So XiaoMo carefully read the recipe several times to assure the process without mistakes, and then he finally got his hand on refining. In this part of assessment, you can choose to use your own cauldron or the one provided by the association. Since most mages were more accustomed to their own cauldron, there was no restriction about this. While XiaoMo was about to put all the magic herbs into the provided cauldron, the other people were quickly taking out their own cauldrons, and almost half of the examinees were doing so. XiaoMo was stunned when he saw even Bailey Xiao was no different. He looked at the black cauldron. He felt that this cauldron was very good, compared to all the one he had used before, was much better. Well, he didn't feel the need to change it, and so he tossed all herbs inside. Tang Xian, who was sitting next to him and saw his actions, her phoenix eyes flashed a bit. A mage that could arbitrarily use any cauldron, strictly speaking, this mage is much stronger than others. At this point, even Bailey Xiao couldn't even do it, and yet XiaoMo didn't even hesitate a little bit. Tang Xian half opened her phoenix eyes. She had always been regarded as genius of geniuses since young, and this glory had been followed her for more than 10 years. Seeing someone with a much higher potential than her suddenly appearing out of nowhere, even if she had a better temperament, she still won't come to like this person. XiaoMo didn't know Tang Xian's train of thought had taken a few stations around, since at this moment he was fully focused on the magic herbs inside the cauldron. Because the first hurdle of this part of assessment was still the distillation. In order to reduce the magic pill's danger rate, more than a few times of distill is needed. But since this part of the assessment only required examinees to refine a complete level 4 pill, it was not necessary to spend too much time on distillation, at least to avoid failing by time running out or making some accidental mistake. But then this matter only applied to other people, not XiaoMo. For him, since his speed had always been fast and his error rate seemed non-existent, that was why this problem never came into his mind. But he was never too ignorant to disregard everything. Although he only needed to distill several times, in order to refine a good quality pill, XiaoMo still did more than a couple distillations. It was not until the 7th time that he finally stopped. Because this was the first time he refined the Golden Sand pill, that was why he was extra careful. XiaoMo carefully divided his soul power into smaller parts to control the herb powder after he finished distilling them, and then he began to recall the next step of the pill recipe. In a blink of an eye, half of the time had passed. Those that chose to reduce the distillation time so that they could refine a pill as soon as possible had began to finish their process, and not long after, some people had finished. Bailey Xiao and Tan Yueshu's speed was not slow. About 1/5 of the time was left when both of their pills, which were a very fragrant blue color pill, finally flew out of the cauldron. Those who have finished their part, most of them subconsciously looked toward in XiaoMo and Tang Xian's direction. With their potential, nailing this assessment was a piece of cake, but there were also the pill quality. The association only provided low-quality magic herbs. After all, they were used to testing people. No need to use the valuable mid and top quality herbs. That was why the outcome usually was only low-quality magic pills, but due to the number of distillations, the danger rate was different. What people were looking forward to was who would have a lower danger rate, Tang Xian or XiaoMo. By the time the hourglass was nearly to its end, they both had finally finished, and all that was left was to examine the pill. The device that we'll be using in this part was also the same device that was used in the last part, but this time it was used for measuring the purity of the pills. The more pure the pill was, the less risk it had. This can be seen based on the pill's color, and can be accurately measured through the light emitted from the device. This time, XiaoMo was not patient enough to be the last in line. He presumed the Tang Xin group would wait till the end again, so that they could gather the spotlight to themselves. And so XiaoMo quickly stole the last spot of the first group that was about to get their pills examined. This action of XiaoMo stunned the Tang Xin's people for a while. The truth was, not only them, but even other people could see he was being impatient. Daily Xiao also wanted to examine his pill together with XiaoMo, but seeing others had already put their pills inside the device, if he asked them to give him the spot, then that would be making trouble without reason. T/N, provoke pointlessly. This was the result XiaoMo had wanted. XiaoMo placed his pill inside the device, then looked at Elder Guanyong, who has no intention to move. Elder Guanyong, sorry to trouble you. Elder Guanyong glanced at him. He could roughly guess what XiaoMo was thinking, so he pressed the button. The device quickly emitted a very deep blue light, so vivid that it dimmed all the other 4 blue lights that also came out at the same time as XiaoMo's. Elder Guanyong felt a tingling sensation inside his throat, low-quality herbs, and yet he could still refine the pill to such deep color. Seemed like he had done not a few distillation, probably 6 times. Then Elder Guanyong quickly recovered his line of sight and looked at the other 4 people, and immediately said, "All 5 examinees passed, next group please come up." XiaoMo immediately took the pill and then pata ran toward Ling Xiao. T/N, the pata part is a word used to describe the way the baby run, the kind of run that is unsteady but happy without worry. Even though the herbs were provided by the association, they were just low-quality ones, and to the ever-rich and wealthy like the Mage Association, they could easily afford this much. So after the assessment, the pills were given back to the mages. XiaoMo flauntingly gave the pill to Ling Xiao, excitedly saying, "Ling Xiao, try this pill to see if it is good or not. This is my first time refining the golden sand pill." Ling Xiao also didn't stop himself and directly tossed the pill inside his mouth, chewed it a few times, then nodded, "Good, although the taste is a little lacking." XiaoMo understood and nodded. This was refined using low-quality herbs. It was obvious that the taste would be poorer than the high-quality one. XiaoMo then patted his chest, "No fret, when I have the ingredients ready, I will refine some more for you." There were 2 types of level 4 herbs of the golden sand pill recipes that he didn't have inside his space. Seemed like he would have to go buy it. But they didn't know, their dialogue was heard by other people and it had caused a stir inside the hall. First time refining golden sand pill, and yet the success rate was this high, although probably it might have something to do with his level, but the thought alone was scary enough. And look at his companion, he could easily chew the pill raw. Was he not afraid the pill's efficacy would backfire and mess up his insides? This could cause death, you know. Gao Yang and Ning Jingdaosher stared at each other. Looked like XiaoMo was not the only monster, the man beside him was too oddly enough. After finishing their conversation, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao walked over to Ning Jing. "Ning Jingdaosher, since I have passed the assessment, when can I enroll?" The jade drive he bought back in the Emerald Court didn't explain about it, so he didn't know. Ning Jingdaosher softly said, "The admission will end tomorrow, so we will leave Yen City the day after. The morning on the day after, we will gather at the square and all of us will depart together, so remember not to come late." XiaoMo, "Then we shall take our leave here, Ning Jingdaosher." "Gao, Dage, see you the day after." Gao Yang looked at them surprisingly. "Don't you want to continue watching? You can take this opportunity to learn about your opponents." XiaoMo shook his head, "I will have more chances in the future, I have something to do next, so I have no intention to stay back." Looking at XiaoMo's figure hastily leaving the hall, Tang Xin also took back her glance. She stared at the also deep blue pill on her hand, her eyes suddenly deep in thought. This XiaoMo, she more and more couldn't figure this man out anymore. On the other side, Bailey Xiao also looked at XiaoMo's back with eyes wide open. Just right when he wanted to chat with XiaoMo more, since he finally managed to make a friend of the same peer, he didn't expect to see XiaoMo would run off so fast. Bailey Xiao wanted to follow him too, but he hadn't examined his pill yet. Tong Yuesu standing beside Bailey Xiao and seeing him hanging his head dispiritedly, T/N, feeling dispirited/dejected, he knew what was inside his head, so he patted Bailey Xiao's head and comforted, Xiao, wait until we both enter the academy, then you can see him every day. Bailey Xiao looked up, you are not allowed to lie to me. Tong Yuesu nodded and laughed, I won't. Bailey Xiao pondered, then fine, I believe you. Such serious expression, Tong Yuesu didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. After the three of them left the Mage Association Hall, Ling Xiao also got very curious as to why he was so hurriedly leaving. They stopped at the door of the association, where just this far away they were still able to hear the noise coming from the square's direction. Lu Yu looked at his two masters, seeing them not muttering a word, he then quietly stood behind them. After all, he had vowed to serve them, although young master had not approved yet. Ling Xiao asked, what are you planning? XiaoMo rolled his eyes, I want to make money. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, you still secretly stored some more magic pills, XiaoMo twitched his mouth, he clearly didn't secretly store anything, stop fooling around, they are not for you to eat. Since I have run out of money, I want to make some more. XiaoMo felt a little restlessness without having some money in his possession, and besides, who knew when they would be able to go outside again or how much money they needed after entering the academy. Lu Yu was trying to blend his existence into the background. Why did he feel the stop being naughty, kid vibe coming off young master? He must have stepped out of door with the wrong foot today. Lu Yu seeing them not moving an inch, he could faintly figure out the reason, and said, young master, I know where the Yen City's business district is. XiaoMo immediately looked at him, why don't you say so sooner? Quick, lead the way. And so Lu Yu, who could be seen as half a local, successfully lead them to the business district. T/N, Phoenix eyes is very much an Asian thing. It a type of eye shape that is closely resemble the slanted eyes. But not to be confused, the main difference between slanted eyes and phoenix eyes is the degree of slant in the eye. The slanted eye obviously has a greater slant but does not possess the little curve at the outer corner of the eye as in the phoenix eye. On the other hand, the phoenix eye does not slant until the corner of the eye. Fun fact, phoenix eyes is considered as one of the most beautiful eyes for Asians. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 232. Chapter 232. A Small Plan. Translated by Rara. Yen City was ruled by many forces, but there was only one business district. The business district was the 4 streets that surrounded the Lei Tian platform. Each street was wide and long, so massive that you couldn't finish strolling around one street within a day. Business district was a well-known place where all sorts of people gathered. Right now, XiaoMo was standing at the beginning of South Street. South Street had a long-established history, its architecture structural changed every day. Compared to the other cities XiaoMo had traveled to, this place's architecture was completely different. Not only did they bring an ancient aspect such as carved balustrades and jade steps, T/N, the typical structure of wealthy Chinese ancient building, which were very splendorous and majestic, but they also had added a drop of modern ambience in between. Even with such fascinating architectural design, the fact was that since South Street was extremely large, one couldn't see the end. Lu Yu took them to a magic pill shop located on the South Street. Although it was not the largest shop here, it was the place that offered the most reasonable prices. Xingshuang Pavilion was the name of the shop. Besides selling magic pills, they also offered buying them. Lu Yu had heard about the good reputation of this shop. A lot of outsiders and travelers also came here to make a deal. Lu Yu also told XiaoMo about how he used to receive low-rank level 3 magic pills from them as rewards for bringing guests in. Hearing that, XiaoMo's expression lit up. He quickly pulled Lu Yu toward him. Lu Yu, let's say if you pretend to introduce us to Qingshuang Pavilion, and since we are going to spend a lot, will they give you rewards after? Lu Yu didn't even flinch. Possibly, but the amount depends on how big the transaction with the guest. If it is a good deal, then there is a possibility they will reward me with a low-grade level 4 herb, or a low-grade level 4 magic pill. XiaoMo immediately remembered the 2 missing types of herbs for the golden sand pill recipe. Good, well then, later you should tell the people of Qingshuang Pavilion that you introduced us here. Act like you don't really know us, understand? This Lu Yu understands. Lu Yu immediately figured out XiaoMo's intention. Although he was a little surprised, since in his eyes, young master, you didn't seem like one who was lacking in magic herbs, but since young master had said so, then he would obey. And so, Lu Yu very proficiently took them to the Qingshuang Pavilion. Coincidentally, the shop manager happened to be there as well. Since Lu Yu had introduced them to several guests in the past, the manager remembered him. The manager saw Lu Yu bringing 2 people in, guessed that he meant to introduce new guests to them, so he silently looked and judged their clothes, and apparently these 2 new guests were not some common folk. He knew today he might be able to pull in some good deals, so he quickly switched to his unique profiteer smile and came over. Manager Li, I bring you 2 new guests. Lu Yu came over to Manager Li's side, revealed a flattering smile like he was the person on the bottom of the social pyramid. He was the type of person that had to cater others to have a better life. Besides, to fulfill his young master's wish, only by doing so would the manager not be able to see through the act. Okay, you go to the lounge and wait there. Manager Li waved the hand to shoo him away. His eyes fell on Ling Xiao and XiaoMo's figure. He immediately put on a respectful attitude. Sir, may I know what magic pill you want to buy? Qingshuang Pavilion mostly sold magic pills, while they only had a few magic herbs, but it didn't mean they didn't have any in possession. Since Qingshuang Pavilion was not their only property, they also had a branch shop selling magic herbs. Do you also collect magic pills? XiaoMo looked at the interior design of the Qingshuang Pavilion and judged. Manager Li was stunned for a moment. He then carefully looked at XiaoMo again. Now that he realized it, this little boy was a mage, but he didn't know his level. Sir, Qingshuang Pavilion does also collect magic pills, but we won't buy low-grade magic pills. Since Qingshuang Pavilion had a strict policy, usually they only took large transaction deals, and their mages could refine low-grade magic pills. This was why they only collected mid-grade or high-grade magic pills, limited to the pill level. XiaoMo took out a jade bottle of magic pills from his magic bags. I know you don't buy low-grade pills, Liu has told us about this. What I want to sell are high-grade types, level 3 and 4 ones. So, care to make a deal? Manager Li was petrified. He then stared at the bottle in XiaoMo's hand. After a careful observation, they were indeed high-grade magic pills. Through the transparency of the jade bottle he could see the color of the pills was very pure. Who would expect this boy could give him such a grand surprise? High-grade magic pills cannot compare to the mid and low-grade ones. Regardless of the level, all high-grade pills will never lack on the market ground, not like low-grade pills, only some small shops would buy them. Manager Li saw XiaoMo take out a bottle of level 3 pills and a bottle of level 4 pills, and on top of all, every single one of them was high-grade. Naturally, he was overjoyed, and quickly nodded, We will. We will. Of course we will buy them. Manager Li quickly took them to the back. Since the hall had all kinds of people there, a little precaution is always better, because even though level 3 and 4 pills were less valuable than level 5 and above, high-grade pills is a different story. Stepping inside, XiaoMo didn't worry about Manager Li's greed would awake, because having Ling Xiao beside him reassured him a lot. XiaoMo directly gave the jade bottle to him. You can check them to your liking. If you accept them, we will discuss the price. Manager Li took the bottles, and said he wanted to have the Qingshuang's mage check them, because he himself was not a mage. After a while, the curtain was lifted and came in a girl wearing pink clothes with an engaging aura. Seeing the girl, Manager Li was in a cheerful mood. Miss Qing Qi, I have to trouble you with some more magic pills. The pink clothes lady had bright and limpid autumn water's eyes, T/N, a way to describe a beautiful soft and clear eyes, like in Memoir of Geisha, how author described the MC's eyes, a beautiful feature like flower like jade, T/N, it means beautiful, that gave off a very tranquil temperament. Hearing Manager Lee's word, the beautiful face showed a beautiful girl from a humble family expression while she gave a faint smile. It's okay, Manager Lee. The moment XiaoMo saw her, the image of soft girl came straight into his mind. At long last, he finally managed to meet another normal typical woman, but XiaoMo had lost interest in soft girl. Ra's note, well, he's all out for Ling Xiao's hard dick now. But with a glance, XiaoMo immediately recognized this girl was a level 5 mage, her age probably somewhere around 20. A level 5 mage at this age, clearly her natural endowment shouldn't be low. XiaoMo didn't expect his first time at the business district he would end up encountering a young level 5 mage, a female to boot. Yen City is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, T/N, hidden talent, region. I am Xiao, may I know your name? Xiao stood in front of them, even though her voice was soft, it gave a very rare benevolent vibe. My surname is Yu, pardon Miss Qing for examining the magic pills inside the bottles. XiaoMo once again took out the jade bottles inside his magic bags. He didn't introduce Ling Xiao though, after all they came here for business, not making friends. Xiao didn't ask back, she picked up the jade bottle XiaoMo had placed on the table, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. They were all high-grade magic pills. She carefully looked at them, then she talked to Manager Lee, they are all genuine high-grade magic pills. Level 3 have 20 pills, level 4 have 30. Manager Lee gave a squinty-eyed smile, sorry for troubling Miss Xiao. Xiao faintly smiled, not really, it is my obligation. After that she didn't bother their discussion anymore, she put down the bottle and went away, but before she left she also secretly stole a glance at XiaoMo. If she was not wrong, this Yu fella was also a level 4 mage. He was so young and already had such high achievements, looked like they would meet again in the future. After she had left, XiaoMo finally mentioned about the price with Manager Lee. Because XiaoMo was in lack of money, he didn't intentionally give a high price, and Manager Lee didn't disregard XiaoMo's young age and falsely gave a wrong price. Just like Lu Yu had said, they offered a fair price. One level 3 pill is 80 crystal coin, one level 4 pill is 200 crystal coin. Level 4 prices compared to level 3 was more than double, which was something XiaoMo had estimated. He remembered before when he was at the Donqing shop, a single mid-grade herb already cost 20,000 gold coins, and since the mid-grade was already expensive, don't mention the high-grade ones. 50 magic pills, XiaoMo sold for 14,000 crystal coins. He once again deeply appreciated the fact being a mage was a very profiteering career, moreover, he only needed to pay for the herb seeds. The two of them left the Qingshuan pavilion, and not long after, Li Yu also came out. XiaoMo immediately went up, so? Did you get the stone herb seeds and ichthyosaurus herb seeds? Lu Yu said, Manager Li said only the Qingqiao court would have them, so he told me to go there to receive the reward, and he also sent the message to the manager of Qingqiao court. Although he was really curious about why young master only needed the seeds and not the full-grown herbs, but he didn't ask. Quick, go there. Manager Li was a man of his word, not only half he asked Manager Zhou to reward Lu Yu with the stone herb seeds and ichthyosaurus herb seeds, he was also willing to give him more seeds of different types. Lu Yu took the opportunity and asked for some more. Since Lu Yu only needed a few seeds, and Manager Zhou appreciated the fact he had helped them getting big customers, and not to mention, such few seeds were not worth much money, so he gave Lu Yu a very generous award. After he got the seeds, Lu Yu quickly ran to XiaoMo to win his young master's favor. XiaoMo was really surprised, because Lu Yu was very clever, knowing that he may not need the common level 4 seeds, so he specifically chose those uncommon ones, and indeed there were several seeds he didn't have. Before the sun started setting, they arrived back at the inn. T/N, beautiful girl from a humble family, is a saying to describe a beautiful girl who charming but not wicked, brightful and not cold, a lively, smart and cute personality. T/N, soft girl, is an internet slang to describe the girl with gentle big eyes, tender voice, soft waist, with a gentle personality, considerate and have an innocent aura. Deprived from the Japanese term mo girl, and a cosplay video with the same title soft girl in which portrayed a girl with the exact description. T/N, ichthyosaur, or literal translated as fish dragon in Chinese, or fish lizard in Greek. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/ichthyosaur. RA note, basically this is how people classify a magic pill. Rank, within a level, a pill can be classified into low, mid, high rank. To compare the usefulness of the pill, the higher the rank, the more efficient it have. Grade, classified into low, mid, high grade, which indicated the pill's quality. The quality is affected by the quality of the herb, and of course, by how you're refining it. A carefully crafted pill's, high grade, obviously would be more valuable. While herb is much simpler, depend on its quality, it can be either low, mid, high grade/quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233. Chapter 233. Another two options. Translated by Yuan Yulin. When the night came, XiaoMo left Ling Xiao behind and went to his space. Ever since they came to the north, XiaoMo rarely let his Zhou team out, and it wasn't because he didn't want to, but because they chose to not go out. The aura inside the space is very thick, so it's very suitable for them to practice. Besides, even if they go out, they have nothing to do. They figured they might as well just stay inside the space. XiaoMo had given them tasks to do, so, after a few discussions, they decided to rotate the tasks. They used 10 days as a standard cycle. After 10 days, another person would take over. When XiaoMo arrived, it was Paiqiu who was on duty. Paiqiu looked exactly the same as a few months ago. He didn't have any changes at all, neither his height nor his weight. When one looked at his fat, one would instantly know that he got enough nutrition. Paiqiu was watering the magic herbs using magic water. When he saw XiaoMo walk over, he immediately threw the water away and ran towards him. "Master, did you finally come to see me?" Paiqiu asked happily with his two big round eyes. Looking at his expression, XiaoMo couldn't tell him the truth, so he said, "Yes, I came to see you guys." When he had just finished saying that sentence, there was a pfft sound coming from the direction of the lake. It was followed by a mocking voice, "Either you are just plain stupid, or you don't want to admit it. There's no way Master would especially come here just to see you. He obviously is just about to take out a new magic herb seed, that's the reason he came." The one who said that was Xiao. His appearance looked so cool, but unfortunately he talks a lot, and his words were especially poisonous. He really made people's teeth become itchy, to the point of wanting to bite the other person, just by listening to him. XiaoMo already heard his sarcastic tone many times, so he had already gotten used to it. Besides, he knew, even though Xiao has a sharp tongue, he actually has a gentle heart. Of course his gentle side was only towards them. To outsiders, his statement was usually only how he would treat them. Yuan's note, Xiao is the epitome of tsundere cough. "Master, is what Xiao just said true?" Paiqiu looked at XiaoMo anxiously. XiaoMo almost got a cold sweat on his face, so he immediately took out food from his magic bag. It was mutton that Ling Xiao preserved before. "Paiqiu, eat this meat." Paiqiu was already drooling when he smelled the meat. After that he immediately grabbed it and ran straight into the corner. Xiao, who saw this, said a good-for-nothing glutton coldly. Although Paiqiu was small, he is 100% a glutton, especially for meat. Not to mention this mutton's meat effect, even an ordinary demon beast's meat would make him drool with envy. So every time he saw him act like this, Xiao would call him names. Paiqiu didn't care. As long as he had meat, he wouldn't mind being abused with 100 or 1,000 sentences. After he dealt with Paiqiu, XiaoMo took a wooden basin from the blockhouse, and scooped out some magic water from the lake. He then put in all the magic herb seeds that Liu gave him. The seeds were multicolored, just like the multicolored stones that XiaoMo had in a fish tank in his previous life. Talking about stones, he admired himself for his talent. Back then he had nothing in his rented room. He especially went to the market one day to buy some multicolored stones to pretty up his room. However, since he couldn't afford fish, he had only bought the stones. The seeds that Qingqiao Court gave weren't really plump, some of them were even already dehydrated and shriveled, almost as if they had already been abandoned. If they continued to be like this, they wouldn't grow up well, so he had to puff them up for one night until the seeds could absorb all the magic water. This was so that he didn't have to take special care of them. XiaoMo had already experimented with it before. He had sowed some seeds that were about to die, and it grew up so badly that he had to use a lot of energy to correct it. After he finished digging it up, XiaoMo went to find Xiao and the others. These days, they all took human form and sat in meditation positions at the lakeside to practice. In just a few months, they all had already leveled up 1 to 2 stars. They leveled up much faster compared when they were practicing at the Paradise Realm. After they received such a benefit, they all refused to go out. After he saw them, XiaoMo went to the Dipper herb field. At first, he thought that the Dipper stink bugs were still in the middle of their metamorphosis process, because when he checked the information about Dipper stink bugs later, it said that the third metamorphosis would take a very long time. For some it would take up to half a year, while some even needed a year. But it seemed like his only needed 2 months, because they were already playing tag with each other in the magic herb fields, having a good time. XiaoMo examined them and made sure that they didn't have any problems, and realized that there wasn't any difference from after their metamorphosis. Their sizes and colors were still the same as before, and here he thought that there would at least be some difference. After Paicho finished his meat, he ran to XiaoMo with his 2 short legs and drum-like belly. XiaoMo immediately gave him a task to sprinkle the seeds from inside the wooden basin in the magic herb field tomorrow. Paicho patted his own meaty chest and assured him that he will certainly complete this task. Xiao, who was at the lakeside, casually threw out a bomb, just like usual, the blockhead who only knows how to eat, and the idiot who deceives his own family to count their gold coins. Lying to others to do the job to make profit. Paicho. XiaoMo. Xiao, you're too conceited. You don't feel good if you don't insult other people for a day, do you? XiaoMo wiped off the blood he had vomited from Xiao's words. He coaxed Paicho well before he left, promising that the next time he would reward him with 2.5 kilograms, 5.5 pounds, of meat, which clearly shot straight into Paicho's heart, making him immediately throw all Xiao's words behind him. Paicho, master, don't worry, I will work super hard. Xiao. XiaoMo had wanted to take a bath in the space at first, but Ling Xiao had forbidden him from doing so, because the Chou team was inside there. Ling Xiao said that only he can see XiaoMo's body, so he took away his right to bathe inside the space. XiaoMo had once put on a boycott, but it was suppressed ruthlessly, even his chrysanthemum nearly got picked. Since then, XiaoMo never dared to take a bath inside the space again, unless it was absolutely essential. When XiaoMo got out of the space, he had yet to react, and Ling Xiao, who was standing beside the screen, looked at him with a tender face and waved his hand at XiaoMo. XiaoMo subconsciously walked over. As he took a step, he suddenly discovered there seemed to be something behind the screen. Steam? XiaoMo widened his 2.0 vision eyes, like an X-ray piercing through the screen. He could vaguely see a large bathtub that could hold 3 to 4 people, filled with hot water. The steam earlier was coming from the tub. XiaoMo silently took a step back, thinking something very brutal. After what happened last time, XiaoMo moved away from the bathtub. He couldn't help but think about that obscene scene of that night they took a bath together. The thing called help him bathe, when someone really did all 3 options, XiaoMo felt he really had lost big time. Seeing him want to flee, Ling Xiao didn't immediately stop him. He just smiled, a very tender smile, but it immediately gave XiaoMo a chill up his spine. His body suddenly froze. Ling Xiao gently said, "XiaoMo, I'll give you two choices. Either come here and take a bath, and I will be gentle with you tonight. Or we can take a bath tomorrow. I choose the latter." XiaoMo didn't wait for him to finish and chose the second option without hesitation. Look at this. It had become his conditioned reflex. But after rethinking again, XiaoMo felt that the latter choice seemed even more extreme than the first. Are you really sure? Ling Xiao's expression changed. First he looked at XiaoMo with weird eyes, then he suddenly exposed a very immoral smile while asking XiaoMo again. XiaoMo was uncertain. This expression, why did it look so dangerous? XiaoMo swallowed his saliva. That. What did you say about the second option? I didn't hear it clearly. Ling Xiao brightly smiled, wickedly looking at him. The second choice is that we will do it tomorrow, but I won't promise I will hold myself back tonight. XiaoMo. He swore to God. After this he definitely needed to give up on his half-ass listening habit. In the future, every word Ling Xiao said, he must listen to them loud and clear, or else he could easily fall into a trap. XiaoMo took a deep breath. He wouldn't stupidly ask for a third choice, because with Ling Xiao's IQ, he would definitely come up with a more vulgar and shameless method. Since XiaoMo had experienced it 2 times, he realized if he still repeated this lowly mistake then he was definitely a dumbass. But, the second option, he certainly wouldn't choose it. They had to leave for the academy the day after tomorrow, and how could he forget about Ling Xiao's stamina? This man was not only savage in action, but his endurance was also top-notch. Every time he would always do it more than twice. In the end, only XiaoMo was the one to suffer. Which means he wouldn't be able to leave the bed the next day, so XiaoMo could only choose the first choice. Come. Ling Xiao once again waved at him. XiaoMo hesitated a little bit, dawdled, then came forward while bargaining. Promise you will be gentle? Ling Xiao said, as long as you obey, I will be gentle. XiaoMo, as long as you treat me gentle, I will obey. Since his head was on the table anyway, and running would still result in death, he might as well have a clean death. Worst case scenario, he might have to stay on the toilet longer than normal. Ling Xiao didn't say a word. He just stared at XiaoMo for a while, before he seemingly, unwillingly gave a nod. XiaoMo. What was with the reluctant expression? Don't tell me he really was trying to fool me. XiaoMo was obviously only 10 steps away from Ling Xiao, yet he took nearly 5 whole minutes until he stopped walking, which really tickled someone's patience. Ling Xiao then came over, picked him up and threw him into the tub to let the night begin. Which, he thought later, he should have done right from the start. Chrysanthemum, ahem. If you do not know this term, I shall explain. In Chinese culture, due to the way a chrysanthemum blooms, many people have referenced that it looks similar to the asshole. Which is why XR often uses the term chrysanthemum milk tea in many of our lewd, vulgar, uncultured jokes. If you can't handle our jokes, you are free to not read them. Or, maybe you should go read a Honey Q manga and see exactly how tame our jokes and comments are compared to others. You'll also see the real version of chrysanthemum milk tea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234. Chapter 234 points. Translated by Yuan Yulin. As his snow-white skin dyed with a flush color, XiaoMo found himself on top of a man's body while riding him in a daze. Both of his legs made a very promiscuous scene. The white upper garment was only covering half of his upper body. It was dimly visible that both of them were joining their bodies together. A papa, squelch squelch, sound was heard along with XiaoMo's body movement as he constantly moved up and down, making a certain rhythm. The man's big arms were hugging XiaoMo's waist tightly and they wouldn't let him go until half an incense later, hour. With his strong and unyielding arms, even if XiaoMo had any strength and tried to fight back, he wouldn't be able to move at all. Ngggggghh. A certain person finally couldn't hold it back anymore and let out a moan, while growling in a loud voice, "Have you come yet?" The man made a deep and low laughing sound, straightened up his body and hugged the youth. His movement was without any hesitation at all, as if telling him that he still has an abundance of energy to use. "We already agreed that we won't stop after only one round, in XiaoMo was silenced upon hearing that phrase, as if he got choked up. But then he quickly became angry. He held the man's body, opened his mouth and bit the man's shoulder, not caring even if he bit the man until he bled. He was tricked again. Ling Xiao was simply just toying him. His one round was obviously 2 rounds according to normal people's time, because XiaoMo himself had already come 2 times, yet he still has no sign of coming. If it continued to be like this, he would be the one who was going to be exhausted to death. The man moaned a little and soon after, he sped up the rhythm, almost making the person on top of him fall down, and the room was filled with soft moans. The next day XiaoMo lay down on top of the bed for half the day. He didn't come out even after noon. He actually wanted to stroll around the business district, but he miscalculated. That beast Ling Xiao didn't give him any opportunity to do that. They agreed to do it lightly, but because he bit him, he did it violently over and over again. Long story short, he lost again. While he was recuperating for almost a day, XiaoMo didn't know that his name was already spreading out. Although he could get out of the bed, he already lost his mood to stroll around. It wasn't until the morning of their departure, when the sky just started to lighten, that he decided to go downstairs leisurely. At first, he thought there wasn't anything downstairs, but it turned out when he hadn't even descended yet, he already heard noises coming out from the hall. One after another, it seemed like they were discussing something energetically. When he reached the bottom of the stairs, XiaoMo spotted Ling Xiao sitting in the corner. However, the seats were rather one-sided, so it was quiet. XiaoMo went and sat in front of Ling Xiao, asking, "Where is Lu Yu?" Ling Xiao put down his teacup, laughed and said, "It's still early in the morning, and you already are talking about another man in front of me?" XiaoMo rolled his eyes. He was just asked about Lu Yu, and he accused him of talking about another man. With a smile on his face, Ling Xiao looked at XiaoMo rolling his eyes, and knew that he was in a fit of anger, so he said, "I told him to assemble at the square first. You should eat something light first to fill your stomach and we will go there after that." XiaoMo suddenly threw him a "You're smart. Look." Ling Xiao smirked. "As expected, this little guy right here, you just need to coax him a bit, and then he'll forget all his anger." After he ate breakfast, XiaoMo left the room and then went to the plaza hurriedly with Ling Xiao. Along the way, he heard many people talking about him. But because nobody knew his appearance, nobody came out to him. Half an hour later, they finally reached the square. The square wasn't as swarmed as it had been 2 days ago. As soon as they arrived, Ning Jingdaoshi immediately found them, and shortly registered them. Although they got up early, they didn't come early enough. Lots of students came much earlier to give a good impression toward the tutors. Of course, that included those standoffish clan's disciples. Due to the amount of people, the tutors had begun to distribute them, and let some of the students go to the academy first. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao came at a good time. Ning Jingdaoshi just happened to be distributing the people. The mentors were fewer than practitioners, so they could depart earlier. Although Ling Xiao was a martial arts student at the academy, since he was together with XiaoMo, she made an exception and let them leave together. Daoxian Academy is not far from Yin City. It takes only half a day by riding the gigantic Firebird. During this time, Ning Jingdaoshi took the opportunity to explain to them what and where they should pay attention to. XiaoMo leaned on Ling Xiao's body, lazing off while listening to Ning Jingdaoshi's explanation. Daoxian Academy also has a martial arts department and a mage department, divided by Block 1 and Block 2. Both school blocks have different locations. Due to the fact that they are in Block 2, Ning Jingdaoshi was explaining Block 2 rules. First of all, they have to know that students need points at Daoxian Academy. Since level 4 is the minimum standard to join Dao Xian Academy, Block 2 doesn't lack geniuses. Therefore, if the new students who just enrolled want to survive smoothly and steadily here, they have to put away their pridefulness and belittling attitudes. Apart from that, Dao Xian Academy having 2 school blocks, there were also 2 wards named Ward A and Ward B. Between them, Ward B had the lower grades. Most of them were freshmen, and their grades were not very high, while Ward A students were seniors with higher strength, first-rate students. The difference between both school blocks lie in the treatment towards the students. To get better treatment, they have to work hard. There were 2 ways to climb up from Ward B to Ward A. The first was to train hard, and students could move immediately to Ward A as soon as they became a level 7 mage. The second was to participate in Dao Xian Academy's annual competition, and the top 10 would have the opportunity to move into Ward A. But thanks to that, there were many mages participating in that competition every year, and all of them were talented students. That's why it was difficult to get into the top 10 position. Before that, there was one problem that all new students had to watch out for, that is, the trading currency at Dao Xian Academy. Dao Xian Academy didn't use crystal coins or gold coins, instead, they used a point system inside the school. Points work just like crystal coins, it is an essential thing inside Dao Xian Academy. You couldn't trade your crystal coins for points, it could only be acquired through one's own talent and effort at school. So, the crystal points that XiaoMo earned by selling magic pills 2 days ago became useless. After he heard this information, XiaoMo's head that was leaning on Ling Xiao's shoulder suddenly slipped off. If Ling Xiao didn't catch him, he might have hit the ground. This action immediately caught Ning Jingdao's attention, who was speaking, and looked at him concerned. XiaoMo, what's wrong with you? Do you have any questions? XiaoMo immediately sat up straight and shook his head. I'm fine, Daosher. Ning Jingdao nodded her head, and began to continue explaining again. However, this brief interlude caused many people to focus on XiaoMo and the geniuses from the 4 big clans that were sitting on the same gigantic flame bird as him. Some of them who only heard rumors about him but had never seen him were stretching their necks to look at him. XiaoMo wasn't in any mood to care about what were they thinking, because he felt like crying. He never thought that he wouldn't be able to use his money when he entered Dao Xian Academy. It felt as if he had a golden mountain, but later found out that he couldn't even use the golden mountain. XiaoMo suddenly became low-spirited. Ling Xiao guessed what was inside his mind, but couldn't do anything. This method was essential for Dao Xian Academy. It was fair to all students, and it also motivated students to work hard in order to get points initiatively, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. AI. XiaoMo made a heavy sigh. He found out that the jade drive that he bought at Xianjilu last time actually had this information. However, the news was in the farthest part, so he quickly forgot about it, and it just came to his mind now, after finding out the truth. In that corner, the matter regarding points was explained in detail. It was worth to be mentioned that points was also one condition when one moved from Ward B to Ward A, and points also were used almost everywhere. So it's important for freshmen to start earning points as soon as they entered the school. Around 2 hours later, the gigantic firebird finally arrived at Dao Xian Academy. Dao Xian Academy was located halfway up the mountain outside of Yin City. It is said that the entire top of the mountain belongs to Dao Xian Academy. The view from the air was spectacular, just like a rare, vicious beast that was hibernating. When the gigantic firebird started to land, Ning Jingdao said happily, with a flush on her face, "Everyone, listen. Gather up all your belongings, we're about to enter the academy." After that, there was a rustling sound, and everyone began to pack up the things they had brought out before. Even so, there were still some trash bags left over from their snacks. 10 seconds later, the gigantic firebird really started to land, just like what Ning Jingdao had said. XiaoMo could even feel that his body felt weightless in an instant. Fortunately, it didn't last for long, which was followed by the sound of the other gigantic firebirds that arrived one after another. T/N 1 incense time. In ancient China, the time needed to burn an incense was around an hour. That's why 1 incense time is an hour. AI. Interjection of surprise or disapprobation like hey, why, how dare you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235. Chapter 235 Black Card. Translated by Rue. Although Block 1 and Block 2 were in the same area, they were in different locations. So as soon as they arrived at XiaoMo Academy, XiaoMo had to separate from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had to follow Block 1's teacher and left. Not long after, the gigantic firebird that carried Liu also arrived. Because people saw that they were together, Ling Xiao and Liu left together. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't have any rebellious sentiment, XiaoMo let out a sigh of relief. He was actually really worried that Ling Xiao would persist on going together with him. After a while, Ning Jingdaoshi finished counting the number of people and took her pupils into XiaoMo Academy. XiaoMo Academy had their students form a bodyguard troop to patrol every day. One couldn't say it's not strict. After validating each and every inspection doors, they had spent almost half an hour to walk to the front gates of the academy. After entering the front gate, there is an extremely long passageway. The passageway slates are all constructed out of precious crystals. The surface gives off a thin layer of spiritual energy. XiaoMo looked up and couldn't help but become speechless. This passageway is at least more than 1,000 meters long, its width is also close to 100 meters, and the entire thing is actually made out of crystals containing spiritual energy. One can tell XiaoMo Academy spends money very extravagantly. Passing through the crystal passageway, they start to part ways with the Block 1 students and turn to the left. With much curiosity, XiaoMo follows the crowd and enters the area that everyone will be living in the future. This place is almost like it's a huge sunken region that's entrapped in the mountain, very much like an enormous bowl shape. Standing at the end of the passageway, XiaoMo can easily see the buildings standing in great numbers inside the bowl. He's clearly standing at a high altitude, yet he can't see the end of the buildings. Ning Jingdaoshi turns her head around, looks at them and says, all the new students pay attention, from today onwards you guys are a member of XiaoMo Academy. This place shall be where you live in the future. Be sure to remember that the academy has its own rules. Since you have become a member of the academy, then you have to follow the academy's rules. I don't care whether you have some kind of prominent identity outside. Everyone is equal here. If you dare to challenge the academy's authority or ignore the academy's rules, then a small consequence will be punishment, a heavy consequence will be eviction from the academy. If you understand, then come with me. No one dares to have an objection. XiaoMo also silently follows behind everyone. He got a glimpse of a bit of XiaoMo Academy's 1,000 years of history through the Jade Drive. In these thousands of years, the academy has produced many strong people and is also overseen by many strong people. As a result, it's a peak that even the 4 big families of Yen City won't dare to easily lay a finger on. Young genius ladies like Teng Xianhong, although has quite a famous master and the entire Teng family to back her up, even she won't dare to be unbridled inside XiaoMo Academy. After half an hour, Ning Jingdaoshi takes them to their dormitory. Because they are new students, so the first stop is the Ward B. At this point in time, the place they are at is the dormitory area of the Ward B. XiaoMo had thought that the dorm conditions wouldn't be too bad. To his surprise, the situation was very much out of his expectations. It looks like a dangerous premises from the outside. It's even 4 people per room. If it's really going to be 4 people per room, he'll have to be cautious whenever he does anything in the future. XiaoMo furrows his eyebrows, not knowing if there's anything else with better conditions. Just as he's thinking along this line of thought, it's as if Ning Jingdaoshi guessed everyone's doubts and starts to explain the residence situation to everyone. I believe there are a few people who don't like the rooms here. Ning Jingdaoshi especially looks at Teng Xian's group of people when she says this sentence. As expected, they're also furrowing their brows. She then continues, but as you have seen, the dorm conditions for any new student who has just entered XiaoMo Academy is the same. A new student asks, Daosher, other than rooms that are 4 people per room, are there any single rooms? Ning Jing Daosher's pair of beautiful eyes scans over each and every person, but when she sees XiaoMo, she pauses very subtly and a smile flashes in her eyes at the same time. Looking at him with his brows tightly knit together, she knows that he also doesn't like this kind of residence condition. Of course there is. In front of you is the dormitory with the poorest conditions in Ward B. If you want something better, you have to go earn some points, then use those points you earn and make a purchase. In a moment I will give every one of you a black card. The black card stores the point you earn. I will explain the specifics to you later. Now we will start to allocate rooms, says Ning Jing Daosher. Although Dao Xian Academy's academic atmosphere is not one of restriction, men and women still don't mix together. This kind of situation will usually generate the problem of a room that doesn't have 4 people, such as Tang Xian. Tang Xian is actually a very arrogant woman, and it just so happens that there's not many female mages. When the total number is divided by 4, there's still 2 left. She takes the initiative and asks Ning Jing Daosher, thus she ends up sharing a room together with one other female mage. XiaoMo had wanted to follow suit, but his luck wasn't good. The number of people was perfectly divisible. Ning Jing Daosher says, Daily Xiao, Tongyuasu, XiaoMo, Chaijun, you 4 will live in one room. Ning Jing Daosher pushes open a wooden door. Sunlight follows the open door and shines inside, lighting up the room, making the inside situation clear as day. For stone beds and a few essential living items, very simple and crude. As soon as XiaoMo hears Chaijun's name, he looks towards Chaijun like he's seen a ghost. The latter also has an unhappy expression, as if he detected the other's gaze. Chaijun angrily stares back. What are you looking at? Do you think I, a young master, appreciates living in the same room as you? XiaoMo screws his brows together. He's gonna die. They actually want him to room with this annoying thing. This Chaijun fellow's heart is as small as his asshole. He doesn't appreciate it at all. Daosher, can I not room with him? XiaoMo looks towards Ning Jing Daosher. Ning Jing Daosher furrows her brows. She didn't think that the first person to demand such a thing would be XiaoMo. Putting the outstanding new students together in one room is actually the academy's tradition, mainly to make it convenient for observation. But it's not like they can't be separated. For some outstanding students, the academy can consider their demands. But before Ning Jing Daosher speaks, Chaijun is like someone who just stepped on an echidna and viciously glares at XiaoMo before saying, Ning Jing Daosher, I also don't want a room with XiaoMo. I demand that he is transferred and replaced with someone else. Ning Jing Daosher has a bit of a headache. She just knew that this sort of situation would occur. Just then, Bailey Xiao also steps out and entreatingly says, Daosher, you can approve of their demands, but I want to be in the same room as XiaoMo. Tongyuasu says, Ning Jing Daosher, since they're all putting forward demands, why don't you move Chaijun somewhere else and replace him with another person? This way you can have the best of 2 worlds. Ning Jing Daosher has no choice but to nod her head. Okay then. Hearing this, Chaijun's eyes become wide open instantly. His complexion goes from green to pale white and is unusually troubled. His original intention was to shoo XiaoMo away. As for Bailey Xiao and Tongyuasu, he actually earnestly wished to room with them. This way he could use this chance and deepen their relationship. If it's possible to work together with the Bailey family and the Tong family, then it would only benefit the Chai family. But these 2 actually leaned towards XiaoMo's side and took the initiative to suggest that he be sent away. This result isn't what he wants. Daosher, Chaijun wants to save himself, but he's too late. Then let's do that, Chaijun. You can switch with Jiang Xiaofeng. Ning Jing Daosher instantly makes a decision. Upon hearing this, it's already impossible for Chaijun to go back on his words, because he had already laid a dead end for himself. If he wants to go back on his words this time, other people will think that he goes looking for trouble for fun, deliberately creating a disturbance. After allocating rooms, the person who Ning Jing Daosher sent to retrieve the black cards came back and gave everyone a black card. XiaoMo holds the black card and looks at it curiously. The black card is naturally black in color. A red number 10 appears before his eyes. He's taken back for a second but can faintly guess what this number represents. As expected, a short while later he hears Ning Jing Daosher explain, The black card that you guys are holding in your hands now is the item that I just told you guys before. The number on the black card is your point. Every new student who just entered Xiao Academy can get 10 points. In the future, you can get 30 points every month. This black card is equal to your pass here in Xiao Academy. You have to use it to enter and exit many places, so be sure to put it somewhere safe. There's also another thing. Xiao Academies has 3 types altogether. These are the black card, the purple card and the red card respectively. The black card is the one you now have in your hands. It is the one with the lowest level and its level of authority is quite low. If you guys want to change to a purple card or a red card, then please go ahead and work hard to earn some points to exchange for one. If you can get a purple card, then you can get 40p from the academy every month. The red card is 50p. Daosher, how do you earn points? A new student asks. Ward B has all sorts of ways to earn points. If I explain in detail here, it'll be a bit troublesome. I will explain it to you guys once tomorrow, but everyone can use the time now to go ask around yourselves. The people who want to change to a single room should take action immediately. Ning Jing Daosher smiles. It's rare to see Daosher use this kind of tone to speak. The new student's nervous mood instantly eases quite a bit. After solving another bunch of questions from everyone, Ning Jing Daosher finally leaves. Looking at the back figure of Ning Jing Daosher leaving, XiaoMo is thinking about the practicability of her last sentence. Bailey Xiao is already too impatient to wait any longer. He hurriedly walks over, grabs his arm and drags him inside the room. XiaoMo, let's go inside and look at the new room. XiaoMo smiles. It's clearly just an old room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. The Freshman That Causes Trouble. Translated by Rara. Although the room was old, it wasn't too bad. After XiaoMo entered inside, he instantly felt the atmosphere was filled with a faint hint of spiritual energy. Tong Yuesu happened to see the doubt on his face. He explained, I heard that every dorm room of Xiaoxian Academy, whether it is a shared or single room, each room will contain spiritual energy. Moreover, the higher the room cost, the more concentrated the spiritual energy, and more suitable for practicing. Bailey Xiao also jumped in, I have heard my brothers talking about this before. XiaoMo turned around and looked at them. You guys probably won't be staying here for too long, right? But even though he didn't know the position and status of their siblings inside Xiaoxian, but using their natural potential to speak, then their relatives' talent would also not be lower than theirs. Even though students needed to rely on themselves to obtain the points, there was no rules about students using other people's point. Therefore, if Bailey Xiao and Tong Yuesu wanted to move out of here, they only needed to ask their relatives to rent a single room for them. This thing didn't have much relation with effort, since having a good room could improve the practice speed. If you have enough conditions, there was simply no need to hold yourself back. Bailey Xiao didn't even bother thinking, and he nodded. Of course, my brother said when me and Suji enroll in, he will help us rent a 2-person room with high concentrated spiritual energy. Through to the end of the sentence, it seemed like Bailey Xiao's brother is a well-known talented figure inside of the academy, so it was natural for him to help his little brother renting a better room. XiaoMo guessed that they would move out today or tomorrow. Tong Yuesu originally wanted to stop Bailey Xiao's mouth, but totally didn't expect he would speak so fast. Although everyone knew about their circumstances, just a moment ago Bailey Xiao was so excited to share a room with XiaoMo, and yet in a flash said he wanted to move out right away. In every way this seemed a little bit unfair and improper. It would probably make the other person have second thoughts. As the matter was called to his mind, Tong Yuesu even more carefully looked at XiaoMo without a trace. He wanted to see how XiaoMo would react. XiaoMo didn't have any special reaction toward what he had heard, except the fact he felt this was a very good thing. He also would like to move out of here immediately, even better if he could get a single room, but he was not as lucky as Bailey Xiao and Tong Yuesu who have relatives at the academy. They didn't need to desperately earn points like other students in order to be able to rent a new room. Even though XiaoMo had no backdoor to use, right now he was already working out how to earn more points. Ah! Bailey Xiao suddenly shouted, XiaoMo, since you don't have much points, how about staying with us? I will ask my brother to rent us a 3-person room so that we can live together. What do you think about this idea? XiaoMo was shocked by his shout. He thought that Bailey wanted something horrendous, turned out it was this matter. Speaking of which, he and Bailey Xiao in fact only had some encounters before. Even though they can talk well to each other, their relationship was not that close to easily accept others' goodwill for free, not to mention the person in front of him was no more than a mere stranger. The so-called no pain no gain, if he accepted it, then it would mean he owed Bailey Xiao a favor, and he didn't really like the idea of owing anyone a favor. Alright, except boss cause hubby is free for use tongue sticking out. Thinking of this, XiaoMo smiled back while shaking his head and refused, thank you, but no, I already have a plan. Seeing his firm determination, Bailey Xiao stared at him and had no choice but to give up. Tong Yuesu, who was standing beside and observing them, suddenly felt light-hearted, because in fact, he also had the same thought as XiaoMo. Even though they could be considered as friends now, their relationship hadn't reached that far to treat the other this good. Moreover, they didn't really have much knowledge about XiaoMo. To be born from a big clan, he couldn't help but have to take in more consideration. As expected, not long after, Bailey Xiao's brother sent someone over to pick up both him and Tong Yuesu. Originally the brother wanted to come over on his own, but he got tangled with business, so he couldn't go. Before leaving, Bailey Xiao asked XiaoMo again if he willing to go with them, and XiaoMo still calmly rejected his offer. But this question made the person who was sent here keep looking at XiaoMo. After going back inside the room, XiaoMo cried. They hadn't stayed here for half a day and both Bailey Xiao and Tong Yuesu had left. XiaoMo could see that the big brother of them was really care for them. XiaoMo admired them, but he didn't get jealous at all. On the contrary, he was more concerned about Ling Xiao. He didn't know if the situation over there also the same as his. If it was, then he really doubted that Ling Xiao would agree to stay with others in the same room. The more XiaoMo pondered, the more it became unlikely. Looked like he would have to try hard to earn the points, then he could rent a single room for Ling Xiao first. Alright, good wifey always prioritize hubby first XD. And why do you think boss can't make money, Momo? Holding on to this thought, after he finished tidying up the room, he went out with his roommate Jiang Xiaofeng to inquire about some info. Even though Ning Jingdaosher told them that tomorrow she will introduce methods to earn points, XiaoMo wanted to know immediately, if he could. He also hoped that he could start earning some today. And so, after asking for the directions, the two rookies went all their way to the arena. The arena was a competition ground, which was one of the ways to earn points. Even though this method was not the fastest way to earn points, it was already one of the best, as people came here almost every day, making it the liveliest and noisiest place in the B ward. If you wanted to inquire some info, the arena was a good place to go. Since both Block 1 and 2 used the same arena, despite being located in two different directions, students from the two blocks could still meet up, and the arena was the place people frequently go the most. And not everybody come here to earn some points. Most students came here mainly to find an opponent in order to gain more power through fighting. XiaoMo and Jiang Xiaofeng had just arrived. They hadn't come close yet and from far away they could hear the shouting and loud noise coming from the arena. The whole arena was so crowded with both students of Block 1 and 2 that not one drop could trickle through. All of them looked curious and excited. XiaoMo tried to raise up his ear to eavesdrop people's conversation. Have you heard, this year's new freshmen, each one of them are a monster? Ah! What happened? Why did so many people rush here to the arena? I heard that a freshman that just enrolled less than a day ago and has already challenged schoolmate Sunja with the bet of 200 points, and now they are both on the arena. No way, schoolmate Sunja is our senior of Ward B. I heard that he is one of the seeds that is most likely to enter Ward A this year. That new student is so daring, even daring to challenge Sunja. Is it only me that feels 200 points is a huge amount? You are not alone. Everyone was discussing passionately, but their feet were still quick like a wind, rushing their way to the arena. Jiang Xiaofeng looked at XiaoMo and asked for his opinion. Classmate how about we go there to check it out? The reason Jiang Xiaofeng used a humble tone to talk to XiaoMo was because his talent, even though it was above average compared to XiaoMo who was under the spotlight these past few days, he was a lot weaker. That was why he took the initiative and asked for his opinion. XiaoMo also got curious, and not only that, somehow he had an uneasy feeling inside, so he nodded his head to agree. But because it was too crowded, by the time they arrived, they couldn't squeeze into the surge of people. XiaoMo felt a bit hasty. He wouldn't be able to feel at ease unless he saw that freshman. Seeing it was impossible to squeeze in, XiaoMo had no choice but turn to the side and ask a senior who also came here to watch the fun. "Hello Xixiang, do you know the name of the student who challenged schoolmate Sunja?" The senior looked at him. "You don't know?" "XiaoMo, I'm a Block 2 student." The senior showed a no wonder expression, since this news came out recently, so it's normal that Block 2 student hadn't know yet, but he simply didn't think XiaoMo was a freshman, so he explained, "In fact I'm not really sure, but I heard that arrogance freshman have a Xiao character in his name, but I don't know the specific details." Xiao. No need to doubt. XiaoMo directly confirmed that arrogant freshman was Ling Xiao. As expected, the thing he worried about the most really happened. In just this short period of time Ling Xiao already managed to have a conflict with the ward senior, and the 200 points he had heard about, XiaoMo suspected, Ling Xiao probably wanted to switch to a single room, and Sunja was the unlucky fat sheep. XiaoMo facebombed, even though this method could give a quick bundle of points, but this would definitely gather people's attention. What if the people of the academy found out about their lie? Looking at the packed crowd, XiaoMo exploded. He ignored his small physique and forced his way through. After being trampled for a few rounds, XiaoMo finally managed to jam in. As he gasped heavily, he realized that having a small body also had its use, because he just saw a strong-built man who was twice his size get pushed out by the flood of people. The arena was a large square-shaped ground made from large gray stones, with 20 meters in width and length. Right now, on top of the empty arena were two figures standing opposite with each other. XiaoMo squinted his eyes to see, as his sight fell on the white figure, who was obviously Ling Xiao. XiaoMo's last string of hope finally broke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237. Chapter 237 4 Methods. Translated by Yuan Yulin. Excuse me, big brother, do you know what happened here? Although XiaoMo could roughly guess what happened, he felt that it was better to ask what had happened from the beginning so he could grasp the situation better. He then asked another unknown youth. The youth looked like he was around 25 or 26-year-old. He wrapped both of his arms in front of his chest and stood at the arena's borderline. He was looking at the two people on the arena with a playful expression. People were pushing around here and there, but no one dared to touch him. When he heard this question, the youth was clearly surprised. He then moved his head to one side and measured XiaoMo with one eye, and asked him with a faint smile on his face, "Are you asking me?" XiaoMo nodded hard. This man gave off a feeling that he was no ordinary man, and he looked like he had great taste. He has a very handsome face, but that pair of phoenix eyes looked a little violent, making his overall facial features have an impression that there was a hint of evil. It seemed like it was better not to provoke him. Seeing him nod, the youth raised the corner of his mouth and asked, looking like he was interested in him, "Are you a student from Block 1 or 2? What is your name?" XiaoMo answered, "I am a student from Block 2, called Xiao He. Xiao He? The man mulled over that name once more from his mouth, changed his sight toward his body, and then stroked his own chin and said, "This name really doesn't suit you." "I know, you don't need to say it." XiaoMo seriously said, "My body was given by my parents, so was my name." The youth stared at him for a long time, and then made a joyful smile. "You are right." After he said this sentence, he moved his gaze towards the two men in the arena. "Do you want to know why both of them are fighting?" "Duh." After he grumbled with that word inside his heart, he immediately nodded. "Yes, can you tell me please?" The youth curved up the corner of his mouth. "Of course I can. The one with blue clothes is called Sunja, ranked 9 in the top rank Block 1. His strength is moon level 7 star peak level. He almost has had a breakthrough into star level, while the white-clothed one. When he heard him talking about Ling Xiao, XiaoMo's heart suddenly became excited. He stared at him with big eyes, trying hard to prick up his ears. What about him? Yuanidaha, somebody is so excited when his hubby is mentioned. I call it hubby complex, tongue sticking out. He is called Ling Xiao. He is a freshman who just entered school today, a very wild man. People say his strength is sun level, but I don't think so. He most likely hides his true strength. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to dare challenge Sunja while knowing that he is better than him. The youth said, with a hint of admiration in his voice. You called this wild? You haven't seen Ling Xiao when he truly acts wild. XiaoMo continued to ask, how did they clash with each other? The youth said, Sunja was looking for trouble with the freshman. He was trying to cow them into submission, and this freshman opposed him, and it became like this. XiaoMo, turned out the other party was giving Ling Xiao a reason to rampage voluntarily. But this freshman called Ling Xiao is very smart. For most people, 200 points is a lot, and Sunja's total points are only 300. When he loses 200 points all of a sudden, it would be so devastating for him, he. Why did he speak as if he already knew that Ling Xiao would win? But XiaoMo looked at the youth with doubt in his eyes, and couldn't help but ask, how can you be so sure that he can win? The youth grinned, showing a hint of evilness in his smile, because when I said he can win, he definitely can win. XiaoMo twitched his mouth. This one is another arrogant fellow. After he thought about that, he asked, can 200 points be used to rent a single room? The youth's playful eyes suddenly moved to him. Are you a freshman? XiaoMo rubbed his nose. He knew this question would easily reveal that he is a freshman, so he admitted it, yes. The youth said, no wonder you asked such a stupid question. But he didn't get mad, because Ling Xiao called him stupid every day. Yuan, cough, that is hubby's love whip, what do you expect? The youth said, 200 points can not only rent a single room, but it can also rent a small pavilion for around half a month. The spiritual aura concentration in the small pavilions are much higher than a single room. 200 points for only half a month, it looked like the small pavilion should be the best out there. But he didn't know that there was a small pavilion on top of a single room. Probably more than one person could live inside the small pavilion. XiaoMo couldn't help but think about Bailey Xiaoyu and Tong Wisu. Probably the room that their brother rented out for them was a small pavilion instead. Thank you for explaining me all these things. That's right, what is your name? XiaoMo looked up and thanked him, all his questions were already cleared up. Me? The youth looked at him with a smile showing a hint of interest. You will know it later. A person who could talk with this tone usually is a person with impressive background. XiaoMo didn't care about it anymore. Since he didn't say it, he wouldn't ask it again. Although he didn't intend to be low profile anymore, it would be better to avoid that kind of person. But in order to not let the youth see the real thoughts in his heart, XiaoMo feigned a surprised expression. That surprised expression successfully made the youth very satisfied. He didn't stare at him anymore and moved his gaze towards the two people at the arena again. When they were talking, Ling Xiao and Sunja had already began fighting in the arena. The sound of people cheering and roaring voice passed through their ears, and everyone focused on the fight. As the two men fought, nice could be heard frequently. XiaoMo wasn't interested, because from his point of view, the result would be just as the youth said. If Ling Xiao lost, both of his eyes would fall out. However, since he already knew the result, he didn't bother to look anymore. When he saw the youth was absorbed looking at the arena, XiaoMo hesitated whether he should say goodbye to him or not, then turned his body towards the crowd. After he left the crowd, XiaoMo couldn't find Jiang Xiaofeng, because he didn't know where he gets squeezed by the crowd. XiaoMo had to go alone and inquire himself. After nearly half an hour, he finally got to know a few details. XiaoMo found out several bits of information about housing. The room that he currently lived in with Zhang Xiaofeng was free of charge, but because it was free, this was why it was the worst living environment in Ward B. The difference was that not only was the spiritual energy lacking, but the facilities in the room were also another factor. Above this, there were triple, double, and single tenant rooms with rate per day as following: 2 points, 4 points, and 6 points. The last would be the small pavilions. Small pavilions were divided by 2 people and private. 2 people housing rates per day at 20 points, while private ones were 12 points. That was why the youth said that 200 points could rent for half a month. The rate doesn't look like too pricey, but actually a lot of people couldn't afford it. Because at Dao Xian Academy, whether Ward B or the Ward A, it really was hard to earn points. Situations like Hao Sunjia and Ling Xiao betting 200 points rarely happened in Ward A. After making sure the room rate, XiaoMo started looking for methods on how to earn points based on the situation. In his case, there were 2 options: one was the single room, the other was private room in a small pavilion. For the time being, he couldn't afford the small pavilion, so he opted for the single room, the one that costs 6 points. He had to make sure to earn more than 6 points per day to make sure he could pay the rental cost, and he decided that he could think about the rest of it later. But when XiaoMo was looking for methods to earn points, he found out that for freshmen to get 6 points every day was still a little difficult. The first method is to attend class. Attending a tutor's class every day would earn 2 points, absence would earn nothing. This is the set rule for every student, so most people would basically choose to attend classes, because there is only 1 lesson per day. Unless you have better option, you can choose not to attend class since it's not mandatory for students to attend classes. Second method is to run errands, like cleaning the schoolyard or becoming a tutor's apprentice. This way you could earn 3 to 4 points per day, but there was more supply than demand, so the people who really got the job either had good backing behind them, or the ones lucky enough to gain favor from the tutors. XiaoMo knew that he didn't have the appearance where people would love him just by a glance, and flowers would bloom just by looking at him, so he believed it was impossible for him to get any errand jobs. So he ruled out the second method, and looked at the third method, a competition. Just like how students at Block 1 could challenge each other, Block 2 Mage could do this too, but most of students at Block 2 didn't compete using fighting method. Instead, they competed with their strength for refining or distilling magic herbs. At the competition arena, a student could choose between the fighting method just like Ling Xiao and Sunjia, or ask for a small-sized arena platform for the students at Block 2. The competitions here were held according to each person's will, but generally speaking, the competition at the arena would have a much bigger impact. For example, if both of them were famous, or one of them was holding a grudge against the others and wanted the other party to lose in public so they would lose their face, or perhaps to gain popularity, all of them would choose the arena to compete. XiaoMo felt that the arena didn't suit him very much, so he chose to give up this method too. In conclusion, he could only use the fourth method. When XiaoMo was deep in his thoughts, suddenly someone tapped his shoulder with a strength that was neither light nor heavy and startled him. When he turned his head, it was actually Ling Xiao. T/N. People would love him just by a glance, and flowers would bloom just by looking at him. This is like a metaphor to show that somebody is extremely attractive or lovely, to the point where he would gain favor from others. Chinese people love to make many metaphors to describe beauty, just like how they describe Shishir, one of the 4 Chinese great beauties, to be so entrancingly beautiful that fish would forget how to swim and sink below the surface upon seeing her reflection in the water. Phoenix eyes. This was mentioned in chapter 231, but in case you forgot about it, here it is. Phoenix eyes is very much an Asian thing. It a type of eye shape that is closely resemble the slanted eyes. But not to be confused, the main difference between slanted eyes and phoenix eyes is the degree of slant in the eye. The slanted eye obviously has a greater slant but does not possess the little curve at the outer corner of the eye as in the phoenix eye. On the other hand, the phoenix eye does not slant until the corner of the eye. Fun fact, phoenix eyes is considered as one of the most beautiful eyes for Asian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238. Chapter 238 Bazaar. Translated by Rara. Why are you here? I know, how do you know that I'm here? XiaoMo looked at the man and was nearly shocked to death. Ling Xiao literally was on the arena not long ago, and yet he just magically appeared in front of him. Ling Xiao put a hand on the wall behind XiaoMo while trapping XiaoMo under his body, then revealed a smile. I realized it the moment you appeared at the arena. However, I noticed someone was happily talking to a strange man and then left without paying attention to me. How are you willing to pay this debt? Looking at Ling Xiao's smiling eyes, XiaoMo heart beat quicker nonetheless. What is this man's nose made of? How did he know exactly when he appeared? And he even managed to find the way here. XiaoMo rolled his eyes as he smiled apologetically, because I believed you definitely would win. Ah, that was why I didn't stay back. Ling Xiao stared at his face for a moment before he spitted out one word, nonsense. XiaoMo suddenly choked. Ling Xiao said, give me your card. XiaoMo was puzzled, but still obediently gave him his black card. Ling Xiao first received XiaoMo's black card, then he also took out his own and then he slightly swiped the two cards against each other while using his spiritual power. Suddenly, 150 points was directly transferred to XiaoMo's card. After he had finished, he gave the card back. XiaoMo looked at the number on the card turning from 10 to 160, he couldn't help but stare at Ling Xiao. Don't you want to rent a room? Why did you give me this many points? Doesn't that mean you can only rent for 5 days? Ling Xiao faintly raised the corner of his mouth. You think within 5 days, I can't earn more points? You should be the one to talk. If I don't give you the points, won't it mean you have to stay with 3 others in the same room? Do you dare to refine magic pills in that situation then? XiaoMo was speechless. Fine, he really couldn't, after all he used high-grade magic herbs to refine pills. If he still insisted on staying with Zhang Xiaofeng, then he wouldn't be able to refine magic pills. For XiaoMo, this matter compared to being killed was even more annoying, because he chose to earn points by using the fourth method, and this method had something to do with refining pills. I don't live with 3 people though. Bailey Xiaoyu and Tong Yuesu have relocated, only a person called Zhang Xiaofeng is left. Actually, I left the place with him earlier, but we kinda lost each other halfway through. XiaoMo explained. Ling Xiao said, then, how do you plan to earn points? Actually Ling Xiao knew the reason XiaoMo didn't stay behind to see him compete, because he was busy inquiring methods to earn points. XiaoMo lifted up his black card. Refining pills is my only forte, I cannot do anything else. Ling Xiao didn't take it seriously. There are many mages inside Dao Xian Academy who have the same idea as you. Are you sure people will definitely buy your magic pills? XiaoMo smiled contently. Of course I have think about this, because I just heard, Block 1 has especially set up a bazaar, which is also the only marketplace that sells magic pills in the B ward. Lots of mage will go there to set up a stall, even though it's a very competitive business, but I have thought up some method. If selling magic pills is a loss, then I can sell some high-grade magic herbs instead, because next to the magic pills area is the magic herb area. Not a bad idea, but I heard the renting price inside the magic pill and magic herb area is very high. Since you have to pay for both the room rent and booth rent, do you have enough? Ling Xiao copied XiaoMo's action and swinged the black card. XiaoMo twitched his mouth. This man thinks too highly of himself. Even though he understood well enough, but he already received 150 points from Ling Xiao. If he took more than that, wouldn't it mean he would end up taking all of Ling Xiao's hard-earned points? Ah! XiaoMo pondered for a moment, then said, how about we go and check out the stall's rent first, then we will discuss it later. For the time being, XiaoMo didn't need to rent the private pavilion, a single room is enough. With 6 points per day, using the points on his card, he could rent for a month. Ling Xiao put his hand onto XiaoMo's shoulder. I'll accompany you. XiaoMo knew Ling Xiao would say so, and he did really want to find a companion to go with though, he just didn't think it would be Ling Xiao. But, XiaoMo still suspiciously looked at him. If I go with you, won't we stand out too much? Ling Xiao just beat that Sun Zhi guy earlier. If he went together with him, then people would definitely regard him as Ling Xiao's partner. Well, it was the truth though. Ling Xiao grinned at him very gently. By the time you said those words, don't you think it's already too late? XiaoMo took a look around and saw people occasionally stealing a glance at them with curious eyes. Indeed, it was too late now. That was why he had no better option but to go with Ling Xiao to the bazaar. Located in the middle of Block 1 and 2 were the two selling spots, the magic pill and the magic herb areas. Since they were the neighboring areas of both blocks, they were very close. The middle area was a fixed spot. That was why every day the place was flooded with the endless streams of people. On their way to the bazaar, they met more than a dozen of people and horses. A good amount of individual practitioners went and left. By the time they arrived, all the magic pills selling spots were very lively. Since the sun has not set, lots of the magic pill stalls hadn't closed yet. It was no wonder why the magic pill area was the most popular place in the bazaar. The surge of people was so strong, even the stalls in the corner also had guests. After seeing the situation, XiaoMo no longer felt worried that his magic pills wouldn't sell well. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao wandered around the bazaar. He realized some stalls had a fixed customer base. Those stalls probably were one of the hottest attractions in the area. Moreover, they also recognized all the vendors' owners seemed to belong to many different sections, because each stall owner, on their clothes, was a different, very symbolic crest. After some digging, XiaoMo found out that those men belonged to several forces of Block 2. Because this was XiaoMo's first day at the academy, he didn't know how many forces there were. The two of them sort of gave those stalls a quick look before they moved on to another place. The hot cake area was definitely not a cheap place to rent, so they could only go for the corner booth. XiaoMo strolled around. He then found 3 spots that were a little deserted. Probably because only a few people go there, there weren't many stalls around these spots, which means the rent of these booths should be very low. Since he had determined the location, XiaoMo didn't leave with Ling Xiao right away, but instead, he went to wander all the hottest booths for a few rounds, to make sure which magic pills were trending. After a few rounds, he found out between the variety of the most popular pills, one of which he had refined a lot before, and that was the Yuan Yang pill. Originally he had thought that only a few practitioners would need this pills. Who would have thought at this place it became the most popular item? Beside the Yuan Yang pills, there were also the spiritual energy restoration pills, Ling pills, the pill that healed internal injuries, the Xinjiang pill, and the pill that healed external injuries, the Wuxue pills. These 4 types of pills were the hottest items of the magic pill area. Except the Ling pill, which was a level 5 pill, the other 3 were level 4 pills, so almost all the students of Block 2 could refine them. But having the ability to refine them was not equal to having the ability to refine them a lot, because magic herbs is needed to refine, and you need points to buy them, unless you own some or grow some. In addition, they also inquired about the price of the 4 magic pills, which can simply be explained through one word, and that was expensive. The Yuan Yang pill was 4 points, the Wuxue pill was 3 points, and the Xinjiang pill was 5 points. Because the Ling pills were a level 5 magic pill, the price was set higher, a total of 7 points. The price was even more expensive than renting a single room. No wonder selling magic pills is one of the most profiteering jobs. It seemed reasonable enough. So, Ling Xiao turned to the side and looked at the pondering XiaoMo. XiaoMo said, between those 4 magic pills, for now, I can only make 2, the Yuan Yang pill and the Xinjiang pill. For the Wuxue pill I'm missing 2 types of magic herbs, but I'm not in the hurry right now, so 2 is already enough. But Ling Xiao asked, but what? XiaoMo frowned. The Yuan Yang pill only has its use in an emergency situation. This type of pill shouldn't be this hot in the academy, yet so many are willing to buy it. Even if it was for competing at the arena, there is no need to use it that often, right? Ling Xiao also didn't know about this matter. Even though his strength was beyond anyone else, he was still the same as XiaoMo and that they had just enrolled in the academy. Moreover, he hadn't come into contact with other students, except the first one, whom was Sun Zhi. He was even more clueless. XiaoMo also didn't really expect Ling Xiao to have something to say to him. Since he had class tomorrow anyway, he could find a chance to ask Ning Gingdaosher. After making sure of all the details, XiaoMo then pulled Ling Xiao, "Let's go to the realtor office to inquire about the rent, then we will go back." Ling Xiao ignored the fact that XiaoMo pulled him and let it be. But when they were about to reach the entry, suddenly from the edges of the area came a group of people. Those bunch of people were talking and laughing so loudly. Even though XiaoMo and Ling Xiao didn't recognize them, they recognized Ling Xiao, so, after seeing him, the lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet and cooled down. All of them stared at Ling Xiao with ill intentions in their eyes. "Yo, is this the cocky freshman that just wounded senior Sunja?" The young man standing in front of the group talked with a very enigmatic voice. He stared at Ling Xiao with eyes that were like the needle rain's pear flower that couldn't stop shooting needles straight to Ling Xiao. T.N. I don't know how to put this, basically is a type of weapon that when activated, it rotates and shoots needles aimlessly, very dangerous indeed. Literal translation is pear flower in the storm needle. Ling Xiao's figure was taller than him, even though people couldn't see the true appearance under the mask. His eyes looked at the people filled with an almighty sense. Hearing their words, Ling Xiao joking lifted his mouth. "You said it wrong. It should be that even though I won the fight, Sunja and I were having a just and honorable fight on the arena, saying I wounded him could mislead people." The young man's face suddenly sunk down, but he seemed to remember the gap between the two of them, so he tried to suppress his anger, still ferociously saying, "Ling Xiao, don't be too proud of yourself. Sooner or later, you will find out that Block 1 is not the place you can act so cocky." Ling Xiao gracefully said, Sunja also said so." The young man ruthlessly left with a *hang* sound before he disdainfully lead his companions by them. Ling Xiao lifted the corner of his mouth, turned around to XiaoMo and said, "Let's go." XiaoMo felt that Ling Xiao's ability to make trouble was not lesser than his. T/N, Yuanyang, Xinyan, Tianling, are the three acupuncture points in a human's meridian system. Meanwhile, Huoxue is the blood circulation system. These four terms are related in the traditional Chinese medicine study, which needed an adept study to understand this, hence, it was very hard to even be able to translate it probably, so we decided to keep it in pinyin. Add a side note, we really wanted to name the Yuan Yang pill the Yuan Yulin pill to see if any of you would actually notice. XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239. Chapter 239. Behavior of the two people. Translated by Rara. The one who was in control of renting out booths at Dao Xian Academy was called Elder Wan. Elder Wan was famous for being strict. Anybody who wanted to rent a booth from him could only do so by following the academy's regulations. People who wanted to get a booth through the back door should think twice, or else when he found out about it, he would never let that person rent another booth. So even the disciples from the big clans would never take the risk. However, the rental price for both of the booths at the bazaar were so expensive, just like the most popular booths in the area that sold magic pills, which XiaoMo saw before. Each booth unexpectedly cost 100 points per day. When he heard the digit numbers, XiaoMo was stunned. 100 points per day, that means he has to sell around 30 Yuanyang pills and Huoxue pills to get profit, because he had to include the cost of the magic herbs that needed to be refined too. But for those big forces, they might sell more than 30 magic pills per day. First, they have many people, they'd probably join together to refine the magic pills. Second, there are many people who come and go through that bazaar, so there would be many people passing by and coming to their booth. Selling 50 or 100 magic pills would be a piece of cake for them. XiaoMo realized he wouldn't be able to do that. Never mind the possibility of whether he could sell 30 pills or not, he would be deathly tired if he had to refine magic pills day and night. So there was no way he could afford this bazaar, he couldn't even dream of having it. The rest of the booths' prices were getting cheaper and cheaper, like some booths at the corner that he had his eyes on. Because that place was really not eye-catching, they wouldn't even know whether they could sell one magic pill, so many people were not interested in that place. Therefore, the rent price was exceptionally low, only 2 points per day. Of course, he still has to look for Elder Wand to inquire about this. For now, he still hasn't refined anything, and still didn't know how many days he wanted to rent for. So he has to make a plan first and then come again. At any rate, he wasn't afraid that the booth would be rented out a few days later. After that, XiaoMo accompanied Ling Xiao to look for a small pavilion. Ling Xiao didn't have any specific requirements like the environment for distilling magic pills, but he doesn't like to live with a stranger in the pavilion, even if they have separate rooms. That's why he was quite extravagant and rented a private small pavilion which cost 12 points a day. The one who was in charge of renting Block 1 houses was an elder with surname Gong. He was a senile old man with grayish hair. But anyone who could become an elder at Dao Xian Academy wouldn't be as simple as he looked. When he heard they want to rent a private small pavilion, Elder Gong raised up his drooping eyelids, revealing his eyes that were full of vitality. His sight fell onto XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, and then he grabbed his brush and said, "What is your name?" Ling Xiao said, "Ling Xiao." Elder Gong paused his hand that was writing before, and then finally looked at him again. "Are you that Ling Xiao, the one who defeated Sun Jia?" From that kind of tone, he obviously already knew what had happened not long ago. It was clear that their duel has already spread. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose while laughing. "Yes." Elder Gong looked at his laughing face and lightly said, "It is a good thing for young people to be confident about themselves, but you also have to know on how to remain modest and keep your cool." Ling Xiao cupped his hand in front of his chest and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Gong." Ling Xiao certainly will bear it in his mind. XiaoMo, who saw his act, was unable to restrain his smile and barely held in his laugh. But when he tried to restrain his facial expression, a sharp glance fell upon him from Elder Gong, and it frightened him out with his guilty conscience, so he averted his gaze. Fortunately, Elder Gong didn't criticize him, and quickly completed their procedures. Ling Zhao's 60 points on his black card were all spent on renting the house. That would only last him 5 days. If he couldn't make more money in 5 days, he has to go back to the free room with 4 people. After the registration, Elder Gong took a green plaque and gave it to Ling Xiao. The plaque is the proof of the small pavilion's ownership, and needed to get in and out of the small pavilion. Because the aura inside the house was different, there was a barrier outside, and other people couldn't enter unless they got permission from the owner. After they finished with Ling Zhao's business, XiaoMo used this opportunity to also rent a single room. Elder Gong was in charge of both the houses at the Block 1 and Block 2, but he didn't record it on the same book, so he had to wait for a moment. XiaoMo said, "Elder Gong, I want a single room. My name is XiaoMo." Elder Gong frowned and said, "You are that XiaoMo?" When he heard this sentence, XiaoMo suddenly felt familiar. He spoke just as skeptical as when Ling Xiao registered just now. XiaoMo said, "If nobody has the same name as mine, then yes, I should be that XiaoMo that you talked about." Elder Gong muttered by himself and then said, "Have you chosen any tutors yet?" XiaoMo surprised, "Tutor?" When Elder Gong saw his expression, he knew that this boy knew nothing and couldn't help but raise his eyebrow, and then explained, "Your qualifications are very good. During assessment, you tied first place along with Teng Xian, so you can choose the tutors that you like. Right now there are many tutors who are watching you to see who you're going to choose, and if you still can't choose, the academy can arrange a high-level tutor for you." XiaoMo got the general idea, but isn't my tutor Ning Dingdasher, ma thought. In the first place, the one who checked him was Ning Dingdasher, and he was going to listen to her lectures with his classmates. So he always believed that his future tutor would be Ning Dingdasher. Although Ning Dingdasher is also a high-level mage, her strength in this school is only moderate. You could choose for a better tutor, and no other tutors would be able to intervene with your choice. So you don't have to stick to formalities. Elder Gong said. "Thank you, Elder Gong, student understand?" XiaoMo nodded towards him. "You don't have to thank me, I'm just curious about your choice. Elder Gong shook his head, and then gave him the plaque for the single room. The number on that plaque is your room number. If you can't find it, you can ask the person in charge to help you. XiaoMo took the plaque, and sure enough, he saw a few words on top of it. His plaque was blue, different from Ling Xiao's. After they left, they realized that what Elder Gong said wasn't wrong, because although there weren't that many people who came here today, there were many people watching him secretly. After all, he currently was tied with the second-place Teng Xin, so he has big potential. Not only are the tutors interested in him, but even some forces in the Ward B also wanted to recruit him. But because no one dared to make the first move, everyone just kept quiet and observed XiaoMo for the time being. After he cleared his mind, XiaoMo didn't get tangled for too long. Because speaking of the forces at Ward B, he didn't even have to figure out that the forces were mostly the children from the 4 big families. He didn't want to take part in their affairs, so he definitely wouldn't join. As for the tutors, he only knew Ning Dingdasher, and although he hasn't met with the other tutors yet, he felt really comfortable with Ning Dingdasher, and she also looked after him, so he might not consider other tutors. That being said, he actually knew one thing: Ward B and Ward A were not located in the same place, so if he moves to the Ward A in the future, he wouldn't be able to follow Ning Dingdasher anymore. XiaoMo was a little confident, although Ning Dingdasher is a level 7 mage, but by the time he became a level 6 or level 7 mage, he would probably already have moved to Ward A. Putting all this behind, XiaoMo pulled Ling Xiao to another bazaar that sold magic herbs. He spent 30 points to rent a single room for 5 days, so he still has 130 points left. But because the magic herbs in his space were all high-level magic herbs, he would attract people's attention if he took it out hastily. So he had to buy low-level magic herbs at the magic herbs section. XiaoMo's plan was, although he couldn't sell high-level magic pills brazenly, but he could sneak in 2 or 3 of them in a batch of low-level magic pills. Of course he would set a different price, so it will lessen other people's attention towards him. When he was strolling around the magic herbs section, XiaoMo found out that the price for magic herbs wasn't expensive. For example, the magic herbs needed to refine Yuan Yang pills, the cost of goods sold were only 2 points, and sometimes even less than 2 points. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky. If they managed to reach a long-term cooperation, he would get even cheaper price. So if he sells Yuan Yang pills for 4 points each, he would get 2 points for his profit. It's a very lucrative method. XiaoMo immediately took some points to buy the materials for Yuan Yang pills and Huoshue pills. He bought 40 pairs for Yuan Yang pills materials, and spent 40 points. The materials for Huoshue pills were even cheaper. He spent 25 points for 50 pairs. After that, he bought materials for Xinyang pills. The price was more expensive. He spent 40 points for 20 pairs of materials. He bought a total of 105 points. When the sellers saw him bought so many, they gave him Xinyang magic seeds that he didn't have at his space. All of a sudden, he was only left with 25 points inside his black card. Although his heart hurts, as long as he refined the magic pills, he would gain profit later. After that, he and Ling Xiao went back home. That night, he moved to a private room under the jealous gaze from Jiang Xiaofeng. To be able to become a roommate with people who have high potentials with backing up, of course, is a happy thing, because he could take it easy. But unexpectedly, all of them were already moved out for less than a day. So of course he would feel depressed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240. Chapter 244 Dead Corners. Translated by Yuan Yulin. After he moved into the single room, XiaoMo could feel the difference between the rooms. The free room couldn't compare to the rented one. As soon as he entered the room, he could feel a strong aura blowing out in his face, and unexpectedly, the concentration was more or less the same as the aura at his space. If the single room's aura is this thick, one didn't need to go into detail on how thick the aura was in the small pavilion. XiaoMo could suddenly understand why people were desperate to earn points. If they practiced in this kind of environment, of course they would get twice the results with half the effort. Nonetheless, the single room was pretty much useless for XiaoMo because if he wanted to practice, he could just go to his space. So he planned to earn some points, and then rent a small pavilion. After he finished tidying up his things, XiaoMo entered his space. Since he lived alone now, he could let out his Xiao team in his room and let them exercise. However, out of the 4 members of the Xiao team, only one wanted to go out, and that was Xiao. He had just finished his round of taking care of the magic herbs. Xiao was more active than the others, and the space was kind of monotonous, so he asked to be let out. After XiaoMo let him out, he rolled around just like his name, T/N, Xiao means rubber ball. He rolled outside for a while, and then got under the bed, and continued to do that endlessly. XiaoMo wanted to make magic pills at first, but it was too noisy with the thump-thump sound, and sometimes Xiao even rolled onto his foot. In this kind of situation, he didn't think he could still stay calm. In the end, XiaoMo calmly put Xiao in front of him. Xiao seemed to be a little sensitive towards danger, so when XiaoMo moved so he had already changed back to his original form, a mini-sized blue blood wolf, and stood before him just like a daughter-in-law in front of her mother-in-law. I will give you 2 options. First is to go back to the space. Second is you keep quiet for me. If I hear you make any kind of noise, I will make you stay in Xiao Hei's room for 10 days up to half a month. Choose, B.A. XiaoMo said in a tone that was without a room for negotiation. After he said that, he felt so satisfied. No wonder Ling Xiao really liked giving him 2 options. Turned out, it makes one feel so satisfied. Without realizing it, XiaoMo's happiness was made from Xiao's suffering. Yuan Yulin, Momo finally takes his hubby's bad habit. Boss is really a bad influence XD. Now that's a prime example for couples become more similar the longer they're together. Xiao's eyes became watery, and he tilted his head forward and sobbed. Even without words, XiaoMo already received his answer. XiaoMo patted his head, Xiao good boy, even if you pretend to look pitiful, I can't see through it anyway. Since it was really difficult to see an expression from that mini-sized blue blood wolf. Xiao. What a serious miscalculation. After he put Xiao at his side, XiaoMo started to make magic pills. He still had a bottle of Yuanyang pills left since he had planned to set it aside for Ling Xiao. As for the Huoxue pills and the Xinyang pills, he had learned how to refine them before. However, after that he had always refined Yuanyang pills and he didn't have any storage left for both pills. First, XiaoMo prepared the material for making the Xinyang pills on the table, a total of 5 sets altogether. Now that he had a 100% success rate in making magic pills, he didn't have to worry about the consequence of failing. Whether or not he could show his talent for making numerous magic pills was more of a technical issue. Seeing that there were many people who could make magic pills, not to mention there were many hotspots, other mages who were just starting to sell magic pills were less and less successful. If they wanted their magic pills to be well received, they had to put in their time and energy to make high-quality ones. Therefore, XiaoMo decided to distill the magic pill materials numerous times. Normally he only distilled it around 4 or 5 times, this time he decided to distill every magic herb around 6 times. In order to refine a batch of magic pills as soon as possible, XiaoMo distilled many magic herbs at the same time. In the past, he had done this kind of thing in order to save time, but he lost so many magic herbs because of that. Since then, his failure probability had become very small and he could distill 8 magic herbs at the same time. Xiao didn't want to be thrown back into the space, so he finally sat down on the table with huge, red eyes and watched XiaoMo distilling magic herbs without blinking. Meanwhile, his master was currently throwing a heap of magic herbs into the cauldron. On grounds that he has been helping take care of the magic herbs, Xiao recognized some of them. Yet, he only knew their names, he didn't know the use of each of them. XiaoMo's speed in refining magic pills was not slow. Although he distilled the magic herbs 6 times, with his past experiences, his speed became quicker and quicker. After 2 hours, 5 Xinjiang pills were already out from the cauldron. None of the materials had gone to waste, every magic pills was put into a bottle. After that, he took out 10 sets of materials for the Huoshui pills, and this time, it took him only 2.5 hours to finish them all. Basically, the refining process for the Huoshui pills was much simpler than the Xinjiang pill. The last one was the Yuanyang pills, he also made 10 of them. By the time he had finished, the sky outside had gradually brightened. XiaoMo stretched and drank a drop of magic water to restore his spirit. After that, he took 3 bottles of magic pills and left the small pavilion. Paicho didn't want to go back to the space, and XiaoMo was also worried to leave him inside the small room, so he put him inside his sleeve and went out. The sky hadn't brightened all the way yet, but XiaoMo already passed a few people on the street. Moreover, many of them were gathering in groups, only a few were on their own, and most of them were full of killing intent. It was still early, but Elder Wan, the one who was in charge of renting out the booths, was already there. At their age, cultivators rarely acted like ordinary people who always went to bed every night. Most of them were either practicing or refining magic pills, yet they were still full of spirit on the next day. When he heard that XiaoMo wanted to rent the booth that nobody was ever interested in, Elder Wan was surprised. It had been a long time since anyone had wanted to rent the booths in that corner. He was unable to make quota there, and eventually had to give up on that place. So now that someone came up to rent that place, Elder Wan couldn't help but be surprised. But he didn't say anything, and just laughed while carrying his brush. "What is your name, and how many days do you want to rent?" XiaoMo said, "My name is XiaoMo, I want to rent 5 days for now." His black card only had 25 points left, and he wanted to leave 15 points for unexpected needs. Besides, he still wasn't sure that someone would buy from him, so he just rented 5 days just in case. Elder Wan's hand that was about to write suddenly stopped midair, and then he lifted up his head to look at XiaoMo with an expression that looked like he was measuring him up. After a while, he remembered his name, and then gave him a plate number. "This is your booth's plaque number, and the proof that you're renting it. After 5 days, don't forget to give it back." XiaoMo took the plaque number. It looked a little bit similar to the single room plaque that he received for renting yesterday. It also had a number on top of it, booth number 234. He vaguely remembered that the booths that he looked with Ling Xiao yesterday also marked with numbers like this. XiaoMo put the plaque away, and then cupped his hands in front of his chest. "Thank you very much, Elder Wan, this student will leave now." Looking at his retreating back, Elder Wan paced in his spot for a while, and then he finally couldn't restrain himself, and looked for his assistant. He then left after explaining a few things to his assistant. Meanwhile, XiaoMo immediately went to the magic pills section after he took the plaque. After he found his booth, he put his 3 bottles of magic pills, and a transparent bottle filled with 2 magic pills inside so the visitors could look at the magic pills' color, to make it easier for them to see the product. In order to make his first sale, XiaoMo decided to sell his 3 kind of magic pills at a comparatively low price, lower by 1 point than the other booths. Compared to other booths, his price was indeed much lower than them, but he would still make a profit. This still didn't attract any attention, because there were many people that lowered their prices to attract customers just like XiaoMo. Since these lower prices usually meant a lower quality, it didn't really affect other people's business. After half an incense hour, roughly 20 to 30 minutes, XiaoMo finally found out that he was being too optimistic. Although the visitor surge was very high in the morning, very few people would deliberately go to the corner to buy magic pills. So there was only one person who went through his booth since he opened up until now. The other party didn't even look at his magic pills and was just passing through. They turned to the other booth to buy magic pills and then walked away. XiaoMo sighed. His great ambition was cut down even before it began. During this time, the mage who opened the booth next to him had been observing him for a while. He couldn't help but open his mouth and say, "Classmate, your position is one of the 4 dead corners in the magic pills section. it's been half a year since someone rented it out. If you want to sell some magic pills, you better change your position. 4 dead corners? XiaoMo lifted his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, it's 4 dead corners. Also known as killer booth. No one has been at either of the 4 death corners for more than 3 days. So you better be prepared mentally, because you most likely won't be able to sell even one magic pill in the next 3 days. Just when he finished his sentence, suddenly there were 2 people in front of him. The 2 people had an imposing appearance. You could tell that they were practitioners just by a glance, and the thing that really gave it away was because they came to this deserted place. Not long after, a yelling sound could be heard from sellers who strived to be first and feared to be the last, T/N, trying to be the first one to attract the customer's attention. In order to pull in the 2 customers, the stall owners talked until their mouths were parched and their tongues scorched. XiaoMo was the only one who took a look and then withdrew his gaze, and, instead, thought about what the other stall owner had said to him. It looked like he was too conceited. At first, he thought that even though the booth was deserted, there would be at least 1 or 2 customers. As long as they become aware of the benefits, they would come back again. But he forgot about one thing. The problem wasn't how to make the customers see him, but how to let them know that his magic pills were good products when they came. When he was thinking this, the 2 people ignored the others and unexpectedly went to XiaoMo's booth. Their gazes fell onto his 3 jade bottles filled with magic pills, and asked, "How would you like to sell these magic pills?" Everybody around XiaoMo opened their mouths and gaped in amazement. Addis note, so sometimes you guys don't see the oopsies we do with our typos in LMW. With this chapter there was one that I accidentally made that I feel the need to share. At one point, I was fixing names, and accidentally changed over half of XiaoMo's name to XiaoMo. Momo is now a cow. XD. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 241. Chapter 241, The Freshman Class. Translated by Rara. Since XiaoMo's booth was in the dead corner, so to be able to meet him was not that easy. This was why not only the other people in the area, but even XiaoMo was caught by utter surprise. XiaoMo quickly got his bearings back, and then introduced each jade bottle one by one. These are the Wuxue pills, they only cost 2 points. The Yuanyang pills are 3 points and the Xinyan pills are 4 points. After listening to XiaoMo's introductions, the man who was holding a longsword picked up the Yuanyang pill and then earnestly looked at it, then put down the bottle and said, "Compared to other vendors, your magic pill quality is much higher and yet the price is cheaper. With this price, won't this be a loss for you?" XiaoMo smiled and said, "Today is my first opening day, so the price was set relatively cheap." Hearing that, the man lightly smiled back and straightforward said, "I accept this price. How many do you have in possession?" XiaoMo surprisingly raised his eyebrows. This guy was so upfront, not to mention that he seemed like he was not going to buy just 1 or 2 pills. Standing beside the man was his companion, who could roughly see through XiaoMo's doubt, so he also put down the jade bottle and smiled. To be able to buy a good quality magic pill at a reasonable price is not easy these days, so whatever you have, we will buy them all. What is this supposed to mean? Good quality magic pills? Could it be that the pills sold by the others were not as good? XiaoMo was muddled by their words, but it didn't affect his business sense. "I have 5 Xinyan pills. With the Yuanyang pills and Wuxue pill I have 10 of each. Are you sure you want to buy them all?" He talked as his hand took out all the magic pills. No one could blame him for that question, because the total price for 25 pills was 95 points, and according to his investigation yesterday, this was a really big amount to most people. Even some who were in their booths for 7 to 8 days couldn't make that much. Addis note, this is not a typo. We know that the price should actually only be 70 points, but we think the author isn't very good at math, as there have been other math mistakes that we have fixed. Are you suspecting us of not having enough points? The man laughed. Actually, I'm not. It's just that, shouldn't a normal customer only buy 1 or 2 pills to try it out first, and then if they feel satisfied they continue to buy more? The appearance of these two in front of his booth in this dead corner was already an unfathomable mystery, and now they suddenly were willing to buy all the magic pills he had at once. This was surely odd enough, no wonder XiaoMo would think like that. The man and his companion stared at each other, then the companion profoundly answered, "You are such an interesting one. Other people just wish we would buy more and more. While you, on the other hand, are advising us not to buy too many. Rest assured, this amount of points, we can afford it. Moreover, we'd like to visit you again, but maybe by that time, there won't be anything left for us to buy." Once again, they spouted stuff he couldn't understand. The doubt inside XiaoMo kept growing bigger, but he didn't say anything. His intention was not to advise them to buy less, he simply expressed his doubt, that was all. If they bought all of his magic pills, not only could he earn back the production costs, he also didn't have to waste his time at this place, because he had class in 30 minutes. Considering the worth of the jade bottle was not much, XiaoMo straightforwardly gave away the jade bottle to them for free. The man joyfully received the bottle, opened the lid and looked down. When he had verified the amount in pills, he threw a black card toward XiaoMo. XiaoMo looked at the number of points on the black card, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh my, no wonder they didn't care about the 100 points, as there was more than 500 points on this black card. 100 points was only 1/5 of their total amount. Such rich and ostentatious folk. When his senses came back to him, he immediately transferred the 95 points from the man's card to his. Seeing the number on his black card turning from 15 to 110, XiaoMo once again got emotional about how profitable this mage's job was. This scene caused his surrounding vendors to stare at him with jealousy, envy and hate. Some booth owners even seemed to stare at the black card in XiaoMo's hand until their eyes turned red. They were struggling to set up a booth here, and yet the best they could sell every day was only 5 or 6 pills, yet this fella had already sold 25 his first time, and it was in the legendary dead corner. This scene really put them in a precarious position. They were different than XiaoMo because their booths were not at the dead corner, so the rent fee per day was from 3 to 5 points. Counting in the production costs, the points they earned each day was even less. XiaoMo also couldn't predict this situation, that in just a blink of an eye he had already earned back half of the production costs. Those points could help him rent a pavilion room for a few days. However, since he had already rented the single room for 5 days, if he wanted to change rooms then he would have to wait until the contract date, or else he would end up losing money. Or, maybe, he could give the room to someone else, because he was kind of looking forward to the pavilion room. It would have been better if he had a friend inside the academy, since he wouldn't mind giving them. But, at the moment, he didn't have one. Actually, Liu could, but since he is a practitioner, XiaoMo didn't know if he could give it to Liu, or transfer the rent date to him. XiaoMo pondered, he might need to find some time after class to ask around for some information. Since he had sold out early, XiaoMo quickly closed his booth and left the bazaar, leaving a bunch of jealousy-filled eyes behind his back. Less than 15 minutes after he arrived at his single room, he received the notification for class. Ning Jingdasher was preparing the first lesson at the Southeast Lecture Hall of Block 2. The lecture hall was located in the southeast where Block 2 students went to study. The class was divided depending on their levels from Class 1 to Class 9, each level had 3 classes. For example, Class 1 to 3 was for Level 4 mages, Class 4 to 6 was for Level 5 and 7 to 9 was for Level 6. But all the freshmen, like XiaoMo, had to join the freshman class several times before being distributed into a proper class. Since Jiang Xiaofeng was the one who notified him, XiaoMo left the room with him to the freshman class. The moment they arrived, the classroom was already half filled with students gathering and talking. Since this was their first academy that they were enrolled in, there were lots of topics to converse about. Seeing them walking inside, some students that originally ignored the newcomers all paid attention to them. Then they started to whisper with the person next to them. More and more eyes set on XiaoMo's figure with observation in doubt. Is this the guy in the rumor that can compare to Tang Xin, XiaoMo? Probably not. That kid there looks so young, ah. Tang Xin is the young mistress of the Tang clan. How can that XiaoMo guy overturn her? If it was not for Tang Xin holding herself back, how could XiaoMo be able to place first place too? It's so ridiculous. She is already a level 5 mage at the age of 18. Let's say that Tang Xin restrained herself. But you have to admit, that guy XiaoMo really does have the talent and the skill, but there were many different opinions mixed in the one room. Some strongly promoted Tang Xin and belittled XiaoMo, while some gave him moderate appreciation and admiration. If one didn't compare XiaoMo to Tang Xin, his potential was indeed high. Jiang Xiaofeng cautiously and solemnly looked at XiaoMo. Classmate, where would you like to sit? XiaoMo felt a little funny inside. In his entire life, this was the first time someone wanted to hold his thigh. But he didn't reveal his thoughts on the surface, only said, let's go sit at whatever free spot the place have left. He pointed at the big empty space to the left. T/N, to hold thigh equals the act of belittle oneself to flattery, to ask for protection. Jiang Xiaofeng took a peek, and while the location seemed a bit remote, he could faintly guess that XiaoMo didn't to be too conspicuous. He nodded, okay, let's go there. Ning Jing Daosher will arrive soon. XiaoMo originally wanted to say something, but swallowed back his words. Since there weren't many people in the rear, it was relatively quiet. XiaoMo was quite pleased with this point. But soon, he quickly found out he was wrong, because, not long after, an uproar came from the direction of the entrance. Hearing the scream coming from that direction, and seeing the figure leading the way, XiaoMo had a bad hunch. As expected, it was Bailey Xiao with a mischievous look as he searched around the classroom. When he immediately found XiaoMo, his face revealed a big smile. It was so bright that it could blind people, and then he ignored Tong Yuesu behind him and with a thud asterisk, he ran toward XiaoMo. XiaoMo, I had wanted to go to class with you. Bailey Xiao looked at XiaoMo with the implication, you went first without me. XiaoMo embarrassedly touched his nose. How could he have known Bailey Xiao wanted to find him? So, he said, next time, remember to tell me first, I will wait for you. Bailey Xiao squinted his eyes and smiled, okay, promise, you have to wait for me next time. Tong Yuesu came over by the time Bailey Xiao had finished his sentence, and behind him was a bunch of people, mostly the disciples of their clan. Then, they immediately found their own seats. The supposed to be vacant seats were now suddenly all taken. Tong Yuesu sat next to Bailey Xiao, gently giving a nod to XiaoMo. XiaoMo also smiled back at him, then he suddenly remembered something, so he asked, I forgot to say this to you guys, but I have left the 4-person room. If you want to find me, I'm at room 009 of the 3rd Autumn Courtyard. As his words came out, except Jiang Xiaofeng, everybody was caught by surprise. Bailey Xiao and Tong Yuesu moving out was something that they could understand, since both of them had relatives inside the academy. But XiaoMo was not like them. He had no power nor influence. He was just an unknown mage. How could he be able to move out right away, and to a single room to boot? 3rd Autumn Courtyard was a building classified by quality. Everybody knew that the smaller the number before the season, the higher quality of the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242. Chap 242, A Heavy Blow. Translated by Rara. Tong Yuesu looked toward XiaoMo with surprise. He realized he became more and more unable to understand this fella. Meanwhile, Bailey Xiao was incapable of hiding his feelings. He couldn't help but speak out everyone's inner thoughts with sparkling eyes. XiaoMo, you were able to switch to a single room so fast. You are so amazing, XiaoMo felt awkward toward his praise, since half of it was thanks to Ling Zhao's help. If it wasn't for the 150 points Ling Xiao had given him, XiaoMo would very likely still be struggling trying to earn points right now. The points I used to pay for the rent was from my friend. XiaoMo explained. Your friend? Bailey Xiao stared at XiaoMo. You mean that guy who challenged that Sunja something guy earlier? How did you know? XiaoMo was surprised. Bailey Xiao immediately said, Of course I know, the duel between your friend and Sunja is already being spread throughout Wardby, lots of people have heard about it by now. Bailey Xiao had seen Ling Xiao before, and had also heard the man's name through XiaoMo's introduction, so he knew right away that the man was XiaoMo's companion. Only, he and the others were still very astonished by the fact that the man that had seemed so low profile at first, turned out to be powerful enough to even manage to defeat Sunja, the person who had taken 9th place in the top 10 most powerful men of Wardby. When XiaoMo asked this question, he also roughly figured out the answer already, so he didn't feel too surprised after hearing the answer. Some minutes later, Ning Jingdaoshi finally arrived. She was wearing a pink skirt that set off her outstanding, ethereal beauty. The breathtaking appearance of hers seemed to make her seem a few years younger. Her presence had taken people's attention and they no longer set their eyes on XiaoMo. Ning Jingdaoshi first began by asking about people's well-being. Her soft voice like an oriole singing, very pleasant to hear, quickly changing the atmosphere inside the classroom. Before this she had only told them about some matters they needed to watch out for, but right now, it was time to talk about the inside the academy, and XiaoMo was finally able to receive answers for some of his questions. T/N, in CHN culture, to compare one's voice to oriole means the voice is really clear and soft. Behind our academy is a deep mountain area that stretches 1,000 miles. It is packed with demon beasts in the air and on the ground. Even though the danger level there is not as dangerous as the Mori Mountains, it is famous for being the home of demon beasts. Students of the academy are expected to practice inside their rooms. However, the deep mountain is also one of the places where students can often visit. In order to catch demon beasts, which is also a way to train themselves, students frequently organize parties to raid the deep mountain. Of course, not only can Block 1 students, the students of Block 2 can also form their own teams. But let your Daosher advise you, if you want to hunt down demon beasts, it is best for you to work together with others. The danger inside the deep mountains is something you can't imagine. If you are not 100% sure, don't go too deep in there. XiaoMo was finally able to comprehend the reason why Yuanyang pills were one of the hottest selling items, all because of this very matter. To those who occasionally raided deep inside these mountains, the chance of getting hurt and being at risk was high. Therefore, the academy students, in order to explore that area, must prepare magic pills just in case. As for the best-selling items, nothing can surpass the Tianling pills, because under such a risky situation, it was definitely the most efficient pill. It was no wonder they were sought after the most. Unfortunately, Tianling pills were still out of his reach for now, otherwise, he would rather make a couple of this type and sell them, because the profit was obviously higher. When he had come to this conclusion, XiaoMo had the urge to break through to level 5 as soon as possible. And now, I shall show you some methods to earn points. I believe some of you have already asked around, so I will sum it up simply. Ning Jingdaoshi's soft voice echoed through the classroom as everyone was listening to it with pleasure. But since XiaoMo already knew everything she was explaining, his mind drifted miles and miles away. Half an hour of talking and yet the lesson still hadn't finished. Besides talking about how to earn points, Ning Jingdaoshi also mentioned about the room renting matter. And it was not until these last few sentences of Ning Jingdaoshi's that XiaoMo, who was dozing off, finally woke up. XiaoMo quickly regained his focus and continued listening to Ning Jingdaoshi. Ward B is different from Ward A. If you want to go to Ward A, where they have better treatment, then everyone should try your very best to become a level 7 mage. Or to win a spot in the top 10 at Ward B's annual competition. Then whether or not you are a level 4, 5, or 6 mage, you were still qualified to enter Ward A. This method didn't seem so bad, but after hearing it, XiaoMo shook his head. The highest level of Ward B was level 6, even if you were eligible to enter Ward A, you would still end up being at the bottom there. XiaoMo had heard that the study system of Dao Xian Academy was very intense, especially in Ward A. The arena there compared to Ward B's arena was even more fiery, dueling battles and provocation happened frequently. So if you went there being one of the lowest students, no one could guess what could happen. Last thing, let's talk about the class distribution. Ning Jing Daosher said as her eyes swept across every single one of them. In Block 2 there are a total of 9 classes. Class 1 to 3 is for level 4 mages. The numbers go up respectively in order from the lowest levels to mid-levels and then high levels. A student in the first row stood up and raised his hand. Daosher, how about a peak level 4 mage? Then you will also belong to Class 3. Ning Daosher said, now, I need to hear everyone's level to make a list. Starting from the first row, tell me your name and level. Those who has finished can leave the classroom. Hearing this, XiaoMo felt regretful. He regretted picking this nearly at the end row, because it would take a while before it would be his turn. There were too many students inside the classroom, and XiaoMo estimated that there were probably around 200 people, and judging by his position, he was probably within the last 200. But to other people, this was not a disadvantage, since they could take this chance to learn about other people's strength. Fortunately, the speed was not slow, because Ning Jing Daosher used the Jade Drive to record the info. To record information into the Jade Drive, you only needed to use a small trace of soul force or spiritual energy, which only took a few seconds to finish. T/N, soul force equals power came from the soul of the mage, spiritual energy equals energy came from the surrounding. Because practitioner can't use soul force, so they need to use spiritual energy in situation like this. Tang Xian and Chai Jun's group was sitting at the front, so their turn came not long after. Although everyone had already known Tang Xian's level, but to hear it directly was still shocking enough. Many people revealed a trace of fondness in their eyes after seeing her beautiful and indifferent expression. Even though half of the students had finished, none decided to leave, including Tang Xian. Everyone sat back in their seats and silently listened to others announcing their names and levels. XiaoMo discovered that even Bailey Xiao and Tong Yuesu were engrossed in listening. No wonder they were the children of big clans. They were probably making a list of all the potential talents inside their head right now. Even though XiaoMo did not really understand, but if he carefully thought about it, he probably would be able to do so as well. As time passed, XiaoMo realized that the atmosphere inside the classroom was becoming more and more strange. At first there was some still gossip floating around, but as it nearly reached to the end, the whole classroom slowly sunk into silence, as the tension and expectations began to take up its place, as if people were waiting for someone. XiaoMo had a narcissistic thought. Don't tell him they are waiting for his turn? When he was lost in thought, Bailey Xiao, who was sitting beside him, immediately stood up. He exposed his white teeth and said, "My name is Bailey Xiao, I'm 18 this year and I'm a low-level 4 mage." He sat down immediately after finishing his introduction and the classroom suddenly filled with a burst of applause. Well, it was naturally coming from the people in the Bailey clan, and the people of Tong clan were forced into it. XiaoMo. After the applause died down, the classroom became quiet again. XiaoMo realized everyone's attention was on him, then he finally became aware that it was finally his turn. XiaoMo stood up and said, "My name is XiaoMo, I am a level 4, a peak level 4 mage." Since Bailey Xiao had just told him, Ning Jing Daosher didn't require them to tell their age, so in order to avoid people mistakenly thinking he was competing, he directly cut down the age thing, since many people already knew it anyway. The classroom was so quiet and all the attention was scorching. Some people even continuously moved their line of sight back and forth between him and Tang Xian as if they were comparing them. XiaoMo found out that he was not being narcissistic, people really were waiting for his turn. But he was puzzled, his level shouldn't be a secret to them. Why did people act like they didn't know about it? Tong Yuesu seemed to see through his doubt, so he explained, "Actually everyone already knew you were a level 4 mage, but not the detail. They were still guessing whether you were a high level or peak level, but most people only guessed you were a high level." XiaoMo was finally enlightened. Between high level and peak level, there was still a big difference. A high-level mage still needed a large amount of time to practice to be able to break through, while a peak level could break through whenever they wanted. It was a different meaning, with a different result. He could guess that people were probably comparing him to Tang Xian right now. Tang Xian was already a level 5 mage at 18, so if he could also break through to level 5 at the age of 18, then that means his potential is as high as Tang Xian's. Which, in turn, would make all the rumors about him before eventually collapse by itself, and Tang Xian wouldn't be the only super genius anymore. That was why, probably even inside Tang Xian's head right now, she also wished he was only a high level 4 mage. Those people must have been so bored, staying back just for this. He admitted a genius existence is always superior than others, but there was no such thing as the highest spot, because the world didn't have just one genius. XiaoMo couldn't help but laugh when he thought about this. If people were looking forward to it, then he very happy to have had struck such a heavy blow on all of them. This was so that people wouldn't think of him as a paper tiger anymore. T/N, paper tiger equals only have the name but no talent. Seeing him like that, Bailey Xiao curiously asked, XiaoMo, why are you laughing? XiaoMo shook his head, nothing, I just feel that high level or peak level is still the same thing to me. As his sentence flowed out, everyone all perked up their ears. Bailey Xiao didn't fail people's expectation, as he continued by asking, why? XiaoMo opened his mouth, because I only became a level 4 mage, half a year ago, TCHHHHH. The whole classroom went into complete silence for a full 5 seconds. It was so quiet that there was almost no sound at all. No one knew who was the one broke the silence with that gasp, which broke the atmosphere instantly. T/N, reminder for the mage system again. From level 4 and beyond, since the distance between each level gets wider and harder to reach a new level, within a level is now divided into 3 smaller parts, low, mid, high. This refers to the progress within a level. And between each level, there is also a stage called peak. If you nearly reach a new level and breakthrough, then you are at the peak. Example, level 4 mage that has a progress halfway to a new level equals mid-level 4. Level 4 mage that have progress 2/3 to the new level equals high level 4. Level 4 mage that have progress 2 out of 3 to the new level and almost breakthrough to new level equals peak level 4. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243. Chapter 243, Xiao wants to be a disciple. Translated by Rara. After XiaoMo's sentence, the sound of gasping one by one continued to break out through the classroom. With just one sentence, it almost lowered Tang Xian's reputation in an instant. Tang Xian became a level 4 mage at the age of 16 and she took 2 years to reach level 5. Comparing her speed to an average person, this was already something going against heaven's will. No one could match her potential, but that was only before XiaoMo showed up. Breaking through to a new level in 2 years was outstanding enough, but compared to XiaoMo's half a year from a low level 4 to a peak level 4, the gap was too big. Tang Xian's advantages now suddenly all disappeared, one could even say she was crushed under his feet. Hundreds of people were absolutely silent. Eyes after eyes were dead set on XiaoMo with shock and fear. This potential was absolutely the most perverse, the best, the only in the history of the Dao Xian Academy. Chai Jun was sitting in the front row angrily swallowing his saliva. He then looked toward XiaoMo's direction with horror and fear in his eyes. Even though he was usually brainless, he knew how terrifying this matter was. Bluntly put, probably even Qi Ran, the only one mage of Longxiang continent who had nearly reached the max rank, chances were that his potential was also nowhere near XiaoMo's. T/N, reminder again, Qi Ran is the guy Ling Xiao took the heavenly soul scriptures from. Such a super genius like this was bound to gather every Daosher's attention, perhaps even the headmaster of the academy would notice. Jun finally knew what a monster he had provoked. If his clan knew that he continued making trouble for XiaoMo, maybe even his twin brother, Zhang, wouldn't be able to protect him. Bailey Xiao was the one who had the most exaggerated, direct reaction. His hand was covering his wide-open O-shaped mouth. His two eyes, that were already big, became even bigger, round like a squirrel's eyes. Bailey Xiao stared at XiaoMo with surprise, but he still reacted quicker than anyone else. Bailey Xiao excitedly grabbed XiaoMo's hand, pitifully looked at him and said, "XiaoMo, you are so awesome ah. Can you accept me as your disciple?" XiaoMo's melon seed brain was directly crashed and stopped working. He must have placed his ear on wrong when he went out. But that sentence also helped people regain back their senses. One by one they looked toward XiaoMo like they wanted to scream, "You freaking monster!" Tang Yuesu slowly let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly took down Bailey Xiao, who was almost hanging himself onto XiaoMo, apologetically saying, "Sorry, please ignore Xiao's words." He got hyper at the moment, so his mind got all jumble. XiaoMo understood. Bailey Xiao wanted to call his peer master when both of them were on the same level. If this news spread out, wouldn't this make people laugh their asses off? Let alone the fact Bailey Xiao is the son of the Bailey clan. With the power of the Bailey clan, it should be a matter in the hand for them to find a capable high-rank mage to be his master. Even though XiaoMo's potential was high, he still needed time to grow up. I'm not joking. Bailey Xiao was upset, so he protested. XiaoMo calmed him down. "Rest assured, even if you see it as joke or not, I will still refuse." The serious atmosphere was completely broken by XiaoMo's sentence. Bailey Xiao felt aggrieved. "Why don't you believe me? I really want to make you my master." XiaoMo said, "I believe, but I'm barely able to take care of myself." "How can I take care of you? Besides, I've never even thought about taking in a disciple." Bailey Xiao pondered for a minute, then he reluctantly accepted this reason but was not satisfied with that answer. So he said, "So when will you want to take in a disciple?" XiaoMo nearly choked. He felt that he was really not cut out to be a master, and he was usually so busy that he almost wished to have more than one pair of hands and feet. How could he find the time to teach someone? So in order to shut down Bailey Xiao's hope, he answered ruthlessly, "I shall not take any disciple in my whole life. So don't even think about it, and you are not allowed to ask why." The last sentence succeeded in stopping Bailey Xiao's mouth, leaving only a pair of big eyes looking at him with pity. Yet XiaoMo only took a glance at those eyes before he looked away, because he was afraid of this emotional attack the most. But he would never expect that when he turned his eyes away, he would coincidentally meet Ting Xiao's eyes. Those pair of eyes that usually looked as if they could read through people now became deeper than ever. Those pitch-black pupils were just like a black hole. If one didn't pay attention, it would suck them right in. Right now those eyes were definitely not the usual charming look, but an icy, endless cold look. XiaoMo was able to calmly look face to face with her for a second before he swiftly looked away, as if it was just an accident. He didn't want to stand before the storm and provoke Ting Xian at all. This had no relation with the Chai clan. What happened before was purely because his personality wouldn't allow him to. If he went all the way to provoke people just because he had some fame, then would that make him any different from that third-rate Jun? By announcing his potential, it would be very likely to lead him into a series of trouble, but this was one of the ways to protect himself. At least from those second generations like that Jun, probably even Jun wouldn't dare to mess around with him anymore. T/N, second generation equals a typical way of saying those spoiled child of a rich family. It is believed that the second generation of a just become rich family will usually get spoiled since they can get things without effort. It was actually only after the careful deliberations did XiaoMo decide to do so. Ning Jingdaoshi tried to calm her heart from beating wildly from excitement. Her beautiful pair of eyes were deeply staring at the calm XiaoMo in the back. She couldn't even imagine that this little one would have concealed such a truth about himself. At first, his potential had already been astonishing enough, now it turned out that it was still not his bottom limit. This way, even if she was a level 7 mage, she was afraid that she still wouldn't have enough ability to teach this little one, because judging by his leveling speed, if she took him as disciple, perhaps a few years later, he would very likely surpass her, and such thing was quite a humiliation. Okay, people, sit down please, and those in the back, continue. Ning Jingdaoshi spoke out to stop the classroom from boiling up. She could understand their feelings. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but silently look in Teng Zixian's direction, but Teng Zixian's face was calm as if nothing had happened. This really gave her a surprise. That calmness surely was abnormal enough. Looked like these past few years Teng Zixian had spent traveling with her Shifu didn't go wasted. However, the more Teng Zixian looked like she didn't care, the more worried Ning Jingdaoshi felt. After all, Teng Zixian was only a 20-year-old girl. Even if Teng Zixian had a big personality, it was impossible for her to completely stay unconcerned. The halo of the genius girl had been stuck on Teng Zixian's head for too long. Seeing it being taken down like that, Ning Jing thought maybe even herself might have had some difficulty accepting it. Ning Jingdaoshi let out a sigh without people knowing. She now could only hope that Teng Zixian really didn't care about that genius girl status, because a generous heart toward practicing had much to gain and nothing to lose. Thanks to XiaoMo's stunning performance, all the leftover people now seemed to be extremely ordinary. The first lesson of the freshman class finally ended. Before letting everyone go back, Ning Jingdaoshi reminded them to join the last lesson of their freshman class tomorrow. XiaoMo had planned to sneak away, but he hadn't even made a few steps before he was grabbed by Bailey Xiao. Where are you going, XiaoMo? I want to follow. Bailey Xiao pouted as his cheeks puffed up, thinking proudly, I knew you wanted to slip away. XiaoMo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He also felt a hidden bitterness. Every time he was faced with Bailey Xiao, he had that kind of big brother feeling. They obviously were both the same age, but since the month was uncertain, perhaps maybe XiaoMo was the younger one here. In his previous life, he already had a headstrong older and younger brother, and XiaoMo never had thought that he would have another brother here. It only took him a glance to know that Bailey Xiao was a spoiled young master that was carefully held inside the palm since young. If he had to speak the truth of who he would like to make friend with, he'd like to have someone that HD his 3 seniors' traits more. Xiao, in reality, we are not from the same world. You are the young master of a big family. Compared to me, who was born in an ordinary family, we don't share anything in common, and probably even your family won't let you hang around with me fully. XiaoMo didn't look Bailey Xiao in the eyes, because this was actually just an excuse. The truth was that after a few days of getting to know Bailey Xiao, XiaoMo had, in fact, taken notice that Tong Yuesu really took care of Bailey Xiao. That pampering attitude of Tong Yuesu, treating Bailey Xiao like he was only a few years old, and Bailey Xiao still accepted it as if it should always be that way. XiaoMo finally came to conclusion that this young master definitely wouldn't be able to handle the hardship. XiaoMo didn't want to be Bailey Xiao's nanny. He had already been one for more than 10 years in his past life, and he had enough of it. That was why stuff like opening your heart to people he would pass on it. He could see Bailey Xiao as a friend, but no more than an ordinary friend. Bailey Xiao couldn't see through the true meaning of that sentence, but Tong Yuesu could as his tender expression became complicated in an instant. Bailey Xiao denied, they won't, my family love me a ton. They will definitely agree. XiaoMo felt internally injured. He guessed that Bailey Xiao may not understand, so he slowly sighed as he let out the cruel truth. You didn't understand what I mean. Actually, I don't want to take care of you every day like Tong Yuesu. You are the young master of the Bailey clan, you can't handle the bitter pill. As the sentences came out, Bailey Xiao was immediately put in a daze, staring blankly at XiaoMo. XiaoMo also felt regret after saying it. Maybe he could have said it nicer, but it wouldn't give him the result he wanted. Usually at a time like this, Tong Yuesu should certainly be the first one to comfort Bailey Xiao, yet he didn't this time. It made XiaoMo, who was wanting for Tong Yuesu to say something, instantly become endlessly puzzled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244. Chap 244, Liu gets beaten. Translated by Rara. Walking across the arena, XiaoMo didn't pay attention to his back, and just walked straight to block 1. Between the crowd behind him was a figure that had been following him since the beginning. The overcrowding people caused the distance between them to widen, but that figure very soon shortened it, although the situation still didn't get any better at this moment. XiaoMo, wait for me. The young man tried to jump up, afraid that this flood of people would drown him and make the person not be able to see him. XiaoMo didn't know what to say. He turned his head back and said, "Bailey Xiao, can you go back? I'm only going to find my friend, not going on some harrowing journey." After what happened this morning, XiaoMo felt so regretful that his intestines turned bluish. T/N, when you die, your organs turn bluish, thus means regret to death. He absolutely would never have imagined that Tong Yuesu, who was originally opposed to Bailey Xiao and him hanging out, would, unexpectedly, give in to Bailey Xiao. He even ignored them and let Bailey Xiao tag along with him. Bailey Xiao himself, not only did he not get hurt by his words, but also fiercely declared that he would definitely swallow that bitter pill. So, after making the statement, on that very same day, Bailey Xiao let his men help move all of his stuff out from the pavilion and then moved back into the 4-person room with Jiang Xiaofeng. From there on, Bailey Xiao became so attached to XiaoMo like a shadow that he couldn't shake off. XiaoMo had explained to him multiple times, but Bailey Xiao still assumed that XiaoMo went out to do some hard job, thus he refused to go back and insisted on following him. Bailey Xiao immediately ran toward him, patted his chest and said, "You can be rest assured, I won't drag your feet." XiaoMo face-bombed, "You have already." Bailey Xiao whispered, "If you give me a second chance, I will definitely become a remarkable person that can handle difficulty and won't rely on everybody." Those words might have seemed unconvincing, but in the reality, Bailey Xiao really followed his promise. The Bailey clan would never imagine their youngest son, the little boy that everyone held dear inside their palm and pampered, could become a responsible, independent man that could make decisions on his own, and he, himself, even projected a slightly formidable aura. To summarize, a Shota transformed into a Bishonen that dissimulated a black heart. And all of this, XiaoMo definitely was the one who had the most credit. T/N, black abdomen, is a term to describe the type of person that may seem nice on the outside but evil/have dark thoughts/sly and foxy on the inside. Also, author used Shota and Bishonen literally here. Actually, using your status, you don't have to be like that. XiaoMo looked at his serious expression and he didn't know why, but felt his guilty conscience rise up. Seemed like he had caused the little flower of the Bailey clan to grow crooked, and even XiaoMo couldn't tell for sure if this crooked direction is good or bad. No, what you said is right. I shouldn't always rely on my family or Yuasuji and run to them whenever I have a problem. I want to be a brave man that can solve my own problems and not go crying from everything. Bailey Xiao earnestly said. XiaoMo's mouth twitched, "So before today, you were the type that will cry at everything?" Then, Bailey Xiao looked at him with an expectant look. "That is why, don't shoo me away, okay?" XiaoMo took a deep breath and sighed. "Fine, you can tag along if you want." Yay! Bailey Xiao immediately cheered, but held back when he saw XiaoMo looking at him. "XiaoMo, where are we going to find your friend?" XiaoMo paused and cogitated, then he talked as he walked. "Let's go to the free 4-person room to check first. He enrolled in this academy at the same times as us, so he shouldn't have the ability to move away for now." Since Bailey Xiao listened to every word XiaoMo said, he had no objection. After some wandering around, they finally found Block 1's dormitory. However, there were several 4-person rooms there. The two of them couldn't search every single one, so XiaoMo suggested asking someone. The lad looked at XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao with surprise. One of them was bright, cute, and clever, while the other one looked like he was carved out of jade and covered with powder. T/N, fair and smooth skin. This combination clearly indicated they didn't belong to Block 1. What do you need? The lad saw them stop in front of him, and he took back his surprise before asking. Hey, big brother, do you know where Block 1's freshmen reside? XiaoMo politely asked. Freshman, you want to find someone? This year's freshman is a third more than last year. Their places are literally everywhere. If you want to find your acquaintance, I'm afraid that even until sunset, you still won't be able to find the person. How about you guys tell me that person's name and level? I may be able to help you ask around a bit. Being stared at by those two black round eyes, the lad couldn't help but be soft-hearted. XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao spoke at the same time. Really? Thank you. The lad felt funny. No problem. First, tell me about his situation. XiaoMo immediately replied, his name is Liu, and he is a Sun-level martial artist. Sun-level? The lad stroked his chin. I never heard of his name before, but if he is a Sun-level, in fact, I might know where he lives. You can go check the 6th Winter Courtyard, he probably is there. After saying thanks to the lad, the two of them ran toward the mentioned place. Block 1's dormitory was like Block 2's, it also divided into 4 courtyards, spring, summer, autumn, winter, and students were assigned in the respective order according to their strength from high to low. Each courtyard was also divided into 6 smaller yards. For example, like what that lad just told them, the 6th Winter Courtyard, there was also 1st Winter, to 2nd Winter, and finally, 6th Winter, which the living condition was also in the respective order from high to low. So, Liu's room was a 4-person room, and since his level was also at the bottom, therefore, he should be residing in the worst courtyard. Fortunately, the winter courtyard had an instruction sign, so it was easy to locate. 15 minutes later, the two of them finally found the 6th Winter Courtyard that the lad had told them about. The living condition here was as terrible as Block 2's. As they moved all the way inside, they saw no one at all. Even if there were just a few people hastily walking by. Not until they reached the innermost part of the courtyard did they finally see some silhouettes flocking into a circle. There was non-stop cursing, sneering, giggling and loud laughter coming continuously from those bunch of people. When XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao approached, they found out, in the middle of the group was a man being beaten by multiple guys, as his back was shown in front of their eyes so they couldn't see the face. His clothes was covered in mud and dirt, his hair was messy, and everyone could tell that he was in a difficult position. At that time, a tough hefty dude spit on the man under his feet. His face was as hideous as he started cursing. Liu, where is your arrogance, If you have the guts, fucking stand up. Why is that you, who dares to embarrass our third young master Chai, right now act like a chicken? Stand up, trash. After saying that, he lifted up his feet and ruthlessly stomped on Liu a few times. The others not only didn't stop that guy's actions, they even laughed haha loudly at Liu's sorry figure. XiaoMo's expression changed from surprise to anger. He didn't expect Liu to have to suffer such treatment. If it was not for that dude calling Liu's name, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize this one on the ground was Liu. As his anger rushed to his head, XiaoMo pushed people aside straight away. Those people didn't expect someone would rush in, so they couldn't act in time. That hefty dude who stomped on Liu was pushed behind 2 steps as his hateful feet were finally removed from Liu's body. Liu, how are you? XiaoMo didn't mind how dirty Liu was. He helped Liu sweep off all the dirt. In fact, Liu was a complete innocent passerby in this matter. It was not his fault. If XiaoMo had known earlier, he wouldn't let Ling Xiao be disguised as Liu, so that Liu wouldn't end up in such situation. Looking at those people's attitude, it seemed like this was not the first time they abused Liu. They probably had fixed their attention on Liu the first time he entered the academy. Young master? Liu's eyes were swollen shut like a walnut. He couldn't fully open them fully and could barely see who arrived. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, he could recognize the voice. I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. XiaoMo quickly helped him up. No, it's not your fault, young master. Liu shook his head. He knew the reason why those people attacked him, but until now he had never put the blame on young master and that great man. If it hadn't been for them, he wouldn't be able to enter Dao Xian Academy in his lifetime. Such a hardship was nothing compared to the day when he was still on the life and death street, as his hands and feet were once chopped by people, and yet he still managed to handle them all. XiaoMo knew he was telling the truth, but he still felt guilty. Where is this brat coming from? You dare to wreck your uncle's work, do you want to die? That hefty man, after his feet managed to land on the ground steadily after the push, he saw the one who came was two brats, so he suddenly got angry. Bailey Xiao didn't wait for XiaoMo to talk, he stood up instantly and put his hand on his waist, with a robust aura that didn't lose to that hefty man. You dare to claim yourself uncle in front of my face? And not to mention, you dare to hit my people? You are the one that is sick of living. What is your name, and give me the name of the one who ordered you? The flock suddenly got frightened, but not because of Bailey Xiao's words, but because they saw Bailey Xiao's expensive clothing, which told them he might not from an ordinary family. In that moment, not a single one dared to snap. After all, they were just freshmen. If they poked a fight with students that had some background, in the end they would be the ones who got into trouble. That hefty dude cautiously asked, "Sir, what is your name?" "We came here on Third Young Master Chai's order, to add some color onto this brat's face a bit." Bailey Xiao immediately flipped. Third Young Master Chai Jun? That fucking grandson even dared to touch Bailey Xiao's men. Looks like you lot have lived too long. After hearing his announcement, their legs almost gave in. Bailey Xiao? They might have not heard the name, but the two words Bailey, how could they never have heard about it? The Bailey clan that even the Chai clan didn't dare to provoke, no wonder he could bravely call Chai Jun grandson. XiaoMo heard their conversation, he helped Liu stand up, then his expression turned gloomy in an instant. Chai Jun again, I will not let him get away this time, That's right, don't let him off the hook. Bailey Xiao added fuel to the fire. Looking at XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao's ill-intent expression, everyone felt a chill up their spine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245. Chap 245. Trouble arrives at the door. After helping Liu settle down, XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao aggressively went to find Chai Jun. At the moment, Chai Jun didn't know trouble was coming for him. After witnessing that XiaoMo's potential was much higher than Tang Xian's, he immediately gave up on the idea of getting revenge on XiaoMo. With such a high potential freshman, the academy would definitely set their eyes on them. Even though he was the third young master of the Chai clan, even they had no heart to directly challenge the monsters of Dao Xian Academy face to face. Therefore, Chai Jun had extinguished all of his intentions and tried his best to avoid facing XiaoMo if at all possible. But never in his life would he imagine that when he wanted to stay away from XiaoMo, the man himself would personally come to his door with an additional companion, and that companion was none other than the one that mustn't be touched as well, Bailey Xiao. It wasn't hard to find out Chai Jun's whereabouts because the next few days after they moved out, they heard that Chai Jun had also left his 4-person room. Chai Jun was very fixated on saving face, he liked making everything flashy and enjoyed bathing under the limelight. So him moving out was the story everyone had long known, a couple of questions and they knew exactly where his pavilion was located. After knowing the exact location, XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao immediately arrived to his door to slaughter. Currently, there were plenty of people at the first autumn courtyard, mostly because they had just finished class, so they came back to their room. As people arrived and left, they saw two youths walking toward a pavilion of the first autumn courtyard as fast as lightning, with an anger on their faces and in a highly aggressive manner. With just one glance, everyone knew something was bound to happen. Some couldn't hold their curiosity, so they sneakily followed them, and when they saw which pavilion those two stopped at, they finally knew that it was to find the third young master of the Chai clan, Chai Jun. Since Chai Jun was a notorious person, not a single person in the first autumn courtyard didn't know about him. Therefore, everyone knew that pavilion belonged to Chai Jun. Seeing that some kind of amusing drama was about to begin, some even went out of their room to watch the fun. Chai Jun, you fudging bastard, get out immediately! XiaoMo loudly yelled as he blasted his way into the pavilion. Even though most pavilions had a barrier layer casted outside, Chai Jun's case was a little special. He liked having visitors at his lot because it gave him a feeling as if he had some influence. Plus, this could help him win over some people. That was why he put the plaque Elder Gong gave him directly onto the pavilion's door, so that everyone could freely enter the place. XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao both forgot about this point, so even after they entered the place they still hadn't noticed anything strange. With Chai Jun's personality, if he heard someone scold him, naturally, he would undeniably run outside without saying anything further. And they didn't have to wait long, as they heard the sound of footsteps coming from the stairs direction consistently. Chai Jun's figure soon appeared in front of them, and as expected, his face was also full of anger. However, after seeing XiaoMo, his temper immediately cooled down and he was taken by surprise. Why would XiaoMo deliberately come here to find him? Although he had made up his mind not to provoke XiaoMo, under so many gazes, Chai Jun didn't want to lose his face. He said with a cold face, XiaoMo, why did you burst into my pavilion? XiaoMo yelled 10 times louder than normal, I want to kick your sorry ass, but... Every muscle on Chai Jun's face started twitching. Was this guy sick in the head? But being seen by so many people, Chai Jun couldn't act like a loser, so he immediately got mad. XiaoMo, do you know what you were saying to me, the one and only third young master of the Chai clan? Who do you think you are? And you really think you can beat me? I warn you, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for not taking it easy on you. Who is right and who is wrong? It hasn't been decided yet. Bailey Xiao stood out and stated. Bailey Xiao, what have you gone crazy for? Chai Jun was sullen because Bailey Xiao decided to interfere. The two of you came to my territory out of nowhere for no reason and started to rampage. Do you think I'm a fucking herbivore that I'd let you guys humiliate me to your content? Who said we came here with no reason? XiaoMo pointed at Chai Jun's nose, said, you ordered people to beat my men, don't you think a debt of blood must be paid in blood? T/N a debt of blood must be paid in blood equals an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. What nonsense are you saying? What did I? Chai Jun, who originally wanted to deny, suddenly paused as he remembered there was something like that, but that was before they entered inside the academy. When he found out the person who broke his arm also became the academy student, he sent his men to fix their eyes on Luyu to find a chance to teach him a lesson. Seeing him not muttering a word, XiaoMo knew someone must have remembered, so he made a spitting sound like a delinquent. Chai Jun, since you dared to order your people to hit my people, I will make you pay for it. Even though Luyu wasn't his underling, but XiaoMo was very much a protective parent type. If you put it in a way, Luyu had already spent a short while with him, and during that time, his performance was worthy of praise. Although XiaoMo didn't completely acknowledge him, that didn't mean he would allow anyone to bully Luyu. Not to mention, the reason Luyu got involved was because of him and Ling Xiao. Chai Jun's eyes widened with anger. They thought they could easily bully him whenever they wanted? He may not want to poke a fight with XiaoMo, but that didn't mean he was afraid of him. Being told off like that in front of the public greatly infuriated Chai Jun. What proof do you have to prove that was my doing? Have you ever thought that maybe it was your men who provoked someone so now they were getting their revenge on him? Don't think you can splash the dirty water on me, I'm not someone you can easily mess around with. After he finished his speech, Chai Jun realized XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao were looking at him as if they saw an idiot. XiaoMo spurned, what a waste of brain matter to speak with a dumbass. The people you sent all confessed your name already, or else why would we come here? Is there a third young master of the Chai clan inside Dao Xian Academy? Don't you feel ashamed while saying those words? Bailey Xiao chimed in, dumbass. Chai Jun's face turned red, his fingers shivered as it pointed at them, you your ass. XiaoMo nearly turned into a tyrant, if I don't beat you into a fudging pig head right now, my surname shall not be you. T/N, beat someone into a pig head equals beat the hell out of someone. Exactly right. Bailey Xiao heavily nodded, he had been displeased with Chai Jun before, and now that guy dared to hit boss's men. He definitely had to teach him a lesson. Alright, I'm laughing so hard RN Xiao call Momo his boss, like literally boss. Wait. When they were about to rush ahead and make Chai Jun suffer, a loud yelling came from the door to stop their actions. XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao both cooled their head after hearing that, then they both turned toward the entrance. They saw a man wearing a blue-color robe come in. The man's face was very ordinary, so common that he definitely couldn't mingle into the crowd, but when he arrived, people started whispering, and looked at him with a hint of fear. Zhong Dage. Chai Jun saw the man and he shouted up pleasantly surprise. That sentence made XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao immediately confirm that the relationship between the two of them was not light. XiaoMo frowned, "Who are you?" Zhong Jingshan smiled with a chuckle and said, "I am the first autumn courtyard supervisor, Zhong Jingshan. Can you two give me some face and stop making a scene here, or else it would cause me trouble?" Each courtyard had two supervisors, and XiaoMo also knew about it, so he understood his meaning immediately. Usually, he would definitely listen, but hearing his name coming out of Chai Jun's mouth, they knew right away that these two knew each other. But right now, XiaoMo wasn't very easy to persuade. Moreover, he always felt that this guy seemed to be accusing them that matter was their fault. "Then you should also give us some face off. Chai Jun hit my man, and you think we can just let it go? If he hit your mother, would you let him go?" XiaoMo said. "Yes." Bailey Xiao replied, then he suddenly reacted and turned his head toward XiaoMo. "XiaoMo, Lu Yu is your mom?" "Alright, so dumb, Xiao, your name suits you well. FYI, Xiao means little fish, fish head, ahem." XiaoMo twitched his mouth. "No, I was just making a metaphor of the seriousness of this matter, so that he could think and feel a bit." "Oh." Bailey Xiao seemed to understand but not really understand, and still gave a nod. But they didn't notice in that one moment of a blink, Zhong Jingshan's expression turned ruthless before it disappeared, then he hypocritically pretended to be dignified. "If you guys are dead set on this, then there is only one way to solve it." XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao both looked at him. Daoxian Academy has a very distinctive and strict rule about fighting. Unless it is on the arena, any other conflict is prohibited everywhere. Minor violation, you will be warned, heavier and you will get expelled. So, if you need to solve the grudge with Chai Jun, I advise you to do it on the arena, then, regardless of the result, any grudge will be cancelled all at once. Zhong Jingshan looked at them while he said this. XiaoMo pondered for a while. The arena was one method. As long as he could get his revenge on Chai Jun, he didn't really mind the location. Fine then. Making the day is much better than choosing the day. Let's go right away. T/N, making the day is much better than choosing the day equals taking action is better than stalling. Hearing that, Zhong Jingshan vaguely let out a trace of sly laughter. They thought he would be afraid of some fresh meat? If it hadn't been giving Bailey Xiao some face, how could he politely talk to them? Then he asked Chai Jun, "Do you accept XiaoMo's challenge?" Chai Luan received the hidden message inside Zhong Jingshan's eyes. He revealed a smug smile, before gloomily looking at XiaoMo. "Of course I accept, not accepting it will leave me with regret." If they faced on the arena, then on the contrary, it gave him a chance to put his hand on XiaoMo. Even God was on his side, then there was no reason for him not to accept. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246. Chapter 246 Dueling on the Arena. Translated by Rara of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Not long after, news about the challenge between XiaoMo and Chai Jun spread. XiaoMo was at his height of popularity while Chai Jun was the third young master of the Chai clan. The grudge between them had long spread among the freshmen, but no one would have thought that the fight would break out without any prior warning, and on the arena to boot. This matter was not small at all. Thereon, people started rushing over. And this story not only spread among Block 2, but even Block 1 and other Daosher heard about it. This type of duel was very common. especially the duels between low-ranking and mid-ranking mages. Usually, it was not something worth seeing. XiaoMo had become the subject of everyone's attention inside the academy. When people heard one of them was XiaoMo, they couldn't help but dash their way there. In less than half an hour, the inside and outside of the arena was filled with people, leaving a very horrifying scene. XiaoMo never would have thought that his duel with Chai Jun would gather this much attention. As the result, when he saw the massive amount of spectators, he was dumbstruck. Before XiaoMo stepped onto the arena, Xiao, who was frowning like he couldn't solve something, suddenly made an aha sound and then pulled XiaoMo's hand. XiaoMo was puzzled and turned back to look. He nearly got dragged down from the stairs. What? Xiao was so agitated he couldn't finish his sentence, and until XiaoMo couldn't tolerate it anymore and chopped Xiao's head. Xiao suddenly gasped as he spoke in one swoop, "I know why Chai Jun dared to accept your challenge." Why? Was there any secret in it? Chai Jun have a level 7 demon beast. Moreover, the Chai clan has a skill training book for the soul. That is why he dared to accept the challenge. Xiao promptly said. Since Chai Jun didn't call out his contracted demon beast often, and with his head gone in the heat at the moment, Xiao couldn't remember it at that time. Most high-ranking mages used their soul power to attack, because when one reached level 7, the soul would start to transform and develop the power to go on the offensive. That was why they didn't really need to have a skill training book to learn how to attack using their soul, but skill training was still an indispensable thing for a high-rank mage. However, for mages below level 7, since their souls hadn't transformed yet, it held no attack power, and the skill training techniques became crucial for them. Therefore, under the special influence of skill training, the soul power could go on the offensive. The Chai clan's foundation was not as good as the other 3 clans or the Dao Xian Academy, but they could still afford a skill training book. Not to mention, Chai Jun was not from a branch family, he was the 3rd son of the master of the main branch of the Chai clan, so he was qualified to undertake the skill training. As for his contract beast, using the Chai clan's position, it was not weird for Chai Jun to have one. So, just like Xiao said, the reason he could easily accept the duel so bluntly was because he had enough power to. Chai Jun having a contract beast was something XiaoMo already had an expectation, but what he was curious about was what kind of shape this skill training for soul was. If he could, XiaoMo felt that he might want to take advantage of this situation and learn about it a bit. When he thought about this, XiaoMo was even more fixated on this duel. Revenge for Lu Yu was one thing, he was already displeased with Chai Jun. Such a good chance shouldn't be wasted and needed to be cherished more. He totally didn't regret his choice. XiaoMo, this time you personally came to my door, I will gladly take good care of you. When Chai Jun walked by XiaoMo, he suddenly stopped as he whispered coldly into XiaoMo's ear. Who cared that XiaoMo was a super genius? Without a contract beast or a skill training book, XiaoMo was nothing more than someone for him to flatten. Xiao furiously stared at Chai Jun. Chai Jun, if you dare hurt XiaoMo, I will definitely not let you off. Chai Jun sneered, Xiao, don't be misleading here. He is the one who came to my door. Moreover, above the arena, swords don't have eyes. If he gets injured, blame his ability. After finishing the sentence, Chai Jun walked onto the arena. Xiao gasped as he glowered at Chai Jun. XiaoMo patted his shoulder to calm him down. Xiao, rest assured, I will be okay. But Xiao couldn't put his mind at rest. When I said it'll be okay, it means okay. You don't have to worry about me, just like what I have said before, I will beat Chai Jun into a pig head, you just need to wait and see. XiaoMo in contrary, didn't show a sign of nervousness. Xiao suspiciously looked at him, why are you so certain about it? XiaoMo whispered into his ear, because I also have a contract beast, but... Ah? Xiao was dazed as he widened his eyes. He quickly pulled XiaoMo, are you speaking the truth? And not lying to me? Why should I lie to you? There is no reward for doing so. Besides, I have more than one contract demon beast, ah. Well, he had to reveal his team to the public one day in the future anyway. Telling Bailey Xiao now wouldn't be a problem. Good, then do me a favor and beat the hell out of him. Bailey Xiao excitedly clenched his fist. Certainly. XiaoMo solemnly promised. Finally, some drama to see. Third young master of the Chai clan versus the super dark horse, XiaoMo. Who will win in the end? I can't wait for it. The third young master of the Chai clan seems to be a mid-level 4 mage, while XiaoMo seems to be a peak-level 4 mage. Who will win and who loses? Can't you just see it right away? You don't understand. If third young master Chai didn't have an ace up his sleeve, how could he have so easily accepted XiaoMo's challenge? Ignoring all the whispering, XiaoMo finally stepped on the arena and stood in front of Chai Jun. This was the first time he had to fight in front of so many people. Regardless of his slightly frail body frame that gave people a weakling feeling, it didn't lessen people's impression about him. XiaoMo, I thought you didn't have the heart to come up. Seeing XiaoMo come forward, Chai Jun, who was waiting for him, exposed to sneering laughter. XiaoMo scratched his nose. You think too much. Such a casual yet serious response, as if Chai Jun was clearly thinking too much. This sentence made people break into laughter. XiaoMo's words really held a deep meaning. Chai Jun swung his robe sleeve to the side, grimly smiling. It still hasn't been decided who is the one thinking too much. On the contrary, I'd like to see if you can spill any words later. As the battle was about to begin, suddenly an old man came from between the crowd. He went up to the arena and stole all the people's attention. People looked at him with a trace of respect mixed with surprise. Usually, there were an abundance of duels in the arena, so each arena would have a person to act as a referee, and the one who was responsible for this arena was an elder with the surname Lu. However, because there were too many duels every day, and Elder Lu couldn't always be here to be the referee, usually he sent other people to help him out. That was why people were surprised when they saw he would personally do it. Everybody should have known about the rules of the arena already, but the freshmen may not, so I will say it again. Dueling on the arena is a mutual agreement and there is no specific restrictions toward fighting methods. As long as you don't kill the other person. So now, I hereby announce, let the fight begin. Knowing that people were all looking forward to this fight, Elder Lu was very straightforward. After that he stepped down from the arena and left both XiaoMo and Chai Jun on stage. Chai Jun was waiting for this moment, his eyes filled with malicious thoughts and contempt toward XiaoMo. He gloomily said, XiaoMo, wait until I destroy you. Although Chai Jun was usually brainless, he was still of the Chai clan. Since childhood he had been raised to be vicious and merciless. Seeing XiaoMo's potential, knowing that one day, in the future, he would certainly surpass Tang Xian, he knew he must not let this enemy go any further. If the fire was already burning, he would gladly use this opportunity to dispose of XiaoMo. Don't blame him for being vicious. His first intent was not to make an enemy out of XiaoMo, but against his expectations, XiaoMo had to be the one who initiated this fight, so no one could blame him. Chai Jun was unable to wait. He looked up into the sky and loudly laughed. Come out my demon beast, Tongbei ape. T/N, Tongbei, or Tongbequan, is a school of martial art, as we commonly known as monkey fist stance. You get it, monkey, ape? Okay, ignore me please. As he finished his sentence, a mini demon beast jumped out of his collar and landed on his left side. It didn't wait for people to see it clearly. That mini demon beast enlarged in a flash. The beast that was originally a few inches tall, now, all of a sudden, it was like a mountain suddenly perked up from a flat ground, and slowly changed into a more than 10-meter, 32.5 feet, tall Tongbei ape. The Tongbei ape's appearance was identical to a normal ape, except it was much stronger and sturdier. Its body was covered by an exceptional long fur, and this Tongbei ape, judging from its aura, didn't seem like a fully grown one. Its level was probably around level 7 3-star, like what Bailey Xiao had said. Although people knew Chai Jun should have more than one ace, but seeing Tongbei ape came out, many people cried out in fear. This Tongbei ape might have been only at level 7, but it was a high-level beast. It could break through into a higher level sooner or later in the future. Judging from Chai Jun's status, it made sense for him to own a high-level beast. XiaoMo, let me see who can save you this time. As the Tongbei ape came out, Chai Jun backed up. XiaoMo relaxed his hand. Why do I need to wait for someone to come and save me? Why are you so certain that person is not you? Chai Jun thought XiaoMo just had a sharp tongue, but when he was about to open his mouth, he heard XiaoMo casually speak out. Xiao, let this third young master Chai know that we are not some herbivore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247. Chapter 247, Sneak Attack. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Following XiaoMo's words, a black-colored light shot out from his collar. At the same time, the black shadow grew into a vigorous and gigantic black beast. The beast's shiny black fur rolled like the waves, and in view of Chai Jun's terrified gaze, steadily alighted in front of XiaoMo. This was just a common black leopard which everyone at the arena had heard of. However, the audience realized that the color of the eyes of the black leopard were gold. A normal black leopard's potential might not be great, but of the aristocracy of the black leopard race, the golden-eyed black leopard is said to contain the highest potential. Xiao did not change into his human form. He was only a level 7 4-star, which should not be at the level most beasts could shapeshift. Thus, to avoid trouble, he appeared in his original form. The Tongbei ape's strength of the bloodline may be higher than his, but currently, the ape was only at 3 stars. It simply wasn't a match for the 4-star Xiao. Xiao was an arrogant and cold demon beast. Honestly speaking, he was just at Sundara. With regards to the Tongbei ape, which had been putting on airs once summoned, Xiao was plainly disdainful of it. His slightly smaller body, full of explosive force, elegantly took a step forward. Cold golden eyes gave Chai Jun a glance implying his superiority and immediately dismissed him. The human-like black eyes of the Tongbei ape abruptly looked down. Its eyes flashed with a hint of unrestrained fear. It realized that Xiao's strength was higher than his and its body unconsciously retreated by a step. This step may look small, but it made it clear to the audience that the ape was just as shocked as Chai Jun. Thus, a couple of people in the audience immediately were able to measure Xiao's strength. Wow, all this drama is just too stimulating. This little mage can't be underestimated. Chai Jun is finished. But Chai Jun is the Chai clan's third young master. He should still have a couple of moves up his sleeve, right? Of course he does, but the little mage has so many achievements at such a young age. He must also have various trump cards to play. Looks like it will be hard to predict the winner and the loser of the match. With the appearance of Xiao, the atmosphere of the arena became more bustling. Whispers endlessly came from the crowd, debating the outcome of the match. This uncertainty in the outcome had instead tickled the fancy of the crowd. Unexpected surprises were indeed more stimulating. Upon seeing Xiao's appearance, Chai Jun's face paled with shock, and his heart started beating like a rabbit's, as if it was trying to hop out of his chest. It was only after some time that he managed to give an uneasy gulp. Shit, it turned out to be a golden-eyed black leopard, and it was the same level 7 as his Tongbei ape. Chai Jun sincerely regretted his actions. He was too proud, and forgot that if he could get a contracted beast, with XiaoMo's level, how could he not have one as well? He was hell-bent on taking advantage of this opportunity to waste XiaoMo, yet never realized that he was digging a grave for himself. No wonder XiaoMo would say those things. In his eyes, Chai Jun was just a little clown. Third young master Chai, do you want to beg for help from the audience? XiaoMo elatedly asked the grimacing Chai Jun. Chai Jun's grimace deepened. To think that XiaoMo would dare to insult him in front of so many people. Chai Jun threw caution to the wind, and glared furiously at XiaoMo. XiaoMo, don't be complacent. It's only a difference of 1 star. The winner is not confirmed until the battle concludes. XiaoMo was a little astonished. Who could guess that this fellow would have some brains right now? But he is right. Xiaohei's strength may be higher than the Tongbei ape by 1 star, however their bloodline ranking was different. Should they battle it out seriously, the ending would be hard to predict. It really gave him a shock to realize that Chai Jun was able to think of this point under these circumstances. XiaoMo hesitated slightly. He could also bring out Mao Qiao, but this would reveal his cards to the whole audience. At this point in time, he really didn't want the others to know of the existence of the Qiao team, and quickly gave up the idea after a little consideration. You really talk a lot of trash. If you want to fight, let's start. I'm not that free to accompany you all day. XiaoMo glared at him and turned to Xiaohei. Xiaohei, I'll leave the Tongbei ape to you. You must beat him till he cries uncle, if not you would be tarnishing the prestige of the golden-eyed black leopards. Xiaohei shot a glance of disdain at him, and ignoring XiaoMo's feelings, released his aura. The pressure of a level 7 4-star was unreservedly released. Following the momentum of his aura, Xiaohei roared and vibrations sent a sonic wave towards the Tongbei ape. This action swiftly angered the Tongbei ape, and caused it to disregard Xiaohei's strength. It used its thick arms to hammer its chest. The banging sounds were shocking, and were not outdone by Xiaohei's demonstration. The pressure of the 2 level 7 demon beasts caused some of the audience to pale and quickly retreat, looking at the demon beasts that were confronting each other with fear. Xiaohei has always been conceited. Despite his opponent being of a higher bloodline, he was still looking down on it. His cold and elegant gold-colored eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. He gave a snort through his nose. It was as if the Tongbei ape was just a piece of useless trash. The Tongbei ape was agitated by his gaze, and moving its huge body, dashed towards Xiaohei. Although its body may look big and stupid, it was surprisingly fast. In an instant, it closed the distance and with its huge fist, smashed a punch at Xiaohei's face without hesitation. The force made it seem as if the very air itself split open, bringing with it the sound of an explosion. At the moment of imminent peril, Xiaohei's silhouette vanished, leaving only an indistinct blur. Although the bloodline of the Tongbei ape may be higher, in terms of speed, the Tongbei ape was totally left in the dust. XiaoMo nervously fidgeted upon seeing the clashing demonic beasts. Although he had confidence in Xiaohei, he was still unable to stop worrying. Just when he was attentively watching the beasts, Chai Jun, with a gloomy expression, glared poisonously at XiaoMo. At his feet, a tendril of soul power quietly emerged. Following the orb tiles of the arena, it diffused towards XiaoMo's direction. Due to the limit restriction, a level 4 mage is unable to materialize their soul power. However, under the skill training influence, it would be possible to use the soul power as a form of attack. Chai Jun's aptitude is not very high. In addition, he has only practiced with skill training technique for a year. Thus, he is currently unable to materialize soul power, and is only able to release an incorporeal mental attack on his opponent's soul. Though this mental attack on the soul may seem practical, there is still a weakness. That is, when a lower level attempts to attack a higher level, it is easy for the attack to be discovered. XiaoMo is a peak level 4 mage, while Chai Jun is only at the mid-level 4. There is a difference of 2 levels between them, thus the only choice would be to employ sneak attacks. This action may not have been discovered by XiaoMo, however, not all the audience was paying attention to the demon beasts fight. There were a few practitioners with a level higher than Chai Jun that discovered his actions. For example, Tong Yuesu and Tang Zixian, only the former was more worried and the latter had an obscure expression that was hard to read. XiaoMo, be careful of a sneak attack from that stupid Chai person. Bailey Xiao jumped about in the audience, waving at XiaoMo and reminding him at the same time. But he wasn't wrong about what he said. Chai Jun was truly stupid. Chai Jun was furious. He hated that Bailey Xiao reminded XiaoMo, yet he did not dare to be careless, and covertly directed his soul power towards XiaoMo. However, XiaoMo was not as harmless as his appearance seemed to suggest. Before the duel, he heard from Bailey Xiao that Chai Jun has undertake skill training for soul. Thus, he had already raised his guard, and did not relax in the slightest after stepping into the arena. After hearing Bailey Xiao's words, he immediately looked in Chai Jun's direction, and happened to catch a glimpse of the alarmed and malevolent expression on his face. One look and XiaoMo knew there was a problem. XiaoMo continued to quietly focus on the battle in the center of the arena. On the sly, he silently released his soul power, creating a protective barrier around himself. Chai Jun did not realize this, and still thought that his actions had not been discovered. He directed his soul power past the two battling demonic beasts, and performed a speedy sneak attack on the nearby XiaoMo. The battle intensified, and everyone's attention was all on the demonic beasts. The bloodline of the Tongbei ape may be high, but it cannot cover up the gap in strength. On the contrary, as the battle progressed, the golden-eyed black leopard was getting fiercer and fiercer, and with a mouth full of fangs, bit off a piece of the Tongbei ape's shoulder. The gore caused the audience to tense up, and those with no stomach for blood did not dare to continue watching. Just when they were enthralled with the battle, a mournful scream was suddenly heard. At the same instant, the battle of the two demonic beasts concluded. The huge body of the Tongbei ape abruptly collapsed with a dying look. On the other side, the black leopard was also covered in multiple wounds, but the victorious beast proudly raised his head and returned to his owner's side. At this moment, the audience realized that Chai Jun was kneeling on the ground. His face that was once full of confidence had changed into a deathly pale shade. In contrast, XiaoMo had nothing to see here attitude and was frowning while seeming to be musing about something. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Did you forget to bring your ear along? Translated by Rara of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. What just happened? The question rose up inside everyone's mind at the same time. But the one who knew what had happened, he was overwhelmed and bewildered. Theoretically speaking, even though Chai Jun level was unable to compare to XiaoMo, but thanks to the skill training for soul he had taken before, the gap between him and XiaoMo should have been shortened. As the result, no matter how great the potential was, if one didn't know how to use mental attacks as a weapon, then one was nothing more than a paper tiger in front of the person who knew, a light piercing through the barrier, and one would be done for. However, Chai Jun, who should have had the upper hand, right now, not only could he not take the advantage, he ended up being gravely injured by the enemy. This was not scientific. This scene triggered the fear inside people like Tang Zxin. Even if XiaoMo could feel Chai Jun's attack and had taken precaution beforehand, he couldn't have totally evaded like that. The thought that XiaoMo was actually not an ordinary mage never came across anyone's minds. If it hadn't been for the space, of course, he would be just like any other mages. But since the moment he came into contact with the space, his soul was bound to be different from regular people, and since the soul was different, the natural potential of the soul was also exceptional. Thus, it could be explained that his soul had mutated and therefore it became slightly bent toward materialization, but he needed to focus his sense on materializing the soul in order to use it as weapon. If XiaoMo didn't know his soul power was different than an ordinary person's, of course he wouldn't know his soul could materialize. Actually, this was the real reason why his refining rate could achieve a 100% success rate, as everything had its cause. After realizing Chai Jun attacked him sneakily, at first XiaoMo only intended to put up a defense, but he didn't want to let Chai Jun get away that easily, so he tried to use some of his soul force to counter Chai Jun. Despite not succeeding in ambushing XiaoMo, when Chai Jun found out XiaoMo had released his soul to fight him, rather than being terrified, he was delighted. As he was about to take the chance to attack XiaoMo, his soul power was immediately cut off. Soul power is inseparable from the soul, as it is equivalent to being a part of one's soul. Once it was cut off, the soul would be wounded, and to a peak-level mage, this could cause serious consequences. A soul injury and physical injury were on two different levels. A physical injury could heal shortly by using magic pills, but a soul injury was more difficult as it needed a special type of magic pill to treat. Moreover, it needed a longer time to recover, and this was just the case of slight injury. A heavier soul injury, and it would very likely affect cultivation in the future. Although other people were not really certain by what they had seen, but looking at Chai Jun's miserable face while his body sustained no injuries, the audience suddenly gasped. This was because there could only be one possibility left, and that was that his soul had been injured, and Chai Jun ended up wasting the rice used to bait the chicken, T/N, to gain nothing while suffering a loss. Subsequently, XiaoMo took the advantage and turned him into this appearance. The audience felt sympathy toward Chai Jun, but their thoughts were mostly, you reap what you sow. At this moment, Elder Lu finally, slowly walked up to the arena. He looked at the powerless Tongbei ape, then looked at Chai Jun who had collapsed onto the ground, then he raised his hand and gave out a sonorous and powerful declaration. The battle is ended, I announce, the winner of this fight is XiaoMo. As the last word came out, coming from under the arena was a burst of loud applause like thunder. A few people looked at XiaoMo with amazement. They originally only came here for the fun, but seeing how outstanding XiaoMo was, a freshman that had more potential than Tang Zixin, they clearly needed to try winning his favor. Above the arena, XiaoMo sighed in relief. It finally ended, but his complexion was no better, mostly because he had used too much soul power. This was the first time he had used soul power to fight, and a heap of it to boot so that he could pierce through Chai Jun's soul power, so now he only had a bit left. Usually a sip of spirit water would let him gain it back, but under so much surveillance, it was not the right time to drink it. When he was about to step down, an angry voice came from the crowd. Stop, you cannot leave. XiaoMo turned around and saw a black silhouette jump up from the crowd, and he rushed to the collapsed Chai Jun. The man saw Chai Jun's injury was not light, so he immediately shouted at XiaoMo, XiaoMo, you are the student of the academy, yet you treat your colleagues too harsh. If you don't give me an answer today, I dare you to walk away. XiaoMo frowned. Did you forget to bring your ear along when you left? The man was infuriated. You dare say it again? XiaoMo glanced at him. If you didn't forget your ear, then you should have heard what Elder Lu said before, no restriction toward methods, as long as you don't kill your opponent. And from my point of view, Chai Jun is not dead. Why should I give you an answer if this is a mutual agreement? Not to mention, this is Dao Xian Academy's rule over the years. Are you having an objection toward the Academy's rule? Not. You. The man couldn't breathe for a while. Questioning the Academy rules, he didn't have the heart to wear such enormous label on the head. XiaoMo was afraid his words didn't do enough damage, so he continued, moreover, Chai Jun is the one who ambushed me first. There is nothing wrong about my counterattack. Why should I stand still when he pulled a sneak attack on me? How about you stay put for a while and let me punch your sorry ass to try it out? The man was speechless because he was not dumb. This matter was clearly Chai Jun reaping what he sowed, but he couldn't just let XiaoMo leave like that. After all, Chai Jun was the third young master of Chai clan. Seeing how heavy his injury was, no one could tell if this would leave any after effects. If this matter got to the Chai clan, the clan master would definitely get angry, and he wouldn't be able to escape from punishment since the third young master was entrusted to his care by the clan master before entering the academy. Whatever happens, the fact that you hurt the third young master is still true. You have to give the Chai clan an explanation. He unwillingly said. XiaoMo was too lazy to bother with him. He directly looked at Elder Lu and said, Elder Lu, if someone broke the arena's rule and used the clan's influence to bully the student, how will the academy deal with it? Elder Lu stroked his beard. He looked at XiaoMo with praise in his eyes, then nodded. Those who don't abide to the arena's rule, of course they will be expelled from the academy. If the situation is worse than expected, one will be banished from Yen City and to never be able to step inside again. As for those who are not satisfied with the result and use the clan's power to abuse a student as their wish, this old man can only say, this is Dao Xian Academy, this is not a place for people to casually behave atrociously. Elder Lu gave a very clear explanation with a slight hint of bias. But what he said was truth. Even if the children from the 4 clan had more influence toward people, not a single one of them dared to do anything too outrageous inside the academy. Even the Tang clan, which had the strongest potential, didn't dare touch the last string of Dao Xian Academy. So what Elder Lu said was absolutely not a threat, because they had enough power and strength to pull that off. The man's face suddenly went ghastly pale. XiaoMo's potential was higher than Tang Zixin's, and Chai Zhang, the most excellent generation of Chai clan, was also no match for him. Everyone could tell without having anyone tell them whose side the academy would choose. The man regretted his words. If the clan master knew about his reckless behavior today, then his life was done for. Good, now that everything has settled, everyone can disperse now. Elder Lu didn't look the man's desperate face, because one should be conscious of the consequence of their conduct and deeds before taking action. After that, some disciples of the Chai clan helped carry Chai Jun away, and that man also left with a lost soul and dropped spirit. This result was something XiaoMo had expected, as his original plan was just to beat the hell out of Chai Jun physically. But judging from his current situation, trouble wouldn't come to his door for a while. And so, he cupped his hand in obeisance toward Elder Lu. I give my gratitude toward Elder Lu. Elder Lu laughed. Hee, no need to thank me, what I said is the truth. XiaoMo gave a smile, as he understood but didn't announce his feelings. After stepping down from the arena, XiaoMo subconsciously observed the crowd, but he couldn't find that one familiar figure. He couldn't help but feel a little upset. However, thinking that Ling Xiao might have some stuff to do, or that he hadn't heard the news yet, XiaoMo stopped fusing over it. In fact, what XiaoMo had guessed was not totally wrong. Ling Xiao really was caught in some business, but he knew about the duel between XiaoMo and Chai Jun on the arena. What happened was so sudden and so coincidental. Ling Xiao had no choice but to give up coming to the arena, but he had asked someone to help him find out about the match. After that last fight with Sunjia, the 9th spot that had originally belonged to Sunjia was, not surprisingly, was replaced by Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao gained himself some followers. Even though he didn't really care about them, but when he opened his mouth, there would be someone who volunteered instantly. When everything had ended, those people also returned to Block 1 and then told the whole process very vividly to Ling Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249. Chapter 249, Underground Leyline. Translated by Column CD. It was not long before the whole academy knew about the incident. A few good Samaritans revealed the reason for the duel between XiaoMo and Chai Jun. This even caused the bystander, Lu Yu, to become more famous. Originally, it was normal for new students to undergo some hazing. This was because some new students were too wild, so they would need someone to knock them off their high horses. This was also the reason for Sunjia making trouble for Ling Xiao. Regardless, Lu Yu was now affixed with the label of XiaoMo's underling, and no one dared to bully Lu Yu. Those who were beating him up also came to his door to apologize. As they were just following Chai Jun's orders, Lu Yu did not cause a big fuss over this matter. He was worried that accumulating too much resentment would make XiaoMo and his school life more difficult. He may have suffered greatly, but one could say that he had profited from this misfortune. When XiaoMo and Bailey Xiaoyu arrived, Lu Yu had just sent off a bunch of people who came to apologize. Lu Yu changed his clothes, and with XiaoMo's magic pills, he was feeling much better. In addition, his wounds were already in the midst of recovering. Upon seeing him walk over, Lu Yu walked over and happily greeted, "Young master." XiaoMo gave a cough. Every time he heard Lu Yu calling him young master, he would feel uncomfortable. Although he had warned Lu Yu not to call him that, once he turned his back, Lu Yu would continue to address him as such. If this continued, XiaoMo would get used to this form of address. "Lu Yu, pack your belongings, come with me to the 3rd winter courtyard," XiaoMo said. "The 3rd winter courtyard? Whatever for?" Lu Yu was surprised. There were only good quality single-person rooms there. Of course you're going to be staying there. Did you think you were going there to appreciate the scenery? XiaoMo replied. Before coming to Luyu, he had already consulted with Elder Gong, who was in charge of room rentals. He could transfer the room under his name to someone else, or cancel his booking. However, there was a one-time processing fee of 2 points to change rental ownership, and a refund of 1 point for canceling. For example, the single room that he was renting now cost 6 points per day. If he cancelled his booking, it would be a net cost of 5 points. Since it was like this, it would be more cost-efficient to change ownership. XiaoMo's room booking still had 3 days left, so he might as well transfer the room to Luyu. Upon hearing that young master had helped him rent a single-person room for 3 days, he did a double take, and anxiously replied, "Young master, you can't do this. You are the young master. It is natural for me to be the one on the giving side. How can I let you give me points? I cannot accept this." XiaoMo took a plaque from his magic bag and gave it to Luyu. "Whether you want to accept it is up to you. I have already transferred the room to you. It is your decision to stay in it. I see that your wounds are much better. You can move over by yourself. I'll be going first." Without giving Luyu a chance to refute, XiaoMo and Bailey Xiao left the 6th winter courtyard and returned to Block 2. On the way back, XiaoMo found that the gazes observing him had greatly increased. He knew that he had once again attracted the limelight, but it couldn't be helped. Who asked that rat Chai Jun to touch his underling? Of course he could not let that go. Calmly disregarding the gazes, XiaoMo headed towards his new pavilion. Due to the fact that he did not have enough points on his black card, he could only rent it for 5 days. Bailey Xiao originally intended to return to the 4-person room, but XiaoMo mused, Bailey Xiao did not have the bad habits of the disciples from big practitioner clans, and they got along quite well. Thus he permitted him to follow XiaoMo. Therefore, Bailey Xiao joyously moved out from the 4-person room, and used the points that his brother gave him to rent a pavilion next to XiaoMo. After moving in, XiaoMo discovered that the pavilion's spiritual energy was much denser than the surroundings. To practice in such an environment would mean half the work to gain twice the results. Hence, he immediately summoned Xiao and the Chou team. The Chou team, which was in the midst of their cultivating, were suddenly displaced, and a couple were disturbed from their practice. Only Xiaohe was unperturbed, however. Upon discovering that the spiritual energy in the room was higher than XiaoMo's space, he was taken aback. What is this place? Why is the spiritual energy here so dense? Xiao took a deep breath, detected that the purity of the spiritual energy was about the same as the dimension, and was momentarily stunned. He had always assumed that the spiritual energy in the space was already very dense. Master, this place is really good. The round and bouncy Paichio was unable to describe his feelings, but he really liked the small pavilion. If he could cultivate here, his advancement speed would definitely increase. XiaoMo wanted to retort, but upon seeing that Maoqiu and Xiaohe already found a corner to start cultivating, the corner of his mouth started twitching. Xiao was not that hurried. Curiously investigating the small pavilion, he finally discovered the reason. I see, so it's like that. And it's quite a big one too. What is it? XiaoMo promptly asked. He had always wanted to clarify this matter. Xiao slowly replied, the ground beneath this residential area should have a ley line. Xian Academy uses a type of special array to consolidate the spiritual energy from the ley line, and trap the spiritual energy in a barrier. This method allows the interior of the small pavilion to be filled with dense spiritual energy, but there is a severe disadvantage for this type of method. XiaoMo curiously asked, what disadvantage? Xiao replied, there would be a day when the ley line withers. From my estimation, Xian Academy has been using this approach to encourage the students for quite a period of time, for approximately 2,000 to 5,000 years. No matter how strong the ley line is, I'm guessing that it's close to being exhausted. XiaoMo did not think that the issue was so serious. Should the ley line completely wither, the students would lose their motivation, and some would even want to drop out of the academy. Although he had only been here for a few days, he had already intuited that the desperation of the students could largely be attributed to the spiritual energy in the residences. Is there any way to remedy this? XiaoMo asked. Although the ley line was not his main reason for entering Daoxian Academy, he had only just registered, and this would be his home for his period of study. I'm sure there's a method. Xiao said. What is it? XiaoMo excitedly asked. How would I know? Xiao stared at him. He was born with spiritual knowledge, but always remained in the paradise realm, and only vaguely knew of ley lines. He was not certain of the details regarding ley lines. XiaoMo looked at him with eyes full of pity. Xiao couldn't be bothered with him, and found a spot to cultivate. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, even the cute Paichio also went to cultivate. He had no choice but to refine pills upstairs. Both parties were not aware that what they just discussed was a highly confidential matter in Daoxian Academy. Knowledge of this secret was restricted to the top people in the academy, and disclosing it came with heavy consequences. XiaoMo was not that concerned. He had enough awareness to know that this matter cannot be causally discussed, and since it didn't affect him, there was no need to invite difficulties upon himself. On the second day, XiaoMo did not open his stall. He planned to refine his remaining magic herb to magic pills and then sell them in one shot. Refining day and night, he nearly forgot to attend the orientation. Luckily Bailey Xiao came to look for him to attend classes together. The two proceeded to the classroom, but since they came a little late, the seats in the classroom were filled. Fortunately, Tong Yuesu had the foresight to reserve 2 seats for them. XiaoMo looked around the classroom, yet he did not find a trace of Chai Jun. Seeing it, Tong Yuesu explained, since Chai Jun was injured, he was sent back to the Chai family. It seems like he will take some time to recover, so you don't need to worry. If the Chai family tries to make things difficult for you, the academy won't idly sit by. XiaoMo nodded. He had already thought about the pros and cons, so he was not afraid that the Chai family would make any trouble. Before the lesson started, Ning Jingdaoshi talked about the division of classes. Division of the classes were mostly based on their levels, however there were some special cases. Taking XiaoMo as an example, with his enormous potential, the academy would assign a Daoshi to personally instruct him. Thus he would not need to go to class 3 for lessons. After class, Ning Jingdaoshi asked XiaoMo to stay back to speak alone with him. Teng Zxian, who was not called out, was the first to leave the classroom with a frigid expression. You little brat, after the fight with Chai Jun, I bet you can be at ease now? Entering the room, Ning Jingdaoshi mocked XiaoMo. XiaoMo embarrassedly looked away and hesitantly said, it is much more relaxing now. Ning Jingdaoshi let out a poochie sound and smiled, but turned around and angrily replied, You silly boy, still daring to say these things. You do things without thinking of the consequences. The academy can only protect you while you are a student, but cannot protect you for life. You insulted the Chai family's reputation in front of so many people. Based on the pettiness of the Chai family, you will have to watch your back. XiaoMo did not meet her gaze, and diverted the topic. Daoshi, I will be careful. Did you look for me to tell me this? Of course not. Ning Jingdaoshi replied. She passed a jade drive to him. This contains information on the high-level mages in Block 2. Go back and look through it. If you have any Daoshi that you've taken a liking to, tell me. I'll help you speak to them. Thank you, Daoshi. XiaoMo received the jade drive, and sincerely gave her his thanks. If you want to thank me, just don't forget about Daoshi after you have achieved meteoric success. Ning Jingdaoshi smiled and said, All right, I was just joking with you. If there's nothing else you can leave. XiaoMo had no choice but to leave. To tell the truth, he always thought that his teacher would be Ning Jingdaosher. He was a little regretful that she couldn't be his teacher. Leaving Ning Jingdaosher's residence, he returned to his small pavilion and continued to refine his remaining magic herb into magic pills. He planned to sell magic pills at his stall with Bailey Xiaoyu the next day. Who would have thought, the two guys who bought his magic pills the last time were there again, and were specifically waiting for him there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, A Special Youth. Translated by Column CD. It had only been 2 days since XiaoMo last opened his stall. XiaoMo did not know the pills he had refined would be compared against the other mages. He only knew that the second time he opened for business, there were already a couple of people waiting for him. This phenomenon could only be described as a wonder in the bazaar, and attracted the attention of many. When XiaoMo got there, the crowd thought that his stall was already occupied. However, occupation of a spot that was not yours would lead to a severe penalty from the school. Thus it would be an highly unlikely scenario. Seeing that XiaoMo had finally arrived, the two young men let out a sudden expression of joy. One of them delightedly said, "Hey little fella, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting a long time for you, and even came to look for you yesterday. Who would have thought that you wouldn't come?" XiaoMo was astonished. "I was busy yesterday, so I couldn't come." "But why are you guys here?" The bystanders behind them looked at XiaoMo with inquisitive gazes. It was possible that the group was acquaintances with the two young men. News of yesterday's duel between him and Chai Jun had already spread to the two young men. Thus XiaoMo's absence was not unexpected. Coupled with the fact that refining magic pills took time, the young man replied, "The magic pills that I previously purchased were quite effective. So I came to inquire about your stock of pills. We would like to buy all of them." His stall was not even set up, and yet, his magic pills were all sold out. He couldn't believe his eyes. XiaoMo quickly refuted, tentatively asking, "Are you sure you want everything? Was the effect of his magic pill that great?" Although he had never compared his pills with others, the pills of the other mages also seemed pretty good. The man smiled and replied, "Since you're a new student, it's normal that you are not familiar with the current state of affairs." XiaoMo was certainly unfamiliar with the present circumstances, thus he asked, "What do you mean by state of affairs?" "First, let me introduce myself. I am Rongxian, next to me is my friend, Xin Zhang. It is nice to meet you, classmate XiaoMo." Rongxian grinned as he exposed XiaoMo's identity. XiaoMo had indeed become famous. It was not unexpected that he recognized him the first time. XiaoMo was not surprised. No matter who said they knew him, it would not be unexpected. Rongxian continued, "You may not be aware, but with regards to the sale of magic pills, 90% of the customer base is monopolized by a cartel which has fixed the price of the magic pills. However, the price is disproportionate to the quality of the pills." "Are you referring to the number of times the magic herbs are distilled?" XiaoMo immediately caught onto the main point. Since the quality was not high, the only reason could be due to this. Correct. When they refine pills, they only distill the magic herb 4 times, leaving behind a good deal of impurities. After assimilating the magic pills, the impurities will remain in the body unless they are immediately removed. These impurities are detrimental to cultivation. To cleanse yourself of it, they force you to buy a mental purification pill which they deliberately created for removal of these impurities. Rongxian frowned as he said this. How despicable could they be? Just to gain points they would even defraud their fellow students. But nothing could be done about this situation. If the students did not buy the magic pills, they would be unable to enter the mountains to hunt for demon beasts. If they cannot hunt the demon beasts, they would be unable to earn points. It was indeed a fact that many depended on hunting to earn points. From their words, XiaoMo guessed that the two were not part of the cartel, and must have been deceived of a sizable amount of points. No wonder they would be willing to buy all his magic pills. There was a great difference in the amount of impurities remaining whenever a magic herb was distilled an additional time. Since he distilled his herbs 2 more times, the impurities in his pills would definitely be greatly reduced. XiaoMo could not help thinking such narcissistic thoughts. Rongxian continued, "Classmate Yu, my brothers and I are planning to head into the mountains soon. So we would need a large amount of magic pills. As the qualities of your pills are higher, our proposal is to purchase all your pills at the market rate. What do you think?" Since these people were willing to pay a higher price, how could XiaoMo not accept this? As he had heard the whole story, there was nothing for him to feel guilty about. After all, who would not want to sell their goods for a higher price? XiaoMo had refined all the magic herbs that he bought into magic pills. He had 30 yuan yang pills, 40 huashui pills and 15 jinyang pills. This would earn him a total of 315 points. This was a huge amount of points. Seeing the points on his card rise from 110 to 425 points, XiaoMo could not believe his eyes. If this continued, he could probably enter the ranks of the rich within a few months. But for Rongxian and his group to have the capacity to spend 300 plus points in one go, it was most likely that they were one of the big fishes in Wardby. XiaoMo was not wrong. The group, led by Rongxian, was quite famous in Wardby. They depended on hunting demon beasts to earn points, and would always return with a big haul. Due to this, many people knew about them. After the transaction, Rongxian made a humble request to XiaoMo, hoping that the next time XiaoMo refined pills, they would be given the priority in purchasing. It would definitely be more convenient if he had a fixed buyer. Thus, XiaoMo agreed to the request. As XiaoMo did not need to pack up his stall, he immediately left the sales area with Bailey Xiao. Bailey Xiao greatly admired that XiaoMo could earn so much in few days, and enviously thought that he wanted to follow his example and earn points by refining pills. They were both 18 years old, but compared with XiaoMo, he was akin to a useless pampered young master who depended on his elder brothers for points to live comfortably. Bailey Xiao felt as if the scales had fallen from his eyes. Thus he decided, from today on, he would start earning points with his own effort. The first step would be to follow XiaoMo to buy some magic herbs. Seeing his determination, XiaoMo decided to bring Bailey Xiao along. After all, they were heading to the same destination. The sales area for magic herbs was just next door to the area for magic pills, and it took less than 15 minutes to walk there. XiaoMo heard of this sales area from Ning Dingdasher's lesson. Previously, he was very curious about where the supply of magic herbs came from. This was because the prices of the magic herbs were not particularly high. In addition, there were also large quantities put up for sale. He later learned that these magic herbs were dug from the mountains. The mountains have existed for an immeasurable amount of time. There are many demon beasts and all kinds of different grades of magic herbs in the mountains. Low and middle grade magic herbs are especially common. As long as one dared to enter, they would be rewarded. XiaoMo returned to the stall where he first purchased his magic herbs. The one selling magic herbs was a youth of approximately 20 years. His level was not that high, and according to him, the amount sold was not more than 60 sets of low-grade level 4 magic herbs per day. Even if he had additional stock, he would not continue selling. If he was not able to sell all 60 sets, he would bring the remainder back. The first time XiaoMo came, he only had a few bundles left and was about to close for the day. But XiaoMo managed to catch him in time. It was clear that the youth still recognized him, and was a little surprised to see him back so soon. XiaoMo browsed his wares. As he came earlier, it appeared that the youth had just opened his stall, and only sold a few stocks of herbs. "Fellow classmate, how many sets of materials do you have here?" The youth was momentarily surprised. But he soon regained his calm, and indifferently replied, I have materials for Jinyang pills, Yuanyang pills and Huashui pills. All 3 pills have 20 sets each. Do you want everything? Yes, I do. How much do they cost? XiaoMo nodded and said. The youth bluntly replied, it costs a total of 75 points. Since you are the first customer who has bought everything, I can give you a discount. The total would be 70 points. XiaoMo was pleased, thank you so much. In addition, I will probably be coming back every 2 days for the rest of the month. Could I reserve your stock of 60 sets of magic herbs once every 2 days? XiaoMo calculated this out. Since he needed a supply of magic herbs, he might as well find a fixed seller. The youth jolted, but instantly replied, of course I can. He was also thinking along the same lines as XiaoMo. It was truly a fortune to have a fixed buyer. XiaoMo continued, I'm staying at the first autumn courtyard, in the 9th pavilion. If I do not come that day, if it's convenient, could you send it over? Since it was only the delivery of goods, the youth agreed, I can. The discussion of the deal concluded smoothly, leaving both parties relaxed and refreshed. Seeing his points in his card drop by 70, XiaoMo did not feel distressed as it would not be long before he could earn enough to cover his cost and make a net profit of 50 points. Leaving the sales area for magic herbs, XiaoMo gave half of his haul to Bailey Xiao. Of course it would not be for free. Bailey Xiao had close to 500 points which were all given by his brothers. XiaoMo firmly refused to acknowledge his jealousy, and ferociously transferred 35 points to his own card. On the way back to the pavilion, XiaoMo parted ways with Bailey Xiao. He asked Bailey Xiao to return first, and then went to look for Ling Xiao alone. The last time, he accompanied Ling Xiao to rent his room, so he knew where his room was. After defeating Sanja, Ling Xiao gained authorization to stay in the first spring courtyard. He was staying in the 9th pavilion, which was the same number as XiaoMo. It was rumored that the first to 8th pavilions were rented by the top 8 students who ranked before Sanja. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 251. Chapter 251, Old Grudges. Translated by Column CD. Ling Xiao went out? What time did he leave? What did he go out to do? After XiaoMo found Ling Xiao's pavilion, he did not even enter it before he was told about Ling Xiao's absence. Moreover, Ling Xiao was gone since yesterday. Why are you asking for so many details? The one who told him the news was a youngster of about 19 years. XiaoMo had just casually asked for information. Who would have thought that this youngster would immediately question him so closely? He eventually looked straight at XiaoMo with a guarded expression. However, XiaoMo did not know why he was on the alert. He then recalled that the others may not know about the relationship between Ling Xiao and him. They had only been seen together at the sales area for magic pills and at Elder Gong's realtor office. Other than those 2 places, they had not been anywhere else. That knowledge of their relation having not spread would be logical. XiaoMo said, I'm his friend. I have some business with him. The youngster did not instantly believe him, and suspiciously asked, his friend? Elder brother Ling has just entered the Daoxian Academy a few days ago. When did he have such a friend like you? Could it be that you're lying about being his friend since elder brother Ling is famous and strong? XiaoMo, who was under suspicion, silently wiped the blood off his face and calmly replied, I am from Block 2. I entered the academy together with Ling Xiao. Damn, what do you mean by such a friend like you? Why can't Laozi be Ling Xiao's friend? Let me tell you, Laozi and Ling Xiao's relationship is super close. T/N, Laozi, I in anger, or out of contempt, literally translated as your dad. If I admitted it, you would die of envy. I see, so you are a mage. What business do you have with him? The youngster stubbornly defended the entrance with an attitude akin to that of a pavilion guard. Although he believed XiaoMo, he was still unwilling to let him pass. XiaoMo raised his eyebrow. As his friend, why do I have to tell you why I'm looking for him? The youngster was immediately dissatisfied, and loudly replied, elder brother Ling is out. He entrusted me with looking after his pavilion. Even though you are his friend, I have no need to tell you of his whereabouts. XiaoMo disregarded the youngster's proud tone and said, are you sure that Ling Xiao asked you to help him keep an eye on his pavilion? It was not that he wanted to doubt the youngster. Rather, he understood Ling Xiao's character very well. This youngster looked soft and weak, yet his eyes held an arrogant and haughty gaze. With a look, one could tell that he was a spoiled little child. Ling Xiao definitely would not like this type of person, and it would be even more impossible for him to have asked the youngster to look after his pavilion. Not to mention, there was a barrier outside the pavilion. Only those with Ling Xiao's approval could enter, the rest could only look in from outside. No matter how one would put it, the needless actions of this youngster gave one a superfluous feeling. XiaoMo was willing to swear on his family jewels that Ling Xiao absolutely did not ask for him to keep an eye on the pavilion. He was 100% certain that the youngster was just showering affection on an uninterested party. Soon enough, when the youngster heard his doubts, an unnatural expression flashed across his handsome face. To cover up his guilty conscience, he cried out loudly, of course he asked me to, if not, there would be people like you looking for him every day. Elder brother Ling would be annoyed to death. Let me advise you not to shower affection on an uninterested party. Elder brother Ling would never fancy a person like you. Too bad for you, he already fancies me. XiaoMo was not angered by his words. He had dealt with many people of this type, and was quickly becoming an expert at handling them. Fellow classmate, it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. It's not like I'm going to look for him. I'll just wait for him inside his pavilion. No. The youngster immediately blocked his way. Without elder brother Ling's permission, none may enter. How would you know that I don't have his permission? I am his friend, and you seem to have no connection to him at all. What right do you have to stop me from entering? XiaoMo asked with a serene temperament. The youngster choked on his words, and was temporarily unable to retort. At this moment, the crowd of onlookers started growing. Ling Xiao's pavilion was located in a pretty good area. It originally had a quiet environment, but due to the fact that many high-level and strong people stayed here, there were hordes of people who went looking for them. With the two making a disturbance outside Ling Xiao's pavilion, a crowd was soon attracted over. Xiao Yun? Who is bullying you? Tell your brother. Brother will help you get revenge. Following this indignant voice, a person walked out from the crowd. Upon seeing this person, Suyun looked as if he had seen his savior, and quickly ran over to the young man. Brother, this person bullied me. You must help me look after him. After speaking, he looked at XiaoMo with a gaze full of ill intention. It was obviously a case of a thief crying thief. XiaoMo rolled his eyes. However, this young man looked somewhat familiar. Has he seen him somewhere before? XiaoMo could not help but glance at him a couple of times. The young man was also sizing him up. With a hesitant expression, he asked, "It's you?" XiaoMo tried to remember the people he might feel familiar with. The other person looked as if he knew him. That meant they must have met before they entered the academy. He suddenly recalled, wasn't this young man the arrogant young noble they met in Heiyin village? At that time, he was wealthy and overbearing, and wanted to buy all 5 rooms. But XiaoMo managed to snatch 1 room from him, and they nearly started coming to blows. Fortunately for the noble's safety, the young noble's guard was wise enough not to provoke Ling Xiao. Who would have thought that he would be brothers with this youngster? As they say, birds of a feather flock together. Both brothers were not good people. The young man was around 22 years old, and the youngster was 19 years old. Since the age gap between them was small, it was highly probable that they were blood-related brothers. Upon seeing this, Su Yun asked, "Brother, you know him?" "Far from just being acquaintances, I also have a little grudge with him." "Do you remember about the two people I met in Heiyin village?" "He is one of them." Su Yun scoffed. From that day onwards, his heart was consumed with resentment. Hearing this, Su Yun paled. If this person was friends with elder brother Ling, could it be that the other party was elder brother Ling? XiaoMo was able to trace his line of thinking. Seeing Su Yun's pale face affirmed his inner thoughts. After making a mountain out of a molehill, to think that the little brother unexpectedly fancied the one that his brother had a grudge with. Oh, this was going to be so much fun. Su Yun missed the expression on Su Yun's face, and did not make the connection to Ling Zhao's identity. Seeing his younger brother being bullied, how could he ignore this as the older brother? "You even dared to bully my brother, who do you think you are? If you have the guts, state your name." Su Yun shouted at the silent XiaoMo. Really, the two brothers were just alike, both were so pretentious. XiaoMo shrugged while shaking his head. "I didn't bully your brother, but even if I say so, you won't believe me. Besides, I am called XiaoMo, may I know what advice you have for me?" The three words XiaoMo was like thunder piercing the ears, i.e. a well-known reputation. Not only did Su Yun and his brother recognize it, the crowd surrounding them also burst into an uproar as they recognized the name. These past few days, XiaoMo's notoriety had spread throughout Wardby. As a person who dared to offend the third young master of the Chai family, who was one of the four big clans, what was a measly Su family to him? Upon hearing this, there were several people revealing an expression of entertainment. They were all thinking, let's see if Su Yun and his brother can continue to be so arrogant. Su Yun and Su Yun's expressions changed. The former's was filled with fear and regret, while the latter's paled dramatically. However, one could see a glint of jealousy in Su Yun's eyes. Su Yun was less experienced, and his attitude was a lot worse than Su Yun's. He had heard that XiaoMo was currently a hot topic, a genius mage from Block 2, who had caught the attention of many, including the teachers. Originally he was very jealous of this person, but now that XiaoMo was in his sight, and wanted to enter the pavilion of the person he adores, Su Yun immediately began burning with rage. Even if you are XiaoMo, you still cannot enter the pavilion without the owner's consent. Su Yun stubbornly said. XiaoMo gave up on explaining, and simply pushed him away before entering the pavilion. The pavilion's barrier enclosed the outside of the courtyard, thus XiaoMo would not need to step into the pavilion to prove his claim. Without any obstruction, he walked into the courtyard of Ling Zhao's pavilion under the ogling of the crowd. Behind the barrier, XiaoMo calmly looked back at the crowd, his actions silently stating, "Did you see it? Laozi can freely enter and leave." Seeing this, the crowd burst into chatter. They had realized that since XiaoMo could freely enter the pavilion, this meant that his permission for entry was granted by the owner of the pavilion. Thus, Su Yun's words were discredited. XiaoMo said, "Next time, you should stop lying. I know that Ling Xiao did not ask you to keep an eye on his pavilion. Furthermore, he is not someone you can dream of touching. In the future, even if you have nothing to do not make yourself a nuisance in front of him." But being told such things, Su Yun grew embarrassed, and quickly turned and ran. Worried that he would think of doing silly things, Su Yun glared furiously at XiaoMo before chasing after him without a word. Seeing that the two nuisances have finally left, XiaoMo turned around and entered Ling Zhao's pavilion. Although he had offended people yet again, he was not scared of the Su family brothers. He had already offended the Chai family. The addition of a Su family was no big deal, it only made him feel slightly gloomy. Who would have thought that even with a mask, Ling Xiao would still attract so many flies? If he took off his mask, XiaoMo would be able to drown to death in a sea of jealousy daily. XiaoMo mused over the matter, and decided to buy an uglier mask for Ling Xiao when the opportunity arose. Despite not knowing when Ling Xiao would be back, he decided to wait for him in his pavilion. XiaoMo found an empty space and sat down with his legs crossed. He finally had the time to sit down and cultivate to overcome the issue of the bottleneck, which had been delayed for such a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 252. Chapter 252, Level Up. Translated by Rara. Thanks to the density of the spiritual energy inside the pavilion, XiaoMo didn't have to worry about overusing it. Even if this was Ling Xiao's territory, he believed, besides him, Ling Xiao would never allow a third person stepping in here, so his mind was at ease when he knew there wouldn't be an outsider jumping out of nowhere. Wifey is confident his hubby won't cheat. Then, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes and began the soul training. The tranquility of the pavilion calmed his mind, and he somehow could see the spiritual energy, like a bright and glowing white ray, quietly floating in the atmosphere. Just a single deep breath could make one's whole body relax. However, his eyes was obviously closed, yet he could see this as clear as a picture. Since he never came across such a situation before, XiaoMo felt overwhelmed nonetheless. But as soon as possible, when he averted his eyes to another side, a wide and transparent meridian system appeared in front of him. Silver-white rivulets were flowing methodically inside the meridians, but none connected with each other. This is clearly the meridians inside my body. As this thought came to his mind, his light of sight changed. This time, the scenery shifted into a pitch-black space. While XiaoMo puzzled over the existence of this place, all of a sudden, a bright spot came within his view. He took a glimpse at it, and it was actually something alike the galaxy that composed by an abundance of white luminous fragments, and in the center of it, seemed to exist an attractive force. All of those luminous fragments were gathered into a beautiful galaxy and orbited around a light green crystal. That crystal was only as big as a fist. He noticed, between every short period of time, those luminous fragments would overflow with a gas-form light green energy, and then those thread of energy were absorbed by that centered light green crystal. Just as he vacantly stared at it, those white luminous fragments suddenly accelerated the rotation. After that, more and more light green energy seeped out, and eventually completely being absorbed into the center crystal. Then, XiaoMo found out that the original light green color now seemed to be much more deeper and denser. At the same time, XiaoMo could feel the bottleneck he hadn't able to break before fatally loosen up. He was stunned at first, but the feeling soon changed into pleasant surprise. This was an unexpected amazement. Although he didn't know the principle behind it, but he felt that, if he could speed up the rotation of those luminous fragments, making them gush out more energy for that crystal to absorb, then, without any doubt, he would be able to break out of level 4 in no time. But how to accelerate the rotation speed? XiaoMo fell deep in thought. Just a moment ago, those luminous fragments weren't rotate that fast, and he didn't find anything strange, but then when the speed got faster, he could faintly feel heat. Subconsciously, XiaoMo withdrew from this black space and went back to the meridian system, and with his naked eyes, he could see the spiritual energy flowing inside the meridian system had sped up quite a bit. Then he traced the flowing direction of this meridians but was unable to find the place for them to converge. Still, XiaoMo had confirmed one thing: if he wanted to accelerate the rotation of those luminous fragments, it might have some sort of relation to the flow speed of the spiritual energy of the meridians, and that flow speed might also connected to the width of the meridians and the spiritual energy absorption speed. With this discovery, XiaoMo didn't have to blindly search for clues anymore. Whatever the reason, right now, he only needed to accelerate the flow speed of the meridians. And so, XiaoMo immediately freed his mind from his body. He called that phenomenon when he could see the meridians inside his body, inner sight, and as for that dark space, it very likely that was the inside of his head. When his consciousness had left, his eyes was still tightly shut, but his hands placed in front of his chest were unconsciously making a hand seal. This hand seal was part of the heavenly soul scripture. Despite the fact he had already reached the second stage of it, and this hand seal belonged to the last step of the second stage, but before, he refused to use it due to the complication of this hand seal. Each time he had practiced performing it several times, and not until he had guaranteed there were no mistake did he dare to use it. It was mentioned in the Heavenly Soul scripture that, when one perform this seal, one cannot making any mistake in the mid of it, because once one make an error, it will cause the soul force inside the body become chaos, which will easily cause a chi deviation, so XiaoMo had no choice but to be this careful. The purpose of this hand seal was to assist him in speeding the spiritual energy absorption. Before, the meridian system inside his body was very wide, so the absorption rate was slower than the refining rate, which caused the balance to be tilted. However, today, with the help of the hand seal, XiaoMo could feel his absorption had increased. If someone came in at this time, they would literally see the spiritual energy of the pavilion surging toward XiaoMo like a sea wave and rush to his glabella, and with the naked eyes, one could see the spiritual energy of the pavilion rapidly reduce. But in less than 2 seconds, the spiritual energy inside the pavilion was replenished, and very soon the density was restored to its usual state. This cycle was repeated over and over again, and after countless stages of replenishing, XiaoMo finally stopped the absorption. Not long after, a wave of fluctuating energy, in a corrugated shape surrounding his body, spread out to the atmosphere and pushed the spiritual energy to the side. However, it didn't seem too stable. On his glabella, a faint sight of a seal once again appeared. Whenever he leveled up, that seal would spread further to both sides of his forehead. Previously, it was only the size of the fingernail, but compared to now, it had become as big as a small pinky finger. After several times flickering, it finally disappeared yet again. Meanwhile, Elder Gong, who was responsible for the room rentals, suddenly made a sound. He discovered that the spiritual energy of one of the pavilions of Block 1 was rising very rapidly. If he hadn't discovered that a piece of the crystal orbs was cracked, he probably wouldn't have found out about this situation. Each crystal orb represented a pavilion, so when the crystal orb started flashing with high frequency, it indicated that the spiritual energy inside that pavilion was circulating intensively. By the time Elder Gong came over to check out, the crystal was already flashing. Elder Gong looked down at the orb to see who the owner of the pavilion was. One look and he couldn't help but be surprised. It was that freshman Ling Xiao again. Judging by the situation, there was an 8 out of 10 chance the owner of the pavilion was in the middle of practicing. Due to the fact that many students came to him for a rental every day, he was always fast and well informed to news. As far as he knew, Ling Xiao went out yesterday, so he shouldn't have come back by now. That meant only someone that Ling Xiao had definitely given permission to go inside. Could it be that XiaoMo? Elder Gong felt a bit agitated. He was also curious about this freshman. After walking in circle for half of a day, Elder Gong finally decided to personally see for himself. If it was really XiaoMo, then it would very likely that he has broken out of level 4 and became a level 5 mage. After all, seeing the crystal flashing like crazy like that, the chance of 8 out of 10 was highly possible. However, XiaoMo didn't know his story had caught people's attention. After the fluctuating energy faded away, XiaoMo opened his eyes. His black pupils seemed more profound than before. Thanks to being able to timely replenish without delay of spiritual energy, his practicing was undisturbed and extremely comfortable. This time the meditation time was rather long, yet he didn't feel even the slightest bit of exhaustion. His whole body was refreshed inside out, as if his whole body was washed all over. XiaoMo stood up and gave his body a sweep. He then took a deep breath. The breakthrough this time went very smoothly. Before, when he broke out of level 3, it was not as smooth as this. XiaoMo felt his level after breaking though. Without a doubt, he was now at low level 5, but what left him in wonder was that after the breakthrough, he could somehow feel he was near to mid-level 5, which was a very unexpected pleasant surprise, but thinking over what happened while practicing, he wasn't surprised for too long. While practicing, he couldn't feel the time flow, so after waking up, XiaoMo discovered that almost 3 hours had passed and he didn't know if Ling Xiao had come back yet. That was why XiaoMo immediately walked downstairs, but the only thing he found was emptiness, which clearly stated that Ling Xiao had not come back. XiaoMo couldn't help but furrow his eyebrows. Where the hell was Ling Xiao going in the end that took him so much time? Since the sun about to set soon, he didn't have enough patience to stay here and wait anymore. The academy had a rule: a student from Block 2 shouldn't stay in a Block 1 student's room for too long and vice versa, unless the student owned the purple card, which gave the student the power to do so. Even more, they could also live together. XiaoMo thought about the requirements for the purple card exchange and felt hopeless for the time being, because either you get over 5,000 points on the card, or had a significant contribution toward the academy. Even though he had enough confidence that he can earn more, but he also needed to spend those points. Not to mention, saving up to 5,000 was hard enough. And that thing about having a great contribution to the academy, the hurdle was even higher. So after going under the fruitless frustration, XiaoMo finally gave up on the idea. After walking out of the pavilion, XiaoMo stretched his body. The feeling after level up was so relaxing. Now that he had become a level 5 mage, he could get his hand on the Ling pill right away, because this was even a hotter item than those level 4 pills. As he was thinking this, suddenly someone came before him with a smile on their face. XiaoMo, looks like you have leveled up. This sentence gave him a sudden shock. He was inside the pavilion the whole time. People shouldn't have known about it, so why is this elder going no? Dash.